Vhumad God Chapter 2226 to Chapter 2309. The fourth streak of killing intent was seriously too terrifying. Even the Hell's Ice Lotus could not resist it too. It shattered in an instant. However, the energy formed by its explosion also blocked the attack of the fourth streak of killing intent, causing the killing intent that filled the sky to dissipate into thin air. Humph, the fifth attack, begin for me. In the sky, Xianxia snorted coldly, his expression grim. The other party was actually able to block 4 streaks of killing intent in a row. It seriously exceeded his expectations. One had to know, this was an ancient array formation, the 10-directional killing array. Actually, the first streak of killing intent was already able to exterminate a powerhouse. He did not expect that the other party could actually block 4 streaks. It made him hard to believe, but so what? 10 streaks of killing intent, the other party absolutely could not block the attacks behind. Sure enough, when the 5th streak of killing intent rushed over, Lin Xian's expression was solemn too. He felt a surge of terrifying aura pervading in the sky. This was still only the 5th streak of killing intent. One could imagine how terrifying the last few streaks would be. Boom, boom. Boom, the power of ice and fire around him was instantly penetrated and shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, the faces of those martial artists in the general manner were all wild with joy. Penetrated, his defense was penetrated, haha. This kid is absolutely dead for sure. Fighting for so long, they finally broke the other party's defense. Thinking about it, the killing intent this time would definitely be able to penetrate the other party. Annihilate the other party, Lin Xian also frowned. One had to admit that these 5 streaks of killing intent were indeed incomparably terrifying. His power of ice and fire was actually unable to resist. Then, what if adding in the power of lightning? The power of ice, fire, and lightning in Lin Xian's body right now all came from the 3-headed hellhound. These 3 types of power were originally of the same origin. So at this moment, Lin Xian displayed a great magical ability and directly fused the 3 types of power together. Boom, boom. Boom, in the sky, flames spread out, lightning descended, and cold ice scattered. The terrifying 3 types of power fused in the sky, transforming into the 3-headed hellhound, roaring at the sky. Roar, the 3 heads were incomparably hideous. Although it was just an illusion, at this moment, it seemed as if it was real, crushing the void. That enormous body made everyone's expression change. Damn it! What was this thing? These people were terrified. 3-headed hellhound. This was the legendary Cerberus, someone cried out in surprise. Damn it, how did he do it? Kill, Lin Xian roared. He stood on the Cerberus and waved his hand. Wang. Wang. Wang, the 3 heads began to bombard each other. Boom, bolts of lightning descended, piercing through heaven and earth. This came from the middle head. The left head spewed out hellfire, while the right head spewed out terrifying ice. The 3 heads attacked at the same time, and a terrifying energy descended upon the world. These energies collided with the 5th killing intent, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The aftermath of the energy was like a vast ocean, sweeping in all directions. In the end, the 5th wave of killing intent was blocked. Damn it, he actually blocked it. How was this possible? Dream, I must be dreaming. The people from the general's mansion were all stunned. They looked at the gigantic Cerberus in the sky, as well as Lin Xian's figure. With so many powerful cultivators joining forces, they unleashed the 10-directional absolute kill formation and unleashed the 5th wave of terrifying killing intent. However, they were unable to injure him at all. They couldn't believe it. Was he still human? Was he really from the younger generation? Even a peerless almighty wouldn't be able to do this. On the other side, Xianfeng's face was gloomy. His body was surging with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and roared. Damn it, the 6th wave of killing intent, kill him, boom. The 6th wave of killing intent was extremely terrifying, far surpassing the 5th wave. Therefore, even the Cerberus with 3 types of energy couldn't block it. In the end, it was killed by the 6th wave of killing intent. Humph, without 3 types of energy, let's see how you block it, Xianxia snorted. The powerful cultivators from the general's mansion also revealed a sinister smile. The other party's 3 types of energy, ice, lightning, and fire, were completely destroyed. This time, the other party should be dead for sure. He was indeed strong, but so what? In terms of offense, I won't lose to you, Lin Xian snorted. This wasn't a battle of defense, but a battle of offense. The 10-directional absolute kill formation's terrifying killing intent, each wave stronger than the previous. However, Lin Xian's attack power was even more terrifying. The next instant, he brandished the Dragon Abyss Ancient Sword and unleashed the Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword Art. Battle Song, Demon Seal, two types of ultimate moves were unleashed, directly tearing the sixth wave of attack apart. What? He still had an ultimate move, damn it, how was this possible? Everyone went crazy. In their view, the other party should be helpless without the three types of energy attacks. They didn't expect that the other party actually still had such a heaven-defying sword art. Could it be that the other party couldn't be killed? How was this possible? They went crazy and launched the seventh wave of attack again. Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword, sky crumbling, Lin Xian's body bloomed with incomparable sword light. He launched the third killing move of the Heaven Tier Sword Art. Heaven Tier Sword Art coupled with a Heaven Tier Treasure, that power was terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, the seventh wave of sword art was directly shattered, vanishing into the void. Not only that, this time, the swift and fierce sword light annihilated the killing intent, scattering toward countless figures below. What? He was actually so powerful. Below, those people's scalps tingled. Seeing this scene, their faces turned incomparably pale. Hurry and condense the eighth wave of killing intent, these people roared crazily. However, the eighth wave of killing intent had yet to condense successfully when the sword light already descended. Boom! Boom, boom! The ground split open, and countless cracks appeared. Many people were directly slashed into a bloody mist. There were also some who vomited large mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, almost 1/3 of the people were killed. Panic. These people were extremely panic-stricken. All of them went crazy. They didn't expect the other party's sword to be so powerful. Damn it, the ninth wave of sword chi. Kill him for me. Kill him for me, Xian Feng roared crazily. His face was terrifying. In his view, when the fifth wave of killing intent was released, it should be able to kill the other party. However, he didn't expect that the ninth wave of killing intent would be released now. The ninth wave of killing intent pierced through heaven and earth. The terrifying energy pierced through all directions. One had to admit that this was the 10-direction ultimate killing formation. It was indeed incomparably terrifying. This wave of killing intent, even if a peerless almighty came, they probably wouldn't be able to resist. Buzz. Pirates must die. Lin Xian naturally also felt the danger. The great dragon sword soul in his body kept roaring, and the dragon sword domain surrounded him. It merged with the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. With a slash, it seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. In the sky, the sword chi kept surging, turning into a long dragon and tearing the void. The surrounding sky kept collapsing, and the terrifying energy swallowed the ninth wave of killing intent. Subsequently, the two dissipated in the void together. He blocked it. This kid actually blocked the ninth wave of killing intent. How exactly did he do it? The people below went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it at all. Xian Feng was also no longer calm. He quickly descended and also came into the formation. In the next moment, he threw out 9 flags and hit the formation. The 9 flags flickered with mysterious demonic runes. Xian Feng's entire person was also incomparably ferocious. He quickly formed seals, forming one after another magical runes that revolved around him. At the same time, an unusually cold voice came from his mouth and filled the void. The 10th wave of killing intent, 10-direction ultimate killing formation. An unusually cold voice came out of his mouth and spread across the rift. The 10th murderous aura, absolute kill, the last murderous aura of the absolute kill formation was finally unleashed. Along with Xian Feng's voice, the entire absolute kill formation shone brightly and a terrifying force was formed. The expressions of the kings and almighties from the general's mansion changed. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. That was because they felt a mysterious suction force under their feet that sucked away all the energy in their bodies. Damn it, what's going on? Why is this happening? These people screamed crazily. They could clearly feel that the energy in their bodies was quickly disappearing like flowing water. All of it was integrated into the absolute kill formation. This was completely different from when they activated the formation previously. Previously, they were active, but now they were passive. The formation could actually absorb their energy. This was the first time they had seen such a strange thing. No. Damn it. Open up, some of the weaker kings screamed crazily. Their faces were pale without a trace of blood. In fact, their bodies were on the verge of collapsing at any time. That was because the spiritual energy in their bodies had dried up. However, the devouring force did not disappear and was still sucking them dry. They could not take it at all. Screams were heard as these people fell to the ground without any energy in their bodies. Fortunately, although the formation had absorbed their energy, it did not endanger their lives. This made many people secretly heave a sigh of relief. However, they were still shocked. Lin Xian naturally saw the strange scene as well. He frowned. The 10th murderous aura was too strange. It was even more terrifying than the previous 9. Its power was even more powerful than the previous 9 combined. Boom, 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 between heaven and earth, terrifying vibrations were heard as murderous auras swirled in the sky. These murderous auras were too terrifying. They emitted an extremely mysterious aura that shook people's hearts. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the murderous auras that filled the sky danced in the sky and formed an inexplicable figure. That figure was very blurry, but if one looked closely, one could still vaguely make out that it was a human figure. However, it was too big and covered the sky. One could not see it clearly at all. There seemed to be a low voice coming from somewhere. It was like an ancient demonic sound, shaking everyone until their scalps went numb. Was this the final attack of the 10-directional killing formation? When the people from the general's residence saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This was because they had never seen 10 attacks before. At that moment, after seeing it, they all cried out in surprise. This was truly a miracle in the world. Lin Xian also felt a terrifying sense of danger. That hazy figure caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Even the blood in his body began to tremble as if it had been frozen. As expected of an ancient killing formation, it was indeed powerful. Lin Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The great dragon sword spirit in his body revolved, turning into a dragon's shadow that coiled around his body. Incomparable divine light bloomed from his body as if he was wearing a dragon-shaped armor. In fact, there were even dragon roars that resounded throughout the world. It collided with the mysterious voice in front of him, producing a thunderous sound. Damn it, what was that? King Lin Xian's dragon shadow aura was extremely shocking to these people. Tao of the dragon aura, damn it. How could he have the aura of the Tao of dragon? Could it be that he was from the royal family? Impossible, how could he be from the royal family? These people were all crazy. The aura of the Tao of dragon was a remarkable ability that only the royal family had, but the other party had actually used it. Moreover, the power was incomparably terrifying. This made them unable to believe it at all, as if they were dreaming. Who was this kid? He was too mysterious. Everyone was extremely shocked. They guessed that the other party was very likely to be from a certain dynasty, but his identity was too secretive. They had no idea at all. However, no one had ever thought of the Great Dragon Sword. Because these people would never have thought that this was the Great Dragon Sword spirit, perhaps other than the Golden Lion King, no one could have guessed it. The dragon's shadow on Lin Xian's body continued to spread, wrapping around the ancient dragon abyss sword and Lin Xian's entire arm. Lin Xian waved the ancient sword, and the aura of the Great Dragon Sword spirit erupted. A loud dragon roar resounded. Sky-shattering. A terrifying heaven-grade sword technique surged out, turning into an eternity between heaven and earth. In the next moment, this eternal sword light collided with the 10th murderous aura attack. Boom. Boom, boom. Heaven and earth trembled as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. The void was instantly torn apart, and countless abysses appeared. It was pitch black and extremely terrifying. The general's mansion below also collapsed abruptly. A large number of palaces were destroyed. Even with the defensive array, they could not withstand it at all. At this moment, the entire general's residence was completely impacted. It was split into several pieces, split into several halves. Under the impact of this terrifying energy, Lin Xian kept retreating. He also received the shockwave, and his blood was in turmoil. His face was pale. Fortunately, the dragon-shaped sword aura circled around his body, releasing a terrifying attack that cut off all the energy shockwaves around him. On the other side, Xianfeng and all the other King Almighties kept retreating. Their faces were filled with fear, and their blood was in turmoil. Those who were stronger could still preserve their lives. Those who were weaker were directly sent flying. There were even some who were hit by the blood mist. Most of them had their bones broken, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This sword had severely injured all the King Almighties in the general's mansion. The terrifying energy was still surging, and the cracks between heaven and earth were still spreading. The 10-direction killing array below was spinning rapidly. Most of the murderous aura had been shattered, but some remained in the air, forming vortexes that seemed to be absorbing something. Indeed, the blood below was all absorbed by these vortexes, and then they were absorbed into these vortexes. One should know that the general's mansion had lost many experts in the previous battle. Their blood contained terrifying energy. Although it was scattered in all directions, it did not disappear. At this moment, under the attraction of the murderous aura vortexes, all of it came out. What? It can absorb blood, how is this possible? The surviving Almighties were extremely shocked. Looking at this scene, they quickly retreated, afraid that they would be absorbed. In the distance, the Crimson Dragon and the other experts also appeared. They were originally still fighting, but the energy shockwaves here made them feel bewildered. That was because the energy was simply too powerful. What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen the 10-directional absolute kill formation before, but they had never seen such a situation. Even that Xianfeng had a face full of shock. To be honest, he had never heard of the 10-direction killing array being able to absorb blood. What is going on? At this moment, everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. The 10-direction killing formation can absorb blood? He had never heard of it before. What's going on? Xianfeng was dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. What's going on? At this moment, everyone in the general's mansion was stunned. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he watched the strange scene unfold. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey came to his side. The Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, be careful. This formation is a little strange." Lin Xian nodded and held the ancient sword in his hand tightly. In front of him, the 10-direction killing formation absorbed endless blood and kept rolling. A terrifying and monstrous blood chi gushed out, turning the entire void into a blood-red color. The void vibrated and a blood-red figure appeared. The killing formation of 10 directions emitted countless blood-colored mists, forming a blood-colored human figure that floated in the void. Looking at the blood-red figure, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Because he realized that the blood-red figure was very similar to the blurry figure that had appeared before. But this time, it wasn't as huge as before. Instead, it was sitting there like a normal person. Around him, endless killing aura circled and turned into swords and sabers. This is, Lin Xian frowned. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. The people in the general's mansion were also shocked. Why would a blood-red figure appear in the 10-direction killing formation? What's the relationship between this figure and the killing formation? However, at this moment, Xianfeng exclaimed. I know, this is the Killer God Phantom. What, the Killer God Phantom? Those King Realm experts exclaimed. They had never heard of it before. Xianfeng was extremely excited. His body trembled. That's right, the Killer God Phantom. It's definitely the Killer God Phantom, Xianfeng said excitedly when he saw the confusion of the people around him. Legend has it that the 10-direction killing formation was created by an extremely powerful array grandmaster in ancient times. Legend has it that in ancient times, this array grandmaster was fortunate enough to see a shocking sword mark. It was rumored that the sword scar was extremely terrifying, not scattering even after 1,000 years. This formation grandmaster had studied the sword scar for 300 years and felt the aura on it before he created the 10 directions absolute death formation. What? He had observed the sword scar for 300 years. What kind of sword scar was this? How could it be so terrifying? After hearing this, these King Realm Almighties were extremely shocked. They stopped attacking and fell into deep thought. After all, there was a mysterious crimson figure in the void. The aura that it exuded was much more terrifying than all of them combined. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon didn't make a move either. The two of them also frowned. He also wanted to know where this sword mark came from. It was said that it was caused by the divine sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. I didn't quite believe it before, but now that I've seen this scene, I'm finally convinced. Do you see that blood-colored vortex? I think that sword scar was left behind by the heaven-devouring sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. What? Heaven-devouring sword, did such a thing really exist? Everyone exclaimed. They had only heard of the 5 swords of the world in legends. However, no one had really seen it. It hadn't appeared in the past few thousand years. In their opinion, it was just an ancient legend. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Perhaps such a supreme being really did exist. On the other side, Lin Xian was also stunned. In fact, he was even more shocked than these people. He didn't expect this 10 directions absolute death formation to be related to the heaven-devouring sword, one of the 5 swords of the world. One had to know that the heaven-devouring sword was in Lord Alcohol's hands. Lin Xian had even experienced the power of the heaven-devouring sword before. He didn't expect to see an array related to the heaven-devouring sword again. Thinking of this, he was in a daze. He didn't know how Lord Alcohol was doing. It had been a long time since there was any news of him. When the King Realm Almighties from the general's residence heard that this array was related to the heaven-devouring sword, they all became excited. Each of the 5 swords of the world was earth-shattering and terrifying. Legend had it that as long as one obtained one of them, they would become a supreme existence. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Now, the 10 directions absolute death formation was actually related to the heaven-devouring sword. Thinking about it, its power was definitely beyond their imagination. The blood-red figure in front of them was enough to prove it. The aura he emitted made one's hair stand on end. In fact, many people almost knelt on the ground. The corner of Xian Feng's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He knew that the kid was dead for sure. Anyone who dared to go against such an array would definitely die. Perhaps even an almighty wouldn't be able to escape. In the next moment, he and the other King Realm Almighties activated the array with all their might. Buzz. Pirates must die. The blood-red figure sitting cross-legged in the void opened his eyes. Buzz, 2 blood-red eyes shot out, and the void in front of him shattered like a mirror. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's faces changed. Their bodies swayed, and they instantly left their original spot. Crack! 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 The place where they were originally standing was pierced through, and countless cracks appeared. There was even a pitch-black hole that kept shrinking. How terrifying! Behind them, the King Realm Almighties from the general's residence went crazy. Just one look was enough to shatter the void. This was definitely an almighty god of death. That kid was definitely dead. Kid, how dare you go against the general's residence? Today is the day you die, let's see how you fight back this time. No one in this world can save you. These people sneered and quickly swallowed elixirs to recover their strength. At the same time, their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them. In the sky, as the blood-red figure opened his eyes, an increasingly terrifying murderous aura filled the air. It made people want to kneel down and worship him. Lin Xian snorted. The dragon shadow circled around his body like a god of war. The great dragon sword's soul shone brightly, blocking the terrifying murderous aura. However, his expression was extremely solemn. Humph, isn't it just a killing array? What's so great about it? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think you can stop me just because you are related to the sky-devouring sword? It's just a sword mark from the sky-devouring sword. It's not even the real sky-devouring sword. What's there to show off? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. On the opposite side, Xian Feng and the rest sneered. Kid, you are too stupid. You don't know how terrifying the sky-devouring sword is. The 5 swords of the world, each of them is a supreme existence. Its power is beyond your imagination. With your cultivation level, you can't understand it. So, go to hell and slowly experience it, Xian Feng and the rest sneered. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a look of disdain. He doesn't know the power of the 5 swords of the world, what a joke, in the entire world, no one knew it better than him. The sword spirit of the great dragon sword, one of the 5 swords in the world, was in his body. This was the sword spirit of the great dragon sword. It was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. As for the blood-red figure, it was only related to the sky-devouring sword. In a real fight, it was no match for Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. After all, the blood-red figure had absorbed the blood of countless experts. Its energy was indeed terrifying. In the next moment, he held the ancient sword in his hand, and the dragon aura on his body became even brighter. Today, let me break this formation of yours. I will let you know that there is nothing in the general's residence that can stop me. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved the ancient sword, and streaks of terrifying sword chi gushed out and slashed forward. He dared to make a move? He was courting death. Just you wait, he will be killed in an instant. The people below sneered. In the air, a few streaks of sword chi flew out. It was extremely terrifying, and like lightning, it continuously descended. When they arrived in front of the blood-red figure, the light in the blood-red figure's eyes became brighter and brighter, and an earth-shattering murderous aura erupted from his body. Accompanying it was the energy of countless experts. The crimson figure was formed from the blood of countless experts. Its power was absolutely terrifying when it was unleashed at this moment. It was even more terrifying than the 10th streak of sword chi. Boom, in an instant, the sky full of sword chi was shattered and turned into nothingness. The terrifying murderous aura, mixed with the blood-red light, rushed in all directions. Among them, even more charged towards Lin Xian. Boom. Boom, Lin Xian was hit by the impact and kept retreating. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence laughed complacently. Xian Feng's eyes were even colder. Humph, kid, so what if you are strong? In front of this killing formation, there is no way you can survive. The blood-red figure's eyes flickered. Although it was not a real life, there was a trace of mockery in its eyes at this moment. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes gradually became sharp. The power was not bad. It was indeed powerful. But so what? This little bit of power is not enough to defeat me. I'll show you what true power is. As he spoke, Lin Xian let out a furious roar as an unparalleled sword chi erupted from his body. A dragon-shaped shadow completely enveloped him. Then, it let out a loud dragon roar. A terrifying battle prowess erupted from his body. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, unstoppable. Kill, with a furious roar, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying sword light shot out from Lin Xian's hand and slashed forward. Boom. Boom, the red light that filled the sky shattered, unable to withstand the aura of the sword Dao. Below, Xian Feng and the other almighties were horrified. Many people trembled and knelt on the ground. Damn it! How could this be? How could this brat have such a powerful combat strength? They were all going crazy because they discovered that the other party's combat strength was like a bottomless pit that could be infinitely increased. Boom, there was an earth-shattering collision. The crimson aura that filled the sky was slashed apart. The terrifying aura of the sword Dao came directly above the crimson figure. It slashed down from the sky. Boom, the crimson figure raised a palm and blocked the terrifying sword chi. But in the next moment, his palm was slashed apart. Not only that, half of his body was also slashed into 2. What? How could this be? Seeing that the other party had slashed apart the illusionary figure, Xian Feng and the rest went crazy. Wasn't this the mysterious figure related to the sky-swallowing sword? He should be extremely terrifying. How could he be killed in an instant? They could not believe it. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because the crimson figure that was slashed into 2 gradually healed and was unharmed. He was fine. He was not injured at all. These people almost bit off their tongues. What kind of superpower was this? Immortal body, they were too shocked. With such a terrifying sword chi, even a peerless almighty would be killed if he was hit. However, the crimson figure was completely unharmed. That's great, this figure was not a real life. As long as the energy was still there, he would not be killed. An old man said in a deep voice. His face was full of excitement. And after the others heard, they also came to a realization. Indeed, this was condensed from the blood of a powerhouse. As long as the energy of the blood was not extinguished, the crimson figure could exist forever. Thinking of this, they laughed wildly again. Kid, no matter how powerful your sword Dao is, you can't kill this crimson figure at all. When your strength is exhausted, there is only one outcome for you, and that is to be killed. Lin Xian also frowned. The other party could actually heal. It was indeed beyond his expectations. But so what, the great dragon sword soul destroyed everything. How could it be healed so easily? Lin Xian did not make a move again. Instead, he looked ahead coldly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the crimson figure suddenly let out a roar. Then, the crimson light all over his body surged. That healed body split open again. Damn it! What happened? That kid made a move. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence in the distance were all stunned. They clearly did not see the other party make a move, so how could the crimson figure split open again? Could it be that the other party's sword chi was so fast that they could not catch it? But how was that possible? They could also see the sword chi of a peerless almighty. Unless the other party was an invincible king. However, this was simply impossible. Why was the crimson figure injured? They did not know, so they were all terrified. Roar! In the sky, the crimson figure roared crazily, letting out a thunderous sound. His blood-red body was split in half again. Fine strands of sword chi swam around the wound, preventing it from healing. That's right, this was the power of the great dragon sword soul. No matter how strong the other party was, how could it be destroyed? It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't resist my sword chi at all. Seeing that you are related to the sky-devouring sword, I can give you a quick death. Sword light erupted from Lin Xian's body again. He slowly raised the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Boom, boom. However, although the crimson figure was split into two again, he did not die. He grabbed at the sky with both hands. Countless crimson light streaked across, and hundreds of palm shadows covered the sky. Among them, countless palm shadows grabbed onto the 9 banners and waved them non-stop. The 9 crimson flags danced wildly in the sky. It caused a crimson gust of wind to blow between heaven and earth. It whistled incessantly as if an evil spirit was out. However, something even more shocking happened. The bodies of the powerful almighties in the distance suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it, what happened? These people screamed and fled into the distance. One of the almighties flew halfway and his body exploded. Another almighty's was covered in armor and surrounded by 18 shields. However, he still could not block this mysterious power. Boom, his body turned into a blood mist. A series of explosions rang out as powerful beings exploded one after another. The people around him went crazy. Those who were timid were scared out of their wits. Some directly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. As for the more powerful ones, they all roared madly and unleashed defensive techniques without any regard for their lives. Xianfeng's face was also gloomy. He roared crazily. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? He could not understand why the crimson figure would attack them. Weren't they in the same group? In the blink of an eye, the 9 almighties exploded and turned into blood that danced in the sky. The blood did not flow but gathered around the crimson figure and integrated into the body of the crimson figure. It emitted an even more terrifying energy. The crimson figure absorbed the energy of the almighty's blood. The body that was split into 2 started to heal. It actually used the blood of the almighties to forcefully erase the power of the dragon sword soul. On the opposite side, Lin Xian saw this scene and was shocked. He realized that although the crimson figure was not a real life, it actually had intelligence and knew how to make use of the blood. He had to admit that it was really out of his expectations. He felt that he had to quickly get rid of the crimson figure. Otherwise, if the crimson figure absorbed enough blood, it would definitely be a huge problem. Just as Lin Xian was about to make a move, something strange happened again. Because the crimson figure had absorbed the blood of the 9 almighties and erased the aura of the dragon sword soul, causing the broken body to heal again. However, this was not the end. A crimson palm instantly pierced through the void and grabbed Xianfeng behind. Xianfeng's head was grabbed by the crimson palm. He screamed and his eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, get lost. In the next moment, a majestic energy surged out from his body. Boom! 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 The space around him exploded. However, it was useless. In front of the crimson palm, his top almighty's cultivation was not enough. You can't kill me, Xianfeng screamed in fear. He was no match for the other party. As for the other king almighties in the surroundings, their faces were filled with fear as they retreated continuously. The blood-red palm did not kill Xianfeng. Instead, it grabbed him and tore through the void, arriving beside the blood-red figure. What are you trying to do? Xianfeng's voice trembled. Originally, he wanted to use the bloody figure to kill Lin Xian, but this sudden situation made it impossible for him to control it. He didn't even know if this blood-red figure was a blessing or a curse for the general's residence. The bloody figure did not answer at all. He turned his head and fixed his red eyes on Xianfeng. When Xianfeng and the red eyes met, he felt like his soul was shaking and his mind was blank. He fell into a daze as he stood in the void. His eyes became blank. At this time, the blood-red figure's body began to melt and gradually entered Xianfeng's body. What was going on? Everyone went crazy. Could it be that the blood-red silhouette wanted to devour Xianfeng? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. When Lin Xian saw this, he harumphed coldly and slashed out with the ancient sword in his hand. Rays of sword chi slashed forward. He would not let the blood-red silhouette have his way. However, the blood-red silhouette was too fast. In an instant, the blood-red figure had completely entered Xianfeng's body. Xianfeng's sluggish eyes instantly turned sharp and red. Two rays of red light, like a long knife, slashed through the void and collided with the sword chi in the sky. Xianfeng roared to the sky and the terrifying sound wave shattered the 9 heavens. His black hair had also turned blood red, and blood-red patterns had appeared on his body, covering his entire body. A terrifying blood-red aura swept across the universe. Boom! The explosion of energy was too powerful. It blocked Lin Xian's sword chi. Boom boom boom, the two collided in the air and disappeared at the same time. On the other side, Lin Xian creased his eyebrows. On the other side, Xianfeng was standing in the void. He looked at his hands and clenched them tightly. Then, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this the body of a human? It's really magical. Hearing these inexplicable words, everyone was stunned. Was this still Xianfeng, or is this the blood-red silhouette? They did not know that the Almighties were all looking forward in fear. Xianfeng looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lin Xian. Suddenly, a terrifying light bloomed in his eyes. What powerful blood chi! I can feel that there is a mysterious power in your body. If I can get your body, I will be perfect. Xianfeng stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were shining with excitement. Obviously, he wanted to get Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Go to hell. Lin Xian's sword chi exploded and the ancient sword in his hand emitted a shocking sword light. The terrifying sword shadow slashed forward. Boom, the heaven and earth trembled. The sword chi in the sky emitted an unparalleled aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. The ancient dragon abyss sword also transformed. It grew bigger and turned into a huge dragon. The sword runes on it flickered and trembled. It seemed to be very excited because it had not drunk the blood of an expert for a long time. On the opposite side, Xianfeng's lips curled into a sinister smile. In the next moment, endless blood light wrapped around his palm and grabbed forward. On the palm, there were blood-red runes that emitted a terrifying aura. The palm covered the heaven and earth as if it was going to grab the entire world in its hands. Buzz, kill him, Lin Xian roared. On the ancient dragon abyss sword, the first rune of the 9 mysterious runes was automatically unsealed. Boom, the power of the ancient dragon abyss sword exploded. The terrifying sword chi was like the sun, extremely dazzling. Not only that, the power of the great dragon sword soul was injected into the ancient dragon abyss sword, causing the ancient sword to become unusually agile. It was as if a huge dragon was moving in the sky. Boom, in the next moment, the two collided and an unparalleled power exploded. The sky was shrouded in light and nothing could be seen clearly. The entire general's mansion was completely shrouded. Ah, damn it, at this moment, there was a scream that was filled with endless anger. That was because the blood-red hand had been slashed by the terrifying ancient sword. There were cracks on it and they continued to expand. Boom, in the end, the entire palm collapsed. Not only that, a terrifying sword aura instantly surged up that arm and chopped it off completely. Boom, boom. Boom, Xianfeng held onto his severed arm and retreated. On the other side, Lin Xian was also hit by the terrifying energy. Although he had the protection of the dragon-shaped sword shadow, the impact still caused him to retreat continuously. He even spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. In the sky, the energy became even more violent. It formed countless turbulence and covered the entire space. Below, the kings and almighties of the general's mansion stared at it with sharp eyes. At the same time, they were extremely nervous. What was the situation like, who won and who lost? Those martial artists in the general's mansion were extremely nervous. How was the situation, who won and who lost? Very soon, they saw it. But at the same time, they screamed. Because they realized that Xianfeng was actually injured again. This was too unbelievable. They knew that the current Xianfeng was no longer the Xianfeng from before. It was the Xianfeng after being devoured by the crimson figure. The power was absolutely terrifying, reaching the realm of an unparalleled almighty. But even so, he was actually injured by someone. Even his arm was chopped off by the other party. This scene was indeed hard for them to believe. When they looked inside, they were also shocked. They realized that although Lin Xian was injured, it was not fatal. Lin Xian was indeed injured. So he hurriedly grabbed a large number of treasures and elixirs and swallowed them. The longevity secret quickly operated, absorbing these elixirs to repair his body. His body was tempered by various treasures and immemorial demon blood. It was incomparably tough. In addition to the powerful recovery ability of the longevity secret, even if he was injured, he could recover quickly. Moreover, with the dragon-shaped sword shadow on his body, the injury he suffered was actually not too serious. So very soon, he snorted coldly and charged over again. On the opposite side, Xianfeng's face was gloomy and incomparably ugly. He realized that his severed arm was actually unable to heal. This was hard for him to believe. Damn it, how could this be? The current Xianfeng's face was filled with madness. One had to know that the broken body previously, he could heal it. But now, he actually could not heal his arm at all. There was not even a trace of possibility. What was going on? Those people below also had a look of astonishment. At this time, an old man frowned and said, "Could it be that because the original blood turned into a living human, so it could not heal?" Hearing this, many people came to a realization and felt that it was more likely. Because previously, the crimson figure was just a mass of energy. As long as the energy was still there, it could be immortal and indestructible. But now, it devoured Xianfeng and turned into a human from an energy body. With life, although the strength was stronger, there were also more restrictions. At least, it was impossible to be immortal and indestructible. So now that it was injured, it could not heal at all. Damn it, Xianfeng naturally knew this as well. That was why his body was filled with blood-red qi. A blood-red figure was struggling to get out of Xianfeng's body. However, how could Lin Xian give him this opportunity? Wang, a dragon-shaped sword shadow surged out from his body and then appeared in the void, fusing with the ancient dragon abyss sword. Boom, a terrifying dragon-shaped sword qi slashed out. No, Xianfeng roared in front. That bloody figure also roared crazily, wanting to increase the speed of escaping. However, the power of this sword had far exceeded his imagination. Before he could escape, he was enveloped by the sword light. Boom. Boom, the entire sky was enveloped by the world of sword Dao, and countless sword qi pierced through all directions. Boom, a figure fell from the sky onto the ground. Everyone glanced at it, and their scalps went numb. Because this figure was Xianfeng. At this moment, he had been split into 2 halves. Blood gushed out from his body, and he was no longer breathing. The crimson figure on his body was also slashed to pieces. This time, the slash was very thorough. It turned into a rain of blood that covered the sky and sprinkled on the ground. Dead, they were all dead, regardless of whether it was Xian Feng or the crimson figure, they were all killed by this sword. Devil, he was a devil, everyone, run, looking at this scene, everyone fled in a frenzy. In the sky, Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He grabbed some elixir pills to recover. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword shadow returned to his body. After fighting for so long, he had used up more than half of his stamina. Fortunately, he had many treasures in his hands, so he could still hold on. Ruzalong, how's your and Xiaobai's harvest? Lin Xian turned around and asked. At the side, the Crimson Dragon said, we've robbed enough. It's enough. That's good. Let's go. Lin Xian nodded, then strode forward. Since they had already robbed the general's residence of all the treasures, there was no need for them to stay. Now, they had to leave through the super teleportation formation. Otherwise, when General Xianing and the other super mighty arrived, it would be difficult for them to escape. Seeing that the other party wanted to use the super teleportation formation, many of them screamed in horror and quickly reported to General Xianing. Tell him to come back. We have to catch this kid. General Xianing was not in the general's residence, but in the palace. The general's residence and the palace were separated by millions of miles. If General Xianing wanted to come back, unless he used the super teleportation formation, it would be impossible for him to come back in a short period of time. Also, it would take some time to transmit the news. Therefore, this time was enough for Lin Xian and the rest to leave. Boom! Pirates must die. The ancient sword flew across the sky and slashed down mercilessly. Anyone who dared to block the way was killed mercilessly. He was like a god of death, striding forward. Behind Lin Xian, the dragon sword realm rolled and turned into a vortex. It also absorbed the surrounding energy to replenish his stamina. At the same time, there were a few divine crystals floating in it. Lin Xian had put them in to replenish his stamina. No, I can't contact the general. He might be out and not in the palace. In the corner. A few elders quickly transmitted their voices, their expressions ugly. They had already sent a message to the palace, but there was no response. It seemed that General Xianing was not in the palace either, but they did not know where exactly he went. Damn it, if the general doesn't come back, we can't stop this kid at all. Then what should we do? Do we just watch him use super teleportation to leave? But if this kid teleports away, he will definitely leave the dynasty. It will be difficult to find him in the future. And all of us will become the sinners who let him go. At that time, it will be difficult for us to survive. Their expressions were ugly. At this moment, an old man with a walking stick gritted his teeth and said, "This matter is too serious. We can't let this kid escape. Let's use the general's residence's foundation." What, do we really have to use that thing? But that thing is too precious. There's no other way. The situation is very special. I think after using it, the general will forgive us. As long as we can catch this kid, everything can be made up for. These few elders quickly discussed. Their eyes flickered, and finally gritted their teeth and agreed. Then we'll use the foundation of the general's residence. Apart from these mighty figures and peerless experts, the general's residence also had a powerful foundation. Usually, they would not use it. They would only use it when the general's residence was facing a life-and-death crisis. This kind of foundation was a secret trump card. It would be used every time it was used. Therefore, they would not use it if they could. But now, they had no choice. Lin Xian had already forced them into a desperate situation. If they did not use it, the other party would probably escape. Let's go and ask for the foundation. All of you, stop him for me. You must not let him escape. The old man with the walking stick roared angrily. Let's go get the foundation. All of you, stop him. Don't let him escape. The old man with the walking stick roared angrily. At the same time, he rose into the air and blocked the way. The other three old men rushed into the depths of the general's residence. It seemed that they were going to get the so-called foundation. How dare you come again? You're courting death. Looking at the cultivators gathering in front of him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not expect these people to still dare to block the way. Were they not afraid of death? In the next moment, he waved his ancient sword, and a terrifying sword chi surged forward. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick roared angrily. Everyone formed another formation to resist. Boom! Boom! These people kept retreating, but the formation did not break. Eh? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect these people to still have such an exquisite formation. It seemed that the general's residence was indeed extraordinary. But so what, he had to leave today, so no matter how exquisite the formation was, it could not stop him. Boom! In the next moment, he used his sword technique again, and the sword chi was even more terrifying than before. Boom! Boom! Cracks appeared in the formation in front of him. Many King Realm cultivators vomited blood, and the old man with the walking stick also turned pale. A crack also appeared on his dragon-headed walking stick. It was obvious that he could not hold on much longer. Elder, are you still not done? The people behind him asked. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick also had a gloomy expression. He said, "Wait a little longer. Our foundation will appear soon." Humph. You're courting death. Seeing that the other party still dared to block him and did not retreat, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the next moment, the sword chi in his body surged again and became incomparably huge. It was about to slash down. Boom! 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 Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the general's residence. Countless lightning bolts descended, and the sky was filled with light that shot into the clouds. The scene was so terrifying that it attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Lin Xian also frowned and looked into the distance. The crimson dragon beside him also screamed. Damn, could it be that a heavenly treasure had appeared? He was indeed surprised, because this scene was similar to the appearance of a rare treasure. No, be careful. This aura is a little strange. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shook his head. He knew that it couldn't be some kind of treasure. It must have been caused by the people from the general's residence activating some kind of mechanism. Could it be that the general's residence still had some trump cards? In the distance, the sky was filled with golden light. The scene was very strange. In addition to the light that filled the sky, there was also a shocking power that was rapidly recovering. This power was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it surged in all directions. The entire general's residence was enveloped. Those King Realm Almighties were all trembling, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. When Lin Xian saw this, he frowned as well. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and attacked. A beam of sword light slashed through the air like a vast ocean, slashing forward. The crimson dragon next to him also attacked. He stretched out a dragon claw, which blotted out the sky and covered the earth, and slammed forward. He naturally felt the danger in front of him. They would not allow such a threat to happen. Boom! 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 The terrifying sword light slashed down and landed on the golden light, causing a huge tremor. The crimson dragon claw slapped down mercilessly, tearing the void apart. In an instant, the front was flooded by violent energy. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect these two to be so decisive. They actually attacked at this time, then, wouldn't their foundation be threatened? Damn brat. Stop it, many people roared crazily, but it was useless. The terrifying energy in front of them exploded and swept in all directions, forcing the King Realm Almighties to activate their defenses. The King Realm Almighties' faces were gloomy. They were afraid that their foundation would be damaged. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief. That was because after the aftermath of the energy dissipated, the terrifying golden light did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. It was like a sun rising high in the sky. Seeing this scene, all of them became excited. The old man with the walking stick laughed arrogantly. There was a hint of malevolence on his old face. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed loudly. Kid, you're dead meat. The others also had sinister smiles on their faces. How dare you cause trouble in the general's residence? This time, no one will be able to save you. Do you really think that the general's residence is so easy to bully? Just wait and see. The foundation of the general's residence is about to be revealed. Kneel down and accept your death. Many people laughed sinisterly. Lin Xian also frowned. His and the Crimson Dragon's attack did not destroy the other party. It did not even cause the slightest impact. What exactly is this thing? Kid, be careful. This thing is very strange. At the side, the Crimson Dragon also frowned. That was because even he felt threatened by the thing in front of him. There were very few things that could threaten him. He really couldn't understand what it was. However, in the next moment, they saw it. The golden light rose high into the sky. Within the golden light that filled the sky, there was a scroll. It was a golden scroll. What was that? Lin Xian's frown deepened. In the distance, the old man with the walking stick suddenly knelt on the ground. The almighty kings behind him all knelt down. Requesting the imperial edict, the old man shouted loudly. The almighty kings behind him shouted like a tsunami. Requesting the imperial edict, buzz, the golden scroll emitted a bright light. Then, it slowly opened. Buzz. Pirates must die. When he opened a small gap, a terrifying light shot into the sky. The power became even stronger. It made people's hearts beat wildly. This was only a small gap. One could imagine how terrifying it would be when it was fully opened. Kid, do you see this? This is the imperial edict of the general's residence. Its power definitely surpasses that of a peerless almighty. What do you have to fight against us? Causing trouble in the general's residence is the biggest mistake you've made in your life, little brat. Just obediently die for me. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to the general's residence. Although the almighty kings were kneeling, they laughed maniacally. This was because they knew that this imperial edict was their treasure. It was given to General Xianning by the current emperor. It was something left behind by an almighty king. No matter how strong that kid was, how could he resist it? Sure enough, the golden imperial edict in the sky opened with a whoosh. 4 simple words appeared on it. Heavenly gift, Xianning. Each of the 4 words was incomparably dazzling. They were like the sun, blooming with bright light. The energy contained in it was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty could not resist it. This was the aura of an almighty king. The Crimson Dragon was extremely shocked. He said, Kid, be careful. This is something left behind by an almighty king. It contains mysterious power. The Crimson Dragon was extremely shocked. He said, Kid, be careful. This is something left behind by an invincible king. It contains mysterious power. Lin Xian also frowned and took a deep breath. An invincible king was in existence even more terrifying than a peerless mighty figure. Moreover, it seemed that this imperial edict was not left behind by an ordinary invincible king. It was very likely left behind by the current emperor. Such a person had lived in the depths of the palace for many years and absorbed the dragon veins of the earth. He had already reached an extremely terrifying realm. Every move of his could cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Not to mention these words that were specially bestowed to generals. There was definitely an incomparably terrifying energy contained within, and it even contained the will of an invincible king. No matter how powerful a peerless mighty figure was, he could not compete with the will of an invincible king. As expected, when the 4 glowing golden words appeared in the sky, all the king realm almighties below began to tremble. Deep fear appeared in their eyes, and even their souls felt a pressure as if they would be extinguished at any time. Kid, go to hell. Angry roars could be heard as the golden imperial edict in the sky slowly descended. The 4 words on it emitted a dazzling light like a golden sword that could pierce through the void and kill a peerless mighty figure. Everyone's faces were filled with madness. They knew that this kid was definitely going to die. No one could resist this imperial edict because it contained the will of an invincible king. Boom, as expected, the place where Lin Xian was at instantly exploded. It could not withstand this power at all. The terrifying aura caused Lin Xian to furrow his brows. He instantly summoned a dragon-shaped sword shadow and circled around him. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon's body also glowed. Dragon blood surged, forming a powerful defense. Boom. Boom, it was as if there were thousands of mountains above them, forcing them to quickly descend. Boom, the Crimson Dragon's body descended as if they had been struck by lightning, and cracks appeared on their bodies. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Xian's mouth, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. They were like two divine lamps that were about to break through the sky. "Kid, don't take it head-on." The Crimson Dragon roared and rolled forward to resist the will of the invincible king. However, he couldn't resist it at all. Although he was a dragon, he was now just an ordinary almighty. Compared to an invincible king, the difference between the two of them was too great. It was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Was this the power of an invincible king? He was indeed very powerful. Although Lin Xian was injured, he wasn't afraid. Instead, a trace of hot blood boiled in his body. "It seems like my path of martial arts is still very long. One day, I will also become an invincible king." Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had a goal in mind. I must become an invincible king as soon as possible, only then would he be able to suppress a part of the world. In the distance, those people were laughing maniacally. "Brat, accept your fate. It's impossible for you to resist. This was the will of an invincible king. Go to hell and repent." When those people saw that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were injured, they laughed crazily. They knew that it wouldn't be long before the two of them collapsed and turned into clouds of blood mist. "You want to kill me? Not so easy, not even the will of an invincible king," Lin Xian sneered. He had already felt the will of an invincible king and knew where his path of martial arts should be. Therefore, he wasn't prepared to fight head-on. In the next moment, he waved his palm, and a ball of white light appeared in front of him. He actually wanted to fight against the will of an invincible king. He was courting death. Seeing that Lin Xian still wanted to resist, those people sneered. However, they were soon stunned. That was because they realized that the aura emitted by the ball of white light was extremely terrifying, causing their souls to tremble. Its power was not weaker than the Golden Imperial Edict at all. Damn it! What was that? Those people were extremely terrified. They suddenly raised their heads and looked forward. Within the ball of white light, there was a white bone that was only the size of a finger. The bone was extremely white, like white jade, and it flowed with the radiance of divinity. As soon as it appeared, it crushed the void and brought about an endless gust of wind. The surrounding void instantly collapsed, and cracks swept in all directions. A terrifying force pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian gently took off the white bone. His voice was cold. "So what if it's the will of an invincible king? Today, I'll break the so-called invincible king." Boom! The white bone in Lin Xian's hand suddenly erupted with incomparable power. This was the power of a sage. Although an invincible king was powerful, he was still a king. On the other hand, a sage was an existence that surpassed the king realm. There was an entire realm between the two. That was the true difference between heaven and earth. To be honest, the imperial edict of an invincible king was very terrifying. No one below the invincible king level could resist it. Even a peerless mighty figure couldn't resist it. However, no matter how much the people of the general's estate thought about it, they didn't expect that Lin Xian had an even more terrifying trump card. That was the bone of a sage. Anything related to a sage was extraordinary and beyond common sense. It had reached an unimaginable level. In the next moment, Lin Xian unlocked a seal on the sage's bone. Boom! Pirates must die. An incomparably terrifying aura of a sage rushed out and spread in all directions. The void collapsed in an instant, unable to withstand it at all. In front of him, the endless golden light was also impacted and quickly retreated like the sea. Damn it! What happened? Impossible, heavens! I don't believe it. Below, the powerhouses of the general's estate all went crazy. They were all dumbfounded. Those elders were even more shocked and couldn't believe it. What did they see? The will of an invincible king, the Golden Imperial Edict, was actually retreating. This made them feel like they were dreaming. That was the Imperial Edict of the Emperor. It contained the power of an invincible king and was extremely terrifying. In the world, probably only a true invincible king could resist it, but now, such a powerful treasure was actually retreating and seemed to be trembling. What exactly was that white thing? Could it be that it had surpassed an invincible king? They didn't dare to imagine. They only felt that the young man in front of them was incomparably mysterious and impossible to guess. Perhaps it was a huge mistake for the general's estate to provoke such a young man. Boom, boom. However, they didn't have time to think too much. When the pressure of the bone of the sage's hand was released, heaven and earth collapsed. Even if the Golden Imperial Edict contained the will of an invincible king, it couldn't withstand it at all. Damn it! Hurry up and put it away, the old man with the walking stick shouted coldly. He had already seen that even if he took out the Golden Imperial Edict, he wouldn't be a match for the other party. It was very likely that it would be damaged by the impact. In that case, he might as well put it away quickly. After all, this was the foundation of the general's estate. If it was damaged, it would definitely not be worth it. In the next moment, the three elders faced the sky and resisted the powerful pressure. They wanted to put away the Imperial Edict. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why? You want to stop now, it's too late. As he said that, he unlocked the second seal. Boom, the pressure of the sage's hand bone increased again. A terrifying storm spread in all directions with the hand bone as the center. Boom, boom. Boom, the sky collapsed and the ground cracked. Nothing could withstand it. The experts and mighty figures below were sent flying. They vomited blood, the weaker ones were directly blown into a bloody mist. The Golden Imperial Edict was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Cracks instantly appeared on the surface, and the four simple and unadorned characters collapsed with a boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Then, the Golden Imperial Edict split in half from the middle and turned into countless flames that burned fiercely. Finally, it disappeared into the sky. What? The Imperial Edict was destroyed. How is that possible? Everyone went crazy. They did not expect that the foundation that they were so proud of would be so fragile. In front of the enemy, it was destroyed before it could even launch an attack. In the end, it turned into a pile of waste paper and fell to the ground. They could not believe it. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of despair. Among them, the elder with the dragon-headed walking stick was covered in blood. He screamed loudly. Damn it! How dare you destroy the Imperial Edict? You're dead meat. You're blaspheming His Majesty. No matter where you run to, Tai Dynasty will not let you go. Noisy! Lin Xian snorted coldly and flicked a ray of sword qi, which instantly pierced through the elder's head. Meanwhile, he controlled the sage's hand bone and was domineering. Wherever he passed, nothing could stop him. The general's residence was now in ruins. Only the place where the super teleportation formation was still intact. That was because Lin Xian had deliberately left it there. He would not destroy the super teleportation formation. When he got close, Lin Xian sealed the sage's hand bone again. His face was slightly pale. At that moment, he only had 1/5 of the spiritual power in his body left and would soon be exhausted. Fortunately, the entire general's residence had been destroyed to pieces. Under the pressure of the saint's hand bone, there was no one who could contend against him. Soon, the Crimson Dragon stepped forward and activated the array. Then, Lin Xian threw out several divine crystals. The entire super formation shone brightly as countless runes flickered. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon stepped onto the super array. At this time, the Crimson Dragon transmitted its voice. Kid, this teleportation formation can send you in 3 directions. One of them was the Imperial Palace while the other 2 were from other dynasties. Jiuli and Yinsheng. Go to Jiuli. Lin Xian transmitted his voice, and then the Crimson Dragon waved its hand, and endless runes wrapped around the 2 of them. Whoosh, in the next moment, the 2 of them teleported away and disappeared. As for the surviving martialists in the general's mansion, they shrieked hysterically when they saw this scene. Quick! Hurry and find the general. Be sure to report the news to him, these people were crazy. They were willing to pay any price to transmit the news. They also contacted the Crown Prince and the Empress. After all, Lin Xian's escape was too big a matter for them to bear. The Imperial Palace. This was the center of the Tai dynasty, and its territory was vast and boundless. In the Imperial Palace, there was a drunken immortal tavern that attracted all the beauties in the world. It was said that even immortals did not want to leave. In the drunken immortal tavern, the largest room was surrounded by spiritual energy. It was like a fairyland. Beautiful women danced in front of it, and spiritual tea and spiritual fruits were placed casually. There were a few figures sitting in the room, drinking wine and watching the dance. Among them, there was a young figure. He was wearing a yellow robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. If anyone saw that, they would definitely scream in shock. That was because only the members of the imperial family could wear the yellow robe. Moreover, ordinary members of the imperial family would not dare to wear it. Only the crown prince or the emperor would dare to wear such a robe. Of course, that young man was neither the emperor nor the crown prince. He was the crown prince. The crown prince drank while hugging 2 beauties in his arms. He said in a deep voice, "How's the defense of our 12 main cities?" Next to him, a middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't worry, Crown Prince. The 12 main cities are heavily guarded. We've sent a large number of experts to guard them. Anyone below the invincible king level will be courting death if they enter. As long as that kid rushes to the 12 main cities, we can take him down in minutes." Another old man also said. They were hugging beauties in their arms, and their faces were filled with smugness. At that moment, another dignified middle-aged man also spoke. "Don't worry, Crown Prince. The trap this time is perfect. That kid will definitely not be able to escape." The dignified middle-aged man was General Xianxia. They no longer set up the inescapable trap. They were only waiting for news. Therefore, at that moment, they were not worried. Instead, they were here to have fun. When the Crown Prince heard that, he laughed smugly, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light. "That's good. When I capture that kid and send him to the war tribe, I'll see how he dies." The 2 beauties in his arms also laughed along with him. Bang! 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 However, at that moment, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Hearing that sound, the Crown Prince frowned. The other people inside also frowned. One of the middle-aged men said coldly, "What's the matter? Don't you know that the Crown Prince is here? Didn't I say not to disturb him?" Reporting to the Crown Prince, "The matter is urgent and we have no choice but to report it." The Crown Prince replied quickly. "What's the matter? Where did the news come from? Did that kid get caught?" The other old man also asked quickly. "It's indeed about that kid. However what? Hurry up and tell me." "I don't know either. I only know that the news came from General Xianxia's residence. And it even reached the palace. They used 3 urgent secret orders." "What? It came from General Xianxia's residence?" Hearing that, those people were stunned. "That's not right. If it's about that kid, shouldn't it come from the 12 main cities?" They were extremely puzzled. General Xianxia's face darkened, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Come in. Where's the secret report? Give it to me." He had a bad feeling, so he had to quickly verify it. The door opened, and a guard quickly walked in. He knelt on one knee on the ground and held a jade slip with both hands. General Xianxia waved his hand and grabbed the jade slip. Then, he opened it. Streams of information turned into streams of light and entered the space between his brows. In the next moment, his face darkened, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes, instantly tearing the void in front of him apart. Not only that, a terrifying murderous aura rose from his body and enveloped the surroundings. Sensing that murderous aura, the Crown Prince frowned. The others' expressions also changed, and their bodies were even trembling. That was because the Xianxia general was too terrifying. "Uncle, what happened?" Seeing that scene, the Crown Prince hurriedly asked. "Could it be that the kid escaped?" "That's right, great general." "What happened?" The others were also puzzled. They had never seen General Xianxia so angry. Come to think of it, it must be something shocking. General Xianxia did not say anything. He waved his hand and the jade slip floated in the air. Countless rays of light appeared. Then, a heart-wrenching voice was heard. "General, our general's residence has been destroyed by that kid. He took the super teleportation array and escaped." What? Hearing that, everyone was dumbfounded. The Crown Prince's eyes widened in disbelief. These people were really dumbfounded. What did they hear? The general's residence was destroyed, that kid escaped, heavens, how is that possible, damn it, we miscalculated. That kid did not go to the 12 main cities but went to the general's residence, that's right, other than the 12 main cities, only the general's residence and the prince's residence had super teleportation arrays. However, both the prince's residence and the general's residence were extremely heavily guarded. Ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble there. They did not expect that kid to be so bold as to go to the general's residence. That was impossible. The general's residence was so powerful that even a peerless mighty figure could not break in. How could that kid enter? These people discussed animatedly. They did not quite believe the news. The crown prince also frowned. He pushed away the two beauties in his arms and stood up. Uncle, the news should be fake, right? To be honest, he did not quite believe it either. What kind of place was the general's residence? How could they let that kid leave? However, General Xianxia's expression was gloomy. Let's go back to the general's residence to take a look. It was useless to say anything now. He had to hurry back and take a look at the situation to find out. Uncle, I'll go with you. The crown prince was also worried. After all, this matter was very important and related to whether he could become the crown prince. Therefore, he had to make a trip there personally. Let's go together. The middle-aged man and old men also stood up one after another. The group left the Drunken Immortal Inn and quickly arrived at the palace. They used the super teleportation array and returned to the general's residence. Buzz, the array flickered. When they appeared, they looked at the surrounding ruins in shock. How was that possible? The general's residence had really been destroyed. The middle-aged men and elders were shocked and could not believe it. Around them, palaces had collapsed and the ground had cracked. The surrounding mountains and trees had all fallen. There was nothing intact at all. If there was one place that was intact, it would be the super teleportation array beneath their feet. Other than that, everything else was destroyed. Blood splattered all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood made everyone frown. One could imagine how fierce the battle was. Damn it, how did this happen? The first prince's face also darkened. The scene before him indicated that there had been an earth-shattering battle. It was very likely that the other party had really escaped. General Xianxia's expression was incomparably ferocious. This was his residence, and at this moment, it was actually destroyed to such an extent. How could he not be angry? The surroundings of the general's mansion were filled with corpses. There were also some surviving martial artists who were meditating and recuperating. When they saw General Xianxia, the first prince, and the others arrive, they all stood up and cried emotionally. General, General, you're here, General, you have to avenge us, that brat deserves to die. He actually dared to destroy our general's residence. You must kill him, these people roared crazily. They were injured and their expressions were incomparably ferocious. General Xianxia shouted coldly. Where was Xianfeng? Where is it? Where were the magic crystal guru and the 4 symbols kings? Tell them to come out and see me. He was enraged. Truly enraged. Although he was not in the general's residence had countless super killing arrays and 2 peerless powerhouses. And a terrifying foundation. All of this, as long as it was not an invincible monarch personally coming, no one could attack his general's residence. However, the current scene left him in a daze. The surroundings were completely destroyed beyond recognition. Therefore, he had to find someone to ask clearly. General, we're here. With a flash of light, Venerable Magic Crystal and the 4 symbols kings came out. The 2 of them were also covered with injuries all over. Their faces were pale without any color of blood. What was going on? Even these 2 peerless powerhouses were injured too. Those middle-aged men and elders who followed behind felt their scalps tingle when they saw the scene. The first prince's expression was even uglier. These 2 were peerless powerhouses. They were actually injured too. Just how many people did that brat bring here? Just what kind of background did that brat have? How could he possibly have so many powerhouses? However, Venerable Magic Crystal and the 4 symbols kings laughed bitterly. That brat did not bring any powerhouses. Just him and a flood dragon. And a little white monkey. Other than that, there was no one else. Pirates must die. What? 1 man and 2 demons destroyed the entire general's residence? How was this possible? Could it be that those two demon kings were 8-star demon kings? An 8-star demon king was equivalent to an 8-star monarch, which was also the realm of a peerless powerhouse. In their opinion, only such an existence could destroy the general's residence. However, the two peerless powerhouses shook their heads again. No, none of their cultivation surpassed that of a peerless powerhouse. They were probably all in the realm of a peerless powerhouse. They were all in the realm of a peerless powerhouse. These newcomers were all crazy. Heavens, how was this possible? The first prince's expression was even gloomier. Damn it, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Because previously, the other party had successfully killed the Golden Lion King. It could be said that the other party's methods were very powerful. He did not expect that he would destroy the general's residence now. At this moment, General Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Where was Xianfeng? As soon as these words came out, all the martial artists in the general's residence fell silent and lowered their heads. General Xianxing's expression was even gloomier. What was going on? Where was he? Get him to come out and see me. Lord Xianfeng had been killed. An old man said in a low voice. What? He was killed, the first prince and the rest were stunned. Xianxia was even more stunned. Then, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. He roared at the sky, shattering the surrounding void. Damn it, what was going on? How could he be killed? He was killed by that kid. These people roughly explained the situation of the 10 Directions absolute kill formation. Hearing this, General Xianxia and the rest's expression became even gloomier. The 10-directional death array was infamous. Even a peerless powerhouse could not withstand it. But now, the other party had broken through it. He even killed his younger brother. He deserved to die 1,000 times. Damn it, where was that kid? I must capture him. I must tear him into pieces. General Xianxing's killing intent was overflowing. Previously, he wanted to capture the other party to give the war tribe an explanation. But now, he was doing it for himself. His general's residence was destroyed. His younger brother was killed. It was all because of that kid, therefore, he must capture him. That kid escaped using the super teleportation array. The martial artists in the general's residence quickly said. What? He really escaped. Hearing this, the few old men and middle-aged men were stunned. The first prince and General Xianxing's expressions were gloomy to the extreme. Among them, the first prince roared. Damn it, how could it be? You two peerless powerhouses have so many killing arrays. Why did you let him escape? Facing the first prince's anger, these people trembled in fear. However, they could only say helplessly, that kid is too strong. Even if we use all our strength, we won't be his match. What about your foundation? Didn't you use your foundation? Do you know how important that kid is? You could have used your foundation. General Xianxia also asked in a deep voice. His murderous aura, accompanied by his voice, constantly surged in the air. Black holes appeared in the void one after another. We've used our foundation, but we still can't stop that kid. At this moment, another old man said. These words were like a bolt from the blue, knocking them unconscious. General Xianxia, in particular, was even more shocked. He couldn't believe it. What did you say? Even our foundation can't stop that kid? How is that possible? That's the Emperor's imperial edict that contains the will of an invincible king. How could a kid like him withstand it? Not to mention him, no one below the invincible king level could stand up to him. The first prince's voice was like thunder. To be honest, when they heard the news, the first prince and the others were about to go crazy. They couldn't believe that someone could destroy the Emperor's imperial edict. General Xianxing's face was also gloomy. He gritted his teeth and asked, damn it, what's going on? Tell me clearly. Don't tell me a single word. Soon, the kings of the general's residence began to explain the entire process. They recounted all the details. Half an hour later, they finished. After General Xianxia, the first prince, and the others heard this, their faces became even gloomier. They didn't expect the other party to have so many trump cards. Especially at the end, when they heard that the other party had only used a white bone to destroy the Golden Imperial Edict, they exclaimed in shock. That was because it was too heaven-defying, too dreamy, they couldn't believe it. General, what should we do now? An old man asked. General Xianxia snorted coldly. What else can we do? We have to capture that kid. Just you wait, I'll return to the palace now. How dare he destroy the Golden Imperial Edict? This is no longer a provocation to the general's residence. This is contempt for the emperor. I'll report this matter to the emperor. Don't worry, no one can save him. Even if he left the Taiyu dynasty, he could still kill him. Next, the first prince, General Xianxia, and the others left the general's residence again and used the teleportation formation to return to the Taiyu dynasty's palace. The empress was already waiting, and the elders who supported the first prince were also gathered here. They had already heard the news about the general's residence and were discussing it nervously. When General Xianxia and the first prince arrived, the elders all stood up one after another. Among them, the empress's eyes flickered as she asked. How was it? Did that brat really escape? He had indeed escaped, but he had also committed a heinous crime. He had actually destroyed the golden decree. Humph. This is the contempt of the royal family, the imperial family will never let him off. An elder coldly snorted. The other elder's eyes flickered. I remember that your super teleportation formation in the general's mansion can teleport to 3 places. One of them was the imperial palace. The other 2 places should be Jiuli and Yinshang. That was right. General Xianxia nodded. The imperial palace can be ruled out. As for the other 2 dynasties, we will send people to search. At the same time, I will report this matter to His Majesty and ask him to send an army. Also, tell Zhang Wuhan of the war tribe about this. That brat is very strong and has many trump cards in his hands. I think it's best to let the war tribe's experts deal with him personally. Alright, I'll make arrangements now. The empress also nodded and prepared to tell Zhang Wuhan personally. In an instant, everyone split up and took action. As for General Xianxia, he strode towards the Grand Imperial Hall. Soon, an imperial decree arrived. The world was shocked. Because of this imperial decree, the hunt for Lin Xian was once again announced. This time, it wasn't just the entire Taiyu dynasty, but the entire middle ground. Moreover, they didn't want Lin Xian alive this time. It could be said that they wanted to see Lin Xian alive or dead. Even if he was killed, bringing him back would still be a meritorious service. One could imagine that His Majesty was really angry. When the imperial decree came out, the world was shocked. The entire Taiyu dynasty was abuzz with discussion. They didn't expect Lin Xian to do another earth-shattering thing. It couldn't be helped. Such a big thing like the destruction of the general's residence couldn't be hidden. In an instant, it swept the world. On the 8th prince's side, when he received the news, he was both happy and worried. He was happy that Lin Xian had finally left the Taiyu dynasty. This way, the danger to Lin Xian would be reduced by a lot. However, what worried him was that although Lin Xian had left, he had caused a torrential rage. In fact, his father even issued another imperial decree. Moreover, this time, the reward was even more generous. This was the wrath of the emperor, and it would be difficult to calm down. Therefore, at this moment, the 8th prince gathered a group of elders to discuss in the palace. A few of the elders said, 8th prince, it's better not to worry about that kid. He'll probably find a place to hide after leaving the dynasty. He'll come out in a few decades. By then, the storm will have died down. Therefore, as long as he hides carefully, he won't be in danger. However, I think we should make a plan. If this matter implicates you, I'm afraid that the first prince will use it as a pretext to make a fuss. That's right. After all, you're just a prospective crown prince. You can only relax when you become the real crown prince. It was obvious that these people were worried that the first prince would attack them. In short, because of Lin Xian's departure, the entire palace was in an uproar. Pirates must die. In fact, the entire dynasty was stirred up. Countless experts went to the Ninli dynasty and the Yinshang dynasty to capture Lin Xian. General Xianxia even mobilized a large number of experts to go to the 2 dynasties in the name of the imperial decree. Moreover, their targets were clear. The teleportation formation was sent in 2 directions. One was Wanren city of the Ninli dynasty, and the other was Baiyun City of the Yinsheng dynasty. Therefore, they were also teleported to the two cities. Wanren City of the Ninli dynasty. A huge teleportation formation suddenly shone brightly. Seeing this scene, a few martial artists who were in charge of guarding the teleportation formation frowned. They were puzzled. What was going on? They hadn't received any orders to teleport over recently. One of them was holding an array plate, and his eyes were flickering. This aura came from the Tai dynasty's general's residence. Tai dynasty? What were they doing here? They hadn't received any orders, these martial artists were discussing animatedly. However, at this moment, a light flashed, and then two figures appeared. Stop. Who are you? In front of them, a light flashed, and two figures appeared. Stop. Who are you? Seeing that the two figures had regained their consciousness and were about to leave, the martial artist shouted coldly. However, the two figures ignored them. As soon as they appeared, they circulated all the spiritual power in their bodies to eliminate the dizziness. Then, they rose into the air and prepared to leave. Stop. Do you have a teleportation token? Are you from the Tai dynasty's general's mansion? What's your purpose here? Why didn't you inform us in advance about the cross-country teleportation? Angry roars came one after another. However, there was no answer at all. Only a cold snort answered them. The blood in their bodies churned, and their faces turned pale. When they came back to their senses, they found that the two people had already left. Damn it, those two people's identities were unknown. Hurry up and report to the city lord. These martial artists could not delay any longer. They quickly reported what had happened here. At the same time, they sent some martial artist guards to track them down. However, those guards soon returned empty-handed. Because the other party's speed was too fast, they could not catch up at all. However, they still reported the news. After all, it was a cross-country teleportation. If there was any danger, they would have to bear all the responsibility. They did not dare to bear such a sin. As for the two mysterious silhouettes, they quickly left. Those two people were Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. They had finally left the Tai dynasty through the super teleportation formation and arrived at the Ninli dynasty. However, they did not dare to delay. That was because Wanren City was not safe. As long as the news spread, the people of the Tai dynasty would definitely know that they had been teleported here. Therefore, they had to leave quickly. Thinking of that, the two of them quickened their pace and walked out of the city. However, as soon as they arrived on the street, they saw that the crowd on the street was moving. Countless figures kept running. Obviously, they were very flustered. Not only that, the ground under their feet and the city walls in the distance all lit up with runes. Rays of light flickered, emitting terrifying power. The city is sealed. Don't go out. Stay in the city and don't move. At that moment, a cold shout came from afar. The person who spoke was an expert. His voice was very clear and spread far and wide. Hearing that, those people became even more excited and kept running into the city. In the distance, even more martial artists were surging over. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. What's going on? The city was sealed. Could it be that they had been discovered, or had the people of the Greater One dynasty already made their move? Damn it, their speed is too fast. The two of them had ugly expressions because they couldn't help but be suspicious. They had just arrived and had yet to leave, but the city had already been sealed. It was obvious that they were trying to capture them. Damn it, these guys are too fast. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth, while Lin Xian snorted coldly. He checked his divine gems and treasures. Finally, he said, if there's no other choice, we'll use the Black Earth to rush out. In short, he could not be surrounded by them. Just as the two of them were discussing via voice transmission, a furious roar suddenly came from the front. The two of you, what are you standing there for? Either go out and fight, or run inside. Don't block the way here. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? Something was wrong. It didn't seem like they were trying to capture them. Fight outside. Fight what? Thinking of this, Lin Xian said, Brother, I'm sorry. We just arrived and don't know what's going on. You just arrived? The middle-aged man looked puzzled. He carefully looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, then shook his head and sighed. Then you're really unlucky. Don't you know that there's a beast tied outside? How dare you come here at this time? Young man, I advise you to run into the city and take refuge. This beast tied is very fierce. It probably won't disappear for a few months. Beast tied? Hearing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. It turned out that there was a beast tied outside. Then the city gate was sealed to stop the beasts, not to capture them. Phew. They breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, brother. Lin Xian thanked him and then left with the Crimson Dragon. Kid, what should we do? Now that the city is sealed, we can't get out. Crimson Dragon asked. And if the other party also used the super transmission array to come in, then we'll be trapped in the same city. Indeed, this was what Lin Xian was worried about, so he said. I also thought of this, so we should hurry back and destroy the super transmission array so that they won't be able to teleport here in a short time. The Crimson Dragon nodded. That was the only thing they could do now. Otherwise, if the people of the Tai dynasty were to teleport here, then the situation would be bad. Although they didn't know that the Tai dynasty had issued an imperial edict, they knew that destroying the general's mansion would definitely provoke a monstrous anger. This time, the people who came to kill them would definitely be more powerful and terrifying. Therefore, the two of them had to destroy the transmission array here quickly. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to teleport here. The two of them moved quickly and rushed in the direction of the transmission array. This super transmission array was located in a relatively remote area in the west of the city. There were special warriors guarding the area to prevent anyone from getting close. Not only that, because of the matter between Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, the city lord sent a large number of soldiers to strengthen the defense. What should they do? There were more of them. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian stood in the distance and watched, their eyes flickering. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll use the Great Dragon Sword Spirit to simulate a few beasts to lure these soldiers away. Go and destroy the array. You don't have to completely destroy it, just make it so that they won't be able to teleport here. Okay, let's do it. The Crimson Dragon nodded. He was an array master, so destroying the array was not difficult for him. Pirates must die. As long as Lin Xian could lure these people away, he could destroy the super transmission array. Wang, Lin Xian waved his hand and a black robe appeared on his body. The Crimson Dragon's body was covered in layers of chaos, covering his real face. Both of them didn't want to be exposed, so they hid at all times. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and countless energy gathered. Under the effect of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, they turned into beasts. Roar! A golden lion rushed out from his fingertips and landed on the ground, roaring non-stop. At the same time, a black crocodile that was dozens of meters long appeared in the void, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In addition, there was a winged tiger, 3 beasts, and a terrifying snake. In an instant, more than a dozen beasts appeared. These beasts were not real, but energy bodies. It was just that the Great Dragon Sword soul had imitated Susu. If one didn't know the details, they wouldn't be able to tell. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the energy bodies of the beasts quickly rushed forward. Rumble, rumble, roar, more than a dozen beasts appeared. Their terrifying aura swept across the area as they roared. Suddenly, the martial artists guarding the super teleportation array noticed them. When they saw them, their faces changed. Damn it. How did the beasts come in? Impossible. How could the beasts enter the city? And they came here? They were all crazy. Although they didn't believe it, the scene in front of them forced them to believe it. At this moment, a middle-aged man in armor shouted coldly, "Shut up and attack. We have to kill them, we can't let them destroy the super teleportation array." The super teleportation array was complicated and delicate. If it was damaged, it would be difficult to repair. Therefore, they had to ensure the safety of the super teleportation array. 2 teams attacked. Each team consisted of 10 people and 20 of them were in armor. They were murderous and held long spears in their hands. They were like killing gods as they moved quickly. Rumble, rumble, in an instant, the battle broke out. However, the energy bodies of the beasts were formed by the Dragon Sword Soul. They were extremely terrifying. As a result, the 20 of them couldn't take them down. Damn it, among them, a few almighties snorted coldly when they saw this and attacked one after another. Whoosh, at this moment, the black crocodile opened its mouth and spat out a black mist that covered the area. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The black mist covered the area. It covered the surrounding vision and prevented people from seeing clearly. It could even block souls. The black crocodile was the immemorial demonic crocodile that Lin Xian simulated. The black mist was the mist in the dark canyon that he simulated. At that time, he was shocked by the black mist because it could block the detection of soul power. Now that he simulated it with the dragon sword soul, the effect was surprisingly good. In an instant, these people roared crazily. However, they couldn't see clearly at all. Whoosh, at this moment, the crimson dragon acted. He turned into a red flash and shuttled through the black mist quickly. Soon, he arrived near the super teleportation array. Soon, he waved his dragon claws and began to destroy the super teleportation array. Rumble, the super teleportation array vibrated and countless rays of light shone. Seeing this, the martial artists and guards shrouded in the black mist finally reacted and roared crazily. Damn it! Not good, someone is trying to destroy the super teleportation array, stop him. He absolutely could not let him succeed, boom. Boom, the two mighty figures attacked, their terrifying palms blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they grabbed forward. Other than that, there were also countless figures flying in their direction. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. Whoosh, with a flick of his finger, streaks of sword chi flew out and flickered in the air, colliding with those large palms. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi slashed down horizontally, blocking those guards who wanted to go over. These guards were all at the king realm, and the few almighties were only ordinary almighties. The most powerful one was only an elite almighty. They were no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, they were soon forced back by the sword chi. Their faces were filled with fear, and the blood in their bodies was boiling. Of course, Lin Xian did not kill them. He had no enmity with these people. All he wanted to do was destroy the super teleportation array. Damn it! This was an expert, a powerful being gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. Who are you? How dare you destroy our super teleportation array? Do you want to become enemies with the Ninely dynasty? There was a strong warning in his words. However, Lin Xian did not answer at all. What answered him was only the roars of more beasts. Pirates must die. Damn it, the King Realm mighty figures' faces were gloomy as they kept attacking. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was concentrating all its power to destroy the super teleportation array. This was not an ordinary teleportation array, but a super teleportation array used to teleport across borders. Therefore, it was very mysterious and profound. It had a certain level of defense. It was not an easy task to break it, and it would take some time. Fortunately, Lin Xian was powerful enough, and there were no peerless almighties around. Therefore, he could deal with it for the time being. Just as the battle was going on. In the distance, a few figures flew over. It seemed that they wanted to use the super teleportation array here. Walking at the front was a young girl in red. She looked very sweet, and her big black eyes were bright like stars. Behind her, there were 3 or 4 figures, 2 women and 1 man. Their auras were powerful, and they quickly followed behind the young girl in red. Among them, a middle-aged woman said, "Miss, slow down. Our people are separated. Why don't we gather first? Don't worry, it won't be too late to wait for them after I reach the super teleportation array." The young girl in red did not stop. Instead, she quickened her pace. However, when they arrived nearby, they exclaimed in surprise. That was because they discovered that there was a battle here, and there was a black fog in front of them that covered the scene. What's going on? What happened? The middle-aged men and women frowned, and the young girl in red was also curious. She probed with her soul, but she did not see what was going on inside. Therefore, she took a few steps forward to take a closer look. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the black fog. Then, a 3-headed demonic wolf slapped her with its claws. Ah! Seeing this scene, the young girl in red was shocked and quickly dodged. Meanwhile, the middle-aged men and women behind her changed their expressions. Demonic beasts, damn it, how could there be demonic beasts here? Could it be that the beast tide had invaded? They were too shocked. At this moment, countless demonic beasts were roaring and trying to attack the city. Fortunately, Wanran city was relatively sturdy. Although there were many demonic beasts, they would not be able to attack for a while. However, there were demonic beasts in the city, and from the looks of it, there was more than one. All of them were so terrifying. This really shocked them to the core. Could it be that Wanran city had been breached? But that should not be the case. If it was breached, there should be a large number of demonic beasts coming in, but there were no demonic beasts in other places. There were only demonic beasts here. What exactly happened? They could not figure it out. At this moment, their expressions changed again. That was because behind the three demonic wolves, a black crocodile charged at the young girl in red again with a ferocious expression. Ah! The young girl in red screamed, and countless rays of light appeared on her body, forming a red light screen in front of her. However, it was not very useful. That was the shadow of the immemorial demonic crocodile. It was very terrifying, and it broke through the light screen in an instant. Beast! You're courting death. Seeing that, the expressions of the men and women behind her changed, and they attacked frantically. The two women shot out sharp sword chi, and the middle-aged man threw a punch. His fist was like a meteor. Boom, boom. Boom, a deep sound rang out, and the void exploded, and energy surged. Many terrifying energy shockwaves swept toward the young girl in red and were about to hit her. Oh no, young miss, be careful. The middle-aged man and women behind her cried out in alarm when they saw that. Young mistress, be careful. The middle-aged man and women cried out in alarm when they saw that scene. They wanted to rescue her, but it was too late. The speed of the energy shockwave was far beyond their imagination. The woman in red also screamed. She took out a few more shields and blocked in front of her. At the same time, she closed her eyes in fright. She was too scared, and from the looks of it, she did not have much combat experience. Therefore, she did not know how to dodge at all. With a bang, the three shields in front of her were sent flying. The woman in red was about to be drowned by the energy. However, at that moment, a sword light flashed, and the woman in red disappeared on the spot. Young mistress! Behind her, the middle-aged man and women also screamed. However, when they saw the woman in red disappear on the spot, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were still bewildered. Auntie Shui, I'm fine. A voice came from the side. Those people turned their heads and saw that it was the woman in red. Young mistress, you're fine? That's great. They ran forward and were completely relieved when they saw that the woman in red was not injured. Soon, they ran to the side again. That was because there was a young man standing beside the woman in red. He was extremely handsome and wore a loose black robe. Who's that? They were puzzled. The woman in red said, It's this big brother who saved me. He saved you, young mistress. They came to a realization. They saw a flash of light just now. It must have been this young man who saved her. Therefore, they hurriedly said, Thank you for saving me, young master. The black-robed young man was Lin Xian. He had been secretly fighting against the guards, but he did not expect that someone would dare to come. Moreover, Lin Xian had saved her when he saw that she was about to be injured by the monsters that he had spawned. At that moment, when he saw those people, he said, Don't mention it. However, you should leave this place quickly. It's more dangerous here. Young master, what happened? Why are there monsters here? The middle-aged men and women were puzzled. The woman in red also said, That's right, big brother. We want to take the super teleportation array. I don't know either. I'm just passing by. Lin Xian shook his head. He naturally could not tell the truth. He could only persuade those people to leave as soon as possible. It was too dangerous here. It was better to leave first. If there was anything else, it could wait until it was safe. At this point, Lin Xian clasped his fists and bid farewell. His figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Big brother. Seeing Lin Xian leave, the woman in red hurriedly shouted, but she couldn't find him. She said with a face full of disappointment. She didn't even know his name. Let's go, Mississippi. Let's leave this place quickly. It's too dangerous here. Several middle-aged men and women pulled the woman in red and quickly retreated. Soon, they left the place. Within the black fog, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he watched them leave. He nodded slightly. Then, he turned his head again and looked into the distance. Rizalong, how much time do we have? Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. The Crimson Dragon said. Almost done. Give me a little more time. Hearing this, Lin Xian continued to control the demonic beasts. Boom, up ahead, the two supreme beings roared furiously. They let out long cries and hurriedly called for help. They couldn't hold on any longer. Clang, one of the supreme beings took out a large bell from his storage ring and suddenly rang it. The terrifying sound of the bell spread in all directions. All the warriors in the city heard it. Everyone raised their heads in shock and bewilderment. What happened? The faces of the city guards all changed. Oh no, that's a distress signal, damn it, it's coming from the teleportation array. Could it be that an accident happened there? They were puzzled. The people in the general's mansion were even more shocked when they heard the bell. Soon, groups of powerful warriors soared into the sky and headed in their direction. Pirates must die. Lin Xian looked at the sky and quickly said, Rizalong, hurry up. They're here. Seeing this scene, he also frowned. Alright, kid, let's go quickly. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws. As he said that, his body flickered, turned into a red flash, and disappeared into the void. Lin Xian's body flickered, and he quickly left. Crack crack crack, after the two of them left, the super teleportation array suddenly dimmed, and cracks appeared in 3 places. There was also a vacancy in one of the places. Not long after Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left, powerful auras descended from the sky. Whoosh, an old man waved his sleeve, bringing about a strong storm that blew away all the black mist in the sky. He was a supreme being. At this moment, his eyes were cold and piercing through the surroundings. Who is it? Get out here. He shouted loudly, but there was no one around him. In the next moment, when he saw the dim light of the super teleportation array in front of him, his expression changed. The powerhouses who had rushed over also saw it. Damn it! They all exclaimed. Oh no, the super teleportation array has been destroyed. Damn it, who is it? How dare they destroy the super teleportation array? Forget it, let's kill the surrounding beasts first. Those people roared and launched powerful attacks. There were peerless almighties, as well as new powerful martial artists that were about to come. Those people quickly attacked and killed all the beasts. There was another reason. After Lin Xian left, those beasts lost their energy support, so they were quickly exhausted. Bang, puff puff puff, the beasts fell one after another, but there was no blood. Instead, they turned into spiritual energy and disappeared into the void. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. Damn it, those aren't beasts. Those are all energy bodies. Who is it? How can he have such a divine ability? He can create such realistic phantoms of beasts. Everyone was shocked, and the peerless Almighty frowned. The others were also discussing. Why did that person destroy the super teleportation array? What is his motive? Our teleportation array was destroyed as soon as the beast tide arrived. Could it be that a spy from the demon clan has come in? That's possible. It seems that our thoughts are preventing us from leaving. Damn it, these beasts are too despicable. They actually sneaked into the city. We must interrogate them severely and not let them off. Those people guessed that it was a spy from the demon clan whose motive was to destroy Wanren City. Therefore, those people moved quickly. The original guards still stayed there to protect the super teleportation array. Although the super teleportation array was destroyed, it could still be repaired. In order to prevent further damage, it still needed people to guard it. As for the others, some of them returned to the city lord's mansion to gather powerful array masters to repair the array. Some of them were preparing to join forces with the city guards to capture the demon clan spies. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had completely left the super teleportation array. They once again blended into the crowd, and the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the super teleportation array has been destroyed, and it can't be repaired for a while. Those people from the Tai dynasty shouldn't be able to teleport over. However, they had to think about how to leave Wanran City. Because they couldn't stay there forever, they had to think of a way to leave. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief after destroying the super teleportation portal. Then, they joined the crowd and began to discuss how to leave this place. On the other side, Tai dynasty, general's residence. The general's residence was still in ruins, and the ground was cracked. However, there were many people around. All of them had powerful auras and cold expressions. They were obviously experts. The one standing at the front was naturally General Xianing. This time, he would personally lead a team to the Zhou dynasty to capture Lin Xian. This was only the vanguard team. After this, there would be a second and third batch of teams. In short, there would be countless experts on the move. In front, the huge super teleportation portal shone brightly. General Xianing took a step forward. Dozens of figures stood beside him. The rest of the people waited on the spot. Because they could not teleport so many people at once, they had to teleport in batches. Let's begin. General Xianing said coldly after he stood up. Buzz, there were a few elders around him who quickly cast spells. The super teleportation portal under their feet lit up. Runes rose into the air and wrapped around their figures. Buzz whoosh. A terrifying spatial energy spread out, but in the next moment, it quickly disappeared like a tide, disappearing without a trace. What was going on? The surrounding people were puzzled. General Xianying's face also darkened. What's wrong with the teleportation? He was unhappy. Why did so many unlucky things happen to him during this period of time? So, he asked coldly, what's going on? Could it be that our teleportation portal is damaged? It's not that our teleportation portal is damaged. Our teleportation portal is intact. It's that there's a problem with the Zhou dynasty. There's a problem with the Zhou dynasty? What's going on? Could it be that they turned off the super teleportation portal? Didn't we send them a notice that we're going to teleport over? We don't know. We need to confirm it. A few elders walked down from the teleportation portal. Then, they activated another set of teleportation portals. That was the portal for transmitting messages. They wanted to ask the Zhou dynasty. Half an hour later, these people received the results. The elder said quickly, General, something happened in the Zhou dynasty's Wanran city. Something happened? What happened? Did that kid cause trouble in Wanran city? No. Nothing about that kid. But at this moment, there's a beast tide. Moreover, the scale was very large. The city had already been sealed. There was a beast tide and the city was sealed. Hearing this, General Xianying frowned. Could it be that the teleportation array was also destroyed? The exact reason was unknown, but it should have been destroyed. We can't teleport over for now. We can only wait for the other side to be repaired. However, due to the beast tide, it would take some time to repair. If Wanran City was destroyed, would there be any problems with White Cloud City? White Cloud City was safe. There was no problem. Alright then, let's go to White Cloud City first. No matter what, he had to capture that kid when he reached the Ninely dynasty. These people activated the formation again and prepared to head to White Cloud City. Soon, the light flickered, and the figure on the formation disappeared. Ninely dynasty, Wanran City. At this moment, the city was packed with people. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Around them were endless roars that shattered the void. Terrifying demonic energy shot up into the sky and dyed everything red. But fortunately, Wanran City had a super strong defense, blocking the attacks that filled the sky. However, there were too many demonic beasts. Among them, there were even some terrifying demon kings. Wanran City was trembling non-stop. This made these people even more nervous. Whoosh, boom, at this moment, everyone cried out in surprise. This was because dozens of figures had appeared in the sky. They were so dark that they covered the entire sky. Boom, countless projections landed below. Everyone in the city looked up. They cried out in surprise. Damn it, demonic beasts, oh no, lightning birds, everyone was shocked. These dozens of demonic beasts were extremely terrifying lightning birds. They opened their mouths and spat out bolts of lightning that landed continuously. They bombarded the countless light screens and caused a shocking explosion. Boom, boom. Boom, energy exploded and air currents spread. The sky above everyone was penetrated by endless lightning. The terrifying energy made their hearts palpitate. Roar, more than a dozen lightning birds, each dozens of meters long, spread their wings and circled in the sky. They shot out bolts of lightning and bombarded the formation below. In the city, the martial artists shouted crazily and activated the killing formation to chase away the lightning birds. Boom, countless lights flickered and runes condensed. Sword chi shot up into the sky and slashed at the sky. Ka. However, these lightning birds were unusually fierce. They were very fast and flew quickly in the sky, dodging the sword chi. Pirates must die. Boom, at this moment, an even larger shadow appeared. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Accompanying it were thunderclouds that filled the sky and terrifying demonic chi. Oh no, it's the Lightning King, damn it, attack, the martial artists below screamed crazily. Even more resplendent energy surged, trying to repel the huge Lightning King. Boom. Boom, however, the Lightning King was too powerful. It was definitely a 7-star demonic beast king. Moreover, it was a mutated beast of heaven and earth. Its strength was even more terrifying. Therefore, in the face of the terrifying sword chi, it stretched out its sharp beast claws and grabbed at the sky, shattering the countless sword chi. Whoosh, it spread its wings and countless lightning bolts descended like two dark clouds. These lightning bolts were too terrifying. They were much more powerful than the previous ones. Therefore, these lightning bolts struck the light screens and caused them to tremble violently. The light screens kept trembling as if they would crack at any time. Oh no, the Lightning King is not an ordinary demonic beast king, it's one of the leaders of this beast tide, stop it quickly, or it will be very dangerous. The guards in the city roared and activated the killing formation again. Boom. Boom, in the sky, there was an intense confrontation. Crack, however, after hundreds of moves, a small crack suddenly appeared on the light screen in the sky. Then, a small hole appeared. Then, endless lightning bolts poured down and struck down crazily. Boom, boom. Boom, the buildings in the city were destroyed, and the ground was charred black. Many people were directly hit by the lightning. Some exploded, and some were seriously injured and vomited blood. In short, the city was in chaos. Damn it, the formation was broken. The guards guarding the city had ugly expressions. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the general's mansion. Then, a figure soared into the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His body was emitting light like a sun. Accompanying him was a terrifying aura. Buzz, in the middle-aged man's hand, there was a large black bow that was drawn into a full moon. Boom, in the next moment, a black arrow flew out like black lightning, flashing in the sky. In an instant, it passed through the defensive formation and pierced into the sky. Whoosh, a black arrow flew out like a bolt of black lightning, flickering in the air. In an instant, it passed through the defensive formation and pierced into the sky. A sea of lightning exploded in the sky, and a terrifying energy surged. The Lightning King screamed miserably, and a large number of feathers and blood fell. It roared crazily. Then, it led the dozen or so lightning birds and quickly left. It was injured, the Lightning King was injured. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Who was that middle-aged man? He was too terrifying, however, more people cried out in alarm. The city lord had made a move. That's right, it was the city lord of Wanrun City. He was a peerless powerhouse. When he saw the formation above his head shatter, he finally made a move. The arrow forced the Lightning King back and scared it away. However, after the city lord chased the Lightning King away, he did not have any joy of victory. Instead, his expression was extremely solemn. Because looking from the sky, there were densely packed demonic beasts outside. They were like waves that kept surging over. If they only guarded, they would not be able to hold on. Therefore, at the next moment, he said loudly, "All the guards in the city, listen up. Activate the formation to resist the demonic beasts. At the same time, the elite team will go out with me to kill the enemies." Yes, figures in armor rose into the air. They held long spears, sabers, and swords in their hands, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. At this moment, when they heard the city lord's voice, they raised their arms and shouted. Their voices were like the cries of 10,000 beasts. It was extremely terrifying. That was not the end. The city lord said loudly again, "Now, as the city lord of Wanran City, I offer a reward for killing the demonic beasts. The reward is to be able to leave on the spirit boat first. After the demonic beasts retreat, the first spirit boat will head to Xianxia domain. Whoever kills the demonic beasts will be qualified to sit on the first spirit boat." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and began to discuss animatedly. Many powerful people's eyes flickered, and they looked eager to give it a try. However, the city lord continued, "Although this is a reward, I still want to remind everyone. If you're not strong enough, don't go out. I don't want you to die for nothing. From now on, we will open the passage every 2 hours for martial artists to enter and exit. Each time, the passage will only be open for half an incense stick of time. You must seize this opportunity. Now. Let's go." With a cold shout, the city lord took the lead and strode out. Behind him, a dense crowd of martial artists followed. These were all martial artists from the city lord's mansion. At this moment, they were brimming with murderous intent, looking as if they were facing death with equanimity. They soared into the sky and left Wanran City. Not only that, in all directions of Wanran City, light vortexes appeared one after another. This was the passageway. It could allow other martial artists to enter and exit. Should he make a move? These people discussed animatedly. Among them, some of the bolder ones directly stepped into the vortex and left the city. Some of the others were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it, these demonic beasts were really despicable. Do you really think there's no one in the human race that can stand up to you? Kill them all. Many people soared into the sky and entered the vortex. However, some people also shook their heads, their faces pale. Stay outside for 2 hours? What a joke. He would definitely be killed. That was tens of thousands of demonic beasts. It was no joke. Therefore, the majority of the people stayed behind. Because from the looks of it, the city wouldn't be broken in a short period of time. It was absolutely safe here. If they went out, they might be able to leave earlier, but there was also a high chance that they would die. Pirates will die. In the crowd, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The right to leave earlier? Hearing that, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his eyes flickered. He had long wanted to leave Wanran City so that he could escape the pursuit of Taiyu dynasty. However, unfortunately, the beast tide had appeared, making it impossible for him to go out now. However, the city lord actually stated such a condition. To him, it was simply a great temptation. Thinking of that, Lin Xian did not hesitate. His figure flashed, and he entered the vortex. Lin Xian's departure caused the surrounding martial artists to discuss. That kid dares to leave the city? How audacious. Yeah, I don't feel any powerful aura from that kid, and he's too young. Can he do it? Could he be a prodigy? Or a prodigy from a large family? Some people were puzzled. However, more people shook their heads. I've never seen him before. He looks very unfamiliar, and he doesn't have any family symbols on him. He's probably not a disciple of a large family. Those people shook their heads, thinking that he would be courting death if he went out. He's probably too young and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Soon, many people went out, and the vortex in all directions gradually disappeared. It would take 2 hours for it to open again. As for whether or not they would be able to return after 2 hours, that would be up to fate. In the city, the other people were watching. Many of them rose into the air and looked into the distance. That was because they wanted to see how the battle outside was going. After all, those who dared to go out were the elites of the city. There were even many mighty figures. Thinking about it, he should be able to resist and kill quite a number of demonic beasts. Whoosh, as soon as Lin Xian left the city, he felt a terrifying storm around him, as well as a monstrous aura that blotted out the sky and earth. Looking around, there were densely packed demonic beasts of various attributes and forms. There were all kinds of demonic beasts. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, as soon as he appeared, dozens of beasts pounced on him. There were cyan-patterned leopards, black demonic wolves, ghost hornets, and so on. In short, they were all very terrifying beasts. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword lights rose from his body and circled in the sky. In an instant, all the beasts that approached him were all cut in half. Puff puff puff, corpses fell, and blood sprayed, dyeing the void red. However, it was useless. There was an endless beast tide around, and the corpses of these dozen beasts were quickly drowned. There was not the slightest splash. Then, more beasts charged over. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian made a move to clean up the surrounding beasts. At the same time, the warriors who came out all began to fight. Among them, the group led by the city lord was the most powerful. As soon as they appeared, they used terrifying martial arts and instantly crushed a large number of beasts. Blood gathered and surged in the sky. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those powerful demon kings. Roar, the lightning king from before quickly charged over. Not only that, there was also a single-horned python. Its body was 10,000 feet long, and it was like an earth dragon that galloped quickly. In addition, there was a demon rat that was like a small mountain. Its teeth were abnormally sharp, and it could cut through the void with a gentle shake. It was also an extremely terrifying demon king. These demon kings all charged over and fought with those mighty figures and the city lord. Boom, boom. Boom, a shocking storm swept in all directions, and countless beasts were sent flying. For a moment, a vacuum area appeared in that place. However, not all martial artists were so strong. There were also some unlucky ones. Monthly votes exceed 50, more chapters. Wait for 80, more chapters. A few people were directly teleported into a pack of wolves and were instantly swallowed by hundreds of demonic wolves. There were also a few people who were teleported in front of a powerful bear king and were smashed into a bloody mist with a slap. They didn't even have the time to scream. In short, the demonic beast side was very tragic, and the human side was also very tragic. For a time, the battle was very intense. Some people fought alone, and some people joined forces. Some people formed killing formations, and some people could even control demonic beasts. In short, all kinds of methods were endless. It had to be said that those who dared to come out were all elites. There were no weaklings. Boom, a terrifying energy burst out. A bare-chested man waved his fists non-stop. His fists were like mountains, blasting open the void and shattering countless demonic beasts. None of the demonic beasts that approached him could survive. This person was so strong. Who was he? In the city, the spectators were shocked. You don't even know him? You don't even know Iron Fist Xiao Kuang. What, he's Xiao Kuang, no wonder, he's so powerful. His fist technique is indeed extraordinary, exclamations of surprise could be heard. Clearly, many people had heard of the fierce man in front of them. In the crowd, the red-clothed woman who was saved by Lin Xian was also there. There were also a few people beside her. The red-clothed woman looked at the scene outside the city and kept clapping her hands. Great, Brother Xiao is indeed powerful. Of course. The surrounding middle-aged men also had confident smiles on their faces. At this time, a middle-aged woman said. However, other than General Xiao, there were a few people who were also so powerful. That old man was from the Divine Fire sect, right? Looking at the cultivation technique he used, it should be correct. In the distance, there was a red-robed old man who kept spitting fire. The terrifying fiery red lotus spread all over the ground and burned many demonic beasts. That woman is also very powerful, however, I can't tell which sect she's from. At this moment, many people exclaimed softly. Because they discovered that there was a beautiful figure among the demonic beasts, like a fairy from beyond the heavens. She wore a veil, and her body was emitting multicolored light. There was a lotus platform under her feet, which spun and slashed out terrifying rays of light that pierced through the surrounding demonic beasts. There was also an immortal flower in her hand. With a light wave, tens of thousands of rays of light scattered out, sending all the surrounding demonic beasts flying. What a strong woman! For a moment, many people's gazes were attracted. Boom, boom, at this moment, there was a shocking explosion as countless sword chi filled the area. Streaks of blood-red sword light shot up into the sky. Everything within 100 miles was submerged. Heavens, who is this? Everyone was stunned. Just who was the one who released such a terrifying sword chi? For a moment, everyone's gazes shifted over. Then, they were extremely shocked. It was that brat. Many people cried out in alarm because they discovered that this was the brat that they had thought would not survive. Damn, this brat's strength is actually so strong. As expected, he had hidden his strength well. Unexpectedly, he was really a young prodigy. These people were extremely shocked. That's right, the one who attacked was Lin Xian. He used the demon-slaying sword formation, and streaks of terrifying sword runes rushed out. In such a place, it was most suitable to use the slaughter sword formation. As expected, when the blood-red sword chi filled the sky, the blood of the beasts that had been killed all gathered in the demon-slaying sword formation. This caused the power of the sword formation to increase once again. Boom, at this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from afar. The ground cracked open, and a purple centipede that was 1,000 feet long crawled out from the crack. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, directly piercing through the void. Its terrifying aura made everyone's scalp go numb. Not good. It was another powerful demon king. The faces of the people in the city changed when they saw this scene. Humph, just in time. Iron Hand Xiaoquang saw this scene and laughed loudly. His figure flashed, and he rushed over like a meteor. The fist in his hand kept swinging, and terrifying fist shadows blasted forward. Roar, the 1,000-meter-long centipede roared angrily. It spat out balls of purple venom, melting all the terrifying fist shadows. Damn it! What a powerful beast, the burly man roared and suddenly retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The void where he was originally was wrapped in purple liquid, and then it pierced through, forming a black hole. What a terrifying demon king! In the city, the martial artists saw this scene and cried out in alarm. The woman in red and the others were also worried for the burly man. Iron Cloud Fist, the burly man roared and waved his fist. Balls of metallic luster appeared on his fist. Pirates must die. Then, a terrifying fist mark tore through the void, bringing with it an unparalleled power as it blasted out. A great battle broke out. A man and a demon king fought in an earth-shattering manner. It was extremely terrifying. However, this demon king was too terrifying, and his entire body was filled with poison. As long as one touched it, even a supreme being would be seriously injured, or even die. It could be said that this battle was extremely dangerous. However, what shocked everyone was that the final result was the victory of the burly man called Xiaoquang. The purple centipede was incomparably terrifying. Its 1,000-meter-long body was pierced through, and countless bloody holes appeared. In the end, it directly split open, turning into balls of purple liquid that scattered in all directions. Everything that came into contact with it melted. The surrounding demon beasts also crazily screamed as they were wrapped in the purple liquid and turned into a pool of blood. The burly man looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair danced wildly, and he stood in the void like a god of war. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists in the city sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were filled with shock. It was too shocking. Such a terrifying demon king was killed so easily. It was enough to show how terrifying this burly man's strength was. The red-cloaked woman and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Xiao was indeed powerful. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. As expected of Iron Fist Xiaoquang, his reputation was indeed well-deserved. That's right, that was an expert of the Hong sect. His iron fist was probably unparalleled. In the distance, Lin Xian looked at this scene, and his eyes flickered. This burly man was indeed powerful. It seemed that the central continent was indeed a place filled with outstanding talents. Peerless experts could be seen everywhere. However, at this moment, he frowned. In the next moment, he waved his arm and a sword chi slashed out. The direction was precisely Xiaoquang's direction. What? Seeing this scene, many people were stunned. Xiaoquang also frowned. What? Someone dared to attack him, they really didn't know what death was. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank. Something wasn't right. They didn't attack him, because right beside him, the void suddenly split open, and a dark red poisonous thorn suddenly pierced towards his back. Not good. Seeing this scene, Xiaoquang's scalp went numb. He roared angrily, and countless steel-like patterns appeared on the surface of his body. His strength exploded, and his body suddenly moved horizontally. However, the dark red poisonous stinger was too sudden and too fast. As a result, it firmly locked onto him. It looked like it was about to stab him. However, at this moment, a sword light slashed down and sent the dark red poisonous stinger flying. Clang, the sword light flashed and sent the red poisonous stinger flying. He was saved. Xiaoquang heaved a sigh of relief and a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Because previously, he thought that someone wanted to ambush him, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't ambush him and instead saved his life. Thinking of this, he looked around, trying to find the person who saved him. In the city, the warriors were also exclaiming. They had the same thought as Xiaoquang. Now, it seemed that they were wrong. Who was this person? He was so powerful that he could sense the danger ahead of Xiaoquang. Yes, not only did he know in advance, but the speed, strength, and timing of his attack were just right. He was definitely a top expert. Could it be the elder from the Divine Fire sect? Sounds of discussion could be heard. However, soon, they were stunned because in the distant battlefield, Xiaoquang's figure swayed and flew in a direction. Thank you for saving me. Xiaoquang arrived above a blood-red sword formation and said loudly. Buzz, a vacuum appeared in the demon-slaying sword formation, and Lin Xian stepped on the air and arrived above. He said calmly. It was nothing. It was just a small matter. What? Who was it? When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. They didn't expect that the person who saved him was a young man. This kid was too powerful. Who was he? Which sect was he from? I don't know, but why do I feel that he was just lucky? What a joke. He definitely wasn't lucky. He must be a top expert. Everyone discussed intensely. On the battlefield in front, Xiaoquang was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the person who saved him was a young man. Moreover, he was so young. From the looks of it, he was only in his 20s. He was also curious about the other party's identity. So in the next moment, he cupped his fists and said. I'm Xiaoquang from the Hong sect. May I know your name and which sect are you from? I'm a rogue cultivator from the Longshan sect. Lin Xian reported his name. He didn't use his real name because he was still wanted by the Tai dynasty. So, he used an alias. When the two of them were talking, they didn't stop. The demon-slaying sword formation under Lin Xian's feet was still attacking in all directions. An iron cloud domain appeared on Xiaoquang's body. The terrifying energy kept bombarding the surrounding demonic beasts. Rogue cultivator, hearing this, Xiaoquang was shocked. To be honest, he did not believe that the other party was a rogue cultivator. But come to think of it, the other party must have some secrets, or perhaps he was unwilling to reveal his true identity. He didn't mind at all. The next moment, he smiled and said, Young Master Long, how about we join forces? Xiaoquang's eyes lit up. Because killing ordinary demonic beasts was too boring, he had long since set his eyes on a demonic beast king. However, that demon king was even more terrifying than the 1,000-year centipede. He was probably no match for it alone. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and did not refuse. In the next moment, the two of them turned into streams of light and soared into the sky. Their target was the lightning bird in the distance. Boom! However, they had only flown halfway when a roar suddenly came from a few thousand meters to their left. Ka ka ka, the earth split open, and another colossus appeared. This time, as soon as the demonic beast appeared, terrifying demonic clouds floated in the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Another demon king, this demon king was also very large. Its body was like a mountain, and its body was covered in yellow scales that looked like thick battle armor. Earth demon pangolin, many people exclaimed. As soon as this huge pangolin appeared, its huge beast claws covered the sky and directly smashed a part of the void. The direction of the beast claws was where the mysterious woman was. Pirates must die, buzz, the mysterious woman stepped on the lotus platform, and the immortal eye in her hand danced non-stop, sweeping out rays of divine light that continuously bombarded the front. The two collided in the air, and energy waves spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Xiaoquang both stopped. Especially Lin Xian, his eyes flickered, and he frowned slightly. Previously, when he saw the mysterious figure, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Now that it was so close, he felt that it was someone he knew. "Kid, look at what she's using. It seems to be a cultivation technique of the Jade Lake." At this moment, the Crimson Dragon's voice came from the Black Earth. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Jade Lake Sacred Ground's ability. Could it be Qingqing? Lin Xian's heart beat wildly because Murong Qingqing was in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. But had she come to the middle ground, he didn't know, because he hadn't seen her in a long time. No matter what, since she was from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, he naturally had to help. Therefore, at the next moment, he said, "Brother Xiao, let's go over there and kill that earth demon pangolin." "Okay." Xiaoquang also laughed. He didn't care which beast they killed. What he cared about was whether the Demon King was strong or not. This earth demon pangolin tore through the 9 heavens as soon as it appeared. It was definitely a powerful Demon King. The two of them changed direction and flew toward the huge pangolin. In front of them, a great battle broke out. The mysterious woman held the immortal eye and attacked with a terrifying attack. This attack was definitely able to threaten a peerless powerhouse. Boom! Boom! The earth demon pangolin roared and kept retreating, but there were no obvious injuries on its body. It couldn't be helped. Its thick armor was so strong that it seemed to be able to resist everything. Not only was its defense strong, but its attacks were also extremely fierce. Therefore, the mysterious woman kept dodging and seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, although she seemed to be at a disadvantage, the mysterious woman didn't suffer any injuries. She was obviously at ease. She probably still had a lot of trump cards that she hadn't used yet. Whoosh, whoosh, at this moment, Lin Xian and Xiaoquang arrived. "Sister, don't be afraid. I'll help you," Xiaoquang laughed and punched out with the iron-clad divine fist. The terrifying fist landed on the pangolin's body, and a rumbling sound was heard. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning were descending. On the other side, Lin Xian also waved his hand and the demon-slaying sword array completely enveloped the pangolin. Streaks of blood-colored sword chi intertwined, forming terrifying demonic beast phantoms. They roared in all directions and pounced toward the pangolin. The void in front of them exploded in an instant, and the surrounding demonic beasts all turned into a bloody mist. Even more demonic beasts frantically fled, not daring to get close. With the addition of 2 experts, the pangolin was instantly at a disadvantage. Its body was constantly attacked. However, it was unharmed. It had to be said that it was really shocking. When the mysterious woman saw that someone had come to help, she heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, she turned her head and saw a burly man and a handsome young man. However, when she saw the handsome young man, she was clearly stunned. She even stopped in midair. "Brother Xian, it's you," the mysterious woman cried out in surprise, and her voice was filled with excitement. "Brother Xian, it's you," the mysterious woman exclaimed. Her voice was filled with excitement. Hearing the shout, Lin Xian also turned his head to look. Finally, he saw the mysterious woman clearly through the light that filled the sky. "Qingqing," Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the mysterious woman to be Murong Qingqing. Wasn't she cultivating in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground in the East Continent? Why was she in the Middle Continent? Moreover, she was in the middle of the Beast Tide. You two know each other. Beside him, Xiaoquang was also extremely surprised. Lin Xian's body flickered and appeared next to Murong Qingqing. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. "Brother Xian, be careful." At this moment, Murong Qingqing exclaimed. Then, the immortal puppet in her hand danced quickly. Boom, in the sky, a terrifying beast claw grabbed at them. Its powerful aura extinguished the light on their bodies. "Humph." Lin Xian snorted and turned around. His eyes shone with a sharp light. He said, "Qingqing, let's talk later. Let's work together to kill this guy first." Clang, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed. Boom, boom boom, roar, the terrifying sword chi tore through the void and slashed at the earthy yellow beast claw. In the next moment, blood spurted out and a crazy roar was heard. It was injured, Xiaoquang was shocked. On the other side, Morong Qingqing's eyes were shining. The warriors in the city were even more shocked. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He injured the pangolin with a single slash. So powerful. This is? A young genius. The team from the city lord's mansion was also shocked. They had noticed the pangolin when it came out. The pangolin was a rare beast of heaven and earth. Its attack power was strong and its defense was terrifying. It would be difficult to penetrate it. Even the city lord was wondering if he should send experts to restrain the pangolin. The pangolin was too difficult to deal with. It couldn't be eliminated in a short time. However, before they could take action, on the other side, a young man had actually injured the pangolin with a single sword strike. How could they not be shocked? Boom, the pangolin roared crazily. His eyes glowed red, and his demonic aura swept through the 9 heavens. The sky was filled with demonic chi, covering the entire sky. The entire sky turned gloomy, and the biting cold aura caused the blood and chi in one's body to rumble. Not good. This beast had gone mad, be careful, Xiaoquang roared. The iron cloud domain revolved around him. His expression was incomparably solemn. On the other side, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also had serious expressions. King domains rose from their bodies. Older brother Xian, let's end this quickly, I have so much to say to you. Morong Qingqing did not want to waste any more time here. Good, since Morong Qingqing had said so, how could Lin Xian hold back? Wang, a sharp sword intent burst forth from his body, and the great dragon sword soul in his body began to revolve wildly. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, heaven shattering. With one sword strike, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Flying flowers. Morong Qingqing also used the Wavering Light Sacred Land's great divine ability. Countless petals danced around her, and it was abnormally gorgeous and dreamy. However, no one dared to underestimate it. Every petal contained a terrifying killing intent that could easily pierce through an almighty. The two's terrifying killing moves covered the sky and the earth as they rushed over. Boom. Boom, all of them landed on the pangolin's body. The pangolin kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body, and blood instantly dyed the ground red. What, these two were actually so terrifying. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the city exclaimed. The city lord was also shocked. These were definitely 2 young geniuses. And they were the best of the best. The combat strength of these 2 had to be at the level of a peerless almighty. Many of the older generation sucked in a breath of cold air. At the side, Xiaoquang was also shocked. Although he thought of himself as a madman, he felt that he was no match for these 2 young men and women. However, in the next moment, he also laughed loudly. A sharp light appeared in his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly rose. His entire body emitted a metallic luster, and mysterious runes appeared on his skin. Fist shatters mountains and rivers, Xiaoquang roared angrily, and his black hair danced wildly. His fist struck out with terrifying energy, directly splitting the ground and shattering the void. Pirates must die, this punch was truly terrifying. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the 3 of them used their powerful killing moves, and the pangolin was forced to retreat as it roared angrily. It resisted crazily, but it was useless. The 3 of them were incomparably terrifying, especially Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Therefore, after dozens of moves, the pangolin was already on the verge of death. After another dozen or so moves, its huge body exploded into pieces with a boom. It was killed. Such a terrifying demon king was actually killed so easily. Everyone was stunned, and they could not believe it. The other monster kings in the surroundings also let out angry roars, and the monsters on the ground kept wailing. Next, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Xiaoquang joined forces and killed another powerful monster king. And at this time, the 2 hours were up. The 3 of them flashed and returned to the city. Soon, they entered the whirlpool and arrived at the city. The other warriors who had left the city also returned one after another. This was because the 2 hours of battle had consumed a lot of their energy. After all, this was not an ordinary battle, but a life and death battle with thousands of monsters. Therefore, the consumption was extremely terrifying. Of course, only a small portion of the elites returned. Most of the warriors were killed, and even their bones were eaten by the monsters. Those who returned were severely injured, and there was a slim chance of survival. Like Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Rong Qingqing, who were not injured at all, there were none. Brother Xiao, see you later. Lin Xian turned his head and greeted Xiao Kuang. Then, he pulled Morong Qingqing, and the two of them turned into flowing light and flew into the depths of the city. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing went inside and found a place with fewer people. The two then hugged each other tightly. After not seeing each other for such a long time, they naturally missed each other. Therefore, the two of them swallowed pills to recover their energy while telling each other what happened during this period of time. Morong Qingqing's matter was very simple. She had been quietly cultivating in the Jade Lake sacred ground until she broke through recently and became a powerful expert. However, Lin Xian's matter was not so simple. When Morong Qingqing heard about Lin Xian's magnificent and soul-stirring story, she couldn't help but cry out. Especially when she heard that Lin Xian had killed the battle race's genius, she was even more shocked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and worry. She was no longer a simple little girl, but the Jade Lake sacred ground saintess. She had naturally heard of the legends of the battle race. It was an ancient race that was said to be born for battle. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. However, such a terrifying genius was actually killed by Lin Xian. How could she not be shocked? But now, Morong Qingqing was more worried. Because killing the prodigy of the war race would definitely incur the wrath of the war race. Moreover, she now knew that Lin Xian was wanted by the Taiyu dynasty. She was afraid that the situation would be very dangerous. Therefore, Morong Qingqing asked, Brother Xian, do you need me to use the power of the Jade Lake to help you? No need. Don't worry, the world is so big. It won't be easy for them to find me. Moreover, I'm not so easy to defeat. Lin Xian smiled. This was a battle between him and the war race. He didn't want the other sacred lands to get involved, and he didn't want Morong Qingqing to be injured. Oh right, Qingqing, why did you come to the Ninely dynasty this time? Lin Xian was also very puzzled. I came here this time for two purposes. You haven't come to find me for a long time, so I have to come out to find you. With that, Morong Qingqing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled. Am I not being hunted? Humph. Morong Qingqing snorted softly, grabbed Lin Xian's big hand with her small hand, and gently leaned on his shoulder. Then she said, I've already completed the first mission. However, there was still a second mission. The Sacred Lands asked me to investigate the nest of 10,000 dragons. News of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also surprised. The Crimson Dragon came out of the black earth with a whoosh. Morong girl, you know about the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Crimson Dragon was incomparably excited. Morong Qingqing looked at the Crimson Dragon and was also surprised. You're still here? I thought you had already escaped. F***ck. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was speechless. What a joke, how could Ben Huang escape? Hurry up and tell me, do you have any news about the nest of 10,000 dragons? Why are you so concerned? Morong Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian also said that we are also looking for the nest of 10,000 dragons, but there is no progress. Is older brother Xian looking for him too? Morong Qingqing was surprised. Then he said, actually, we don't know much either. He only knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons was in the middle ground, but he did not know where exactly it was. However, according to our Jade Lake Sacred Grounds calculations, the nest of 10,000 dragons will appear in the world soon. However, we don't know the exact time. Maybe a year or two, maybe 100 or two. Moreover, according to the Sacred Lands analysis, the Ninely dynasty was very likely to be the location of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Of course, it was only a suspicion. Because there have been many beast hordes in the Ninely dynasty recently, we suspect it has something to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons. It turned out to be like this. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such news. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. Indeed, this beast lair might really be related to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Why don't we capture a few demon kings and explore it? That works too. Lin Xian also nodded in agreement to this suggestion. After all, the nest of 10,000 dragons was the legendary land of the dragon clan. There must be countless heavenly treasures inside. If they could find it, it would definitely be an earth-shattering fortune. He was different from Murong Qingqing. As the saintess, Murong Qingqing had the resources provided by the entire sacred land. However, he was alone, so he had to work hard for all the resources he needed. Since they were ready to attack again, the two of them did not hesitate and immediately recovered their strength. 2 hours later, the two of them opened their eyes and set off again. What, they still wanted to go out? Seeing this scene, everyone in the city was shocked. They did not expect that this pair of peerless geniuses would still want to attack. Buzz, Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian's figures flashed as they entered the vortex and walked out. When they went out, countless demonic beasts fled, not daring to approach at all. There was nothing they could do. The two of them had killed several demon kings previously, which had already terrified these demonic beasts. Although they were violent, bloodthirsty, and loved to kill, these demonic beasts were not fools. For a moment, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing created a vacuum where no demonic beasts dared to approach. Of course, ordinary demonic beasts did not dare to approach, but it did not mean that the demon kings did not dare to approach. When the demon kings saw Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, their eyes were piercingly cold and filled with monstrous killing intent. It was these two despicable humans who had killed many of their companions. Roar! Just at this moment, the Lightning King roared. It flapped its wings and charged over with terrifying thunder and lightning. With a loud boom, thousands of lightning bolts descended, turning the world upside down. The Lightning King's huge body covered the sky and emitted an endless sea of lightning that pierced through the void. This scene was too terrifying. The power of a peerless demon king's anger was definitely unimaginable. Buzz, Lin Xian's dragon sword field instantly rushed over, and then sword chi flew out from the field. The sword chi turned into sword spirits that danced in the air. There was a total of 36,000 divine swords that covered the sky. Boom! Boom! At the next moment, the Lightning King collided with the sword chi that filled the sky, emitting a deafening sound. Roar! The Lightning King roared, and 9 terrifying lightning balls appeared on its body. They connected to form a mysterious pattern that shattered all the sword chi. So powerful, the martial artists in the city were shocked. 9 balls of lightning floated in the sky, completely revolving around the Lightning King. They formed a dense lightning rune, bringing with them a monstrous power as they pressed forward courageously. Whoosh! At this moment, Murong Qingqing also made her move. She waved the immortal puppet in her hand, an endless light appeared like a rainbow that slashed forward. These immortal puppets and the lotus platform under their feet were the secret treasures of the Jade Lake sacred ground, and they were extremely terrifying. At this moment, they were extremely powerful. Boom! 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 Endless divine light scattered down, and the sea of lightning that filled the sky was pierced through. Boom! 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 The Lightning King was in pain and was forced to retreat. Countless bloody holes even appeared on its body. Roar! With a furious roar, 2 huge wings slashed toward Murong Qingqing like heavenly blades. Whoosh! Murong Qingqing controlled the lotus platform and quickly dodged the terrifying heavenly blades. The void where she was previously was slashed open with a 1,000-meter-long spatial crack. Ruzalong, Lin Xian shouted, and then the Crimson Dragon let out a dragon roar. Roar! The sound waves rolled forward and instantly enveloped the Lightning King. Woo! Woo! Hearing the dragon roar, the Lightning King's body stiffened and stopped in midair. Deep fear appeared in its eyes. Its body even trembled. It was not only the Lightning King, but the monster kings that were fighting in the distance were also shocked and kept roaring. Pirates must die, their eyes were filled with uneasiness. The surrounding ordinary monsters were all prostrating on the ground. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Whose roar was that? Could it be that an even more terrifying monster king had appeared? Everyone was dumbfounded because this scene was too shocking. thousands of monsters prostrating on the ground was definitely welcoming a monarch. It was unimaginable how terrifying the monster king that let out that sound wave was. Even those peerless powerhouses frowned. On the city lord's side, the city lord's eyes flickered, and his gaze pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They did not know that the sound wave was emitted by the Crimson Dragon. That was because the Crimson Dragon did not show up at all. It only roared in the black earth, and the sound instantly resounded through the world. In fact, they did not even know where the source was. Buzz, at this moment, Lin Xian made his move. While the Lightning King was in a daze, he stretched out a palm. On his palm, a dragon-shaped phantom appeared and turned into a huge azure dragon hand. It covered the sky. This palm was too terrifying. It covered 1,000 miles and completely enveloped the Lightning King. Countless people exclaimed. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Suppress! Boom, boom. Boom, a terrifying sea of lightning spread out, wanting to bombard the huge palm, but it could not do so at all. This palm that contained the dragon sword soul was extremely terrifying. It completely grabbed the Lightning King and crazily poured power into it. The Lightning King's body kept shrinking. Boom, the Lightning King kept wailing. He wanted to break free, but he could not do so at all. The surrounding monster kings also roared crazily. However, the dragon's roar was still echoing in the world. They did not dare to go forward at all. In the end, the Lightning King was completely enveloped by the uncle's palm, and then he disappeared with a whoosh. In fact, he did not disappear. Instead, he was thrown into the black earth by Lin Xian. The people outside did not know. They were still in shock. In the black earth, the Lightning King roared crazily as soon as he entered, wanting to counterattack. However, the Crimson Dragon roared again. The terrifying dragon's roar sounded, scaring the Lightning King. His shrunken body lay on the ground, trembling. His eyes were filled with shock. How was this possible? What was that sound? Why was the other party's bloodline pressure so powerful? It was so powerful that he could not resist at all. He saw the other party lying there, covered in blood. The Crimson Dragon sneered and raised his hand to cast countless arrays, completely sealing the Lightning King. Outside, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. They had already caught the Lightning King. Next, they killed some demonic beasts. When the city gate opened, they once again returned to the city. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, countless demonic beasts roared. Their roars resounded through the 9 heavens. The terrifying army of demonic beasts was like a tidal wave, crazily pushing forward. All the demonic beasts and demon kings had left. Only blood and corpses were left on the ground. There was also the pungent smell of blood in the air. He left. He actually left. The cultivators in the city were shocked, and the people outside the city lord's mansion were also surprised. Based on the previous situation, the beast tide would last for at least a day. Sometimes, it would last for 2 or 3 days, or even longer. But now, not even half a day had passed. The beast tide retreated so quickly, which really surprised them. At this moment, an old man frowned. Could it be related to that angry shout from before? That was most likely the case. He didn't know what kind of existence it was, but its voice could stun all the demon kings. The city lord's eyes also flickered. He said in a deep voice, "We can't care so much. Let's go back first." At the same time, he sent out a call for help and asked the Empire to send more powerhouses to support him. Otherwise, we won't be able to resist at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, these powerhouses returned to the city one after another. We won, we won. In the city, countless people cheered. They felt as if they had survived a disaster. After all, the previous battle was too tragic, and it made them shudder with fear. But now, so many terrifying demonic beasts had actually retreated. In other words, they were safe. For a moment, everyone cheered. When Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing returned to the city again, countless gazes looked at them. Their eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude. Because they knew that these 2 young geniuses had killed many powerful demon kings. They had stopped the demonic beasts from attacking the city. They could be said to be their benefactors. For a moment, everyone was grateful. On the other side, the city lord returned with a group of powerhouses and was also welcomed by everyone. Everyone was overjoyed, but the city lord and the others didn't relax. They quickly returned to the city lord's mansion. Those who had returned from the battlefield waited silently because they were waiting for the spirit boat to leave. Although the demonic beasts had retreated, it wasn't safe outside. Who knew when these demonic beasts would come back? Perhaps they would encounter these demonic beasts on the way out. Therefore, they wanted to leave on the spirit boat. The spirit boat was of a very high grade and contained countless arrays. It was a special spirit boat used to travel between major cities, and it was very safe. Even if they encountered a powerful demon king, they could escape. This was also the reason why those warriors had risked their lives to kill the demonic beasts even though they knew that the battlefield was dangerous. After the city lord returned with a group of people, they began to move. Of course, they also activated a spirit boat. After all, this was something that they had agreed on before. Those who went out to kill the enemy and returned alive would take the spirit boat. Among them, the most dazzling ones were Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Xiao Kuang. The group of people boarded the spirit boat and quickly left. Those who didn't board the spirit boat sighed. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, this qualification was exchanged with their lives, and no one could refute it. The spirit boat set off from Wanren City to Xianxia Domain. Xianxia Domain wasn't a city, but a domain. The Ninli dynasty had a total of 9 domains, and Xianxia Domain was one of them. Xianxia Domain was unimaginably large, and the cities inside were like stars in the sky. Of course, there was a main city, Xianxia Main City. The spirit boat headed to Xianxia Domain, but it didn't go directly to Xianxia Main City. Instead, it went to a city at the edge of Xianxia Domain, Sky Spring City. However, it didn't matter. As long as they left Wanren City, they would be free of the Taiyu dynasty's detection. It didn't matter whether they went to Sky Spring City or Qianshan City. After a few days of flying, they finally arrived at Sky Spring City. The group of people alighted, and the spirit boat returned. "Brother Long, we still have things to do, so we won't disturb you." Xiaokuang walked over and said with a smile. "If you have time, come to the Hong sect in Qianshan City. I'll definitely treat you well." "Okay, I'll definitely go when I have time." Lin Xian also smiled. Both parties bid farewell. The red-clothed girl, Xiao Ling was very reluctant. She waved her hand. "Brother Long, you must come and visit us." After Xiaokuang and the others left, Morong Qingqing said with a smile. "That little girl seems to have taken a fancy to you." "Don't talk nonsense." "How is that possible?" Lin Xian shook his head. Even if she had taken a fancy to him, he wouldn't dare to admit it. "Is that so? You're quite popular with women, aren't you?" "When I wasn't around, did you do anything dishonest?" Morong Qingqing blinked and asked. Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly shook his head. He quickly changed the topic. "Where should we go?" "Let's go to Tianxing City. I have a senior sister there. We can go find her." "Senior sister?" "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. Morong Qingqing said. "Let's take the spirit boat in the city. After all, the Ninli dynasty isn't very safe. If we encounter a group of demonic beasts, it'll be troublesome." "That's fine too. Taking the spirit boat can save us a lot of trouble." The two of them entered the city and prepared to take the spirit boat to Tianxing City. On the other side, inside the Black Earth, the Crimson Dragon also began the soul-searching interrogation. Inside the Black Earth, the Crimson Dragon also began to search his soul and interrogate him. The Lightning King was sealed and lying on the ground, but his eyes were filled with fear and anger. "Damn it, who are you? Why are you helping humans?" The Lightning King spoke in human language and roared crazily. He really couldn't understand. The other party was obviously a demon, and he was very powerful and had a very pure bloodline. Why did he capture him and help humans? "Io, Ben Huang didn't ask you, but you dare to question Ben Huang? Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in Ben Huang's matters? Now, you are a prisoner, listen to me obediently, or I will roast you and eat you." The Crimson Dragon bared his teeth and asked coldly. "What is the purpose of this beast hide? Who sent you here? Is it related to the nest of 10,000 dragons? Do you know anything about the nest of 10,000 dragons? If you know, hurry up and tell me. If you dare to hide it and I find out, I will definitely roast you. What nest of 10,000 dragons? The series of questions left the Lightning King in a daze. The Crimson Dragon was indeed angry. Damn, you dare to play dumb in front of Ben Huang? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know why the flowers are so red. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the Crimson Dragon opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flames. The terrifying flames surged forward and instantly enveloped the Lightning King. Ah, roar, wrapped in flames, the Lightning King let out a miserable roar. He had been sealed and could not use his demonic energy and strength at all. He could only rely on his strong physique to resist. However, these were not ordinary flames, but dragon flames. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even though he was a demon king and had a strong physique, he could not resist it now. Therefore, soon, some parts of his body turned black and even emitted the smell of roasted meat. The Lightning King was in so much pain that he screamed crazily. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon snorted coldly and waved his dragon claw to put away the dragon flames. Then, he asked again. I'll give you a chance. Tell me what you know, or don't blame me for being impolite. You've already tasted the taste of the flames just now, right? That's just a little. If you don't tell me, I won't be polite. Wait for me to use my full strength, and I reckon you'll be cooked very quickly. Stop, stop, I said. The Lightning King screamed and roared. He was originally a demonic king, a high and mighty figure who ruled over countless demonic beasts. But now, in front of the Crimson Dragon, he had no temper at all. The other party's flames were too terrifying. They could really roast him. Thus, he had no choice but to tell the truth. This time our attack on the city was indeed organized and planned. However, it has nothing to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons you mentioned. Moreover, we don't know anything about the nest of 10,000 dragons. It's just that the experts of our Yao clan wanted us to attack the city. He didn't know? How could this be? The Crimson Dragon frowned and asked, then why are you attacking? I really don't know. I'm just a 7-star demon king. Although I'm pretty strong, I don't have access to these core secrets of the demon race. F***ck. Not saying anything? Don't blame me for being impolite. The Crimson Dragon stretched out its claws and grabbed the Lightning King's head. Little dumb bird, since you don't want to say anything, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, the Crimson Dragon used a secret technique of the dragon race to directly collect the other party's soul and check his information. The Lightning King screamed and resisted frantically. However, he was sealed. Moreover, this was a great divine ability of the dragon race. He couldn't resist it at all. Thus, very soon, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon loosened its claws and frowned. He realized that the Lightning King was right. The other party really didn't know, and there was no information about the nest of 10,000 dragons in his mind. However, there were a few pieces of information in the other party's mind that made the Crimson Dragon very suspicious. Firstly, these demonic beasts were attacking the city to destroy the super teleportation array. These demonic beasts even wanted to destroy the dragon veins on the ground. This was really too suspicious. Could it be that these demonic beasts wanted to overthrow the Ninely dynasty? The Crimson Dragon didn't know, but he felt that with the power of these demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to do that. Could it be that the other party had something to rely on? In the Lightning King's memory, it seemed that the higher-ups of the demonic beasts had given the order to welcome something. It was said that once those things appeared, the demonic beasts would once again reign over the land and become the rulers of this continent. This news made the Crimson Dragon's expression turn even more solemn. One had to know that the human race was prosperous now. The 5 continents of the true spirit world were all ruled by humans. Although the demonic beasts were also powerful, they couldn't be compared to humans at all. Only in the deep sea and the forest could they show off their might. In front of these holy lands and dynasties, they couldn't stir up any waves at all. But now, these demonic beasts wanted to reign over the land. What did they have? Also, what were they waiting for? How could it have such power? After thinking about it, the Crimson Dragon felt that only the nest of 10,000 dragons had such power. Therefore, the demonic beast tide really had something to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, the Lightning King didn't know much, so he could only get this information. F***ck, what a piece of trash, in that case, I'll roast you. The Crimson Dragon was very angry. This stupid bird actually didn't know anything. Thinking of this, he spat out dragon flames that filled the sky and roasted the Lightning King. On the other side, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing entered Sky Spring City. They came to the city, sat in the main hall of Linzhou, paid the fare, and prepared to wait. At this moment, many cultivators in the main hall were sitting there, waiting quietly. They all took spirit boats. Because of the recent frequent demonic beast tides, these cultivators were more cautious and generally didn't dare to act alone. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing found a seat and sat down to wait quietly. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon sent a voice transmission. "Kid, I've received some news." "Oh, how is it? Is it related?" Lin Xian asked. Then, the Crimson Dragon told him the information he knew. After Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing heard this, their eyes flickered. In that case, it was really related. Indeed, Murong Qingqing also nodded. She came to the Nine Li dynasty this time to investigate the nest of 10,000 dragons. She didn't expect to find a clue now. However, the Lightning King didn't know much. It seemed that if she wanted to know more, she had to capture an 8-star demon king and ask. Murong Qingqing frowned and sighed. An 8-star demon king was equivalent to a peerless mighty figure. Moreover, this kind of demon king was definitely terrifying. They controlled countless demonic beasts. It was very difficult to capture such a demon king. Since they were related and the demonic beasts were attacking the city, it seemed that they were also taking action. We'll wait for the right time. When the time comes, we'll definitely find some clues. Yes, let's go to the Zhao family first and ask my senior sister for help. Maybe they know something. Let's go to the Zhao family first and ask my senior sister for help. Maybe they know something. Murong Qingqing said. The two of them talked softly and continued to wait. On the other side. White Cloud City. In the city, the super teleportation formation flickered and a group of experts walked out. The person in front was wearing armor and had a cold expression. It was General Xianxia. More and more martial artists appeared behind him. "General," at this moment, another young man in black armor walked over and knelt down on one knee. "How is it? Is there any news from Wanren City? The beast horde has retreated and Wanren City is no longer sealed. We received news that before the city was sealed, the super teleportation formation there was indeed activated and 2 figures were teleported out. It came from our general's residence. Later on, after the city was sealed, the super teleportation formation was destroyed for some reason. It hasn't been repaired yet. It came from our general's residence." Hearing this, General Xianxing's eyes turned cold and he sneered. There was no need to think, it must be that kid. General Xianxing was relieved because he had finally found traces of the other party. Moreover, the time between the two parties wasn't very long. It could be said that the other party couldn't have gone far. It was in the surrounding area. Men, split up and search. Search all the cities in the White Cloud territory, Wanren territory, and Xianshan territory. Once you find traces of the other party, don't act rashly. Send me a message immediately. Yes, the martial artists under him replied. General Xianxing said again. Oh right, I remember that hell has a stronghold in the Nine Li dynasty. Send someone to hire a few assassins to assassinate that kid. No matter how much it costs, you must hire them. Yes, I'll do it right away. The martial artist who was half kneeling on the ground hurriedly replied. Then, General Xianxing waved his hand and everyone around him started to move. After these people left, General Xianxing revealed a trace of a cold smile. He didn't believe that the other party could escape this time. Even if he couldn't find the other party, Hell would definitely be able to find him. Hell. It was an extremely terrifying assassin organization. It had been passed down since ancient times and was extremely terrifying. None of the targets they set their sights on could survive. General Xianning was very relieved with them around. On the other side, Sky Spring City. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were still waiting silently. They estimated that they would need another incense stick of time before they would be done. At this time, another group of people walked in from outside the hall. At the front was a young man wearing an embroidered robe. As the robe swayed slightly, runes flickered on it. Clearly, it was a treasure. There was a half-moon jade pendant on his waist that was also shining with a similar luster. There were 3 exquisite rings on his fingers and a necklace around his neck. Each item was a precious treasure. From head to toe, this young man exuded an extraordinary aura. From the looks of it, he was the young master of some big family. However, this young man was very arrogant. He held his head high as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. As soon as he entered, he scanned his surroundings and snorted coldly. On his left and right, there were 2 beautiful women. They looked exquisite and had good figures. They wore pink muslin dresses. However, the 2 of them wore light and heavy makeup, making them look like fairies. Furthermore, her entire body was leaning against the arrogant young man. That arrogant young man's large hands were also constantly moving. Behind them, there were 3 middle-aged men in black robes. They were expressionless, but their eyes were sharp. They were probably guards protecting that arrogant young man in front of them. Seeing those people enter, Lin Xian glanced at them and ignored them. Morong Qingqing did not even look at them. The other cultivators also glanced at it before withdrawing their gazes and no longer paying attention. After the arrogant young master entered, he frowned. In the next moment, he took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of a middle-aged man. He said coldly, "Get lost. I want this position." "What?" Hearing that, those people turned their heads again and looked over. They were all extremely surprised. The middle-aged man who was reprimanded also opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with rage. "What do you mean? Get lost, you've gone too far." He snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Buzz, that aura instantly filled the surroundings. It was obvious that he was also a terrifying king. However, the arrogant young man sneered disdainfully. He did not make a move, nor did he dodge. He continued to hold the 2 beauties in his arms and stood in front of them. However, the jade pendant and necklace on his body shone brightly, forming a light screen that enveloped him. That frightening aura had been completely isolated. What terrifying Dharma treasures! Everyone was shocked. Needless to say, the jade pendant and necklace were defensive Dharma treasures. A person who could carry 2 of those treasures must have an extraordinary identity. However, the middle-aged man was extremely angry. So what if he had an extraordinary identity? He had been reprimanded in public and asked to get lost. No one would be able to tolerate that. As a king, how could he tolerate that? The arrogant young man looked at the middle-aged man and sneered disdainfully. "What? You want to fight me? You don't know what's good for you." As he said that, he waved his hand and said coldly, "Throw him out." Behind him, the 3 expressionless men in black walked forward. Each of them was emitting a cold aura. They were also kings. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they surrounded the middle-aged man sitting there. "Damn it!" The middle-aged man's expression changed. None of the 3 people was weaker than him. Moreover, he could not fight against the 3 of them at the same time. As expected, he was thrown out the next moment. He fell to the ground with a thud, and his expression became extremely ugly. Humiliation. That was a blatant humiliation. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed. They did not expect the young man to be so arrogant as to throw the middle-aged man out. When they thought of that, their expressions became serious. That was because the young man was completely unreasonable. If he targeted them in the future, they would not be able to fight back. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also frowned, but the 2 of them did not meddle in other people's business. The king who had been thrown to the ground roared angrily. "Damn it! I'll fight it out with you." His eyes were bloodshot, and the energy in his body circulated crazily. He wanted to fight with his life. However, at that moment, the arrogant young man turned around and sneered. "Fight it out with me? What do you have to fight me with?" As he said that, he waved the jade pendant on his waist. The half-moon-shaped red jade pendant flickered with light, and there were words engraved on it. Red Moon. Red Moon Clan. When he saw the jade pendant, the middle-aged man was completely stunned. He was stunned in midair and did not dare to attack again. His expression became extremely ugly. The next moment, he snorted coldly, turned around, and left. His speed was even faster than lightning. The surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Why did the middle-aged man leave? The people around them were stunned. What's going on? Why did the middle-aged man leave? That shouldn't be the case. Judging from his angry look, he should be going all out. There were even a few people who decided to help. They could not stand the arrogant young man. However, they did not expect him to leave just like that. It was beyond their expectations. Could it be that the young man had a special background? After chasing away the middle-aged man, the arrogant young man sat down. The two beauties next to him sat on his lap. The three men in black stood behind him. The arrogant young man sat down and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. The two seductive beauties took out spirit fruits and spirit wine from their storage rings and fed them to the arrogant young man. The corners of the people around them twitched. They were speechless. That young man is not only arrogant, but he also knows how to enjoy himself. Beautiful women in my arms, spirit wine, and spirit fruits, that's a treatment that no one else has. The arrogant young man looked around again as he enjoyed himself. When he saw Morong Qingqing, his expression froze, and his eyes lit up with excitement. What a beauty! She's indeed a peerless beauty. Just the sight of her back was enough to arouse one's imagination. The arrogant young man was extremely excited. Indeed, from where he stood, he could only see Morong Qingqing's back. Even so, he was still excited, and his blood was gushing. The two beauties next to him were considered exquisite, but compared to Morong Qingqing's back was enough to kill them. That made the arrogant young man's heart itch. The two beauties next to him saw through that as well. However, they were not jealous at all. Instead, their eyes became even more charming. That was because they were very smart. They knew that they could not be dissatisfied with the young master in front of them. Otherwise, they would end up in a miserable state. Sure enough, the next moment, the arrogant young man stood up and walked forward. The two beauties followed closely beside him. The three bodyguards behind them also moved together. Soon, the arrogant young man arrived beside Morong Qingqing. When he saw Morong Qingqing's side profile, he exclaimed in surprise. Unfortunately, Morong Qingqing was wearing a veil on her face. Only her beautiful eyes could be seen. He couldn't see anything else at all. However, this was already enough. Just based on this point, he was certain that this was definitely a peerless beauty. If he saw such a beautiful woman, he would definitely not miss it. At the side, Lin Xian frowned when he saw this scene, and a trace of displeasure appeared in his eyes. What was going on? This guy actually dared to be so impudent. Could it be that they wanted to poach him? When he thought of this, his eyes turned cold and there was a trace of coldness in them. No matter who the other party was, if they dared to poach him, only death awaited them. Morong Qingqing also frowned slightly. However, at this moment, the time limit of an incense stick was up, and the spirit vessel started moving. Everyone stood up and prepared to board the spirit vessel. Morong Qingqing said tenderly, "Brother Xian, let's go." Okay. Lin Xian stood up and took Morong Qingqing's small hand, and the two of them walked forward. The tall young man narrowed his eyes. How dare you ignore me? What a personality. Interesting, only then would there be a challenge. Looking at Morongdi's back, the arrogant young man sneered. Let's go, he waved his hand, and the group of people also walked forward. Soon, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing boarded the spirit vessel. The two of them had bought the best seats. The chairs were made of high-quality demon beast skin, and they were abnormally soft. There was a table next to them, and there were exquisite spirit fruits and spirit tea on it. Morong Qingqing chose to sit by the window, and then closed her eyes slightly. She leaned her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, and her arm was around Lin Xian's. She was ready to rest for a while. Lin Xian did not sleep. He was also a little bored, and it was not suitable for him to cultivate now. Fortunately, it was very comfortable on the spirit vessel. There were a few books on the table, and they were all about strange things. There were also some books that introduced the geography and history of the Ninely Empire. Lin Xian was bored, so he took the books and read them. Martial artists were still entering, so the spirit vessel had not taken off yet. At this moment, the arrogant young man from before also walked toward the VIP area. It was obvious that they had bought the best seats. When the arrogant young man saw Murong Qingqing, his lips curled into a smile again. He strode over with his men in tow. "Beauty, I realize that we are really fated to meet again," the arrogant young man said. Throughout the whole process, his eyes were fixed on Murong Qingqing, and he did not look at Lin Xian at all. It was as if Lin Xian did not exist. Hearing this voice, Murong Qingqing opened her eyes, glanced at the other party, and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I'm Qi Yueka, the young master of the Qi Yueka clan. It's okay if you don't know me. We've met twice, so we're considered acquaintances." "Fairy, are you going to Stellar Sky City? Great, I'm going too. Why don't we go together, with my Qi Yueka clan opening the way for you? I guarantee that you'll have a smooth journey. Anything you want to do, you can do it." Qi Yueka raised his chin confidently. "Oh, you're done? Then you can leave," Murong Qingqing said coldly. She was not interested in whether the other party was a young master or not. Seeing the other party's attitude, Qi Yueka's expression stiffened, and his face darkened. No one dared to reject the beauty that he had his eyes on, moreover, no one had ever escaped from his grasp, therefore, he was not in a hurry. He would enjoy it when he got his hands on her. However, at this moment, Lin Xian spoke. "Are you done? If you're done, get lost. My wife wants to sleep and has no time for you." "What? Wife?" Hearing this, Qi Yueka was stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he shifted his gaze to Lin Xian. "What did you say?" "Say it again?" he said through gritted teeth. "Why, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me?" Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this guy was not only arrogant, but his ears were also bad. Presumptuous. "How dare you? Slap him." The 3 guards behind him shouted coldly. "How dare someone speak to our young master in such a manner? She's your wife? What a joke. This fairy is the best in the world. How can you be worthy of her? You gigolo, you must be this fairy's shield. I know that the fairy likes to be quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed, so she'll use you as a shield. But don't be too arrogant. You're definitely not worthy of her. The only one worthy of her is me." "Ridiculous." Lin Xian sneered, then turned around and kissed Murong Qingqing on the cheek. Then, he said, "How is it? Can you prove that she's my wife now? Alright, get lost if there's nothing else. You're blocking my sunlight." Seeing this, Qi Yueka was dumbfounded. What? The 2 of them were really a couple. He was so angry that his whole body was smoking. Damn it, the fairy that was so good had actually been taken. He couldn't accept this. Moreover, the other party's attitude was so arrogant, he really didn't know what was good for him. Who was he? He was the young master of the Red Moon family. The Red Moon family was a large family in the Qianshan domain. Usually, he could do whatever he wanted, and no one dared to be disrespectful to him. But now, a brat actually dared to scold him? Going against him, he was really courting death. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Because previously in the main hall, this Red Moon had already displayed an extremely arrogant attitude. He chased away a king in public. This caused everyone to be terrified, and no one dared to provoke him. But now, someone actually dared to challenge him. Could it be that he was crazy, or was there something wrong with his head? They didn't know, but they knew that the other party was going to be unlucky. Sure enough, in the next moment, Red Moon's face was gloomy as he sneered. "Men, throw this kid out for me," he was really mad. So what if the other party was a couple? After killing this kid, this supreme-grade fairy in front of him would be his. "Yes, young master." Behind him, 3 guards, 1 middle-aged guard, walked out. His expression was very cold. He had an aquiline nose and a cold face. His body emitted a terrifying aura. That aura caused the air to freeze. This was a 5-star king, and he was very powerful. One had to know that although middle ground was vast and there were many powerhouses, there were still very few who could become mighty figures. There were even fewer peerless mighty figures. Most people were still kings, and 5-star kings were already considered experts. To be able to have a 5-star king as a guard, his identity and strength were definitely terrifying. When this 5-star king came out, he looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Kid, you actually dare to go against my young master. You really don't know what's good for you. Get out of here obediently." As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. That palm bloomed with light, forming a palm of light that enveloped Lin Xian. It seemed that he wanted to throw Lin Xian out. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people exclaimed. Sure enough, the other party made a move. It seemed that this kid was going to be unlucky. The blue palm slapped down with a sharp force. This palm strike was capable of turning a king's body into meat paste. It was obvious that these people from the Crimson Moon clan had the intention to kill. The people in the distance exclaimed. Lin Xian's face darkened, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. These people really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to make a move on him. Thinking of this, he sneered. With a wave of his hand, a sharp light slashed out. The blue palm was instantly destroyed. Crack crack, in the next moment, a scream was heard. That 5-star king screamed crazily. His face was distorted, and sweat was dripping down his face. That was because his palm had been directly broken. Damned brat. How dare you hurt me, I'll kill you, that person roared crazily and reached out with his left hand. Blue lightning condensed in his palm. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Try moving again, a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Wang, feeling this terrifying gaze, the black-clothed man trembled. Deep fear appeared in his eyes. His body started to tremble inexplicably. A death-like threat rose from his heart. Therefore, this palm strike could no longer continue. Damn it, what's going on? How can this brat's gaze be so terrifying? This 5-star king felt a chill in his heart. He had never encountered such a strange thing. As for the others, they were all stunned. What's going on? That 5-star king was actually injured? Heavens! They weren't dreaming, were they? They were all stunned. Chiyueka's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. He also did not expect this to happen. These 3 subordinates of his were all 5-star kings. They were very powerful. Usually, when he dealt with people, it was like swatting flies. But now, he had actually failed. Not only that, but his subordinates were also injured. Who exactly was this brat? Could it be that he was an expert? Chiyueka's king, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. How dare you hurt my people? You're courting death, no one can save you today. Chiyueka's face was gloomy. He waved his hand, and the other 2 guards also walked up. These 2 guards' eyes were cold, and their bodies emitted a powerful aura. They even drew their swords and sabers. They had also seen the previous situation. One of their companions was inexplicably injured. This made them extremely surprised. Therefore, they did not want to be careless at all and prepared to attack with all their might. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, a maidservant walked over from behind. Behind her was a group of guards. These people were law enforcers who guarded the safety and stability of the spirit boat. They said coldly. No fighting was allowed on the spirit boat, this was the rule. This rule was set by the dynasty. Violating the rule was going against the entire dynasty. A cold voice sounded. Hearing this, the other 2 guards did not attack. Instead, they turned to look at Chiyueka. Chiyueka's face was gloomy as he snorted coldly. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. But wait, when we reach Stellar Sky City, I'll deal with you. He snorted coldly and left with the group of people. Although he could not make a move now, it did not matter. These 2 were flying to Stellar Sky City. And their Chiyueka family was a large family in Xianxia region. It was definitely terrifying. When the other party landed, he would let them know the consequences of going against him. Seeing that the people of the Chiyueka family had left, the guards on the spirit boat secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they turned around and left. Alright, the flies have left. Rest in peace for a while. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Morong Qingqing with a gentle smile. Morong Qingqing nodded and snuggled into Lin Xian's arms again. She did not sleep. Instead, her big eyes narrowed into crescents. She whispered, "You rascal, who did you say I was to you? Of course you're my wife." Lin Xian whispered into the man's ear. "You're mine for the rest of your life. If anyone dares to have any ideas about you, I'll definitely cripple him." Yes. Morong Qingqing's heart warmed when she heard that. At this moment, Lin Xian said again, "Qingqing, I really wonder if you're the reincarnation of a flower fairy. Your body is too fragrant. You rascal, when did you learn to be so glib?" Morong Qingqing blushed and gently pinched Lin Xian. Then she said, "I'm going to ignore you." The two of them flirted here. When Xianxia saw this scene, he was so angry that his whole body trembled and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. F***ck, he was so angry that he was going crazy, he swore that he would definitely kill this brat. And he would snatch that beauty over. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were also shocked. This result was something they had not expected at all. Previously in the hall, Xianxia was very powerful, and no one was their match. This young man and woman seemed to be alone, and they did not emit any powerful aura. They should be ordinary martial artists. However, they did not expect that kid to be so powerful. He entered a 5-star king with a raise of his hand. By the looks of it, these two people should be geniuses as well. That's right, that kid is quite powerful. I didn't expect him to be so strong at such a young age. What's the use of being strong? He's in big trouble. However, some people also shook their heads and sneered. Do you know who that young man is? That's the young master of the Qiyu family. What, the Qiyu family? You're saying that those people are from the Qiyu family? Hearing this, many people gasped, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. In the Xianxia domain, everyone knew about the Qiyu family. It was a very terrifying family, and it was definitely a huge force. No wonder that young man was so arrogant and had 3 5-star kings as bodyguards. It turned out that he was the young master of the Qiyu family. When they thought of this, they looked at Lin Xian with pity in their eyes. It's over, this kid is really finished. Even a 6-star king would not be enough to offend the Qiyu family, not only that. Even a mighty figure would be finished. The horror of the family was absolutely unimaginable. This kid dared to provoke the young master of the Qiyu family. He would definitely die. With that young man's attitude, he would probably attack as soon as he got off the spirit boat. Everyone discussed animatedly. Xianxia and the others sneered. As for Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, they did not care at all. What 5-star king? The young master of the Qiyu family was not worth mentioning at all. One had to know that Lin Xian was someone who even dared to kill the geniuses of the war race, let alone the Qiyu family. Not long after, the spirit boat took off and turned into a stream of light in the sky. Some of the martial artists on the spirit boat were sleeping, some were drinking tea, and some were chatting. There were also those who were flipping through the strange things on the table. After about half a day, the spirit boat gradually slowed down and fell downwards. Everyone knew that it should be about time. Indeed, not long after, the spirit boat slowly landed. Boom, the door opened, and the sunlight from outside spilled in. The beautiful maidservant also spoke in a sweet voice. Everyone, we have arrived at the Stellar Sky City. These martial artists got up one after another and walked outside. Xianxia sneered, waved his hand, and left with his people. At the same time, he said, "Go and bring some people over. We have to deal with this brat." "Don't worry, young master," one of the guards said. The other guard's figure flashed and quickly disappeared into the void. Seeing that his men had left, Xianxia hugged the two beauties and turned to look at Lin Xian and the others. His eyes were extremely cold. Soon, the group left Linzhou. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. It was over. It seemed like the young master of the Qiyu clan had gone to look for someone. That brat is definitely dead, daring to offend the Red Moon clan in the Xianxia domain. He must have lost his mind, that was for sure. His fate would definitely be very miserable, and he would probably be killed on the spot. Many people were discussing and looking at Lin Xian with pity in their eyes. They guessed that Lin Xian was only a little stronger and did not have any background at all. Such a person who offended a clan would end up in a miserable state. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he sneered. It would be fine if the other party did not make a move, but if they did, then don't blame him for being impolite. Although he did not want to find trouble, he was not someone who would be bullied. In the next moment, he took Morong Qingqing's little hand and said softly, "Let's go." The two of them walked down the spirit boat hand in hand. There was a huge square outside, and there was a pentagram array under their feet that flickered with runes. There were martial artists coming and going around. They were in a hurry. Some left, and some boarded the spirit boat. They had no choice. The recent beast tide made them not dare to fly, so they could only take the spirit boat. The sun shone down just right. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. He did not see the arrogant young man, so he asked, "Qingqing, how are we going to your senior sister's house? Before we came, I've already sent a message to my senior sister. I think she'll come to pick us up. Let's go out." The two of them walked out. However, when they were about to leave, a few figures stopped them. The two figures emitted extremely terrifying qi and blood. They were like demon kings, staring at Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Not far away, Chiyueka was hugging two beauties and sneered. There were more than 10 black-clothed martial artists beside him. Each of them had a powerful aura and carried a sword and saber on their backs. "Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you go against me? Don't you know whose territory this is? How dare you attack my subordinates? You want to steal the girls I like? Today, I'll let you know how the word death is written. Men, do it, invite the fairy over. As for this kid, break his limbs and bring him over. I'll torture him to death. I've recently raised a fiery demonic wolf. I can use the little demonic beast he gave me as food. Don't worry, young master. He's just a kid. I can kill him with a slap." The black-clothed men sneered. They moved quickly like ghosts and instantly formed a circle. They surrounded Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. How dare someone make a move here? Did he want to die? The martial artists who came with Lin Xian were also shocked. It was as they had guessed. The young master of the Qiyu family had indeed made a move. It seemed that this kid was really dead. Weren't they from the Qiyu family? How dare they provoke the Qiyu family? Where did these two people come from? Did they want to die? Many people recognized the identity of these black-clothed men and stopped to watch from afar. It was human nature to watch a show. Even if these people had cultivated to the king realm, it was hard to change their nature. Therefore, the surrounding warriors all rushed over and gathered together in a short period of time. Pirates must die. At the same time, on a wide street outside the exit, 3 snow-white ice snow lions were pulling an exquisite carriage as they slowly walked over. These 3 ice lions were emitting a blue light and emitting a cold aura. From afar, they looked extraordinary. As expected, along the way, the martial artists on the side of the road looked over and gasped. Demon Kings. The 3 ice lions were actually 5-star Demon Kings, using 5-star Demon Kings to pull a carriage. The person who came was really generous. It was the second miss of the Zhao family. Many people exclaimed when they saw the scene. It was obvious that this was not the first time they saw it. Inside the carriage sat a woman, a very beautiful woman. Her face was delicate, and her black hair was draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a long red dress. At this moment, she was holding an incomparably white fur ball in her arms. It was a newborn snow lion. Its entire body was snow white without any impurities. This snow lion was extraordinarily talented. It was a 1-star demon king the moment it was born, and it contained a special bloodline power. This beauty was so fond of it that she hugged it all day. At this moment, the carriage slowly drove and arrived in front of a square. Then, it stopped by the side of the road. 3 snow lions squatted there, emitting a terrifying aura that deterred people from approaching. In fact, even without the 3 snow lions, the sword symbol on the carriage alone was enough to scare away a group of people. That was because that was the Zhao family's emblem. The beautiful woman in the car stopped. In front, a snow lion spoke in human language. Master, there's a sea of people in front. There seems to be some commotion. Oh, is that so? Hearing that, the delicate beauty raised her eyebrows and revealed a look of interest. Little darling, shall we go out and take a look? The delicate beauty looked at the little snowball in her arms and said softly. Then, her figure flashed, and she got out of the carriage and walked forward. It was indeed very lively in front. Countless people surrounded and watched as if something big was happening. In the middle of the crowd stood two figures. It was Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. There were more than 10 martial artists around them. These people were not ordinary martial artists. They were all kings. The weak ones were 3-star kings. The strong ones were 4-star and 5-star kings. There were more than 10 of them standing together at this moment. It was truly terrifying. Together, they formed a terrifying domain that suppressed this part of the world. The surrounding martial artists felt this aura, and their expressions changed as they swallowed their saliva. The surrounding people were shocked, but Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing looked indifferent. It was just a group of ordinary kings. They were no threat to them at all. However, when Xianxia saw this indifferent expression, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, what's going on? Why aren't they afraid at all? How is that possible? One had to know that he was truly surprised. Among the people he had brought with him, there were already 5 5-star kings. There were also so many 4-star kings. If 3-star kings were to join forces, they would definitely be terrifying. Usually, as long as he called out to his subordinates, they would definitely be scared witless. But now, the other party was actually indifferent. How was this possible? He couldn't believe it. Damn it, pretentious, he must be pretentious. In his opinion, the other party must be faking it. In fact, he was already terrified. However, to dare to show off in front of him, he was really courting death. So, in the next moment, the Scarlet Moon Roar coldly snorted. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Hearing this, the king tears all laughed coldly. Kid, you actually dared to offend the young master? You really don't know what's good for you, humph, kneel down obediently and accept your death. The auras of these kings were extremely terrifying. Their king domains gushed out, and the berserk energy was like a wave, shaking the heaven and earth. This momentum was extremely terrifying. The entire sky was trembling like 10,000 waves. It was extremely majestic. Seeing this scene, Xianxia laughed crazily again. Brat, I'll let you show off. Are you trying to act cool? I don't believe that you can escape. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll let you see how I play with your woman. As he spoke, Xianxia laughed maniacally. His gaze was once again fixed on Murong Qingqing, and his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly, her small face cold. Lin Xian's face completely darkened. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes, and a terrifying aura was surging out. It was as if the god of death had awakened. You dare to release your murderous intent? You dare to release your murderous intent towards me? Xianxia felt the other party's gaze, and his heart beat wildly. He subconsciously took a step back. However, soon, his expression became extremely ugly. The other party actually dared to release his murderous intent towards him. He really didn't know what was good for him. He swore that he would torture the other party to death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Originally, I didn't want to make a move on you because killing an ant like you is really meaningless. However, you actually dared to insult my wife. You've committed an unforgivable crime. Now kneel down and apologize to my wife. I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The surrounding kings were all dumbfounded. What was going on? What was this brat saying? Xianxia was also stunned. He seemed to not dare to believe his ears. The other party dared to threaten him and even dared to ask him to kneel down and apologize. The next moment, he laughed out of anger. Do you know who you're talking to, brat? Xianxia sneered, and the two beauties around him also sneered disdainfully. Xianxia was the young master of the Xianxia family. How noble was their status? Who dared to provoke them? Usually, only others would kneel to them. Who dared to make the young master of the Xianxia family kneel? Wasn't that courting death? not only was that courting death, but it was also a crime that could lead to the extermination of the family. The brat in front of him dared to say such a thing. It seemed that the outcome would be worse than death. Very good, brat. You're the first person who dared to provoke me. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll make you my slave. Every day, I'll skin you, tear your tendons, and train your soul. I'll let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Go, you guys capture him for me. At the end of his words, Xianxia roared angrily. Obviously, the words from before had infuriated him. The dozen or so kings in black also had gloomy expressions. Brat, since you're courting death, don't blame us. Boom, the king shouted coldly, and all kinds of martial arts skills were displayed crazily. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Boom, a golden sword rose into the air, blooming in the sky and emitting waves of thunder. A large black hand covered the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The two blades were like the Milky Way, releasing murderous intent. Lightning, wind, hail, countless energy gathered in the sky and were about to fall. Pirates must die. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind. All of you, stop. What? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Someone dared to interfere in the Xianxia family's matters? Did they not want to live anymore? Heavens, what was going on? Why did someone dare to challenge the Xianxia family? Xianxia was also stunned. Just when he was happy, someone dared to interrupt him. Who was it? His eyes were cold as he suddenly turned his head. He wanted to see who was so daring to interfere in his matters. However, in the next moment, when he turned around and looked through the crowd, he was stunned. His body trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Stop. All of you, stop. In the next moment, he shouted crazily. The dozen or so kings in black were stunned. What's going on? Young master wants us to stop? That was beyond their expectations. However, they still did as they were told. In an instant, all the energy in the sky disappeared. What? He really stopped? The kings who were watching the show were all stunned. Who is that? Who has such great power? Who could make the young master of the Crimson Moon family stop? They were extremely puzzled, so they also turned their heads to look. On the other side, Lin Xian was also puzzled. He had already wanted to make a move. After all, the dozen or so kings were like ants in his eyes. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. However, someone had actually stopped him. Who is it? At the side, Morong Qingqing smiled and said, My senior sister is here. Senior sister? Hearing that, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In front of him, a beautiful figure walked over. It was a woman with jet black hair and an exquisite face. She was wearing a long red dress that added a hint of charm. In his arms, he was holding a furry snowball. It was very cute. It's her. She's here. Many King Realm kings recognized him, and they all gasped in shock. Xianxia's expression also became extremely serious. He was shocked, but soon, he smiled and said, Why are you here, Sister Jirua? However, this beautiful woman did not care at all. It was as if the Red Moon Stallion did not exist. She walked straight ahead. You're here, junior sister. When she walked in front of Morong Qingqing, the beautiful woman smiled like 100 flowers blooming. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. However, when they heard that voice, their hearts beat wildly. What's going on? Do they know each other? When Xianxia saw that the other party ignored him, his expression became extremely ugly, and a deep sense of anger appeared in his heart. However, he did not dare to show it. That was because the other party's identity was more precious than his. If he dared to attack her, he would definitely die. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. What's going on? Do they know each other? How is that possible? Senior sister. Morong Qingqing said with a smile. Hearing this, Scarlet Moondrake was even more shocked. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. The two of them were actually from the same sect. The second daughter of the Zhao family seemed to be cultivating in the Jade Lake sacred ground of the eastern state. This woman called her senior sister. Could it be that she was also from the Jade Lake sacred ground? It's over, it's over. The Crimson Moon clan has really kicked an iron plate. The Jade Lake Holy Land was an incomparably terrifying existence. Who would have thought that this woman actually had such a background? However, there were also people who shook their heads. So what? Although the Jade Lake was powerful, it was in the eastern wilderness, and it was tens of thousands of miles away. No matter how strong they are, I'm afraid they won't be able to reach us. It couldn't do anything, but the Zhao family could. Zhao Zhirua turned her head and looked behind her. Then, she frowned and asked, "What happened?" "That, Sister Zhirua, it's a misunderstanding. I have a misunderstanding with these two. I will take them away now," Chi Yueka hurriedly said. "Misunderstanding?" Zhao Zhirua frowned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Did I say you could leave?" His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. Chi Yueka and the others also stopped in their tracks. Zhao Zhirua turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. "Junior sister, who is this?" "He's my husband." Morong Qingqing smiled. "What?" Zhao Zhirua was extremely shocked. "Husband, how is this possible? When did Morong Qingqing have a husband?" Why didn't she know? However, looking at the two of them, it didn't seem like they were faking it. Therefore, she subconsciously looked at them a few more times. Then, she nodded slightly. Just by looking at his appearance, he was indeed very handsome. However, she couldn't see through his cultivation. Although he was fierce, his aura wasn't very clear. She couldn't see through his cultivation at that moment. Forget it, she had to deal with the matters here first. Zhao Zhirua said again, "Chi Yueka, since you have offended my junior sister, hurry up and apologize." "Yes, I will apologize now." Chi Yueka said, "I'm sorry. I was blind before and offended the two of you. Please forgive me." He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore because the fairy in front of him was Zhao Zhirua's junior sister. He knew that Zhao Zhirua's sect was the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Although the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was far away, the Zhao family was local and was stronger than his Chi Yueka family. Therefore, with the Zhao family's support, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the two of them. After apologizing, Chi Yueka wanted to leave because he didn't have the face to stay here. However, Lin Xian merely sneered. "What? Was it over just like that? What do you want?" Seeing that the other party was still unwilling to give up, Chi Yueka's face was gloomy. After all, he was the young master of a big family. Apologizing in public was already giving the other party face. Lin Xian sneered. "I said, kneel down and apologize, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "What, kneel down and apologize?" The surrounding people were shocked. Chi Yueka's face became extremely ugly. Kneel down? How could that be? He was the young master of the Chi Yueka family. Although he had done something wrong and apologized, kneeling down was out of the question, because if he knelt down, it wouldn't be his own face being slapped, but the entire Chi Yueka family would be humiliated. It was impossible for him to kneel down. However, Zhao Zhirua sighed. "Chi Yueka, you'd better kneel down and apologize." What? When she said that, the crowd was even more confused. Could it be that Chi Yueka was really going to kneel down? When Chi Yueka heard that, his face turned gloomy, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. "Pirates must die, Sister Zhirua, I'm apologizing to these two people because I'm giving you face. However, don't go too far. You're from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, but the Jade Lake is in the eastern wilderness, and this is Zhongzhou. Moreover, although the Zhao family is powerful, the Chi Yueka family is not to be trifled with. Don't forget, we're also the sixth prince's people. Threatening me, Chi Yueka, you're courting death." Zhao Zhirua also frowned, and the smile on her face disappeared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, or die, kid, you're courting death." "Sister Zhirua, you've seen it for yourself. It's these people who are bullying me. I have to take action. When I catch them, I'll apologize to you in the Upper Zhao mansion." Chi Yueka's face was filled with ferocity as he said that. He roared, "Attack! Take this kid down." He was mad. He was really mad. The other party had asked him to kneel down and apologize again and again. This was intolerable. Hearing the order, the kings around him also roared ferociously, and their domains surged out quickly. Swords, sabers, divine wind, and raging flames quickly rushed down. In an instant, Lin Xian was completely enveloped. He attacked. Scarlet Crescent Drake actually attacked. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. They did not expect Scarlet Crescent Drake to dare to attack at this time. It seemed that this kid was really dead. However, in the next moment, a cold snort was heard. Boom, the king's domains that filled the sky directly shattered into countless pieces. More than a dozen kings' faces turned pale, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear and disbelief. The people around them were also going crazy. What happened? A voice actually shattered more than a dozen kings' domains. Heavens, who the hell is this kid? How strong is he? They did not dare to imagine. Buzz buzz buzz, puff puff puff, in the next moment, they screamed. That was because more than a dozen black-clothed kings who attacked were all split in half and fell to the ground. Blood instantly dyed the ground red. Many people screamed, and Scarlet Crescent Drake's pupils constricted. His face was pale without a trace of blood. The two beauties in his arms were also trembling. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect that more than a dozen kings would be killed in an instant. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and trembled. An expert. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying expert. Lin Xian did not even make a move. With just a glance, he killed those people. Buzz, he stared at Scarlet Crescent Drake again and said coldly. Kneel down and apologize, or die. I'll kneel. Feeling the cold gaze, Scarlet Crescent Drake's body trembled. He did not dare to be arrogant anymore. At this moment, the glory of his family and face were all thrown to the back of his mind. His life was the most important. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Hero, please spare me. I was wrong. I deserve to die 1,000 times. As he spoke, he kept slapping his face. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy. Was this still the high and mighty young master Scarlet Crescent Drake? They could not believe it. My mouth is cheap, so I'll slap myself. Scarlet Crescent Drake slapped his own face. The surrounding people were stunned, and Zhao Zhirua was also silent. Perhaps this kneeling would start a feud with the Scarlet Crescent Drake family. Although the Zhao family was stronger than the Qiyu family, the Qiyu family was no pushover either. They were also one of the big clans in Qianshan domain. Moreover, he was inextricably linked to the sixth prince. It could be said that unless they had no other choice, their Zhao family would not want to go against the Scarlet Moon family. However, since it had already happened, it was useless to say anything more. If the Qiyu clan wanted to come knocking on their door, the Zhao clan would welcome them. Furthermore, the Red Moon Dagger was in the wrong in the first place. Therefore, Zhao Zhirua did not mind. Ahead, Chiyueka knelt and begged for mercy, saying, Hero, can you find me now? I'm leaving right now. Humph, Suchin sneered. Did I say you could leave? Chiyueka, who was just about to leave, stiffened and then became angry. Damn it, he had already knelt down and apologized, but the other party still refused to let him go. What do you want? At the thought of this, his face became ferocious, and he suddenly raised his head. Kid, don't go too far. Overboard? I'm going too far. What can you do about it? Lin Xian sneered. I said that I could spare your life, but I never said that I would let you go. At this point, a cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes again. Then, his eyes turned into two sharp rays of light that pierced forward. Damn it, how dare you attack me? Seeing the two rays of light flying towards him, Chiyueka was scared out of his wits. He roared crazily, and the jade pendant, necklace, and ring on his body emitted a misty light. It formed 3 light curtains that enveloped him. However, it was useless. Crack crack crack, the sound of something breaking could be heard. The 3 light curtains were torn apart in an instant, and then the 2 rays of light pierced into the other party's dantian. With a boom, the other party's spiritual sea was completely crushed. Chiyueka screamed crazily on the ground, and his face became distorted. How dare you destroy my cultivation? I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. He was really crazy. The other party destroyed his cultivation with a raise of his hand. This made him feel worse than death. One had to know that although he wasn't strong, he was still a 5-star king. Usually, he was arrogant not only because of his identity, but also because of his strength. And now, his cultivation had been crippled. From a high and mighty king, he became an ordinary person. How could he accept such a difference? So, he screamed crazily. Lin Xian sneered. You still want to kill me? As he spoke, he walked over in large strides. Feeling the other party's gradually approaching figure, Xianxia was scared out of his wits. You dare to touch me? You're dead. If you kill me, my Xianxia family will definitely not let you go. Xianxia was really scared. The other party's methods were definitely extremely powerful. He couldn't imagine it at all. If the other party killed him, he might not even have a place to cry. The surrounding people were also terrified. Even Zhao Zhirua frowned. Making the Scarlet Moondrake apologize and killing the Scarlet Moondrake were two completely different matters. The former was just slapping the Xianxia family's face. Their Zhao family could still suppress it. However, if he really killed Xianxia, then he would become a mortal enemy of the Xianxia family. This would definitely make the Xianxia family go crazy. Kill you? You're thinking too much. A piece of trash like you isn't worthy of me killing you. However, you actually dared to have ideas about my wife. I'll make sure you have no fate with women in this lifetime. As he spoke, Lin Xian raised his foot and stepped on Xianxia's lower body. Crack! Xianxia was in so much pain that he fainted a few times. The surrounding people also trembled. They felt a chill down there, as if they were about to shatter. What happened? Not only did this kid destroy Xianxia's cultivation, but he also destroyed his manhood. Everyone was sweating profusely and swallowing their saliva. It's over. In this situation, the Xianxia family would definitely not let this go. No matter how strong this kid was, he couldn't fight against the entire Xianxia family, right? That was for sure. The Xianxia family was so powerful. There were countless kings and almighties. Any random almighties would be able to kill this kid. This kid was too arrogant. Did he think that with the Zhao family behind him, he could do whatever he wanted? The Xianxia family was not to be trifled with. Everyone was discussing, feeling that Lin Xian had gone too far. Zhao Zirua's eyes flickered, but she did not say anything. As long as Xianxia was not dead, everything would be easy. Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, countless lights appeared in the sky. One after another, silhouettes descended quickly. It was a group of guards. There were about 20 of them. Naturally, they were the guards of Stellar Sky City. When they saw a fight below, they naturally came over. Who was fighting here? Did they not know the city rules? A shout could be heard. Then, more than 20 people descended. Thank you for your monthly votes. It's already 96. I'll add more tomorrow. Uncle Chi, you're here. Quick, kill this kid for me. He crippled me. Seeing the guards land, Red Moon Kettle screamed crazily again. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Young Master Red Moon. The middle-aged leader of the guards was shocked when he saw Red Moon Kettle lying on the ground. What's going on? Someone dared to attack young Master Red Moon. Does he want to die? The next moment, he roared. Men, capture that kid. The middle-aged leader pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. What? You want to fight? Don't you want to know what happened? Don't you want to know who's right and who's wrong? We don't need to know. All we know is that you dared to injure young Master Red Moon. You're dead meat. Good, you don't care about right or wrong. I like this way of doing things. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand impatiently. Do it. Don't waste my time. You're courting death. Attack. The middle-aged man roared and the 20 guards behind him quickly attacked. The long spear in his hand transformed into numerous flood dragons that surrounded Lin Xian. Get lost. With his hands behind his back, Lin Xian shouted coldly as he looked at the 20 figures charging towards him. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The sound waves were like thunder, rolling out with unparalleled power. In an instant, the 20 spears exploded into pieces. The martial artists spat out mouthfuls of blood as if they were struck by lightning. The armor on their bodies was shattered and many of their bones were broken. So powerful! Everyone exclaimed. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Whoosh, the next moment, his vision blurred. A figure appeared in front of him. Then, he felt a grip on his neck. Lin Xian appeared in front of the middle-aged man. He grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up. Then, he asked coldly. What? You still dare to convict me? No, I dare. The middle-aged man shook his head frantically. I'm blind. I've offended you, young master. Please spare my life. Get lost. Lin Xian snorted. He waved his arm and threw the middle-aged man to the ground. Everyone around was completely stunned. The Scarlet Moon Ku was also stunned on the ground. The immense pain continued, but his mind was still blank. He knew that the young man in front of him was beyond his imagination. If he was arrogant, the other party might really kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything. He only wanted to return to his family and get his family to send out countless powerful figures to kill the other party. On the other side, Zhao Jirua's eyes flickered. To be honest, judging from the attacks of Lin Xian and the others, their strength had definitely surpassed that of a 5-star king. As for whether they were a 6-star king or an almighty being, she wasn't sure. However, in her eyes, he should only be a 6-star king. After all, only the saintesses and saints could become almighties in their 20s. Whoosh, in a flash, Lin Xian appeared beside Murong Qingqing and said, "Let's go." Okay, Zhao Jirua nodded, and the group walked out. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically moved aside. No one dared to block his path. What a joke. The strength that Lin Xian displayed shocked them. After Lin Xian and the other two left, the entire square was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing animatedly. An expert, this was a true expert, with a wave of his hand, he killed more than a dozen almighties. With a roar, he sent countless guards flying. That scene was exciting just thinking about it. However, the Scarlet Moon Ku kept swallowing pills and roaring at the same time, "Damn it, men, escort me for my family, I must kill him." In the Scarlet Moon family. When the Scarlet Moon Ku was carried in, the entire family was in an uproar. Endless flames of fury burned, and smoke signals soared into the sky. Anger, endless anger. When they saw the crippled Scarlet Moon Ku, they were all furious. Moreover, when they heard that the Scarlet Moon family actually knelt to someone else, they were so angry that they vomited blood. They were the Scarlet Moon family, a big family in the Qianshan domain. When had they ever been humiliated like that? Not only did the other party make the Scarlet Moon Ku kneel, but he also destroyed the Scarlet Moon Ku's cultivation and family jewels. This was the rhythm of starting a war with the Scarlet Moon family. Damn it! Who was it? Who did it? The patriarch of the Scarlet Moon family was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a purple robe and his face was cold. His eyes were filled with endless anger. It's a young man. We don't know his identity. However, he is related to the Zhao family. Previously, in the square, it was the Zhao family's second miss, Zhao Jirua, who personally picked them up. The Zhao family, hearing those words, the Scarlet Moon family's patriarch and the surrounding elders all frowned. How did this matter have anything to do with the Zhao family? Send someone to investigate thoroughly. We must get detailed information. Countless warriors moved out and used the Scarlet Moon family's huge information network to investigate. Pirates will die, sure enough. 4 hours later, the news came back. Patriarch, that man and woman. The woman is Zhao Jirua's junior sister, and the man and woman are lovers. However, we still don't know the identity of that young man. Junior sister, Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Scarlet Moon family frowned and then snorted. So what, this is middle ground. Their hands can't reach so far. Men, go to the Zhao family and get them. I don't believe that the Zhao family dares to stop me. The patriarch of the Scarlet Moon family was really angry. This time, he must catch the culprit and tear him into pieces. Soon, the Scarlet Moon family sent people. 2 almighties and 4 6-star kings. A total of 5 people soared into the sky and flew towards Stellar Sky City. On the other side, Stellar Sky City, Zhao family. The Zhao family was the strongest family in Stellar Sky City. Therefore, it occupied an extremely large area. There were palaces and pavilions scattered all over the place. There were countless guards and the security was tight. There were arrays flashing on the ground and walls. It was obvious that this was a powerful family. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing stayed in an exquisite pavilion. The surrounding environment was very good. There was a waterfall, a stream, and countless gardens. Junior sister, the 2 of you should rest first. There's a banquet tonight. I'll bring you around tomorrow. Zhao Zhirua chatted with the 2 of them for a while, then got up and left. When the Zhao family learned that Murong Qingqing was coming, they were also very excited. They began to prepare for the banquet and planned to entertain Murong Qingqing. After all, although she was only Zhao Zhirua's junior sister, her status was much more noble than Zhao Zhirua's. The Zhao family did not dare to neglect her. In the evening, Zhao Zhirua and the patriarch of the Zhao family, a middle-aged man, personally came to invite Murong Qingqing. A group of elders followed behind them. Saintess, please. The patriarch of the Zhao family smiled. You're too polite. Murong Qingqing said with a smile. Then, she held Lin Xian's arm and the 2 of them set off for the banquet. The Zhao family did not know about Lin Xian's identity, but they thought that he definitely had a close relationship with Murong Qingqing. Therefore, they were also very respectful to him. The banquet was very lively. The Zhao family's patriarch and elders all attended. Apart from them, the outstanding young people also came. They also wanted to see how beautiful the Jade Lake Saintess was. When the young people of the Zhao family saw Murong Qingqing, they were all shocked. They had seen a lot of beauties, and they had seen a lot of peerless beauties as well. However, compared to Murong Qingqing, all of them seemed to pale in comparison. However, when they saw the handsome young man sitting next to Murong Qingqing, they shook their heads and sighed. Judging from their actions, they were undoubtedly a couple. Such a peerless beauty actually had a partner. This made their hearts ache. However, they did not dare to act rashly. However, everyone's gaze was fixated on Lin Xian. They were very curious about the identity of the other party. Judging from his current aura, his aura was not fierce. Could it be that he was just a gigolo? They were very puzzled. Boom, halfway through the banquet, there was a sudden roar in the distant sky. Then, countless rays of light shone brilliantly like fireworks. They lit up in the sky. What was going on? Seeing this, everyone put down their wine glasses. The Zhao family's patriarch also frowned. It was obvious that the Zhao family's defensive array had been activated. Whoosh, a Zhao family martial artist flew over from afar, landed on the ground, and knelt on one knee. Reporting to the patriarch, someone tried to attack, but we stopped them. However, the other party came aggressively and threatened to hand over the murderer. Hand over the murderer? What murderer? The elders of the Zhao family also frowned. It was a good banquet, why would someone come knocking on their door? How dare they behave so atrociously in the Zhao family? Did they have a death wish? Who dares to be so presumptuous? An elder asked coldly. They are from the Qiyu family, led by 2 mighty figures. They want the Zhao family to hand over the murderer who injured Qiyu Ku. The Qiyu family, many people were discussing. Zhao Zhirua frowned and glanced at Lin Xian. Many people around them also looked over. They had heard about what happened during the day. The news had spread throughout the entire Tianxing city, so it was difficult for them not to know. For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly. The few elders were also discussing. Zhirua, what do you think we should do? An elder said in a deep voice. Zhao Zhirua's eyes flickered, and she was about to say something. However, before she could say anything, Lin Xian said indifferently. Since they're here for me, I'll go out and meet them. As he said that, Lin Xian stood up. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. The elders were all extremely surprised. The young people were even more. Many people, they curled their lips, they thought from their mouths. That was because the Crimson Moon clan did not send ordinary kings. They were 2 almighties. Almighty. That was an elder-level existence. The difference was the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how powerful this kid in front of him was, how could he possibly contend against a mighty figure? Lin. The elders of the Zhao family also opened their mouths, wanting to persuade him. However, Lin Xian's figure flashed as he soared into the sky. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Zhirua also looked at Murong Qingqing, her eyes filled with worry. Is it okay for him to go by himself? Should I send someone to follow him? Murong Qingqing smiled faintly. Don't worry, senior sister, it's just 2 supreme experts. It won't affect brother Xian much. Just 2 supreme experts? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Murong Qingqing, the corners of their mouths twitching. However, they were extremely puzzled. Because Murong Qingqing was the holy maiden, she might have the right to say such words. But, why did that kid have such confidence? Could it be that that kid was also a supreme expert? But how was that possible? A supreme expert in his 20s, other than the holy sons and holy daughters, who else could reach that level? This kid was obviously not a holy son, how could he be a supreme expert? Why don't we go take a look? A few young people whispered to each other. In the end, they all looked at the elders. The elders' eyes also flickered. To be honest, they did not believe that Lin Xian could defeat the powerhouses of the Red Moon clan. The patriarch was also a little worried. He said that since the powerhouses of the Red Moon clan had come, the Zhao clan could not be rude. Someone, go and welcome the Red Moon clan. Although it was said to be a welcome, it was actually a tacit permission for these people to go and watch the battle. As expected, the young disciples cupped their fists and said, Patriarch, I'm willing to go. Buzz, they soared into the sky, looking impatient. In fact, 2 of the elders also waved their sleeves and followed after him. Pirates must die. In an instant, many warriors at the banquet followed. However, Murong Qingqing did not go. She sat there with a calm expression. Zhao Zhirua was a little surprised. Are you really not worried, senior sister? You'll know later. Murong Qingqing smiled. On the other side, outside the Zhao manor. Light flickered, forming a light screen that covered the entire sky. Outside the light screen, there were 6 figures. 2 mighty figures and 4 6-star kings. They were the powerhouses of the Red Moon clan. At this moment, their gazes were piercingly cold, and their bodies were surging with killing intent. Of the 2 mighty figures, one was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The old man walked up and said loudly, The Red Moon clan has no intention of starting a war with the Zhao clan. We just want to capture the culprit who injured our young master. Why? Is the Zhao clan trying to protect the culprit? Although the Zhao clan is powerful, if this matter were to spread, you would probably be laughed at by the world. The guards of the Zhao clan had solemn expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. Hearing this, they did not answer. They had already sent someone to inform the elders of the clan. They would probably make a decision soon. What they needed to do now was to guard these formations and prevent the other party from attacking. Seeing that the Zhao clan did not respond, the powerhouses of the Red Moon clan in front of them had gloomy expressions. The middle-aged mighty figure also snorted coldly. Why? Is the Zhao clan not going to give an explanation? Explanation? What explanation do you want? At this moment, a sneer was heard. Following that, a handsome young man appeared in the sky with a flash of light. Seeing this young man, everyone was stunned. The people of the Red Moon clan also frowned. The old man snorted coldly. Who are you, kid? Do you have the right to speak here? Get the elders of your clan to come out. What an idiot. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Aren't you here to capture the culprit? Why? Don't you even know who the culprit is? What, damn it. It's you. Hearing this, the expressions of the Red Moon clan warriors changed, and their eyes shone with a fierce light. They didn't expect that the kid in front of them was the murderer they wanted to catch. However, he dared to come out. He was really arrogant. Kid, you don't know what death is. If you had stayed in the Zhao family obediently like a coward, we would have killed you. Perhaps we wouldn't have been able to catch you. But we didn't expect you to come out of your own accord. Since that's the case, don't blame us. Kneel down obediently and surrender. Come back to the family with us, and we can give you a quick death. otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Humph, Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. Cut the crap. You just want to catch me, right? Go ahead and do it. Let's see if you have the ability. What? The young disciples of the Zhao family who had rushed over were all dumbfounded. Damn, this kid is too arrogant, he dares to talk so big in front of two mighty figures. Does he think that the Zhao family will help him? This kid is too pretentious. I'm worried that he will be killed later. Maybe he will be killed. The Zhao family won't let him be taken away. But thinking about it, he will definitely be embarrassed. I really don't know where he gets the right to be so arrogant. These people whispered and watched the show from behind. The few elders who had rushed over also frowned. Although they also felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant, after some discussion, they still decided to save his life at the critical moment. After all, this was someone who had a close relationship with the Jade Lake Saintess. They wouldn't let his life be in danger. On the Zhao family's side, they were ready to save him at the critical moment. On the other side, the martial artists of the Red Moon family were furious. This time, they had 2 supreme beings and 4 6-star kings with them. Each of them was very powerful. And the other party, a kid, dared to look down on them. Elder, let me go kill him. A 6-star king roared angrily. Well, go ahead. Be careful not to kill him. You must catch him alive. The old almighty nodded. Then, the 6-star king who had spoken stood up with a hideous smile on his face. He looked to be in his 30s, but his real age was more than 300 years old. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. He was one step away from becoming a mighty figure. It could be said that he was a genius. This person walked out, stood in the void, and laughed coldly. Brat, get over here and accept your death. Seeing this person come out, the Zhao family's people began to discuss spiritedly. It was actually him, New Red Moon, that's right, this was a genius of the Scarlet Moon clan. Rumor had it that he was about to reach the almighty realm. Unexpectedly, the first one to make a move was actually him. Looks like that kid is going to be out of luck. The young disciples of the Zhao family discussed animatedly. A few elders also secretly transmitted their voices, preparing to help. However, Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered disdainfully. Just you? It wasn't enough, the 6 of you can attack together. I don't have the time to accompany you here. What? The 6 of them attacked together. The corners of the Zhao clan members' mouths twitched. They increasingly felt that Lin Xian was insolent. On the other hand, the Qiyu clan was so angry that they vomited blood. Especially Qiyu Ashin, his face was gloomy, and a wisp of ferocity appeared in his eyes. Brat, you really don't know life from death. If you weren't in the array, I could have killed you with just one slap. Is that so? Then try slapping me, Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and instantly left the Zhao clan's defensive array. F***ck. That brat really left. The martial artists of the Zhao clan were dumbfounded. Those from the Qiyu clan were also stunned. But soon, that Scarlet Moon Xinshin started laughing maniacally. What a reckless fool. Buzz, he raised his hand and slapped out. In his palm, countless blue lights shone and turned into stars that quickly descended from the sky. Astral palm, the palm covered the sky as if it was the universe that was mercilessly descending. What a terrifying energy, this new red moon had indeed surpassed an ordinary 6-star king. He was probably not far from becoming a true almighty. Humph, how dare you attack new red moon? You really don't know life from death. The Qiyu clan member sneered. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. Looking at the rapidly descending astral palm, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The next moment, he also stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. You don't know life from death. How dare you resist? If I were him, I would have escaped long ago. The young martial artists of the Zhao clan discussed. The elders of the Zhao clan sighed and shook their heads. Sure enough, he was still too young and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's save him. They were ready to make a move, but soon, they were stunned. In the sky, the incomparably mysterious astral palm transformed into countless stars, and all of them suddenly exploded. The stars exploded one after another, tearing the void apart and forming black holes. Boom, in an instant, the astral palm shattered into pieces. As for New Red Moon, he also screamed in pain as his palm bled. His face was full of horror. Damn it! What happened? Not only him, but everyone else also did not know what had happened. However, in the next moment, their vision blurred. Ah! New Red Moon screamed in pain. He felt a sharp palm grabbing his head and pulling him far away. This was naturally Lin Xian's palm. He shattered the terrifying astral palm with one palm, then grabbed New Red Moon and pulled him in front of him. Then, he sneered. You want me to kneel and die? Wait to be captured? I don't know life from death, damn it. How is this possible? I don't believe it. New Red Moon screamed crazily. The other party broke his ultimate move with one palm. He even grabbed him. This made him unable to believe it. He was a genius. He was a powerhouse who was about to become an almighty, damn it. Get lost, the energy in his body exploded, forming a terrifying storm that wanted to shatter the kid in front of him. However, in an instant, his body turned cold because the violent energy in his body was instantly frozen into ice. You want me to kneel and die? Kneel down before me. Lin Xian held the other party's head and pressed gently. Immediately, New Red Moon screamed in pain and knelt in midair. He did not kneel on his own initiative, but was forcefully pressed down. Therefore, his legs were instantly broken and turned into a bloody mist. Countless cracks appeared in the void below and spread to the surroundings. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He actually subdued New Red Moon in an instant? How was that possible? The young warriors of the Zhao family were stunned. The elders were also stunned. They could not believe it. The people of the Red Moon family were even more adorable. However, they soon came to their senses. Especially the two almighties, they roared crazily. Damn it! Stop, that was the genius of the Red Moon family. He would soon become an almighty, they would not allow any mishaps to happen to such a person. Therefore, in the next moment, the two of them turned into shooting stars and rushed over quickly. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. Fine, I'll return it to you. He waved his hand and threw out New Red Moon Thorn. That's great. Seeing this, the two almighties smiled and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, in the next moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. That was because Qi Yu's new body suddenly exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist that floated in the sky. Dead, a mighty late-stage 6-star king tier was actually killed in an instant. Everyone went crazy. The two almighties of the Qi Yu family even screamed crazily. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you, let's attack together. The two almighties snorted coldly, and the 3 6-star kings behind them also rushed out quickly. Their king domains covered the surroundings. They blocked all of Lin Xian's escape routes. They would not let the other party escape. However, why would Lin Xian escape? He had no intention of escaping at all. Looking at the people rushing towards him, his eyes gradually emitted a cold light. Buzz, he waved his arm, and countless sword lights lit up in the sky. Each of them was as fast as lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, Lin Xian turned around and slowly descended towards the Zhao family. The martial artists of the Zhao family were stunned. What's going on? However, soon, they screamed and almost fainted from fright. In the sky, 2 almighties and 3 kings suddenly broke into several pieces. Blood flowed wildly, and the broken corpses fell to the ground. They were all dead. At this moment, nearly 100 martial artists of the Zhao family, including the guards and elders, were all dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. What did they just see? 2 almighties and 3 6-star kings were killed in a single strike. When they came back to their senses, the elders of the Zhao family gasped with fear in their eyes. They were all almighties, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to kill a almighty. However, this man had slain 2 supreme beings with ease, and he had even taken 3 6-star kings with him. This could no longer be described as shocking. This was absolutely heaven-defying. At this moment, they finally understood why the other party was so nonchalant earlier. It was because he was definitely a top genius. He killed almighties like cutting grass. If they had such strength, they would not be worried. The young disciples of the Zhao family all swallowed their saliva. Looking at the figure in front of them, their scalps went numb. Previously, they had thought that he was just being pretentious and that he wasn't worthy of Murong Qingqing. But now it seemed that they were gravely mistaken. The other party's strength was definitely far beyond their imagination. It was even far beyond the Almighty's. They had never seen a young man who was about the same age as them be so powerful. They didn't even dare to think about chasing after him. After dealing with these people from the Red Moon clan, Lin Xian turned around and returned to the array formation. Then, he said to the elders of the Zhao family. "A few small shrimps, you've delayed our banquet. You'd better go back. However, I still need you to clean up the battlefield." "Huh, good," the warriors and guards of the Zhao family nodded blankly. Even now, they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Xian shrugged and turned to return to the banquet. Zhao family, banquet. At this moment, only a small number of people were left. Apart from the patriarch and a few elders, only Zhao Zhirua and Murong Qingqing were left among the younger generation. To be honest, apart from Murong Qingqing, these people were also puzzled. They didn't know what was going on over there. However, at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from afar. Then, a bolt of lightning descended towards the banquet. Seeing this scene, the elders all raised their heads. What's going on? Could it be that something happened and they're here to report it? However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they realized that the figure wasn't a warrior or guard of the Zhao family, but Lin Xian. What's going on? Why is he back? Could it be that he came back because he's afraid, or he doesn't dare to stand up? The elders thought so in their hearts. Zhao Zhirua had similar thoughts in her heart, so she frowned. In her opinion, the other party was too pretentious. If he didn't dare to stand up, then so be it. Why did he have to put on an act and come back halfway? In fact, she even wanted to find an opportunity to persuade Murong Qingqing if it was worth it to associate with such a person. However, before she could say anything, countless figures quickly descended from behind. This time, it was the elders and young disciples of the Zhao family. Why are they all back? Where are the people of the Qiyu family? Have they left? These people were extremely puzzled. Many of the elders even laughed proudly. The Qiyu family was nothing in front of the Zhao family. They were probably frightened by the strength of the Zhao family, so they obediently went back. These people were immensely proud of themselves, but the elders who had just returned looked at these people strangely, speechless. What's going on? What's with your expressions? What happened? These people stopped laughing because they realized that the people who had returned had grave expressions. Even the young people's faces were pale, as if they had been frightened. What's going on? What happened? The first elder asked. Where are the people of the Qiyu family? Could it be that you guys fought? Lin Xian returned to his seat and didn't say anything. As for the young people of the Zhao family, they seemed to have recalled something. Their bodies trembled, and they didn't dare to say anything. A few elders of the Zhao family took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The people of the Qiyu family were killed. Was he killed? Who told you to do it? The first elder frowned. Although they weren't afraid of the Qiyu family, they were still a big family in the Qianshan domain, and their strength couldn't be underestimated. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't become enemies with such a family. But now, the people of the Qiyu family were killed by them. This would definitely cause a war between the two families. First elder, it wasn't us who did it. The elders of the Zhao family also shook their heads. They naturally knew how powerful it was. How could they kill the people of the Qiyu family? It wasn't you guys who did it. Then who did it? The first elder frowned even more. Other than their elders, who else could have such strength? However, in the next moment, he was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that it was this kid? A thought arose in their minds, but they didn't dare to believe it. However, when they saw the frightened faces of the people who had returned to watch the battle, their hearts beat wildly. Could it be that it was really this kid? Don't blame them. It was indeed me who did it. They were just a few small fries. How dare they jump in front of me? I just killed them. Don't worry. If the people of the Qiyu family want to blame someone, just tell them to come to me. I won't cause any trouble for the Zhao family. What? It was really him. The elders who didn't go cried out in shock. They couldn't believe it. The head of the Zhao family also frowned. What was going on? The Zhao family's patriarch spoke, and those few elders hurriedly recounted what had happened earlier. When these people heard that Lin Xian had killed 2 mighty figures and 3 six-star kings with a single strike, they were all stunned. Clang, 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 the wine glasses in their hands all fell to the ground. Heavens! They weren't dreaming, were they? How could the other party be so powerful? These elders did not dare to believe it. Zhao Zhirua was also shocked, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She knew that she had misjudged this time. Although she did not know the young man in front of her, he was definitely at the level of a saint. Thinking of this, she smiled bitterly. Originally, she had looked down on the other party, but she did not expect that she was too ignorant. Everyone was shocked. Only Morong Qingqing had a smile on her face, because she had already guessed this result. Lin Xian also smiled as he raised his wine glass. The wine was still warm, so he could drink it. Lin Xian was tasting the wine, but the others were not in the mood. Now, everything they ate tasted tasteless because the news was too shocking. It was as if lightning had struck them unconscious. On the other side, the Qiyu family. The entire Qiyu family quickly moved. They invited the best doctors and alchemists to treat Chiyuka's injuries. Although Chiyuka's life was saved, his crippled cultivation could not be recovered in a short time. More importantly, his genitals couldn't be repaired either. This news made the patriarch's face extremely gloomy. With his cultivation crippled and his manhood destroyed, Chiyuka's life was over. Although he was not killed, it was worse than death. When Chiyuka heard this, he naturally could not accept it. He screamed crazily. Kill him. You must kill him, you must kill him. Avenge me, don't worry, we will definitely avenge you. A middle-aged woman held Chiyuka's hand and said through gritted teeth. I will capture that kid and pull out his tendons and bones. I will let him taste torture 10 times more painful than you. And that woman, I will capture her and make her serve you for the rest of her life. Don't worry, I won't let anyone who offended you have a good ending. The middle-aged woman's expression was incomparably ferocious. The Red Moon family head's expression was also ice-cold. He said in a cold voice, what's wrong? The people I sent out haven't returned yet. Why would it take so much effort to catch a brat? Or was it that the Zhao family was unwilling to let him go? Master, something bad has happened. At this moment, news came from afar. A martial artist ran over in a panic, his face extremely pale. What's going on? The clan leader of the Qiyu clan asked coldly. Could it be that they had captured that brat? No, the subordinate said, trembling. Our men were killed. Was he killed? Hearing this, all the martial artists in the room were stunned. What kind of joke was this? Those were 2 supreme beings and 4 six-star king tiers. How could he have been killed? The Red Moon patriarch's face turned even darker as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, could it be that the Zhao clan had made a move? In his opinion, only the Zhao family could deal with these powerhouses. We don't know, but according to the Zhao family, that kid did it himself. Their Zhao family didn't participate at all. Did that kid do it? What a joke. Do you really think we're idiots? The Red Moon patriarch snorted coldly. The others in the room also had looks of disbelief. That kid looked like he was in his 20s. How powerful could he be? Even if he was a 6-star king, it would still be fine. However, they had sent out 2 supreme beings. How could that kid possibly resist them? It must be the Zhao family. Damn it, they've gone too far. Master, what should we do now? The person beside him asked. It seemed that the Zhao family was determined to protect the other party. So what if they protected him? Do they think our Red Moon family is easy to bully? I don't believe that the Zhao family really dares to start a war with us. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and said. She was Red Moon's mother and the wife of the Red Moon family patriarch. At this moment, when she learned that the mission had failed, she was so angry that her face was filled with madness. The Red Moon family patriarch's face was also gloomy. He snorted coldly. He actually dared to protect the murderer. I will definitely not let this matter rest. This way, send more people over. At the same time, contact the other families and go together. Tell them that our Red Moon family is being asked for an explanation. I don't believe that the Zhao family would dare to do the same to the other big families. Yes, I'll go and prepare now. his subordinates, the elders, also began to move. This time, the Red Moon family was really angry. Therefore, they sent out a powerful team again. This time, they sent 3 elite supreme beings, 5 supreme beings, and dozens of 6-star kings. There were also other kings. There were a total of more than 100 people, and they set off in a mighty manner. This lineup was absolutely terrifying. Not only that, they also contacted the other big families in the Xianxia domain. They were all on good terms with the Red Moon family. The other 3 big families also sent some people over. The 4 big families headed to Sky Star City together in a mighty manner. By the time they arrived, it was already the next morning. The sky had just brightened. The sun rose, and the number of people in the city gradually increased. However, at this moment, a dark cloud suddenly appeared above their heads. Then, a violent wind whistled, and a terrifying aura descended from the sky. It was as if it was going to crush the entire city. The martial artists in the city raised their heads and looked up. Then, they screamed. What's going on? Could it be that someone is going to attack the city? Is it a demonic beast? Or is it something else? They were terrified because they realized that it was not a dark cloud above their heads, but a dense shadow. Each of them emitted a cold and terrifying aura as if they were going to break the world. They were not demonic beasts, but humans, countless humans. Countless powerhouses, many people exclaimed, and even more people were shocked. Damn it, are they going to attack my Skystar City? Stop fooling around, this is the Ninely dynasty. All the lands in the world belong to the king. Who dares to attack the city? Damn it, who is this? What are they trying to do? Everyone went crazy. More and more people looked at the sky and discussed animatedly. Even the people of the city lord's mansion were alarmed. Countless guards formed a formation as if they were facing a great enemy. He moved quickly, holding his sword and saber, and raised it to the sky. There was even a middle-aged man in armor who shouted coldly, "Stop, who are you?" In the sky, countless figures flickered, but they did not descend. This made the warriors and guards in the city heave a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a cold figure stood out. It was an old man dressed in black. His entire body was emitting a black light. He looked down, his gaze piercing through the void, and said coldly, "We are from the Red Moon family. This time, we have joined forces with the 3 big families to ask the Zhao family for an explanation." Zhao family, ask for an explanation. What explanation? Everyone was puzzled. When did the Red Moon family go against the Zhao family? Since when did the Red Moon clan go against the Zhao clan? They didn't know. And from the looks of it, the hatred was especially great. Humph, the old man in the sky snorted coldly and spoke clearly. His voice was like thunder, clearly spreading to every corner of the city. My young master Qiyu has been crippled, and the culprit is in the Zhao family. However, the Zhao family refused to release them and even mercilessly killed the people we sent out. Up until now, there wasn't even a single explanation. Since that's the case, my Crimson Moon clan has no choice but to come here personally to demand an explanation. In the end, his voice was like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's ears to go numb. What? The young master of the Qiyu clan was crippled? Are you talking about what happened 2 days ago? Many people were talking about it. Obviously, they had heard about what had happened before. After all, it had happened in Stellar Sky City. However, they did not expect that the matter was not over. Instead, it became more and more intense. It was very likely that it would evolve into a duel between the 2 great families. Although the overall strength of the Qiyu clan was inferior to the Zhao clan, however, the Crimson Moon clan was a big clan after all. This time, they had joined forces with the other 3 big clans. Perhaps even if the Zhao clan was incomparably powerful, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. And from the looks of it, no matter how one looked at it, the Zhao family was in the wrong. The scene here naturally alarmed the city lord mansion. Immediately, the people of the city lord's mansion hurried to the Zhao family to inquire about the situation. The Zhao family also received the news. For a moment, countless Zhao family cultivators looked up at the sky. Seeing the dense crowd in the distance, they frowned. What was the Red Moon clan trying to do? They actually dared to gather the other 3 great clans and come knocking on their door together? Do you really think that the Zhao family is easy to bully? Don't be impulsive. No matter what, the Scarlet Moon clan belongs to the sixth prince. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to start a war with them. However, this does not mean that our Zhao family is afraid of him. He hurriedly sent someone to explain the situation. As the Zhao family head gave the order, countless Zhao family warriors began to move. On the other side, Lin Xian stood up. He said in a clear voice, "I have already said that I will take care of the Qiyu clan's matters alone. It had nothing to do with the Zhao family. So, you don't have to worry." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he soared into the sky, flying into the distance. What? This kid wants to solve it himself. Seeing this scene, these people felt their scalps go numb. Although they had been shocked by Lin Xian's strength yesterday, the Qiyu clan was incomparably terrifying. They didn't just have almighties. There were elite almighties, pinnacle almighties, and even peerless almighties. If such a terrifying clan was angered, even if Lin Xian was a prodigy, no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to resist. So, very quickly, the Zhao family head said to send people to follow them so that nothing bad would happen. A few elders hurriedly led the martial artists over. On the other hand, after Zhao Zhirua received the news, she did not delay any longer. She quickly went to look for Murong Qingqing. The two of them also flew over in a flash. In an instant, many young people from the Zhao family followed them. Buzz buzz buzz, in the sky above Stellar Sky City, the atmosphere was heavy. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on them, causing the martial artists in the city to be unable to breathe. However, right at that moment, a ray of light sliced through the void and instantly sliced apart that heavy aura. This caused everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Then, they were all shocked. Who came? Could it be that an exceptional expert came? In the next moment, they looked over. Then, they were stunned. That was because they realized that the person who came out was actually a young man, a very unfamiliar young man. They did not know that person. Many people discussed among themselves, and a small number of people even exclaimed. It was him. He was the one who crippled the young master of the Qiyu family. What? Are you saying that he's the culprit? Heavens, he still dares to come out. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know Lin Xian's true strength and identity. Therefore, in their opinion, a young man who dared to come out at this time was definitely out of his mind. Under normal circumstances, he would have secretly run away. Who are you? The martial artists of the Qiyu family shouted coldly. Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. A bunch of idiots. I'm the person you're looking for. What? You're not convinced? Then do it. You have a death wish. Those people came to their senses and were extremely angry. This kid is the culprit we're looking for? He doesn't seem like much. Not only is he arrogant, but he's also an idiot. He dares to fight against thousands of troops alone. That made them feel that it was unreal. They even felt that there was a trap. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar again. Following that, countless people quickly rushed over. The first to appear were a few elders of the Zhao family. They stopped near Lin Xian and looked ahead, frowning. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Behind them, the martial artists of the Zhao family arrived one after another and also stopped in the void. Zhao Zhirua and Murong Qingqing also arrived. They came to Lin Xian's side. In an instant, the martial artists of the Zhao family all released a powerful aura to fight against the other party. In the sky, two huge forces of energy collided, tearing through the void, and a shocking crack appeared. It was like a black hole that was bottomless. There was indeed a trap. Seeing so many experts and elders of the Zhao family, the Qiyu family's faces darkened. Kid, do you think that we can't do anything to you just because you have the support of the Zhao family? Let me tell you, if you provoke the Qiyu family, no one can save you. Humph. Is that so? Why don't you try? Zhao Zhirua shouted. Although she was a woman, the aura on her body was incomparably fierce. Since when did the people of the Qiyu family dare to behave atrociously in front of the Zhao family? It seems that the Qiyu family has become more and more presumptuous in the past 2 years with the support of the sixth prince. Today, I'll let them know the foundation and strength of the Zhao family. Seeing that the Zhao family wanted to stand up for them, the people of the Qiyu family frowned. However, the black-clothed old man only sneered at this. Why? Just because the Zhao family is powerful, you want to be lawless and bully us? The Zhao family is powerful, but you can't be unjust. That's right, it's only right to catch the murderer. Why is the Zhao family stopping you? Could it be that there's some shady business between you two? The people of the three great families also stood up. They sneered. For a moment, these people pushed the Zhao family to the forefront of the storm. Those people below. They also began to talk about it. Damn it, these people dare to splash dirty water on the Zhao family. When the elders of the Zhao family heard this, their faces became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian sneered. Alright, don't waste your energy. I did kill him. Your young master Qiyu was crippled by me. The two Almighties and 4 6-star kings yesterday were also killed by me. Everything was done by me. It has nothing to do with the Zhao family. What, you killed them all? Hearing this, the people of the 4 great families were stunned. The people of the Red Moon clan were even more stunned. The warriors below were discussing animatedly. This kid was actually able to kill 2 Almighties and 4 6-star kings? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? This is definitely fake. It can't be real, the people of the Red Moon clan also sneered. Kid, don't joke around. You think you can kill mighty figures? Who do you think you are? This was definitely done by the Zhao clan. Isn't the Zhao clan powerful? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it, or are you trying to be a coward? The people of the Red Moon clan sneered. The people of the other 3 clans also agreed. This time, the combined strength of the 4 clans was not inferior to the Zhao clan, so they were fearless. The warriors of the Zhao clan were furious, and Lin Xian's face also darkened. Why, are you suspecting me? Fine, I'll prove it to you. Speaking of this, he took a step forward and clenched his fist. A sword light lit up between heaven and earth. Clang, poof, then, the sword light disappeared. On the opposite side, a mighty figure of the Red Moon clan screamed as he was split in half. His blood dyed the void red. What? He was killed, everyone screamed in disbelief. The people of the Red Moon clan were even crazier, especially those who were closer. Their faces were splashed with blood. They were trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. What was going on? They did not have any reaction at all, and one of their mighty figures was killed. Damn it, what kind of method was this? The people of the Red Moon clan were crazy, and the people of the other 3 clans were also terrified. The warriors of the Stellar Sky City below were completely stunned. Shock, this scene brought them great shock. They were completely stunned. The people of the Zhao clan were also shocked, but fortunately, they had seen Lin Xian's methods yesterday, so they could still maintain their consciousness at this moment. Now, believe what I said. Lin Xian's voice sounded between heaven and earth again. Everyone was stunned. Killing a mighty figure with a sword, what kind of strength was this? They did not dare to imagine. When Lin Xian's voice sounded, these people even trembled. The entire world was silent. Even the people from the Red Moon clan were scared silly. Lin Xian said coldly as he scanned the surroundings. I did cripple the young master of the Qiyu clan, but that was because he deserved to die. He coveted my wife's beauty and wanted to take her for himself. He even relied on his status as the young master of the Qiyu clan to bully others. They sent over a dozen kings to kill me. Let me ask you, if you were in such a situation, what would you do? What? So this was the reason. Below, when the martial artists in Stellar Sky City heard these words, they all started discussing. Many of them clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Damn it, this Scarlet Crescent Drake was truly too hateful. That's right, he was the kind of person who used his power to bully others. He didn't expect to kick an iron plate this time. A person like him deserved to die, not killing him was already a great favor. That's right. Looking at this kid's skills, he must be a peerless genius. How could such a person endure such humiliation? If I had such strength, I would have killed that young Master Qiyu long ago. Not killing him is already giving him face. I didn't expect the Qiyu clan to be so shameless. That's right, they inverted right and wrong and even tried to confuse us. How hateful, hurry up and get lost, angry roars came one after another. The martial artists below were all enraged. They were originally ordinary people. Therefore, what they hated the most was this kind of bullying. And this time, young Master Chiyu's reputation was already in tatters. Naturally, everyone didn't have a good impression of him. Seeing this scene, the Zhao clan people heaved a sigh of relief. The Chiyu clan people opposite them had gloomy expressions. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, the victim's identity that they had created had been exposed in an instant. Not only that, their current situation was very bad. The cultivators of Stellar Sky City below were so enraged. If they attacked together, it would be very dangerous. Damn kid, you're courting death, the black-robed old man roared with a gloomy expression. The time from when the other party killed their almighty to when he said this was too short. So much so that they didn't even react. Now that they reacted, the matter was already irreversible. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'm not saying this because I'm afraid of you. I just don't want people to misunderstand the Zhao clan. I don't want to drag the Zhao clan down. Now that the matter has been clarified, we can settle the matter between us. To be honest, in order to keep a low profile, I've already been very merciful. But you actually don't know what's good for you and dare to send an army to kill me. Since that's the case, you don't have to go back. Are you going to kill yourselves, or do you want me to do it? At this point, Lin Xian's eyes emitted a cold light. As soon as this voice came out, the clamor below broke out again. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Domineering, too domineering, he dared to say such a thing in the face of thousands of troops alone. One had to admit that Lin Xian's current figure was deeply imprinted in the minds of these people. The Zhao clan people were also stunned. Zhao Jiruo's eyes flickered as she looked at the figure, seemingly in a daze. Morong Qingqing at the side stood there with a pair of beautiful eyes and a faint smile on her face. On the other side, the people of the Chiyu clan were so angry that they vomited blood. The four great clans had joined forces to suppress him. How dare that guy be so arrogant? He's courting death. Stop talking nonsense with him. Hurry up and capture that kid. The people of the three great clans said coldly. They had originally come to show off, but now, no matter how they looked at it, they felt sullen. Naturally, they were embarrassed. Therefore, they asked the Chiyu clan to hurry up and attack. Humph, go, kill him. The three mighty figures snorted coldly, and 20 kings followed behind them. They turned into a torrent and quickly charged over. That's all? It's not enough, Lin Xian sneered, and his fingers quickly formed a seal. A hell's ice lotus flew out from his fingertip and spun in the air, quickly charging over. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the hell's ice lotus completely exploded, enveloping the three mighty figures. Between heaven and earth, terrifying black flames erupted, and the power of frost filled the sky. In an instant, countless screams sounded. Soon, these people fell silent. When all the energy disappeared, everyone looked at the sky and were all dumbfounded. The three almighties and 20 kings were instantly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. They were all killed, those people's voices trembled, and the people of the Chiyu clan went crazy. In fact, they were even trembling. The faces of the people of the three great clans were pale without a trace of blood. Damn it, who was that person? At that moment, the people of the three great clans were in despair. That was because they realized that they had been tricked. Before they came, the people of the Chiyu clan had told them that they were only there to capture a young boy, and that the main reason they joined forces this time was to intimidate the Zhao clan. However, it seemed that was not the case. No matter how they looked at it, the other party did not look like a brat. He was a peerless demon king. Now, the Zhao family had not even made a move. Just the other party alone had killed 3 mighty figures and more than 20 kings with a raise of his hand. Such means were heaven-defying. They had never seen such a thing before. Therefore, these people felt a chill in their hearts, and their expressions were incomparably ugly. After Lin Xian succeeded, he looked at the other party and sneered. Why? Not making a move? Then it's my turn. Whoosh! In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed forward. Damn it, kill him with all your might, the black-robed elder's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to take the initiative to attack. He did not dare to hold back anymore. The people behind him attacked crazily. At the same time, he also roared angrily, and majestic energy surged out of his body. To be honest, no matter how powerful the other party was, they had three elite mighty figures this time. As long as the three of them attacked with all their might, they could definitely suppress the other party. Boom, the black-robed elder took the lead and stretched out his palm. Buzz, in the sky, an incomparably pitch-black palm pressed down, and the entire sky turned completely dark. Humph, you're just a firefly. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? Lin Xian sneered and punched out. The terrifying fist carried black flames that filled the sky and blasted out fiercely. Boom, the two collided, and thunderous sounds echoed in the sky as terrifying energy erupted. An extremely powerful energy swept out in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space as the terrifying energy swept down. The warriors in Tianxing City trembled when they felt the impact of this energy. The weaker ones directly knelt on the ground. Ah, damn it, however, amidst the violent energy, there was a crazy roar. The black-robed elder kept retreating, stepping on the void. His palm directly exploded. Blood dyed the void red. Then, Lin Xian slammed forward again. Kid, you're courting death, another elite shouted angrily. This was a middle-aged man. He held a red longsword in his hand and quickly rushed over to kill. Buzz, the longsword swept across, and the red sword light swept across heaven and earth like a divine red, sonorous and deafening. Boom, Lin Xian's palm slammed into the sword chi that filled the sky, causing a resplendent light to erupt. A terrifying voice tore through the void. After the deafening explosion, Lin Xian's palm didn't change at all. It was still grabbing forward in an overwhelming manner. On the other side, the middle-aged man was sent flying while vomiting blood. You want to capture me with just the two of you? He really overestimated himself, Lin Xian sneered as he looked ahead. Brat, don't be so arrogant. At this moment, another earth-shattering roar was heard. The purple light shot straight into the clouds, drowning out the entire world. Then, a figure appeared. This was a young man. His eyes were incomparably cold, but no one dared to underestimate him. This was not a young man, but an old monster that had lived for more than 1,000 years. He was an elite almighty, and he was the strongest among the people who came this time. The purple-robed ancestor was actually him. Seeing this purple-clothed youth walk out, many people exclaimed in surprise. The elders of the Zhao family also frowned. Because the purple-robed ancestor was indeed not simple. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, they were a little worried. They didn't know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Indeed, this purple-robed ancestor was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the two elite almighties from before. His angry roar shattered the mountains and rivers. Boom, a large purple hand reached out to grab him. Heaven and earth instantly split open, and a terrifying aura pressed down below. The kings of Tianxing City trembled and couldn't stand at all. He had some strength, but it was not enough. Lin Xian nodded slightly, but his eyes were full of disdain. How dare an elite almighty act so atrociously in front of him? In the next moment, he also stretched out his palm. Endless aura surrounded his palm. One after another, stars began to appear in the sky. The astral palm was an ultimate technique used by an almighty of the Qiyu family. However, at this moment, when Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul, its power was hundreds of times more terrifying. When he stretched out his palm, heaven and earth were completely covered. Only the stars could be seen spinning one after another. It was as if the real universe had descended into the human world. Heavens, what kind of technique was this? Wasn't the astral palm an ultimate technique of the Qiyu family? How did this kid know it? Many people exclaimed. The people of the Qiyu family were even more crazy. Damn it, the astral palm was indeed their family's ultimate technique, and many people had practiced it before. However, they couldn't hit the opponent's terrifying power at all. More importantly, how did the other party do it? However, now was not the time for them to think too much. Wretched cries rang out in the sky because those spinning stars were releasing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire world. In an instant, many martial artists' bodies were pressed into a bloody mist by these stars and exploded. Boom! Boom, in an instant, at least 30 kings were killed. Moreover, there were even more screams. This time, not only the Chiyu family, but even the martial artists of the other 3 families were affected. Damn it, this was impossible, how could he be so powerful? Countless people screamed crazily, and the faces of the elite almighties became incomparably ugly. In an instant, more than half of the people they brought were dead. Moreover, it was still going on. It wouldn't be long before all of them were killed. This made their hearts bleed in disbelief. These were all the elites of their families. They were the hope of their family's future. But now, they were all killed. Ah, a red star descended, bringing with it endless flames as it flew towards the black-clothed old man. The black-robed elder roared crazily and slammed his palms out continuously. One after another, ghost claws tore through the void and attacked fiercely. However, it was useless. The red star was like a sun, burning fiercely and directly enveloping the black-robed elder. Then, it was completely refined. What, even the elite almighties were killed. The death of the black-robed elder had a huge impact on them because he was an elite lord, he was definitely a peerless powerhouse with unimaginable strength, but now, he had been killed like a blade of grass. Who was the other party? They didn't dare to think about it. Therefore, in the next moment, those who were still alive screamed crazily. Run, run, at this moment, revenge and the mission of their families were all thrown away. Survival was the most important thing. However, could they escape? The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely enveloped by Lin Xian's astral palm, forming a heaven and earth cage. They could not escape at all. Therefore, the ordinary kings were all killed very quickly. The almighties could not survive at all. Now, only 5 elite almighties were left. They were from the 4 great families, and 2 of them were from the Chiyu family. Thank you for your rewards, monthly votes, and recommendations. Now, there were only 5 elite almighties left. They were from the 4 major families, and 2 of them were from the Red Moon family. The other 3 were from the 3 major families. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered together, and their expressions were extremely ferocious. They were covered in blood, both their own and their subordinates. Damn it, the 5 of us should join forces and attack in the same direction. I don't believe that he can fight against the 5 of us. The purple-robed ancestor roared crazily. Although he had delicate features, his small face was ferocious like a demon at this moment. Purple extreme demonic art, the purple-robed patriarch used his most powerful technique as soon as he stepped forward. The other 4 elite almighties also used their best ultimate skills, not daring to hold back at all. Heavenly Rainbow Sword, the middle-aged man waved the long sword in his hand and released terrifying sword lights one after another. Sky Demon Fist, the demon roared. Immovable Mountain, terrifying divine abilities burst forth, and the crazy energy between heaven and earth swept towards the starry sky. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered disdainfully. Now, it was over. Destroying the stars, boom boom boom, as his voice fell, the stars in the sky exploded in his palm. The entire universe turned into chaos. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely torn apart, and an endless black hole appeared. As for the 5 almighties, they were completely drowned by this violent energy. Boom, boom. Boom, the violent energy between heaven and earth lasted for half an hour before gradually dissipating. In Xianxia City, all the warriors were lying on the ground, their faces pale. When the energy dissipated, they stood up from the ground and looked at the sky in bewilderment. In fact, they had already thought of this. It was impossible for the 5 almighties to survive such a violent energy. However, they still had to verify their thoughts. Sure enough, when they looked up at the sky, the terrifying spatial cracks in the sky had already healed. However, the figures of the 5 almighties had already disappeared. Only clouds of blood mist were left in the sky, turning into a rain of blood that fell in Xianxia City. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Because at this moment, their feelings could not be described with words. The 4 major families, hundreds of kings, and so many elite almighties were all killed in an instant. This scene was like something out of a legend. They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and descended again, returning to Stellar Sky City. Countless people looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. The young people of the Zhao family felt their scalps go numb. The elders of the Zhao family became incomparably respectful. Among them, the great elder hurried over. Lin Gongzi, please. Their attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different now. Previously, he respected Lin Xian, but that was because of Murong Qingqing. However, things were different now. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed had definitely surpassed that of an elite mighty. At the very least, he was at the pinnacle of the Almighties. Such strength was incomparably terrifying and worthy of their respect. The group of people once again returned to the Zhao family. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian also made their intentions clear. You want to know the reason for this beast tide? Hearing this, the first elder narrowed his eyes. At the side, Zhao Jiruo's eyes flickered. This beast tide is indeed a little strange, but I really don't know the exact reason. The first elder shook his head. You don't know. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were a little disappointed. They originally thought that with the status of the Zhao family, they should know something special. They didn't expect that they didn't know either. Then, the first elder left. Zhao Jiruo also left, but before she left, she said, Junior sister Qingqing, don't be anxious. I'll help you ask around. Sure enough, half a day later, Zhao Jiruo returned again. She said, my grandfather wants to see you. Your grandfather? Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing looked at each other. Then, Lin Xian asked, is it a clue about the beast tide? You'll know when you get there. Zhao Jiruo smiled mysteriously. Then, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing followed Zhao Jiruo and the group left the pavilion and walked towards the depths of the Zhao family. The entire Zhao family was very large, so after walking for half a day, they still hadn't reached their destination. However, Lin Xian realized that the surroundings had already changed. In front of him, the Zhao family was dotted with palaces and pavilions, as if it was a palace. Behind them, there were very few sights. There were forests, mountains, waterfalls, and flowing water everywhere, as if it was a paradise. Not only that, he also realized that the spiritual energy here was far more than that of the outside world. It was also denser than the spiritual energy outside the Zhao family. In fact, there were some spirit beasts around at all times. They were all cute and harmless. The little furball in Zhao Jiruo's arms was also whimpering. However, at this moment, Little White also came out of the black earth and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked around with its big black eyes. Obviously, the little guy had smelled the scent of some spirit fruit. You have a little white ball too. Zhao Jiruo turned her head and exclaimed when she saw Little White on Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked similar to Snowball in her arms. However, one was a monkey and the other was a lion. Come here, I'll give you a spirit fruit to eat. Zhao Jiruo was very experienced in raising pets, so she flipped her palm and a red fruit appeared in her hand. When Little White saw it, it flew over with a whoosh. It jumped onto Zhao Jiruo's shoulder, hugged the spirit fruit, and chewed happily. Zhao Jiruo looked at it and liked it very much. However, at this moment, she realized that something was wrong. That was because the little lion in his arms actually began to tremble slightly. Its black eyes looked at Little White with a trace of fear. What's going on? Zhao Jiruo was extremely surprised. The little lion in her arms had a very strong bloodline power. It was born as a one-star king. In the future, it might even become a peerless demon king. Therefore, she liked it very much. She even took care of it personally. But now, this little lion with the potential of a peerless demon king was actually trembling. It was afraid of this monkey. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiruo gasped. What kind of background does this monkey have? Could it be even more terrifying than the little lion in my arms? She didn't know, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on the little white monkey. Little White hugged the spirit fruit, glanced at the little lion, and then made a face. Then, with a swoosh, it returned to Lin Xian's side. So fast. Zhao Jiruo was surprised that she could not catch the other party's trajectory. A mutant of heaven and earth. This was definitely a very terrifying mutant of heaven and earth. She did not expect that not only was Lin Xian powerful, but he also had such a terrifying pet. Aya, little guy, long time no see. At the side, Murong Qingqing was also happy. He picked up Little White from Lin Xian's shoulder, hugged it in his arms, and kept rubbing it. Ah woo, ah woo. The little white monkey seemed to be enjoying it very much. Morong Qingqing was happy to see it. He simply followed Zhao Zhirua and hugged Little White in his arms. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked for a while. Buzz, suddenly, two figures flickered in front of him. Two figures appeared and blocked his path. Suddenly, two silhouettes flickered and appeared. They were wearing bronze masks and carrying two sharp swords on their backs. Their expressions were cold. Especially their eyes, which were devoid of emotion. Zhao Zhirua stopped in her tracks as soon as the two figures appeared. Behind her, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also looked serious. They could sense that the two people in front of them were definitely experts. Seniors, I'm here on my grandfather's orders. These two are my friends. My grandfather wants to see them. This is a token. Zhao Zhirua took out her family's token as she spoke. One of the masked men took the token and looked at it carefully. Then, he nodded and returned the token to Zhao Zhirua. Then, the two figures flashed and disappeared into the void. Whoosh, the leaves on both sides rustled, and birds chirped in the surroundings. It was very ethereal. It was as if the appearance of the two masked men just now was a dream. Let's go. My grandfather is right in front. However, the two of you have to follow me closely and follow my footsteps. Don't make a single mistake. There's a formation inside. If we take a wrong step, it'll be very dangerous. All right. Morong Qingqing said with a smile. Lin Xian also nodded. Then, he looked around. Indeed, with his knowledge of formations, he discovered that there was an extremely terrifying formation in front of him. Although there was no light, it was extremely dangerous. There was only one way out. Next, Zhao Zhirua led the way. She did not walk in a straight line, but in all kinds of curves. Sometimes, she even went backwards. However, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing knew that they were walking on the only way out of the formation. If they did not follow that path, they would immediately activate the terrifying killing formation under their feet. It took them an hour to walk through the formation. Finally, Zhao Zhirua heaved a sigh of relief. All right, there's no danger ahead. Let's speed up. In front of them was no longer a forest, but a grassland. They could even hear the sound of flowing water in the distance because there was a waterfall in the distance. On the opposite side of the waterfall, there was a huge lake. It was like an emerald gem that was embedded in the ground. Beside the lake, there was a figure. But soon, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were stunned. That was because they had thought that they would meet an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. However, the scene before them was completely out of their expectations. The figure in front was indeed an old man. However, the other party was dressed normally. He was dressed in plain clothes and had a bamboo hat on his head. At this moment, he was holding a hoe and waving it in front of him. Moreover, it wasn't some terrifying divine ability. It was very ordinary, just like a farmer plowing the land. His trousers were rolled up, and the sweat on his face kept dripping to the ground. If it had not been Zhao Zhirua who had brought them here, if it had not been for the terrifying guards and the terrifying killing array, then, they simply didn't believe that the old man in front of them was the old master of the Zhao family, because it was too ordinary. Such people could be seen everywhere in the countries of ordinary people. Grandpa. However, Zhao Zhirua was not surprised. With a smile on her face, she ran over. Grandpa, I've invited him. Zhao Zhirua said softly. The old man stopped waving the hoe, stood up, and wiped his sweat. Then, he turned to look at Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Please wait for a moment. I'm almost done with a little more. We're not in a hurry, old master. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also walked over and watched from the side. Morong Qingqing blinked curiously. Lin Xian glanced at it and was extremely shocked. That was immortal grain rice. Lin Xian was too shocked. That was a type of rice, which was also an ordinary food. The rice in front of them was not ordinary. It was known as an ancient variant. That was because it contained pure spiritual energy when it was planted. It could be said to be the same as spirit herbs and spirit fruits. However, it was much more effective than ordinary spirit fruits. Moreover, it could be eaten as a meal. If one consumed it from a young age, the foundation and physique would be unimaginable. He did not expect old Master Zhao to be planting such a thing. When he heard Lin Xian's words, old Master Zhao raised his head again. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. You know about it? He had read about it in books before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Can you give me a few stalks, old master? Lin Xian asked. Old Master Zhao laughed when he heard that. Alright, it's fate that we meet. I'll give you a few stalks. Lin Xian picked 10 stalks, waved his hand, and put them away. He cupped his fists and thanked old Master Zhao with a smile. Next, old Master Zhao continued to work on the unfinished ones. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing watched from the side. Pirates will die. Gradually, the two of them became serious again. That was because they realized that old Master Zhao's every movement was very ordinary, but there was an inexplicable charm to it. Returning to the basics, the two of them were shocked. Old Master Zhao was definitely a terrifying expert. That was because there were very few people who could do that. After some time, old Master Zhao was finally done with his work. He put the hoe in his hand aside, took off the bamboo hat on his head, and said with a smile, "Please take a seat." The few of them sat by the old lake. At that moment, the surface of the lake was sparkling. A gentle breeze blew, and it was very cool. I've heard from Jirua why you're here. The beast tide had started a year and a half ago. It had been intermittent, and it would come once every few months. However, there hasn't been a large-scale beast horde in Xianxia region yet. However, this matter has attracted the attention of all parties. We've investigated it. However, due to the lack of clues, we didn't find anything. However, after our analysis, the beast horde is indeed not ordinary. Moreover, the target of the beast horde is very obvious. They're all heading for the main cities. Among them, 4 main cities, including Wanrun City, were attacked by the beast horde. The Nine Li dynasty also attached great importance to this matter. They sent a large number of experts to help suppress the beast horde. They even caught a few peerless monster kings and wanted to search their souls. They found useful information. Unfortunately, those peerless monster kings immediately self-destructed after they were caught. They even sacrificed a few peerless mighty figures. It's very crazy. Therefore, we can't get any useful information at all. However, if you really want to know something, you can go to Xianxia City. That's also a main city. Maybe you can find some information there. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing's eyes flickered when they heard that. They didn't expect that to be the case. Although they didn't get any specific information, they were sure that someone was secretly manipulating the beast horde. The self-destruction of the peerless monster kings was obviously to hide the information. It seems that the monster clans are making a big move recently. Moreover, they're attacking main cities. Their purpose is very obvious. Since they didn't get any information, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing didn't stay any longer. The two of them stood up. Sorry to disturb you, old master. Then, Zhao Jirua left again with Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian. After Lin Xian and the others left completely, old Master Zhao's eyes flickered, and his expression was somewhat solemn. At this moment, although he was still wearing cloth clothes, he was definitely not ordinary. The aura on his body was like a peerless divine sword, revealing its sharpness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in front of him, ripples suddenly appeared on the huge lake, rippling out in circles. Following that, countless water pillars rushed up, and a huge monster slowly appeared under the water. Whoosh, water splashed all over the sky, scattering in the air. Under the sunlight, it flickered with a crystal-clear light. A black shadow that was like a small mountain appeared in front of old Master Zhao. It was a turtle, a black turtle. Its body was as big as a black mountain. Its head was incomparably ferocious, and it was as big as a house. On its back was a black turtle shell with mysterious patterns on it. Old man, you're dishonest. How dare you leak our information? The black turtle spoke in human language, and there was a hint of fierceness in its eyes. Humph, old Master Zhao snorted coldly, but he was not afraid. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, and his cold voice sounded. Leak information? What did I leak? From the beginning to the end, I didn't say anything, right, cunning human? The black turtle slowly bent down, and its huge head came in front of old Master Zhao. The coldness in its eyes was like 10,000-year-old ice. Then, what about now? Have you thought it through? No. This is an important matter, and I need to think carefully. If there's nothing, don't come out. Old Master Zhao said coldly with his hands behind his back. In front, the black turtle heard this and snorted coldly. However, its huge body slowly descended and disappeared into the water. Whoosh, countless waves rolled, but with the disappearance of the black turtle, the entire lake returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Master, something bad has happened, in the Qiyu family, a figure hurriedly reported. What happened? He was flustered. The warriors of the Qiyu family were very puzzled. The Qiyu family leader also frowned. This time, he had sent a large number of experts and joined forces with the other three families. It could be said that it was foolproof. Even if the Zhao family made a move, they would be able to resist. Therefore, during this period of time, he had been patiently waiting for news. At that moment, he frowned when he saw how flustered his subordinates were. What have I always taught you? You have to be calm in the face of trouble. No matter what, my Scarlet Moon clan is still a big clan. Don't you know the rules of the clan? Hearing this, the subordinate broke out in cold sweat. Yes, Patriarch, I know I was wrong. The Red Moon Patriarch nodded slightly, then took a sip of spirit tea and asked indifferently. What happened? Did you catch that brat? All he had to do was push him back. No, that's not it. The people we sent were all annihilated. The 4 great clans were all annihilated. Clang, hearing this, the Scarlet Moon Patriarch's body stiffened, and the smile on his face froze. The spirit tea in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The surrounding people were also stunned. After a long time, they finally regained their senses. The Qiyu clan member stood up and said coldly, Damn it, what did you say? Say it again. This voice was like thunder, piercing through the void. The entire house even exploded, and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. The subordinate trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. Patriarch, all of our martial artists were annihilated. None of them came back alive. How was that possible? When the surrounding people of the Scarlet Moon clan heard this, they were all stunned and could not believe it. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's face was also ugly. To be honest, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. This time, he had sent nearly 100 martial artists. Moreover, he had joined forces with the other 3 great clans. With such a lineup, the Zhao clan would not be able to annihilate them. Damn it, who was the one who did it? Could it be that there was a terrifying force behind that brat? It was not anyone else, nor was it the Zhao clan. It was that brat who did it himself. He did it himself. Hearing this, everyone almost bit off their tongues. What a joke. A brat annihilated hundreds of kings with a raise of his hand? Damn it, do you think I'm an idiot? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch was furious. He slapped his subordinate to the ground, causing the subordinate to vomit blood and lie on the ground. He struggled to say, Patriarch, it's true. Everyone in Stellar Sky City saw it. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone in the city saw it. There was no way it could be fake. However, they still could not believe it. Could it be that the brat was a peerless mighty figure? A peerless mighty figure in his 20s? Heavens, who exactly was that person? They did not dare to imagine. At that moment, an old man next to him frowned. He's so young and so mysterious. That brat is very suspicious. Third Elder, what are you trying to say? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked. Patriarch, have you forgotten? There was news from the prince's residence that a young demon king came from the Taiyu dynasty. He's the person who's wanted by the Taiyu dynasty. It's been confirmed that he's come to the Ninely dynasty. Do you think it's that brat? Is there a portrait of him? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch took a deep breath. With this reminder, he really did remember. Not long ago, the Taiyu dynasty had joined forces with the Ninely dynasty and released an announcement nationwide. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch naturally received the announcement as well. However, they did not take it to heart at all, and they did not intend to interfere. After all, it was rumored that he was a very terrifying person. He was able to escape from the Taiyi dynasty alone. One could imagine how terrifying he was. But now, the third elder's words made him suspicious. It might be that brat in front of him. Yes. The third elder raised his hand and cast a light screen. Then, a figure appeared in the void. That was the wanted person. In the sky, there was a three-dimensional image of a handsome young man. He didn't look very old, probably in his 20s. Is that him? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked coldly. The subordinate who was beaten to the ground raised his head and looked at the void. Then, he trembled. That's right. It's him. What? It's really him. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those elders were extremely shocked. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's pupils constricted. They did not expect that they had provoked such a terrifying demon king. But soon, a sinister smile appeared on his face. So what if that brat is strong? This time, the Taiyi dynasty had sent a large number of peerless powerhouses to hunt that brat down. Moreover, it was said that those who reported the news would be rewarded handsomely. It seems that we don't have to do anything to kill that brat. That's right. The surrounding elders all sneered malevolently. No matter how strong a person was, it was impossible for him to go against an entire dynasty. In their opinion, that brat was definitely going to die. Hurry up and send a message to the sixth prince. Tell him that we've found the murderer. Tell him to send someone over. Yes. A few subordinates quickly went to do it. However, at this moment, the Qiyu clan spoke again. Men, send someone to follow that kid. Don't show yourself. Just follow him secretly. Don't let that kid escape. Looking at the back of his subordinates, the Qiyu clan's leader grinned. Humph, this is what you get for going against my Qiyu clan, and that Zhao clan. Let's see how you deal with them this time. Ninely Dynasty, White Cloud City. In the city, there was a manor that was extremely quiet. However, on this day, a few cultivators in armor descended from the sky. They walked over quickly with solemn expressions. General, there's news. The three cultivators knelt down on one knee with excited expressions. In front of them, a handsome middle-aged man sat on a huge rock. Hearing the voice, he opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp like a blade. It was General Xianxia. Have you found that kid's whereabouts? General Xianxia asked. Found him. He's in Tianxing City in Xianxia region. Is the news reliable? It's reliable. It's from the Qiyu clan in Xianxia region. It said that the kid had a conflict with the Qiyu clan and even crippled their young master. The Qiyu clan sent out hundreds of kings, but they were all killed by the kid. Only then did they discover the kid's identity. Very good, General Xianxia sneered. Since that's the case, let's do it. Send our men over and suppress them with the army. Also, inform the people of Hell to make a move. Hell might have already succeeded by the time we arrive. Yes, I'll do it right away. Three figures soared into the sky, and General Xianxia stood up as well. Kid, you can't escape from my grasp, Tianxing City, Zhao clan. Since they couldn't get any news here, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing decided to go to Qianshan City to take a look. However, Zhao Zhirua hoped that they could play here for 2 days or at least tour Tianxing City. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing felt that it wouldn't take too much time to play for a day or two, so they agreed. On this day, the three of them left the Zhao clan together. Lin Gongzi, junior sister Morong, our Tianxing City is still very fun. The snacks here are very delicious. Let me bring you to try them. Stellar Sky City was huge and was divided into many regions. If Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were left alone, they might not be able to find it. However, Zhao Zhirua was familiar with the road and soon arrived. The streets ahead were bustling with noise and excitement. There were many martial artists in front of him. Moreover, all of them looked very excited and happy. Whoosh, the three snow lions stopped, and then Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhirua alighted from the carriage. Looking at the sea of people in front of him, Morong Qingqing exclaimed. There were so many people. That was natural, because the food here was delicious. Look, there are quite a few kings and even almighties among these martial artists. They were all regulars here. Let's go. Zhao Zhirua led the way while Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing followed behind. They looked at the food on both sides and gulped. To be honest, one of them had been cultivating in the sacred ground, while the other had been fighting non-stop. It could be said that they rarely had the time to stroll around the city. Not to mention eating delicious food. Basically, apart from medicinal pills, Lin Xian only ate spirit fruits. Damn, it smells so good, Ben Huang could smell it. The crimson dragon came out of the black earth and looked around, drooling. The little white monkey was also mumbling. He looked at the spirit fruit in his hand and threw it away. He looked around curiously with his big eyes. Damn, Ben Huang wants to eat this. The crimson dragon stared at a big golden bird and could not move. The bird was as big as a house and was completely golden. It was currently being roasted on a huge fire rack. One could smell the aroma of roasted meat from afar. You guys have good taste. This is a 6-star golden sparrow king. Its meat is very fresh and contains a lot of energy. Do you guys want to try it? A 6-star demon king. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were also surprised. They did not expect the food here to have such extraordinary origins. Ben Huang wants it. The crimson dragon did not say anything and directly tore off a piece of golden roasted meat. Pirates must die, damn, it smells so good. Soon, the crimson dragon farmer laughed heartily. The little white monkey was also very curious and tore off a piece to eat. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Okay, I'll take it. Lin Xian bought the entire golden sparrow king directly. This scene shocked the surrounding people. One had to know that this was a 6-star demon king. It was definitely expensive, most people would only buy a small piece. Those who bought the entire golden sparrow king were rich. And they were rich to an unimaginable extent. This 6-star demon king was indeed expensive, but Lin Xian did not care about this bit of money. I want to eat this. Morong Qingqing looked at the shop on the other side with her beautiful eyes flashing. The group walked over. The crimson dragon lifted the house-sized golden roasted meat with its 2 dragon claws and ate it as it walked. The little white monkey lay directly on the roasted meat. Although it usually liked to eat spirit fruits, it could not resist the fragrance of the roasted meat. The shop in front was also doing very well. Looking at the layer of white jelly-like things, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others were curious. Shop owner, please give us an introduction. Zhao Zhirua smiled. A middle-aged woman walked out. She looked at them and knew that they were of noble status, so she introduced them in detail. This is called Golden Wind and Jade Dew. It is made by mixing 13 types of spirit herbs with the earth spirit liquid. There are a total of 3 types in this shop. There are 100-year-old, 500-year-old, and 1000-year-old. Age naturally refers to the age when the 13 types of spirit herbs were grown, and the prices are from low to high. Especially the 1000-year-old spirit herbs. That's amazing. Ordinary people could not afford it. After all, 13 types of 1000-year-old spirit herbs were absolutely priceless. Lin Xian waved his hand and ordered 5 bowls of 1000-year-old spirit herbs. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people exclaimed. He's a tycoon, a true tycoon. He doesn't even bother to bargain when buying things. One had to know that people like them would only buy a 100-year-old spirit herb at most. Even the mighty figures would only buy a 500-year-old spirit herb. Those people are ordering 5 bowls of 1000-year-old spirit herbs. Even mighty figures would not dare to spend like that. However, the wealth in Lin Xian's hands was far beyond their imagination. Buying 5 bowls was not a problem at all. Soon, each person had a bowl, and they ate with relish. Just like that, the group ate as they walked. The people around them were amazed. However, they also knew that the people in front of them were not ordinary people. Zhao Zhirua was the daughter of the Zhao family, and they knew that young man. Not long ago, that young man killed the powerhouses of the 4 major families with a slap. He was definitely a peerless prodigy. It was not surprising that such a person would be so wealthy. Lin Xian and the others ate and drank like crazy. However, at that moment, they stopped in their tracks. A hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. Lin Xian and the others ate and drank crazily along the way. However, at that moment, they stopped in their tracks. A hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. That was because many people had gathered in front of them, and there seemed to be some noise coming from them. Among them, a sharp voice pierced through the void. "Damn it! How dare you curse me? I'll tear your mouth apart." What happened? They were curious and decided to go and take a look. Thus, they walked over. Soon, they discovered that there was an argument in front of them. One of the parties was an old man in a green robe who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. The other party was a sturdy middle-aged woman who was dressed very luxuriously. Moreover, the clothes she wore were even more dazzling. Just by looking at the necklace and ring, one could tell that they were extraordinary treasures. Obviously, she was a rich and powerful person. At that moment, the middle-aged woman who was as strong as a bear had her hands on her hips. Her eyes were filled with ferocity as she stared at the transcendent old man in front of her. "You're courting death, you old fool. How dare you say that I can't find a cultivation partner? Are you blind? I'm as beautiful as a fairy. How can I not find a cultivation partner? Damned liar, how dare you say that you can predict the entire world? Hurry up and return the money." The woman's voice was filled with endless power, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Obviously, she was an expert. On the other side, the transcendent old man had a helpless look on his face. He was holding a yellowed canvas in his hand. There were a few words written on it: "Immortal guides the way." He shook his head and sighed. "The heavenly secrets have already been revealed to you. How can I ask for the money back? No. I'm risking the heavenly tribulation to reveal the secret to you. I have to collect some compensation." "Old man, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame me for being rude." The middle-aged woman grunted coldly. She reached out her hand and grabbed in front of her as if she wanted to grab the transcendent old man. Whoosh, whoosh, however, she missed. The old man's body disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side. However, he was obviously very displeased. The old man shook his head and sighed. Fine, I'll take it that I'm unlucky. I don't want to fight with you. So, I'll return the compensation to you. If anything happens in the future, don't ask this old man for help." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and tossed out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. "Humph, damn liar. Don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." The middle-aged woman grabbed the top-grade substandard divine crystal on the ground and left in a huff. When the surrounding people saw this, they wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. However, after the middle-aged woman left, they all started laughing. Was there even a need to calculate? She was clearly a tigress. Who would dare to dual cultivate with such a person? This old man was too honest. How could he dare to say such a thing? Fortunately, his skills were not bad. Otherwise, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. This old man even claimed to be an immortal guiding the way. No matter how I look at it, he's a liar. Initially, Lousy was fine with it, but when he heard the word liar, he was so angry that his beard straightened. He snorted coldly. "What do you people know? This old man has roamed the 4 seas, and his immortal tracks are untraceable. It wasn't easy for me to reach Stellar Sky City. This is your great fortune, yet you don't know how to cherish it. How dare you question this old man, damn it, hee." The surrounding people shook their heads in disbelief. Moreover, they increasingly felt that this old man was an old liar. Therefore, many people walked away. "Let's go too," Zhao Zhirua said. She was not interested in this kind of thing. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others also turned around and left. However, at this moment, the sage-like old man in front of them turned his gaze. When he saw Zhao Zhirua, his eyes lit up. That was because he could tell that she was dressed extraordinarily. He could tell at a glance that she was very wealthy. Therefore, he hurriedly said, "Everyone, please listen to me." However, no one stopped. Lin Xian and the others didn't stop either. It seemed that no one wanted to pay attention to this old liar. When the old man saw this scene, he pinched his fingers. Immediately, a light flashed and he appeared in front of Lin Xian and the others. You're leaving in a hurry. Can you listen to me? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others stopped in their tracks. This old man was quite fast. However, Zhao Zhirua obviously did not believe him. She said coldly, we don't need any fortune-telling. Just leave. Morong Qingqing did not believe her either. Lin Xian shrugged, and the few of them prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the old man said, let me guess. Let me see, when you were 9 years old, something happened that changed your fate. When you were 13 years old, something else happened that changed your fate again. You've changed your fate twice, allowing you to soar and achieve what you have today. Buzz, hearing that, Zhao Zhirua stopped in her tracks. She turned her head, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Countless runes flickered on her body. Her voice also became sharp. Who are you? How do you know about me? She seemed to be filled with shock. It seemed that the old man was right. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were also surprised. Could it be that the old man really knew fortune-telling? Of course, this old man is the one who calculated it. How about it? Do you believe me now? Hearing that, Zhao Zhirua's eyes flickered. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. Seeing that scene, the old man thought that they believed him, so he took a step forward and said in a low voice. I don't want to hide it from you. I can see that your complexions are extraordinary, but your glabella is dark. There seems to be a bloody disaster in the near future. Pfft. Hearing that, the crimson dragon spat out the monster king meat in its mouth. It bared its teeth and said, Old man, it seems that I deserve to hit you. You're too good at bluffing. How dare you curse Ben Huang? The crimson dragon stomped its feet angrily. Little White was also displeased. In addition, Zhao Zhirua's face darkened. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing's mouths twitched. They originally thought that the old man was some kind of expert. However, they did not expect him to reveal his true nature. He was obviously bluffing them. Old man, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Zhirua shouted coldly. The crimson dragon sneered at her. Old man, you're trying to cheat Ben Huang of his money. You're courting death. Do you know who this girl is? She's a member of the Zhao family. The Zhao family is the overlord of this place. How dare you say that she's going to face a bloody disaster? Aren't you afraid that countless mighty figures will hunt you down? Hearing that, the old man shrank his neck and muttered in his heart, damn, her identity is so precious. Is she going to play big this time? However, his eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth in the end. No matter how precious your identity is, there is indeed something that will affect you and even your family. If you don't handle it well. Humph, what nonsense. Zhao Zhirua's face was cold. This old man doesn't know what's good for him. A cold killing intent appeared in her eyes. The old man was completely unaware. He looked at them carefully and said, all of you are doing this for the same reason. Then, his gaze swept past the few people. When he saw Lin Xian, his heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously took a step back. You. He pointed at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian's face darkened. What does the old man want to say? The old man said, it's all because of you. Things haven't been going well for you recently, kid. You seem to be being hunted down. Moreover, the danger hasn't been resolved yet. Let me predict that you will be hunted down by even more experts in the future. Lin Xian did not believe it at first, but when he heard that, he immediately frowned. That was because the old man was right. He was indeed being hunted down by the Tai dynasty, and the Tai dynasty was still looking for him. Furthermore, there was also the War tribe. It could be said that the future would be very dangerous. However, other than him, only Morong Qingqing knew about it. Other than that, even Zhao Zhirua did not know. How did the old man in front of him know about it? Could it be that he was really an expert? Lin Xian was puzzled. At the side, the crimson dragon also exclaimed in surprise, but it still snorted coldly. It threw away all the bones in its hand. It waved its dragon claws and said, Old man, tell me, who is Ben Huang? If you can tell me, Ben Huang will believe you. The old man, Su Yixin, looked at the crimson dragon. Mysterious runes seemed to be flickering in his eyes. However, he was soon shocked and a look of fear appeared on his face. In fact, he even broke out in cold sweat. Seeing that, the Crimson Dragon asked, "Old man, what did you predict?" Xianxia shook his head. I can't say. Stop pretending, tell me, otherwise, Ben Huang will roast you." The Crimson Dragon bared its teeth. Xianxia said helplessly, "You shouldn't exist in this world." F***ck. What do you mean? He actually dared to curse Ben Huang. The Crimson Dragon was furious. What did he mean by it shouldn't exist? Is my existence a mistake? He was furious and wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Lin Xian. The old man wiped his sweat and said, "Although your existence is a mistake, your existence will soon become reasonable." Acting all mysterious, the Crimson Dragon snorted in disdain. Lin Xian frowned as well, because he felt that what he said made sense. Because the Crimson Dragon was a dragon. That was a legendary mythological beast. Other than the Crimson Dragon, he had never seen a second real dragon. At most, they were flood dragons and tyrannosaurs that were related to the dragon clan. However, there had never been a true divine dragon. If that was the case, then the Crimson Dragon really shouldn't exist in this world. However, what did he mean by the existence of the future would become reasonable? Could it be that many dragons would appear in the future? Lin Xian still didn't know. However, he felt that the old man seemed to have some skills, so he said, "Old sir, take a look at it." As he said that, he pointed at the little white monkey. Xianxia looked at the little white monkey, but after a long time, her reaction was the same as before. She had a look of horror on her face, and then she shook her head, I can't say. Wu Ji hearing that, Little White was also very dissatisfied and even threw the bone in her hand away. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. From the looks of it, the little white monkey seemed to have an extraordinary background. He had his suspicions because Little White did indeed have many divine powers. She could make people dizzy, was extremely fast, and even had a treasure bowl. More importantly, she didn't seem to need to cultivate, and her strength would increase with time. That was really shocking. It could be said that the little white monkey was extremely mysterious, but Lin Xian still didn't know what kind of race it was. He originally thought that the old man would be able to see something, but the old man refused to say anything. Next, Xianxia looked at Morong Qingqing and was also extremely shocked. He did not say anything else. He only said one word, Phoenix. Morong Qingqing was surprised because he did indeed have the Phoenix bloodline, and not many people knew about that secret. He did not expect the old man to be able to see through it. Could it be that the old man was really an expert? Old mister, then what about me? Lin Xian finally asked. He felt that the old man was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps he could see something from him. Xianxia finally looked at Lin Xian. However, this time, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became incomparably pale. How is that possible? Xianxia was extremely frightened, and his body began to tremble. He said in horror, "No, I don't want to do the divination anymore. I don't want the money either. I want to live for another 2 years." Morong Qingqing, Zhao Zhirua, and the others were puzzled. What's going on? Why would he vomit blood after divining Lin Xian? That's too exaggerated. Your acting is too fake, old man. The Crimson Dragon pursed his lips. Lin Xian also frowned. Pirates must die, he asked, "Old sir, what did you see?" I don't know. I don't know anything. Young man, I beg you, let me go. I really want to live for another 2 years. Xianxia turned around and left. However, his voice drifted over. What I said before is true. You're in danger recently, so you should be careful. After saying that, he turned into a streak of white light and ran away in an instant. What did that old man see? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the old man had guessed the identities of the Crimson Dragon and the little white monkey. But why did he vomit blood when it came to me? Ignore him, Xiaoxuanzi. He's an old liar. Crimson Dragon snorted coldly at the side. Lin Xian also sighed. Alright, let's go. He felt that the old man might have some skills, but for some reason, he could not tell them the truth. In that case, it was probably true that they were in danger. Therefore, Lin Xian reminded them, we should be careful. Right, senior sister Zhirua, after today, we will leave and not return to the Zhao family. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the Zhao family in the future, you must cut off all ties between us. Just say that you have nothing to do with me, got it? What's going on? What happened? Zhao Zhirua frowned. She thought that the old man was just talking nonsense, but judging from Lin Xian's reaction, he seemed to be hiding something. Lin Xian shook his head and did not say anything. However, he felt that he could not stay in the Zhao family any longer. He decided to walk around for a while and then say goodbye to Zhao Zhirua. They were about to reach the end of the road, so there were fewer people around. However, at that moment, a cold light suddenly appeared. A terrifying murderous intent instantly emerged. Buzz, a hazy, smoke-like shadow suddenly appeared beside Lin Xian. Then, a bolt of lightning instantly pierced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and the people around him exclaimed. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Clang, at the critical moment, Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and blocked in front of him. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the attack collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, emitting a thunderous sound. The terrifying force pushed him back, but fortunately, the ancient dragon abyss sword was a heaven-grade treasure sword and was extremely hard, so it did not break. However, the powerful force caused the blood in Lin Xian's body to churn. Damn it, who was it? Could it be that the people from the Tai dynasty were here? Lin Xian frowned. The people around him were also shocked, and Zhao Zhirua was even more surprised. Sui Xian said that there was danger. Could it be that they were going to verify it now? She did not dare to imagine. However, she quickly put up a defense, and a realm surrounded her. Morong Qingqing also snorted, and a terrifying light shot out from his body. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also looked around. Who was it? Come out, the Crimson Dragon roared, don't let Benhuang catch you, or I'll roast you. Whoosh, at that moment, another flash of light appeared beside Lin Xian, and it was only 2 meters away from him. This time, Lin Xian finally saw the other party. It was a man in black, and his body was wrapped in a black mist. His face was also hazy, and it was impossible to see his face clearly. However, a black longsword was piercing toward him with a terrifying murderous aura. Everything was too sudden. Even Lin Xian did not expect it, let alone Zhao Zhirua and Morong Qingqing. The people around him were even more shocked. Someone actually dared to attack Lin Xian? He was courting death. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed hundreds of Challenger Realm cultivators alone. His terrifying strength was enough to make people tremble. Who would dare to attack him? However, there was someone who dared to assassinate Lin Xian. Boom, the terrifying sword light swallowed and spat out rays of light as it slashed towards Lin Xian's head. There was simply no way to dodge it. Because this was a fatal blow. No one could have imagined that a second ago, everything was fine, and in the next second, such a terrifying killing intent would occur. Brat, the Crimson Dragon roared crazily and struck out with its claws, trying to stop them. However, his opponent's speed was simply too fast. Older brother Xian, Morong Qingqing also cried out in alarm. A terrifying light surged from her body as the Jade Lake's great divine ability was quickly activated. The entire sky was trembling. However, although this divine ability was very powerful, it couldn't save him at all. Buzz Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt a biting cold murderous intent stabbing towards him. The sword had yet to reach him, but the terrifying murderous aura had already caused his entire body to turn cold. Get lost, Lin Xian roared when he saw that there was no way to dodge. In the next moment, the great dragon sword's soul erupted, an endless sword light emerged from his body. A dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Boom, the void in front of him instantly exploded, and a terrifying collision sounded. A wave of air turned into a mushroom cloud that shot straight into the sky. The sky rumbled, and everything within a radius of 10,000 miles shook. The surrounding buildings collapsed in an instant, and the void split open as the cracks spread in all directions. Everyone's scalps went numb as they frantically retreated. Many people were directly sent flying by this wave of air. Not good, retreat quickly, the crimson dragon swung its tail and tore through the void as it quickly retreated. Zhao Zhirua and Murong Qingqing were also surrounded by countless rays of light as they floated backward like fairies. The terrifying sword light in front of them filled the 9 heavens. The entire place was in chaos, and it was impossible to see clearly. This scene naturally alarmed the entire Tianxing city. In an instant, countless powerful auras surged out like smoke signals. Then, countless figures rose into the sky. Who's fighting? Angry roars were heard, but when they saw the terrifying sword light in front of them, they were all stunned. What a terrifying aura! Could it be a battle between 2 peerless powerhouses? These people were extremely shocked, and their eyes were also fixed on the scene in front of them. Finally, the sword chi in front of them slowly disappeared, and the cracks in the sky quickly recovered. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened even more. Because the most critical moment had arrived. They wanted to know what was going on. Was Lin Xian assassinated? In particular, Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon were extremely nervous. In front of them, a figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, and his face was cold. He stood there like a god of death. Brother Xian, seeing this figure, Murong Qingqing immediately exclaimed. That's right, the figure that appeared was naturally Lin Xian. Pirates must die. His hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely pale. His clothes were pierced through. In front of him, there was a pool of blood. It was abnormally crystal clear, like blood jade. That was the blood of a powerhouse, so it was naturally different from that of an ordinary person. Damn it, could it be that he's injured? Crimson Dragon's face also darkened. Where was that kid injured? They did not know, and they were very nervous. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian suddenly raised his head. The light in his eyes was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through all directions. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "Be careful, Qingqing. That guy is injured, but he's not dead yet." What? That guy is injured? Hearing that, everyone in the distance was shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to withstand such a terrifying killing move and even injure his opponent. That kind of strength is heaven-defying. Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon also heaved a sigh of relief, but then, they became nervous. Their opponent was still there, and he had disappeared. This was not a good thing for them. That was because their lives could be threatened at any time. They could not completely block that terrifying sword light. Lin Xian's face was even more gloomy. That was because it was too dangerous just now. If it was anyone else, even a peerless powerhouse, they would probably be killed. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul. At the crucial moment, he resisted the opponent and destroyed his opponent's killing move. Moreover, he injured his opponent. However, that figure was very fast and was not inferior to him. Therefore, he managed to dodge the fatal blow at the crucial moment. Damn it, who is that? Could it be a powerhouse from the war tribe? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The threat that the other party gave him was not inferior to the Golden Lion King. In fact, it was even more intense. Although the Golden Lion King was domineering, it was not a sneak attack. And this person's sneak attack was impossible to guard against. If a peerless powerhouse was not careful, they would also die. No, it shouldn't be the war tribe. Lin Xian shook his head. This was obviously the behavior of an assassin. It was completely different from the war tribe's violence that was born for battle. Be careful, they're assassins. Lin Xian reminded as the dragon sword domain rose from his body. When Murong Qingqing and Zhao Zhirua saw this scene, they also quickly used their own domains. Buzz, right at this moment, another shocking ray of light lit up. Then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Murong Qingqing like a wisp of smoke. The terrifying murderous intent appeared again, and the surrounding people retreated frantically. They had already put a safe distance between them, but now, their scalps were still numb. That was because the aftermath of the murderous intent made their hearts beat wildly. They realized that if it were them, they would not be able to dodge at all. Qingqing, be careful! Lin Xian roared. He did not expect that these assassins would attack Murong Qingqing. How despicable, it was too fast, and he could not stop it in time. That was because even after he called out, the sword light was still enveloping Murong Qingqing. Flying flower, at the critical moment, a jade lotus platform appeared under Murong Qingqing's feet. It spun rapidly, and petals danced in the air. It was very dreamy. Those petals contained endless power and completely enveloped her. Clang, clang. Clang, sure enough, in the next moment, the sword light collided with the dreamy petals, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The peerless murderous intent was like the vast Milky Way, and the murderous intent soared to the sky. However, Murong Qingqing was even more extraordinary. The flying flower divine ability she used was even more terrifying. That was a divine ability from the Western Emperor scripture. The Western Emperor scripture. The scripture of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was a cultivation technique created by the Great Emperor, and its power was unpredictable. At this moment, it was even more shocking. That shocking murderous aura could not penetrate the petals that filled the sky. The surrounding void shattered in an instant, and countless cracks appeared. However, Murong Qingqing's side was completely unharmed. Countless petals surrounded her. Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Then, her beautiful eyes lit up with an explosive light. Flying flower slash, since her defense was ready, it was time for her to counterattack. With a wave of her hand, the petals that filled the sky formed a sharp light that slashed down from the sky. Endless light flickered, and the void in front of her exploded, forming a terrifying black hole. However, that blurry silhouette was very fast and actually dodged in advance. However, the crisis was not over. Because when Murong Qingqing was attacked, Lin Xian was also attacked again. Moreover, the attack was even sharper and more terrifying. When Lin Xian saw that Murong Qingqing was being assassinated, he was enraged. He let out a long roar, wanting to rescue her. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He unleashed the demigods and semi-devils to the extreme and dodged to the side. At the same time, the dragon sword domain quickly slashed out streams of sword chi. Wung, pung, this shocking sword light brushed past his body. But fortunately, the sword chi formed by the dragon sword domain directly knocked away this terrifying sword light. This time, that figure disappeared extremely quickly. When the attack failed, it directly disappeared into the void, turning into strands of green smoke, disappearing without a trace. Damn it, Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. The other party actually dared to attack, this made him angry and frightened at the same time. Not just one assassin, but at least two, the Crimson Dragon and the others also reacted and immediately roared. They all used their great abilities to protect themselves. Damn it, who is this person? Zhao Jiruo's face was incomparably ugly because this method had completely surpassed her imagination. Fortunately, the assassin did not attack her previously. Otherwise, she would not have been able to block it. The Crimson Dragon let out a long roar and waved its dragon claws. Immediately, a large formation flew out and completely enveloped Tianxing City. In the sky, countless rays of light flickered. No one could leave without a sound. As long as those assassins wanted to escape, it would immediately discover them. However, those assassins did not seem to have escaped at all. However, they did not appear either. It was as if they had disappeared. What a terrifying concealment ability. Murong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. She could not detect the other party at all. Who is this person? In the distance, the martial artists of Tianxing City were even more terrified. They retreated crazily, not daring to get close at all. What a joke. The previous two attacks were too shocking. Even the peerless powerhouses in the city felt their scalps go numb. Boom, however, there were a few figures in the sky, and their expressions were also solemn. One of them was a dignified man in battle armor standing in the void. He was the city lord of Tianxing City. At this moment, his expression was extremely gloomy. The other one was from the Zhao family. He was an old man in cotton clothes. His eyes were like divine lamps, illuminating all directions. He was Old Master Zhao, whom Lin Xian had seen before. His expression was also extremely solemn. That was because he realized that he could not detect the traces of those assassins. It was not just the two of them. At this moment, all the martial artists in Tianxing City were using their own secret techniques, trying to find the other party's traces. That was because they were afraid that those people would come to their side. However, soon, there were exclamations of surprise. Damn it, how is that possible? I can't see them at all. I can't even detect a trace of their aura. Could it be that they had disappeared, or had they left? They did not dare to imagine. Even the peerless powerhouses had ugly expressions. Zhao Zhirua snorted coldly. Damn it, I can't find them. Who are they? Lin Xian's expression was cold. His soul power quickly surged out and enveloped the entire Tianxing city. However, he could not find them either. This made his expression extremely solemn. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Suddenly, golden runes burst out from his eyes. At the same time, the dragon sword realm completely enveloped him, forming a layer of light. Outsiders could not see clearly at all. Lin Xian's eyes turned golden. He had activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. He realized that the other party was too terrifying. He had no choice but to use this trump card. Golden runes flashed in his eyes. After activating the heavenly secret divine eyes, the whole world was different. As expected, Lin Xian saw two illusory figures flashing quickly near them. That speed was really shocking. Among them, a figure quietly came behind the Crimson Dragon. The killing sword in his hand was about to stab out. Humph, how dare you attack? Lin Xian was furious. He was now using the heavenly secret body and could still see the other party. Therefore, he did not hold back anymore. He pulled out his ancient sword. A sharp sword light slashed down from the sky. Boom, this sword slashed towards the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. It thought that Lin Xian was going to attack it. However, it soon understood. It swung its dragon tail and instantly left the place. Boom, the sword light slashed down. The sky was split in half. A figure was sent flying while vomiting blood. This figure was surrounded by a black mist. He looked like the god of death from hell. However, in the sword light, the mist on his body was quickly extinguished like a flame. His true body was revealed. It was a man in black. He wore tight black clothes and a ghost mask on his face. Therefore, even without the black mist, no one knew who he was. Damn it, how could it be? The mysterious masked man was also extremely terrified. He did not expect that the other party could hurt him. Damn it, how is that possible? The mysterious masked man was also extremely terrified. He did not expect the other party to be able to hurt him. Could it be that the other party has discovered my tracks? How is that possible? He could not believe it. He came from a very ancient and mysterious place, and his movement technique was passed down from ancient times. How is that possible? How did these people discover me? In the next moment, he turned into green smoke and disappeared again. Damn it! Assassinate Ben Huang? Go to hell! The Crimson Dragon was furious. If not for Lin Xian, he would have been attacked by now. He was from the Dragon Clan and had strong defenses. However, if he was hit, it would not be a joke. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared crazily and spat out balls of dragon flames that covered the entire sky. However, the mysterious masked man did not appear again. What's going on? I've been hit. Could it be that he's discovered me? No one knew that in the sky, two figures were communicating with each other through voice transmission. I don't know, but that kid is probably just lucky. He can't have discovered us. The other person shook his head. There was a sword wound on his body, but it had stopped bleeding. Let's attack together and kill that kid. The two of them communicated secretly and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. No one around them knew what was going on. Even the Crimson Dragon and Murong Qingqing did not know what was going on. However, Lin Xian sneered. Under the effect of the heavenly secret god eyes, he could clearly see the two figures. Naturally, he could also see the two blurry black figures rushing toward him. Demon Seal, Lin Xian held the ancient sword in his hand, and a terrifying killing move appeared and slashed in a direction beside him. Boom, as expected, a figure suddenly appeared in the void that was originally empty. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying backward. When Lin Xian saw that he had hit his opponent, he snorted coldly and used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword again. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the entire sky in front of him. At the same time, a lotus flower flew out from his fingertip and flew behind him. It repelled the other masked man. What? He had actually completely repelled it. How did he do it? Did he see it? Everyone was shocked. Even the Heavenly Star City's city lord and old man Zhao had grave expressions on their faces. This was because the two of them did not see each other either. But why was Lin Xian able to see it? They could not understand. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Because what happened today was truly beyond their expectations. The two terrifying assassins were far beyond their knowledge. Moreover, the strength displayed by Lin Xian shocked them even more. Even now, they still didn't know how the other party locked onto the enemy. The two of them were shocked, but the two ghost-masked assassins were even more shocked. Originally, they thought that the other party was just lucky to have found them the first time. But this time, they were dumbfounded. That was because the other party was able to accurately send them flying. This was definitely not a blind guess. Instead, it was because the other party had really discovered their tracks. But how was that possible? One had to know that the two of them were from an extremely mysterious assassin organization. Their movement techniques were elusive, and even peerless almighties could not discover them. How did the other party, a young boy, discover them? They could not figure it out. However, there was no time for them to think because Lin Xian held the ancient sword and attacked again. Boom! Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and quickly swung it. Buzz! The priceless sword kept enlarging, like a huge mountain pressing down from the sky. The terrifying chaotic sword light shot straight into the sky. The void instantly collapsed, and the injured ghost-masked assassin was enveloped. Humph! The ghost-masked assassin roared, and an incomparably bright light erupted from his body. He would use the black sword in his hand to quickly counterattack. Boom! The two collided, and the sound of thousands of horses neighing was heard. Just the sound wave alone directly tore through the void. Although the ghost-masked assassin was powerful, he had underestimated Lin Xian's strength. This sword was extremely terrifying, and it contained Lin Xian's killing intent and anger. Therefore, in the next moment, the ghost-masked assassin was directly sent flying and vomited blood. Not only that, his arm was instantly broken. That powerful energy had shaken his internal organs to the point where they were seriously injured. Damn it, the ghost-masked assassin's expression finally changed. In the process of retreating, countless black smoke rose from his body, and then merged into the void again and disappeared. The ghost-masked assassin behind him was also shocked. After he saw Lin Xian's methods, he did not attack, but instead used the same method. He merged into the void and disappeared. They were ready to retreat. Because they were assassins, and they were good at killing. If their attack failed, they would immediately flee 1,000 miles away. This was the rule of an assassin, and as the top, they naturally understood. More importantly, the young man in front of them was too strange. He seemed to be able to find their traces, so they had no choice but to temporarily leave. You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the light of zero power burst out from his eyes. Previously, he was almost killed, so how could he let the two of them leave? Therefore, in the next moment, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he charged over. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes shone with a cold light. Mysterious runes appeared, causing Lin Xian to lock onto the two figures. Boom! The ancient dragon sword was incomparably powerful, and coupled with the sharp sword chi of the great dragon sword soul, it instantly cut through the void. It was like a peerless divine sword, and directly slashed down. The entire sky was cut in half, and countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? The pupils of the two ghost-masked assassins shrank, and when they felt the sword chi descending from the sky, their faces became incomparably ugly. Because, just this attack alone was already not weaker than a peerless almighty. It seemed that this target was indeed as powerful as the rumors said. Originally, they thought that with the strength of the two of them, coupled with their assassination techniques, they could easily kill the other party. But now, it seemed that they had been careless and underestimated the other party. However, the two of them were not to be trifled with. With a roar, the two ghost-masked assassins erupted with unparalleled power, and then the two of them burst out with speed. Boom, in an instant, they dodged the terrifying sword light by a hair's breadth. But soon, they screamed again. Because, after the sword light, the dense and terrifying sword chi in the sky fell from the sky. It was like a huge dragon, dancing in the sky. Sky shattering, another few ultimate moves, and the entire sky completely exploded. The two ghost-masked assassins could no longer resist. They were sent flying while vomiting blood. "Speak, who are you people, who sent you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly, and pointed his sword forward, his body surging with killing intent. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even old Master Zhao, the city lord, and the peerless mighty figures felt their hearts skip a beat. That was because they did not notice the two masked men at all. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was actually able to capture his opponent's movements. That was unbelievable. Moreover, the combat strength that Lin Xian displayed made their hearts skip a beat. That kid's combat strength was comparable to that of a peerless mighty figure. The two masked men took out pills and quickly swallowed them to repair their injured bodies. At the same time, their faces were gloomy as they circulated their inner force. Buzz, they waved their longswords and released a terrifying sword light. It flickered with a cold light and slashed toward Lin Xian. At the same time, the other person spat out a black bead. The black bead continued to expand, and 18 skulls rushed out of it. Each of them was extremely ferocious as they charged toward Lin Xian. Boom, boom, however, it was useless. Under Lin Xian's longsword, everything turned into ashes. The two masked men vomited blood and were sent flying again. Their faces were filled with shock. That was because the other party was too powerful. Lin Xian held the ancient sword and said coldly, "Since you don't want to speak obediently, don't blame me for searching your souls." As he said that, he used the demigods and semi-devils to attack at his maximum speed. Boom, the great dragon sword's soul roared, and a terrifying sword light shot into the sky. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god that everyone looked up to. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, monstrous sword chi slashed down, and each of them was like a huge mountain. They carried an extremely sharp force and crushed the void. He released 36 sword chi in a row, and each sword chi was like a giant dragon that covered the entire sky. The two masked men retreated in defeat and vomited blood. Countless sword wounds appeared on their bodies. One of them even had his arm cut off, almost splitting him in half. "Damn it, run!" The two masked men's scalps went numb, and they did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into two streams of light and disappeared into the void. They quickly escaped. "Humph!" Dark Red Shenong snorted coldly and waved his dragon claws. "Trying to escape? How could this be?" He quickly activated the formation. The terrifying formation flickered with light, cutting off all paths of retreat for the other party. Puff, another sword slashed down, and the devil-masked man with the severed arm was directly cut into two. The lower half of his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The upper half of his body roared ferociously. That pain almost made him faint. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's large hand reached out and enveloped him. Boom, countless sword chi intertwined. First, it destroyed the opponent's spirit sea. Then, it turned into countless runes that sealed the opponent. Lin Xian tossed the crimson dragon to the crimson dragon. "Look after him, I'll search his soul later." As he spoke, his footsteps flashed as he charged towards another masked man. Damn it, the other masked man was so scared that his scalp went numb. His companion had already been subdued by the other party. He didn't dare to resist such means. Therefore, in the next moment, he opened his mouth again and spat out a large black flag. The large flag trembled in the wind and transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall mountain peak. Countless ghost chi filled the air. Countless ghost faces roared in it. For a moment, the entire space seemed to have turned into hell. Obviously, that was a powerful bejeweled artifact. Explode, a cold voice sounded, and the powerful bejeweled artifact exploded. Terrifying energy filled the space, and the defensive formation was instantly torn apart. Countless black holes appeared in the sky. When the devil-masked man saw that, he smiled sinisterly and disappeared. In the next moment, the devil-masked man escaped from the broken black hole. Damn it, that guy wants to escape. the Crimson Dragon's expression changed. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive as to self-destruct a top-grade bejeweled artifact to destroy his formation. If the other party escaped, it would be impossible to catch him again. In fact, he had already lost track of the other party. However, Lin Xian sneered. His eyes flickered, and a sharp light burst out from them. Then, he put away the ancient dragon abyss sword and held it in his left hand. A dragon-shaped longbow appeared. The ferocious dragon head roared, and its entire body emitted a blazing light. Endless energy gathered in his right hand and formed an arrow. Golden runes burst out from his eyes and locked onto the devil-masked man. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled the longbow into a full moon. An arrow flew out. Boom, wherever it passed, the space shattered. The arrow was extremely fast. When the devil-masked man sensed the aura behind him, he was scared out of his wits. He used a secret technique and burned the blood in his body to escape. However, it was useless. The arrow pierced through his heart. Puff, the devil-masked man was nailed in the void. His body trembled, and blood flowed out. It splattered on the ground, creating countless deep pits. That was the blood of a king. It was extremely terrifying. Impossible. The devil-masked man said with difficulty. He did not expect the other party to be able to lock onto him and pierce through him. However, in the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're dead meat, you can't escape. The sound made one's scalp tingle. At this moment, the devil-masked man's body suddenly expanded, and a violent force instantly exploded, sweeping across a radius of 10,000 miles. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. The expressions of the cultivators in Stellar Sky City changed. Such a violent force was enough to destroy Stellar Sky City. Furthermore, it was likely that all of them would be affected. It was very likely that they would be killed. Boom. Boom, however, Stellar Sky City was not to be trifled with. 108 stars suddenly lit up and circled in the sky, forming a powerful light screen. It completely enveloped Stellar Sky City. This was the defensive formation of Stellar Sky City, and it was extremely powerful. Therefore, although the devil-masked man's self-destruction brought about a large amount of energy, it was all blocked by Stellar Sky City's formation. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. However, Lin Xian and the others' expressions were extremely solemn because the other party would rather self-destruct than leave behind any clues. One had to admit that this group of people was too terrifying. Fortunately, they still caught a devil-masked man. At this moment, he was already sealed. As long as they searched his soul, they should be able to find some clues. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures flashed out. It was the Stellar Sky City City Lord and the old man of the Zhao family. Behind them, there were a few peerless powerhouses who were also rushing over. It seemed that they were also very curious about the identity of the devil-masked man. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. At the same time, the sword chi on his body all flowed into his body, and he returned to his true body. Ruzalong, search his soul. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the crimson dragon waved its claws, grabbed the devil-masked man's head, and began to search his soul. The others waited patiently. The devil-masked man was sealed and could not resist at all. However, at this moment, a strange scene happened. The masked man was sealed and couldn't resist at all. But at this moment, a strange scene happened. The masked man's body started burning on its own. Not only his body, but even his soul was burning, emitting a terrifying black flame that swept around. It pounced on Lin Xian, the crimson dragon, and everyone around. Damn it, how could this be? The crimson dragon frowned. Why did the masked man self-ignite? They had already sealed him. It shouldn't be like this. The masked man could still use his power, he couldn't understand. But in the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and extinguished all the black flames. The people around him also used their own methods. Lin Xian even raised his hand and shot out a layer of frost, completely freezing everything. But soon, his face turned extremely ugly. Because the masked man in front of him had already burned into wisps of black flames and disappeared. Not only him, but the Sky Star City Lord and Lord Zhao also looked solemn. They originally wanted to investigate the masked man's identity, but now it seemed that the masked man was even more mysterious than they thought. This method seemed to be a restriction planted in their bodies by a peerless master. Once they encountered a method like soul capture, the restriction in their bodies would be activated and burn. The Sky Star City Lord said in a low voice, "It seems that the force they belong to must be very mysterious. And they did a very good job of keeping it a secret. I don't think any secrets will be leaked." Not only that. The masked man's movement technique is even more strange. I can't even catch him. It's unbelievable. Old Man Zhao also said coldly. The other peerless masters also nodded silently. Indeed, they had investigated before, but they couldn't find any trace of the masked man at all. With a destructive restriction in their bodies, strange movement technique, and powerful assassination techniques, they should be terrifying assassins. Which assassin organization did they belong to? Snow Wolf, Sky Devouring, Judgment? These peerless masters named several top assassin organizations, which were very famous in the Ninely dynasty. But soon, they shook their heads. These organizations definitely couldn't find such terrifying assassins. Perhaps the assassins from those organizations were stronger than the two devil-masked men, but their assassination techniques and terrifying movement techniques were incomparable. After all, a movement technique that even a peerless almighty couldn't sense must be incomparably heaven-defying. The top assassin organizations in the country probably couldn't do it. What kind of organization was that? Could it be an assassin organization from another country? These people began to recall what kind of horrible killer organizations there were in the central continent. However, the Crimson Dragon frowned. With a wave of his dragon claw, countless rays of light condensed in front of him, forming a ghost face pattern. It was the mask worn by the devil-masked man. Seeing this scene, everyone raised their heads, extremely puzzled. Lin Xian also asked, "Ruzalong, what did you find? This mask is very special. If my guess is correct, they should be people from hell." Hell, hearing this, Zhao Zhirua and Morong Qingqing both frowned, feeling very confused. However, the eyelids of the Heavenly Star City's City Lord and Old Man Zhao were twitching wildly. The other almighties thought for a while and suddenly came to a realization. Their faces turned pale instantly. No way. Is it really that hell? Their faces were full of shock. "Grandpa, what is hell?" Zhao Zhirua was very curious. She and Morong Qingqing were from the younger generation and had never heard of hell. Lin Xian also frowned. Hell? What a strange name. However, looking at the expressions of the Crimson Dragon and Old Man Zhao, he knew that this name was definitely not simple. Because these people were all peerless almighty figures. Just the name alone could make a peerless almighty figure pale. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the infernal realm was. On this true spirit continent, there were 3 extremely terrifying killer organizations that had been around for a long time. It was said that they had been passed down since the ancient times. Hell was one of them. These people seemed to have come from the 9 Serenities Hell and specialized in taking lives. No one who was targeted by them was able to escape. Whether it was ordinary people or high and mighty kings, it was even rumored that they had successfully assassinated saints. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhirua gasped. Their faces were full of shock. Even saints could not escape from their evil clutches, they were simply too shocked. One had to know that the most powerful people in the world were the invincible kings. They were the monarchs of a country and the true peerless experts. Although saints could not be seen, any one of them could wipe out an entire region. Pirates must die. They were existences that completely surpassed invincible kings, especially Lin Xian. He knew how terrifying a saint was. Because he had a saint's hand bone in his hand. It was just a small piece of bone, but it possessed unparalleled power. One could imagine how terrifying a complete saint was. Such a terrifying existence could be assassinated by hell's killers, and they even succeeded. Just how terrifying was the infernal realm, they did not dare to imagine. However, at this moment, Zhao Zhirua frowned. It shouldn't be. If hell was so terrifying, it would be known by the world like the 9 empires and the Eastern Baron's sacred ground. But why have we never heard of it? It's simple. It's because they've gone into hiding. Old Man Zhao continued, 30,000 years ago, the Hell organization went crazy because they received a mission from someone. They assassinated the sacred leaders of the 3 sacred grounds consecutively and completely enraged the Eastern Barrens' sacred ground. For a time, all the sacred grounds of the Eastern Barrens' sacred ground joined forces to fight against Hell. No matter how powerful Hell was, it could not resist the joint attack of so many sacred grounds. As a result, Hell was dealt a heavy blow in an instant. However, Hell was very mysterious. No one knew where their base was. Therefore, although they were severely damaged, they were not destroyed. For tens of thousands of years, they had been hiding. They did not appear in the world. Who would have thought that it would appear again this time? What? They assassinated 3 sacred leaders. Why did all the powerful people in the Eastern Barrens' sacred ground join forces? Lin Xian and the others' eyelids twitched. The people of Hell were really crazy. Sacred leaders were as famous as the monarchs of the 9 empires of the Middle State. They were definitely supreme overlords. Even so, they were still assassinated. And 3 of them, one could imagine what kind of storm it caused in the Eastern Barrens' sacred ground. However, what was even more shocking was that the entire Eastern Barrens' sacred ground could not destroy Hell. They could only suppress it. Just how terrifying was this Hell? They did not dare to imagine. Morong Qingqing asked curiously, "Senior, other than Hell, what are the other 2 organizations?" That was because Old Master Zhao had said that there were 3 major assassin organizations in the world, and Hell was only one of them. As for the other 2, they shouldn't be any worse than Hell. However, they had never heard of them either. The Heavenly Court and the Human World. The Heavenly Court, Hell, and the Human World. The 3 top assassin dynasties were supreme existences that had existed since ancient times. The Crimson Dragon said in a deep voice. Something like what had happened 30,000 years ago had happened more than once. Previously, the human world had assassinated the emperors of the 9 dynasties and succeeded. At that time, 4 emperors of the 9 dynasties were killed, which infuriated them. In the end, the human world suffered the same fate as the human world. They kept a low profile and did not appear for tens of thousands of years. How could such a thing happen? Everyone was shocked. The eyes of the city lord of Skystar City, Old Master Zhao, and the others flickered. They had also heard of this legend. But then, they frowned. As for the Heavenly Court, it's even more mysterious. We don't know what it's like now. There isn't even a legend about it. Nothing is left behind? Lin Xian frowned and asked again, "Rizalong, do you know?" The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. "I've heard of a legend. The Heavenly Court has been destroyed and no longer exists." "What, destroyed? How is that possible?" Everyone was shocked. Old Master Zhao, the city lord of Skystar City, and the others were in disbelief. The Heavenly Court was the most powerful assassin dynasty. It was rumored that it was even more terrifying than the human world and Hell. How could it be destroyed? That's right. Hell and the human world survived such a terrifying attack. How could the Heavenly Court be destroyed? It couldn't be helped because the Heavenly Court was even crazier. They actually attacked the clan of the ancients. It was said that the Heavenly Court was very crazy and ambitious back then. They seemed to be carrying out a huge plan. Therefore, they attacked the clan of the ancients. Moreover, they successfully assassinated the peerless prodigy of the clan of the ancients. Right, even the prodigy of the war race was assassinated back then. In the end, some of the clan of the ancients were furious. They joined forces and activated 3 supreme weapons to destroy the Heavenly Court. What? How could such a thing happen? When Old Master Zhao and the others heard this, they all sucked in a cold breath. The Heavenly Court was actually destroyed. Morong Qingqing was even more shocked. An extreme weapon was a weapon left behind by a great emperor. One was already heaven-defying, there was probably no one who could contend against 3 of them. A great emperor was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. His weapon was known as an extreme weapon, and its power was unimaginable. The power of an extreme-grade weapon was unimaginably terrifying. Of course, without a great emperor, the extreme-grade weapon would not be able to unleash its full power. Even so, if a peerless powerhouse used it, it would still be able to unleash a shocking attack. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had an extreme weapon, the West Imperial Tower. It was a weapon left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. It could be said that with the West Imperial Pagoda, no one would dare to attack the Jade Pool. After hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Who would have thought that there was such an ancient secret? Among them, Old Man Zhao, the Stellar Sky City's city lord, and the others were even more astonished. How could the other party know a secret that they didn't know? Could it be that the other party's background was even more terrifying? Thinking of this, they all sucked in a cold breath. Kid, hell hasn't appeared for a long time. They must be up to something big this time. Moreover, after this failure, they would definitely send even more terrifying assassins. Because they wouldn't ruin their reputation. In the future, you really have to be careful. The Crimson Dragon reminded him. Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Being targeted by such a terrifying organization, one could imagine that the future would be much more dangerous. Thinking of this, his face was gloomy. Damn it, who was it that dared to send such a person to kill him? Needless to say, it must be those people from the Tai dynasty and the War tribe. Otherwise, ordinary families wouldn't be able to afford such terrifying assassins. Tai dynasty, don't let me meet you, or you'll be dead, Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He felt that he couldn't stay in the Stellar Sky City any longer. He had to leave quickly and go to Qianshan City to see if there was any news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. If there wasn't, he would immediately leave this place. In short, he couldn't be pursued by the people from the Tai dynasty anymore. I'll help you find out who leaked the news. Morong Qingqing also said coldly. As the saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground, she had a lot of power. However, in order to keep a low profile, she usually didn't want to show her strength. But now, someone dared to threaten Lin Xian's life, so she couldn't care less. Senior sister, help me contact the people from the Jade Lake here. Okay. Zhao Zhirua nodded and quickly went to contact the people. There was nothing she could do about it. Although she was the senior sister, Morong Qingqing was way more powerful than her. Because the saintess of the Jade Lake was the future master of the Jade Lake sacred ground. Such a status was extremely noble. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 4 figures appeared in the sky. They were 4 beautiful women. As soon as they appeared, they shouted respectfully. Saintess, go and find out who is in contact with the Tai dynasty. At the same time, pay attention to the people from the Kai dynasty. See what they've been doing recently. Also, find out the whereabouts of the Hell Assassin, Morong Qingqing said in a deep voice, then waved her jade-like hand. Buzz, the 4 beauties in front of her hurriedly turned into 4 streaks of light and disappeared into the sky. They had to admit that the Jade Lake sacred ground was very powerful and terrifying. Although this was not the eastern wilderness, it was not their territory. But soon, they found out about this matter. Reporting to the saintess, the matter has been investigated. The people from the Tai dynasty found Lin Gongzi's traces. And this secret was leaked by the Qiyu clan. Qiyu clan, hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Morong Qingqing also asked in a deep voice. Then, is there any other news about the hell? No. The beauties shook their heads. The hell is too mysterious. We can't get any information at all. All I know is that they were hired by the Tai dynasty for this mission. Okay, I got it. You can leave. Morong Qingqing nodded. The beauties turned and left. Big brother Xian, what should we do? Morong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. This Qiyu clan really doesn't know what's good for them. If it weren't for our strength, I'm afraid we would have been killed. Damn it, I won't let them go. Are you going to attack the Qiyu clan? Morong Qingqing asked. I'll help you. No need. Lin Xian shook his head. You have a special status. It's not suitable for you to make a move at this time. After all, the Qiyu clan must have other forces behind them to be able to contact the Tai dynasty. It's not suitable for the Jade Lake to get involved. However, I don't have so many scruples. I'll let them know the consequences of plotting against me. At this point, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Old Man Zhao, the mayor, and the other almighties felt their eyelids twitch when they sensed the aura. The young man's aura was too terrifying. It seemed that the Crimson Moon clan was in trouble. Qingqing, you stay in the Zhao clan for a while. I'll go to the Crimson Moon clan. We'll leave once we're done. Alright. Morong Qingqing nodded. She was not too worried. With Lin Xian's means, even if he encountered an almighty, he could easily leave. Ruse along, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and turned into a sword light that shot up into the sky. The crimson dragon also swung its tail. The two of them shot up into the sky and disappeared. On the other side, Morong Qingqing stayed in the Zhao clan for the time being. Crimson Moon clan. The clan leader, Crimson Moon Soul, was leisurely swirling his wine glass. He looked at the dancing beauties in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Calculating the time, the people from the Tai dynasty should have made their move by now. He reckoned that the brat was very likely to be killed. Humph, what an arrogant kid. How dare he go against the Crimson Moon clan? I can kill him with a flick of my finger. Crimson Moon Soul was very happy. This time, they could kill a strong enemy without the need for their clan to do anything. For them, this was the best outcome. At this banquet, other than Crimson Moon Soul, the other elders and young talents of the clan were present. That was because they wanted to celebrate. Today was a good day to take revenge. At this moment, when they heard Crimson Moon Soul's words, the other elders laughed. No matter how strong that kid was, he couldn't go against the Tai dynasty. It was said that the Tai dynasty had sent countless experts this time. It would be easy for them to kill that kid. They didn't expect that kid to be so crazy. He dared to go against the Tai dynasty. Crazy? He's just an idiot. Many people sneered. That Scarlet Moon Ku also came. At this moment, he was lying on a chair. Although his injuries had not recovered, his eyes carried a terrifying light. He was very excited because today, the kid who injured him was finally going to be killed. How could he not be excited? Although he didn't personally deal with it, the fact that the other party was killed by the Tai dynasty could be considered as his revenge. The group of people drank and chatted happily. They were all very excited. There were even a few elders who decided to go to the Tai dynasty to see how the kid was killed. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi descended from the sky and covered the entire Red Moon mansion. Damn it! What happened? Sensing this change, everyone's expression changed. One by one, they stood up and looked at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were suddenly torn apart. A terrifying crack appeared, extending for thousands of miles. Then, a divine sword fell from the sky. In the sky, the gigantic sky-piercing divine sword descended like a blue sky. That aura was extremely sharp, causing all the warriors of the Red Moon clan below to raise their heads. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Endless sword chi rushed into the sky. A large number of buildings fell, the ground cracked, and the surrounding palaces turned into ashes in an instant. Screams were heard and blood spurted out. Countless people fled. However, they were soon pierced by the sword chi. In an instant, the entire Red Moon clan was split in half. Half of them turned into ashes in an instant. An endless pit appeared on the ground, as if it was the Nine Nether Hell. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. A gigantic sword was inserted into the ground. It emitted a monstrous aura that could destroy the 9 heavens. Damn it, the elders and young geniuses of the Red Moon clan who were watching the performance at the banquet all stood up and roared crazily. The Red Moon Soul let out a long roar, and his body emitted a terrifying divine light. Who dares to attack the Red Moon clan? He was angry. He was really angry. Because he never thought that someone would dare to attack the Red Moon clan. Moreover, the method was so sharp. When the sky-piercing divine sword descended, they didn't even have time to react. Moreover, the sky-piercing divine sword was too terrifying. In an instant, it shattered their clan's defensive array and sunk half of their residence. Countless Red Moon clan martial artists were killed. Blood gathered into a river and surged in the air. Damn it! Kill! Kill them all, the Red Moon Soul roared. The surviving elders and martial artists all rose into the air. They were murderous, and their eyes were bloodshot. They were like demons. Damn it, who is it? Get out here, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to tear you into pieces, angry roars could be heard. These elders and martial artists were murderous, and their bodies were glowing brightly. Terrifying attacks rushed in all directions. Among them, there were even more people who attacked the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them. Since they couldn't find the person, they had to destroy the sword first. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot as they attacked crazily. Boom! Boom! Dozens of elders and hundreds of young geniuses attacked in a frenzy. Divine abilities appeared one after another, and the violent energy could destroy everything. Boom! 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 The energy that filled the sky collided with the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them, creating a rumbling sound. Soon, their faces became extremely ugly. Because such violent attacks did not cause any damage to the sky-piercing divine sword. In fact, there was not even a trace of a crack. Instead, their actions angered the sky-piercing divine sword even more. Buzz, light surrounded it, and countless sword inscriptions flickered. Terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky. There was even a loud dragon roar. Boom, boom. Boom, ah, ah. Ah, blood-curdling screams could be heard. Many martial artists were penetrated by the sword chi again, and some were directly split in half. Damn it! Who is it? Who is it? Everyone went crazy. The young martial artists did not stop retreating. The elders' faces were also extremely pale. The Red Moon Soul's eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. Set up the array. At the same time, gather all the survivors. Attack with all your might, he roared, and 18 silver flags appeared behind him. On each flag, light bloomed, and runes rotated, emitting a terrifying aura. With a wave of his palm, the 18 flags expanded in the wind and transformed into towering mountains. They stood on the ground and completely surrounded the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them. This was one of the Red Moon Soul's Dharma treasures, and it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, when the 18 silver clouds combined, they could form a terrifying array that sealed everything. As expected, when the 18 flags fluttered in the wind, silver runes that filled the sky enveloped the sky-piercing divine sword, isolating all auras. Phew! Seeing this scene, the elders and young geniuses all heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they let out frantic howls and gathered all the survivors. They quickly set up matrices and joined forces, preparing to completely seal the peerless divine sword in front of them. Boom! However, in the next moment, their expressions changed again. That was because the peerless divine sword in front of them suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Endless rays of light turned into giant dragons that rushed in all directions. In an instant, the 18 silver flags were cut in half. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The energy explosion in the sky swept in all directions like a wave. Many people were hit again and did not even have time to scream. The others went crazy and unleashed several light barriers to defend themselves regardless of the price they had to pay. Damn it! Who is it? How dare you go against the Red Moon family? Do you really want to die? The Red Moon family is the 6th prince's people. A series of frenzied roars could be heard, but no one answered them. However, at that moment, a sneer sounded in the sky. The Red Moon family? Are they very powerful? How dare you secretly frame me? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being tortured, a cold voice sounded, and then 2 figures quickly descended. Whoosh! Soon, the 2 figures stood on the peerless divine sword. One of them was a handsome young man in red, and the other was a dark red divine dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. What? It's you, you're not dead. When everyone saw the figure in front of them, they were all stunned and screamed crazily. How could they not recognize him? That was because he was the enemy that they gritted their teeth and wanted to kill. However, wasn't he captured by the people of the Tai dynasty and brought back to be punished? Why was he here? That was impossible. Could it be that the people of the Tai dynasty had failed? They did not dare to imagine. Damn it, it's him, father, kill him. You must kill him. In the crowd, Red Moon Ko lay on the ground and roared crazily. At that moment, he saw Lin Xian and roared crazily. However, when Lin Xian heard that, he sneered disdainfully. You still want to kill me? Do you have the right to? He was indeed angry. If the Red Moon family had not tipped him off, he would not have attracted the assassins from hell. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul, he would have been killed by such a terrifying assassin. He was not the only one. The Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhirua would probably all be killed. However, all of this was because of the Red Moon clan. How could Lin Xian not be angry? Therefore, he had no intention of letting the Red Moon clan off today. He even dared to kill the Golden Lion King, let alone a small Red Moon clan. Do you have any last words? Leave them. If not, you can all go to hell. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. He stood on the ancient dragon abyss sword like a sword god, exuding a peerless killing intent. You want to kill us? He really overestimated himself, Red Moon snorted coldly. Everyone, listen up. Kill him at all costs, die, brat. The three great beings joined hands and pounced over like madmen. A golden spear, a green saber, and a black shield. The three mighty figures were very fast and arrived in front of Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. The golden spears in their hands transformed into golden lightning that filled the sky and surged forward. The green saber turned into a dragon and slashed down crazily. The black shield continued to enlarge and turned into a black demonic mountain. It crushed the void and enveloped Lin Xian. The three elders were all elite great beings. When they attacked, terrifying energy surged and terrifying light pierced through the void. However, it was useless. Lin Xian waved his hand and countless sword chi gathered, forming a sword shadow that he grabbed. Buzz, it slashed forward. Boom, the sword chi was resplendent like a comet. The golden light was split apart in an instant. The golden spear was split into two. Clang, the green saber broke. Boom, the black shield was penetrated and a terrifying black hole appeared. Puff. Puff, the three elders were sent flying while vomiting blood. However, 3 more bloody wounds appeared on their necks and 3 heads flew up. What? They were killed. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Those were 3 elders. The 3 elite almighties were killed in an instant. What kind of method was this? They could not believe it, damn it. Go. Kill him for me, don't attack alone. 5 in a group, 10 in a team. Kill him. Red Lunar Spirit roared crazily. Boom. Boom, boom. Finally, the dozens of elders all rose into the sky. The hundreds of young geniuses behind them also attacked. Whoosh, the 3 elders formed hand seals and opened their mouths to spit out blue light that filled the sky. It turned into a terrifying wave as it surged forward. Boom, the 4 elders waved their hands quickly. Endless flames on their bodies pierced through the clouds and formed a fire qilin that roared in all directions. 8 symbols formation. The 8 elders quickly formed hand seals and joined forces to form a formation that descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian in an instant. The hundreds of elite geniuses attacked even more crazily. Fire, lightning, vines, all sorts of mystical dharma spells and divine abilities quickly attacked. The light was dazzling like fireworks. The entire sky was completely covered and no one could be seen. There was only light dancing in the sky. Buzz, roar. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the sword vibrated and everyone's weapons trembled as if they were about to leave their bodies. Damn it, how could this be? Everyone held on to the weapons in their hands tightly, their faces full of fear. Boom. In the next moment, their pupils constricted as they saw the void in front of them split open. A huge ancient sword swept over quickly. It was like a dragon swinging its tail. It was extremely terrifying. The Dharma spells, light, and Dharma spells that they used were instantly torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Boom. Boom, boom. Everything was cut into pieces. Hundreds of martial artists were instantly split in half. More than a dozen elders vomited blood. The remaining people frantically retreated, their faces full of fear. Patriarch, he's too powerful. Let's run. The remaining elders' scalps went numb. Damn it, a bunch of trash, form the Red Moon spell, I'll deal with him personally. Red Moon Spirit roared angrily. A sharp light burst out from his eyes and the aura on his body suddenly exploded. As the patriarch of the Red Moon family, he was a peerless powerhouse. At this moment, seeing that the other party was extremely powerful, he finally took the initiative to attack. A red armor appeared on his body and a bright light shot into the sky. Not only that, a red scimitar appeared in his hand. It was like a red moon that emitted a terrifying aura. The remaining dozen or so elders and the remaining few hundred young elites also quickly formed a formation. They stood in various places in the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. In the sky, a vast formation appeared. It was like a sky map, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Moon Formation, it was the most terrifying formation of the Crimson Moon family. Everyone entered the formation, regardless of their cultivation level. The Crimson Moon Spirit roared. A terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. The surviving members of the Crimson Moon family rushed over. They kept landing outside. They were all ordinary warriors, and some of them were not even kings. However, at this moment, they could not care less. All of them were instilling energy into the formation like crazy. The Crimson Moon family was a large family in Xianxia domain, and there were hundreds of light experts. There were even more kings, reaching thousands. As for the ordinary family disciples, there were millions of them. However, previously, Lin Xian had killed half of them with a single sword strike. In addition to the surrounding energy waves, there were only a few 100,000 people left. However, the combined power of these hundreds of thousands of people was still very terrifying. Moreover, with the support of the formation, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. Seeing that the Crimson Moon formation was set up, the Crimson Moon Spirit finally heaved a sigh of relief. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Kid, so what if you're strong? I don't believe that you can compete with my family's formation." Kill. With a roar, the Crimson Moon Spirit held the red scimitar and charged over. At the same time, the Crimson Moon formation activated a terrifying energy, rushing out and killing Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. This energy was too terrifying. Even a peerless almighty could not resist it and would definitely be killed. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. He said, "Ruzalong, attack together." Ben Huang could not wait any longer. The Crimson Dragon roared, emitting a terrifying aura. The dragon's roar made everyone's hearts tremble. In an instant, 7,000 low-level warriors exploded into a bloody mist. More people's scalps went numb. However, at this time, the formation had already been activated. Rays of piercing red light enveloped all of them. Only then did they resist the terrifying dragon's roar. However, the Crimson Dragon didn't only have these few abilities. He was a true dragon with countless great abilities. In an instant, terrifying divine abilities were unleashed, bombarding the Crimson Moon Grand Formation in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. Terrifying sword light slashed in all directions. All the energy that came close would be destroyed. At the same time, he charged towards Red Lunar Soul. Boom! Spirit Red Moon snorted coldly as a blood red moon appeared behind him. It was dazzling. This was his king's domain. At this moment, it had transformed into a blood moon that continuously rotated. Red light swirled in the sky, forming a terrifying killing intent. It was as if it could suppress everything. Humph! Lin Xian also unleashed the dragon sword domain. The sword chi that filled the sky turned into an azure dragon under his feet, bringing him along as he flew quickly. In an instant, he arrived in front of Red Moon Spirit. As the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, chaotic sword chi gushed out. Clang! The Red Moon Spirit saber blocked the attack. The full moon saber collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, emitting a sonorous sound. Intense thunderbolts fell all around, shattering the void. Then, the two retreated 300 meters each. So powerful, Lin Xian was shocked. This Red Lunar Soul was indeed worthy of being the family head. His strength was indeed terrifying. On the other side, Red Lunar Soul's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. The other party was actually able to contend with him. It was really beyond his expectations. Damn it, how was this possible? He couldn't believe that a brat actually had the combat strength of a peerless almighty. This made him crazy. In the next moment, his eyes turned red and the full moon behind him rotated crazily. Red Moon Slash, go to hell. As the saber slashed down, a red light flickered. A gigantic moon rose up in the sky and shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. It was like a demonic wheel that could destroy the world. Wherever it passed, nothing could withstand it. In an instant, the terrifying blood moon arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and punched. Burning Sun Fist. This was a great ability of the war tribe. At this moment, he used it. In the sky, countless black flames jumped, forming a black sun that burned fiercely. Boom, boom. Boom, the sun and moon collided, and the world was dark. Terrifying energy erupted. Both of them raised their domains and blocked the energy impact. Clang, in the next moment, the red lunar treasured saber and the ancient dragon abyss sword collided, erupting into thousands of rays of light. Countless cracks appeared in the space, and terrifying sound waves shook the surroundings. The red lunar family's warriors in the distance screamed in pain. Their ears bled as they kept retreating. This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The originally broken mansion once again became a mess. Pirates must die, clang. Clang, the two of them exchanged blows, and the sound of thunder was endless. Damn it, how could he block it? Red Lunar Soul's face was gloomy, and his eyes burned with flames. He was going crazy with anger. He was the leader of a family and was powerful. He was a peerless almighty. Moreover, at this moment, he was going all out. Logically speaking, killing the younger generation should be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. The other party was incomparably powerful and was actually able to fight evenly with him. In fact, there wasn't even any sign of defeat. Damn it, go to hell, Red Lunar Soul roared, and his eyes were cold. He opened his mouth and spat out balls of red flames that burned in the sky. Red Lunar Divine Fire. Terrifying flames filled the void, piercing through space and quickly pouncing toward Lin Xian. This divine fire came from his family's unique ability. It was formed by using endless moonlight and the earth's spiritual fire. It was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty of the same level wouldn't dare to resist it. Anyone below the level of a peerless almighty would be turned into ashes. Kid, go to hell, Red Lunar Soul sneered and controlled the endless divine fire. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted. Endless ice aura burst out from his body, and a huge ice goddess rushed out. The wings flapped, and the world was frozen. The entire space turned into a world of ice. Boom. Boom, ice and fire collided, and a terrifying power erupted again. It was blocked again. In the distance, Red Lunar Soul was shocked. When the other family members saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They were well aware of the strength of their clan leader. He was absolutely incomparably powerful. But now, he couldn't do anything to the other party. This made their hearts go cold. Could it be that the other party was already so powerful? Boom, boom. Boom, however, at this moment, they didn't have time to think too much. Because a terrifying force bombarded the array, causing them to vomit blood. Tens of thousands of warriors vomited blood at the same time. The blood gathered into a sea of blood in the air, and it was extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha. You want to fight against Ben Huang with just trash like you? You're overestimating yourselves. The Crimson Dragon laughed wildly in the air, like a peerless demon king. The other warriors of the Red Lunar Soul clan looked extremely ferocious. Kill. Kill for me. Kill this damned loach. A shocking battle erupted, and it was extremely intense. On the other side, Red Lunar Soul's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that his Red Lunar Divine Fire couldn't cause any harm to the other party. Death Saber. Go to hell. Death Saber. Go to hell. 36 saber lights appeared in the sky. Each of them was 1,000 meters long, burning fiercely and carrying a terrifying power. They fell at the same time. Boom, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The power of this move was definitely enough to threaten him. Therefore, he quickly used the demigods and semi-devils and dodged instantly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the place where he was standing collapsed. Black holes quickly appeared one after another, flashing in the sky. Although he was not hit, the aftershock still hit him. It caused the blood in his body to surge. As expected of the patriarch of a family, he was indeed powerful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. In the next moment, he used the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, and a terrifying sword light slashed upward. Buzz, this sword light was too fast. It was like lightning, and in an instant, it slashed toward Red Lunar Spirit. So fast, Red Lunar Spirit's pupils constricted. To be honest, he had never seen such a fast sword before. He knew that he could not dodge it. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily. Endless light erupted from his body, and a red armor instantly covered his body, completely enveloping him. Clang, in the next moment, an earth-shattering collision sounded. Sparks flew and pierced through the void. The powerful force sent Red Lunar Spirit flying once again. After flying for a few thousand meters, Red Lunar Soul finally stopped. But soon, he sneered, "Kid, it's useless. This is the Zhan family's top-grade treasure, the moon armor. You can't break it at all." Red Lunar Spirit looked up to the sky and laughed, his expression extremely ferocious. "You can't break my defense. Next, watch how I kill you." This moon armor was the treasure of the Red Lunar Spirit family. There were only 2 of them. One of them was on him. With his cultivation and this armor, his opponent would definitely not be able to break it. He did not believe that his opponent had the same level of armor. Therefore, in his opinion, his opponent was still inferior to him. As long as he attacked with all his strength, he could definitely kill his opponent. Buzz. Sure enough, he did the same. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and quickly charged over. "Can't break your armor? You're thinking too much," Lin Xian sneered. His opponent at most had a top-grade Earth-grade armor. So what? He had a heaven-grade treasure in his hand. He could definitely break through his opponent's defense. Sure enough, in the next moment, runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes and the terrifying great dragon sword soul within his body erupted once more. Battle Song, the terrifying sword light streaked across the sky and landed on Red Lunar Spirit's body. The moon battle armor on his body emitted cracking sounds as countless cracks appeared. A terrifying gash appeared on the armor, and blood spurted out instantly. What? It was broken. This was impossible. When the clansmen in the distance saw this scene, they all went crazy. It was as if they had seen a ghost. That was the armor of the moon. It was extremely terrifying. Even mighty figures of the same level might not be able to break it. However, this brat actually sliced it open with a single sword. Damn it, how could this be? Red Lunar Spirit let out a blood-curdling scream. This sword strike had injured him. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, it still affected him. Especially the sword chi on the wound, it was actually impossible to erase it. Damn it, how could he break through my armor? Red Lunar Spirit simply couldn't understand. This was a top-grade battle armor. What grade of weapon was that sword in his hand? His eyes were filled with madness as he stared straight ahead. Brat, this treasure sword of yours is mine. To be able to cut through his armor, the grade of this treasure sword must be even more terrifying. If he could obtain it, his combat strength would definitely increase again. Even now, you still dare to have designs on my treasure sword? Looks like you really don't know your fate. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He felt that it was time to end the battle. In the next moment, the sword light on his body became even sharper. A shocking sword chi swept in all directions. Not good. Red Lunar Spirit's scalp went numb when he saw this. In the next moment, he also roared angrily. The blood-red moon behind him spun rapidly, erupting with countless rays of light that entered his body. Kill, the blood-red moon hung in the sky. Red Lunar Spirit's combat strength soared again as he quickly charged over. However, Lin Xian did not meet the attack. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Buzz, in the next moment, golden light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Floating light. Buzz, Red Lunar Spirit's body stiffened. He felt that his soul seemed to be attracted to a strange place. In the next moment, his eyes turned blank and he stopped in mid-air. Sky-shattering, the ancient dragon abyss sword enlarged to 100 feet long and slashed fiercely on Red Lunar Spirit's body. Red Lunar Spirit immediately spat out blood and flew backward. The armor on his body was shattered and his flesh was badly mutilated. Boom, his body was like a meteor that smashed into the ground, bursting out a few thousand meters long cracks. The surrounding buildings collapsed in an instant. The sky was filled with dust and fog. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Patriarch, damn it, this is impossible, they roared crazily, their faces full of shock. Why didn't the Patriarch dodge? They could not understand. How could they know that Red Lunar Spirit was under an illusion and instantly lost himself? Buzz, Lin Xian succeeded and did not stop. On his fingertips, the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out and flew down, forming a blue and black energy ball again and exploding fiercely. Ah, Red Lunar Spirit screamed. His hair was disheveled and blood flowed from his body. The sword and the Hell's Ice Lotus had caused him serious injuries. But fortunately, he was a peerless almighty and was not killed. However, it still made him crazy. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you, he was angry, really angry. He did not expect that he would fall so badly in the hands of a brat. Buzz, in the next moment, countless blood-colored patterns appeared on his body, forming a mysterious rune above his head. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful soul attack. But this time, you can't hurt me at all. This mysterious rune looked like a pagoda that completely protected Red Lunar Spirit's soul. At the same time, Red Lunar Spirit laughed sinisterly, don't think that only you can use soul attacks. Next, I will let you have a taste of my power. He was like a god of death as he quickly rose into the air. As he walked, he swallowed countless pills to heal the wounds on his body. Tens of thousands of rays of light wrapped around him and quickly healed him. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles gathered towards his body. Soul-slashing blade, with a roar, the blade slashed down. Between heaven and earth, an invisible force rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul trembled. He felt a terrifying danger. However, there was no blade light between heaven and earth. This was a soul attack. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that this was definitely a terrifying soul attack, but he did not expect that the other party really had such a method. In the next moment, the heavenly secret god eyes rotated, and endless Dao patterns appeared, allowing Lin Xian to finally see clearly. A transparent blade light surged towards him. Buzz, his body swayed, and he quickly dodged. It's useless, you can't escape, the soul-slashing blade slashed your soul. No matter where you escape to, it will chase you. It's useless, you can't escape, the soul-severing blade slashed your soul. No matter where you run to, it will chase you. Red Lunar Spirit did not attack again. His face was pale as he panted heavily. It was obvious that using the soul-severing blade consumed a lot of his energy. For a short period of time, he would not be able to attack again. However, he was not afraid. The moment the soul-severing blade appeared, the other party was already flustered and had no chance to attack him. He took advantage of this time to quickly heal his injuries. Damn it, sure enough, Lin Xian dodged everywhere and found that the soul-severing blade was still chasing him. It was like a blade of death hanging above his head. Humph, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Lin Xian stopped abruptly and turned around. Mysterious golden runes flashed in his right eye and burned his soul. Whoosh, the terrifying soul-severing blade that ordinary people could not see suddenly burned. Damn it! How could this be? In the distance, Red Lunar Spirit, who was still recovering from his injuries, suddenly trembled and roared crazily. Impossible, damn it! How could this be impossible? Kill it for me, he roared crazily as the veins on his forehead bulged. More soul power was injected into the soul-severing blade. This soul-severing blade was very powerful. It specialized in cutting souls and was impossible to guard against. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to block a sudden attack. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian this time. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eye was incomparably mysterious, and the divine ability it used was even more terrifying. Sure enough, in the next moment, the soul-severing blade burned fiercely, but it was unable to extinguish the mysterious soul flame. Soon, the soul-severing blade disappeared into the sky. Red Lunar Spirit also screamed. He hugged his head with a crazed expression. The soul-severing blade was condensed from his soul. Now that the soul-severing blade was destroyed, his soul was also severely injured. The pain was 10 times or 100 times more painful than the injuries on his body. It's over, Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword and charged over. Below, the Red Lunar Spirit Clan warriors saw this scene and screamed crazily. Patriarch, run, they quickly reminded him. At the same time, they activated the Crimson Moon Great Formation and unleashed terrifying attacks in an attempt to intercept Lin Xian. 30,000 fire crows soared into the sky from the array formation, forming rivers of fire that blocked Lin Xian's path. Not only that, those fire crows quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian's sword slashed down, and the fire crow in front of him was directly split in half. A vacuum appeared in the sky as Lin Xian strode forward. Pung, another shocking sword light flashed, and Red Moon's soul was sent flying. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body, and he was almost cut in half. Damn it, he clenched his teeth and roared. He quickly swallowed a healing pill. However, the injury to his soul couldn't be healed in a short period of time. He could only temporarily suppress it. In the next moment, he raised his hand and shot out a pagoda. Then, he turned around and fled. The pagoda floated above his head, sending down tens of thousands of rays of light to defend himself. As for him, he fled into the distance. Ancestor, save me, he roared crazily. The direction he fled in was the center of the Red Moon clan. Humph, a cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. It sounded like tens of thousands of thunderbolts. The void exploded, and a crack that was close to 10,000 meters long appeared. Why did you disturb me? A cold voice sounded. Red Moon's soul couldn't care about anything else. He roared crazily. Ancestor, the clan is in danger. An expert is coming to kill us. My Red Moon clan is about to be destroyed. Hearing this, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from below. It was like a mountain flood that swept across the world. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. The aura made one's hair stand on end. Ancestor, the ancestor had come out of seclusion. All the Red Moon clan's martial artists in the surroundings shouted crazily. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His eyes flickered. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also frowned. They didn't expect that there would be someone else here. And it seemed to be the ancestor of the Red Moon clan. It should be an even more terrifying existence. Ruzalong, hurry up and get rid of him. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. At the same time, he let out a long roar. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. The Crimson Dragon used the Dragon Clan's divine ability and quickly killed the surrounding people. Ah, those people were caught off guard. Thousands of them were directly killed. Flames swept across the sky. In front, Red Moon's soul screamed, Ancestor, save me. In the face of this shocking sword, he had no ability to resist at all. This was because he had suffered heavy injuries, especially the injury to his soul. It had greatly reduced his combat strength. Humph, who dares to cause trouble in my Red Moon clan? A cold voice sounded. Then, an old figure appeared in the void. It was an old man with long hair that reached his ankles. His face was full of vicissitudes. He was wearing a white robe, but his eyes were extremely sharp. With a wave of his sleeve, he blocked the shocking light. He was saved. Red Moon's soul heaved a sigh of relief and quickly came to the old man's side. He swallowed another pill to heal his injuries. The old man's face was gloomy. His gaze was like a blade that swept across the surroundings. When he saw the destroyed mansion and the sea of blood and corpses, his old face darkened to the extreme. What's going on? Which family dares to massacre my Red Moon clan? He was furious. However, when he saw that the enemy was only a human and a dragon, he was even more shocked. Originally, he thought that an organization that could cause such damage to the Red Moon clan would definitely not be inferior to the Red Moon clan. It was very likely that several families had joined hands. However, he did not find a large group of enemies. He only found a human and a dragon. Could it be that these two fellows were the ones who destroyed the Crimson Moon clan? Ancestor, these two people are very evil, especially this kid. His combat strength has reached the realm of a peerless almighty. I'm no match for him. What? He has reached the realm of a peerless almighty. When the old man heard this, his eyelids twitched. Then, his eyes were like a lamp as he stared at Lin Xian. How could this be? He frowned. He guessed that the other party should not be a young man. He should be an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. However, he used a secret technique to check the other party's bones. He was very young, obviously in his 20s. Damn it, could it be that someone had taken over the young man's body? He absolutely did not believe that a young man had the strength of a peerless almighty. Unless the other party was a prince. However, looking at the other party's appearance, it was definitely not. However, no matter what the other party's situation was, he would not allow the other party to attack again. Humph. He snorted coldly. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Red Moon clan? Cut the crap. Old man, who are you? How dare you stop me? Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. You're courting death, this is the ancestor of my Red Moon clan. Red Moon Soul roared angrily. Red Moon Ancestor's face also darkened. How many years had it been since the other party dared to scold him, Red Moon Ancestor? So what, do you really think you can stop me? No one in the world can stop me from killing someone if I want to. Then, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes again. Soul burning. Whoosh, Soul Red Moon shrieked miserably, looking extremely miserable. Ancestor, save me. He roared crazily, trying to ask for help. Ancestor Red Lunar Spirit's pupils constricted. Damn it, soul attack, buzz, he hurriedly performed a secret technique, and a rune appeared on his forehead. It seemed to be a secret technique of the Red Lunar Spirit clan that was used to block soul attacks. Then, he spat out a blue bead that covered Red Lunar Spirit. The blue bead emitted a blue light, trying to save Red Lunar Spirit's soul. However, they had underestimated the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was useless, and no one could save Red Lunar Spirit. Sure enough, Red Lunar Spirit stopped resisting. His eyes were empty, and his body fell from the sky. This was because his soul had already been obliterated. Patriarch, everyone roared crazily. When they saw that their patriarch had no reaction, they were stunned. Their patriarch had been killed. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with despair. Fortunately, their ancestor was still around. Otherwise, they would have escaped long ago. These people raised their heads and shouted crazily, Ancestor, please avenge us, Ancestor, kill this brat. You must kill him. Ancestor Red Lunar Spirit was trembling with anger. The other party had killed their patriarch in front of him, and he could not tolerate it. Damn brat, go to hell. He was furious, and in the next moment, he slapped out his palm. The thorny red palm carried a sky full of multicolored light, and it smashed down like a volcano. Boom. Boom, boom. Along with this palm, the ground below cracked open, and 8 fire pillars appeared. They shot straight into the sky, and together with the sky-covering palm, they quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, just as Lin Xian was about to be refined, a shocking roar was heard. Then, an azure dragon shot into the sky, and it kept expanding. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and it swept in all directions. Boom. 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 All the attacks were shattered, and the azure dragon circled around Lin Xian's body, and then disappeared into it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, held the ancient sword in his hand and stood in the air like a god of death. What a terrifying sword energy! He was actually a swordsman, old ancestor Chi frowned. The attack power of a swordsman was extremely strong among those of the same level. It was very difficult to deal with them. It seemed like it was time to use his ultimate move. Old ancestor Chi coldly snorted. Brat, I'll let you see the results of my 300 years of closed-door cultivation. Today, I will use you as an example. Ancestor Red Moon coldly snorted. His body emitted a hazy radiance, and his terrifying aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a red weapon. It was only the size of a palm and had an irregular shape. From the looks of it, it was not a precious artifact. It was probably just a broken fragment. However, as soon as the fragment appeared, it suddenly enlarged and formed a huge red volcano, blocking all of the sword chi in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned, and the crimson dragon's eyelids twitched. What is this thing? How can it be so strong? The two of them were indeed shocked. Although it was just a fragment, its aura was too shocking. It definitely surpassed an Earth-class artifact. Brat, be careful. This should be a fragment of a heaven-class artifact. A heaven-class artifact? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The crimson dragon beside him said, "That's right. A heaven-class artifact is above an earth-class artifact. However, it can't reach the power of a heaven-class artifact, so it's called a heaven-class artifact. However, its power still exceeds an earth-class artifact. This old man has thousands of years of cultivation, and now he has a fragment of a heaven-class artifact. Its power definitely surpasses the Crimson Moon Soul from before. You have to be careful." Lin Xian nodded and operated the Great Dragon Sword Soul in his body. However, he wasn't too afraid. Because the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand was a true heaven-class artifact. "Brat, go to hell." Taking out the heaven-class artifact, old ancestor Qiyu sneered and waved his hand. The artifact emitted a hazy radiance, and mysterious patterns appeared. Boom, a red ray of light slashed out. Clang, Lin Xian blocked with his giant sword, and a terrifying sword light formed a sword screen in front of him, blocking the opponent's attack. A thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth, and he was forced back 2,000 meters. He's really strong. He's much stronger than the Crimson Moon Soul from before. Feeling the opponent's power, Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that this old man was definitely a powerhouse. On the other side, old ancestor Qiyu was also surprised. "You can actually block my attack? No wonder you're so arrogant. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Kill." He activated the Heaven-class artifact fragment and quickly charged over. The Heaven-class artifact fragment kept changing, and in the end, it turned into a 2-meter-long red light that slashed over. Its power was absolutely terrifying, and it was even more terrifying than a top-class artifact. In an instant, the void was mercilessly cut open, and a 3,000-meter-long crack appeared, and it continued to spread. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Boom boom boom, Lin Xian coldly snorted, and with the ancient sword in his hand, he fought against it. The two collided in the sky, forming countless rays of light and then exploding. The sky was like a brilliant firework, extremely dazzling. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 moves had passed. Lin Xian roared angrily, and his sword chi suddenly erupted, sending the opponent's fragment flying. The fragment flew out and circled around old ancestor Qiyu like a meteor. Old ancestor Qiyu was extremely shocked. "Damn it, how is this possible? How could I block it?" To be honest, he was too shocked. One had to know that this was a fragment of a heaven-class artifact, and it could shatter any earth-class treasure chi. After he obtained it, he refined it for 300 years and fused it with his body. When he used heavenly treasures and precious metals, it could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. In his opinion, as long as he used this treasure, he could instantly kill his opponent. However, he didn't expect that his opponent could block it. Damn it, what is the sword in his opponent's hand? He couldn't understand. "Old man, it's over." Lin Xian coldly snorted. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer, or the people of the Taiyu dynasty would arrive soon. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. He had used floating light once, and burning soul twice, which consumed a lot of Lin Xian's soul. Fortunately, Lin Xian had a pill to recover his soul, and with his current soul power, he could use it twice more. However, he wouldn't use it easily. Lin Xian decided to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Kill. With a roar, the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul erupted, and the Dragon Sword realm quickly flew out, forming a dragon-shaped phantom in front of Lin Xian. Then, it merged with the Dragon Abyss Ancient Sword. Buzz, the Ancient Dragon Abyss Sword emitted a dazzling light. Demon Seal, Battle Song, Sky Shattering, the 3 killer moves were used one after another. Heaven and earth were shattered and nothing could stop them. Damn it, how could this be? Ancestor Qiyu's expression changed. He felt a threat to his life. How could the other party's combat strength be so strong? He could even threaten him. He did not dare to be careless, and another moon armor appeared on his body. There were 2 moon armors. One of them was on Ancestor Qiyu and the other was on him. As soon as the moon armor appeared, it covered his entire body and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, he was still worried and focused his terrifying power on the fragment of the heavenly secret treasure. buzz, the fragment enlarged again and formed a huge mountain in front of him. Boom, in the next moment, the two collided and the heavens collapsed. The surrounding 10,000 miles were completely enveloped by countless sword chi. Tens of thousands of sword lights appeared in the sky and everything was annihilated. Below, many martial artists were directly sent flying. The Crimson Dragon used the dragon race's divine ability and created more than 1,000 dragon shadows to shatter the array. In front of him, a scream came from the vast sword chi. It was from Ancestor Chiyu because he realized that the treasure fragment that he was proud of was directly split open. Countless cracks appeared, and then it exploded with a loud bang. A swift and fierce sword light instantly slashed his body apart. Boom, the moon armor on his body was instantly shattered. It could not block the sword at all. Ancestor, looking at this scene, everyone cried out in surprise. They couldn't believe that their ancestor had been killed by someone. A sense of despair rose from the bottom of their hearts. To be honest, they had never thought that a young man could cause such a tragedy to the Chiyu clan. But now, they realized that they were wrong. They had provoked a demon. Run quickly. These people fled frantically. Even the patriarch and ancestor had been killed. The remaining people were no match for him at all. In an instant, the remaining tens of thousands of martial artists fled frantically. Boom, boom. Boom, however, it was useless. The Crimson Dragon's array directly sealed the entire mansion. No one could escape. Everything was over. The demon-slaying sword formation appeared beneath Lin Xian's feet and instantly covered the ground. Countless blood-red sword chis crisscrossed, densely packed. There were at least 70 million of them. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon used a great ability, the Inferno Holy Dragon. Fire dragons filled the sky and danced in the sky. Terrifying energy poured down in torrents. Under the joint attack of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, all the warriors of the Crimson Moon clan were killed, leaving nothing behind. When all of the light disappeared, the earth cracked open, scorched black, and the surroundings turned into boundless ruins. Lin Xian was expressionless as he looked at this scene. This was because the Red Moon clan had brought this upon themselves. After collecting all their storage rings, Lin Xian's figure flashed and he left the place. The Crimson Dragon also removed the formation, and with a swing of its tail, it disappeared into the sky. To be honest, the battle here had already attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. There were already countless people around, but none of them dared to move forward. That was because the battle ahead was too terrifying. When all of the light disappeared, these people flew over from tens of thousands of miles away. However, when they saw the shattered earth, they were all stunned. Heavens, where is this? Where is the Red Moon clan? They were extremely shocked. That was because the magnificent Red Moon clan was no longer there. Below them were shattered mountains and rivers. Could it be that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. Among them, many of the mighty figures felt their scalps go numb. The Red Moon clan was a large clan in the Xianxia domain. Its strength was extremely terrifying. The area of their manor was very large, comparable to a huge city. But now, everything was gone. There was no one, no palace, only the scorched earth and a terrifying aura. The once incomparably glorious Red Moon clan had long disappeared. Damn it! Who did this? This is a shocking matter. Hurry up and report it. For a moment, countless figures in the sky fled. They wanted to go back and report it. After all, the destruction of the Red Moon clan was too shocking. The news swept out like a gale. In an instant, everyone in the Xianxia domain knew that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed. When many powerhouses heard the news, they did not believe it at all. They thought it was a joke. Who could destroy such a terrifying clan so easily? Even if it was the Zhao clan, they would have turned out in full force. Such a spectacular scene would definitely be noticed. But before that, they did not notice anything unusual at all. Therefore, they did not believe that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed. However, when they arrived at the original location of the Red Moon clan, they were indeed stunned. That was because the Red Moon clan was long gone. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing which powerhouse had done it. When the Zhao family received this news, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhao Jiru's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Old Master Zhao was also extremely shocked. To be honest, they did not expect the Red Moon clan to be destroyed. Although they knew that Lin Xian had gone to find trouble with the Red Moon clan. In their opinion, at most, he would kill a few people and give the Red Moon clan a hard blow. However, they did not dare to think about destroying the clan. That was because the strength of the Red Moon clan was only slightly weaker than their Zhao clan. How could such a terrifying clan be destroyed by one person alone? However, the other party had really done it. None of the millions of warriors of the Red Moon clan escaped. Pirates must die. Zhao Zhirua was extremely shocked, and Old Master Zhao's expression was also solemn. Even Morong Qingqing was surprised. She was very worried that Lin Xian would be injured. However, when Lin Xian returned, she found that he had only exhausted a little and his face was pale. Other than that, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. This scene shocked Zhao Zhirua and Old Master Zhao even more. After Lin Xian returned to the Zhao clan, he did not stay for long. Instead, he and Morong Qingqing immediately bid farewell to Zhao Zhirua. Then, they soared into the sky and left the Zhao clan. Since his whereabouts had been leaked and the killers of hell had been attracted, the people of the Tai dynasty would also know. It would not be long before the other party would lead an army over. He had to leave because the Tai dynasty was not like the Red Moon clan. It was a dignified dynasty, and there were probably many peerless powerhouses. If he was surrounded, the situation would be very dangerous. Moreover, there was no news of the nest of 10,000 dragons here, so there was no point in him staying here. Therefore, the two of them left. Although Lin Xian had left, the entire Tianxing city was in an uproar. Not only Tianxing city, but Qianshan region was also in an uproar. Everyone was talking about the Red Moon family, but very few people knew that it was Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon who destroyed them. Because the entire Zhao mansion had already issued a gag order to not leak a single word about this matter. In the depths of the Zhao mansion. At the icy azure lake, old man Zhao sat there with a grave expression on his face. Countless splashes suddenly appeared in the green lake in front of him, and a huge creature stood up from the bottom of the lake. It was still that huge black turtle. He had a terrifying aura on his body, but fortunately, he had deliberately suppressed it. Moreover, this was the depths of the Zhao mansion, and there were array formations covering the surroundings, so it couldn't leak out. Otherwise, the entire Zhao family would definitely go crazy. Because other than Old Master Zhao, no one knew that there was a peerless demon king living in the depths of the Zhao mansion. Have you thought it through? The black turtle asked. Old Master Zhao didn't answer. Instead, he said that the Red Moon family had been destroyed. What? The Red Moon family was destroyed? Could it be that the White Tiger race made a move? The black tortoise furrowed its brows. It wasn't the White Tiger race, but a young man. Old Master Zhao said in a deep voice. What? The black turtle's eyes widened after hearing this, and a terrifying light flickered in his eyes. A young man, how is that possible? That's the truth, and I don't believe it either, but he really did it. Damn it, who is he, the Yinyang sect's holy son? Or a prince of the 9 imperial dynasties? Or a genius of the war race? To be able to do this, he was definitely an unparalleled genius. Such a person was either the holy son of a peerless sect or a prince of the 9 imperial dynasties. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else. I don't know the identity of that kid, but he has a close relationship with the Jade Lake Saintess. More importantly, he is also investigating the nest of 10,000 dragons. Why, are you afraid? The black turtle sneered. Old Master Zhao's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside. Immediately after, countless rays of light erupted, and the entire ground trembled. Sensing this scene, Old Master Zhao immediately frowned. He snorted coldly and soared into the sky. What's going on? Outside, a huge light flickered and dust flew. In the distance, 2 black-cloaked men flew out. They half knelt in the sky and quickly said, "Someone is attacking our Zhao manor." What? Old Master Zhao's pupils shrank in disbelief. The Scarlet Moon clan had just been annihilated, and someone was already attacking the Zhao manor. Who was it, Lin Xian and the others? It shouldn't be them. Old Master Zhao couldn't figure out who had the guts to do this. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this person was definitely not weak. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, more than a dozen streaks of light streaked across the sky. They were also half-kneeling in the sky. Old ancestor, oh no, it's someone from the Taiyi dynasty. People from the Taiyi dynasty. Why did he attack my Zhao family? Old Master Zhao's frown deepened. No matter how powerful the Zhao family was, they wouldn't be able to handle a dynasty that wanted to deal with them. But why would the Taiyi dynasty target the Zhao family? There was no interaction between the two. But in the next moment, he understood. This was because a thunderous voice came from afar. Zhao clan, hurry up and hand over Lin Xian, or your clan will be exterminated. Angry roars came one after another, sounding like thousands of thunderbolts. A terrifying crack appeared in the void. All the martial artists in Stellar Sky City held their breaths at this moment, their bodies trembling. The people of the Zhao family were even more terrified. Zhao Jiru's beautiful eyes flickered, and her face was extremely cold. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what the fortune teller said. He said that she was in danger recently, and that she would implicate the entire family. Previously, she didn't believe it and thought that the fortune teller was lying. But now, it seemed that the fortune teller was right. Moreover, all of this was because of Lin Xian. Who exactly was this Lin Xian? Zhao Zhirua couldn't understand why he would provoke the Taiyi dynasty. People of the Zhao family, listen up. That kid killed the Golden Lion King of the War Clan and is wanted by the Taiyi dynasty. He is also the enemy of the War Clan. Whoever protects him will be the enemy of the Taiyi dynasty and the War Clan. Can you withstand this kind of anger? A cold voice came. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard it. All of them were shocked. Lin Xian killed the Golden Lion King? They couldn't believe it. They knew that the Taiyi dynasty was chasing after a murderer, but they didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian killed the War Clan's genius. Heavens, this is definitely an earth-shattering event. No wonder he was so powerful and could destroy the Qiyu family with a raise of his hand. He even dared to kill the War Clan's genius, let alone the Qiyu family. Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked, and at the same time, their faces were extremely ugly. Because everyone knew that Lin Xian had stayed in the Zhao family for a few days. Now that the people of the Taiyi dynasty had come to find them, they couldn't explain it at all. Damn it, explain it clearly, say that the Zhao family has nothing to do with Lin Xian. Why don't we let Jirua go and reveal her identity as a Jade Lake disciple, a few elders suggested. However, old man Zhao shook his head. It was useless. If the Jade Lake saint was here, it might be useful. However, a Jade Lake disciple couldn't stop the Taiyi dynasty and the War Clan. All of you, leave. I'll go out now. Old man Zhao waved his hand, and immediately, everyone in the sky left. Countless formations surrounded the lake, and the black tortoise climbed out of the water again. I can help you resolve this crisis. The black tortoise said in a deep voice. Old man Zhao's face was extremely gloomy. To be honest, he really didn't want to have anything to do with the monster clan, especially during such a sensitive period. However, the heavens didn't go as he wished. At this moment, the Zhao family was facing the crisis of being destroyed. He had no choice but to lower his head to the other party. In the next moment, old man Zhao sighed. What do you want me to do? It's impossible for the Zhao family to surrender to the monster clan. At most, I can help you do some things. Don't worry, we don't need humans to surrender. We just need you to do something. As for the details, I'll tell you later. Now, I'll help you solve the problem. With that, the black tortoise's body turned into a black light and disappeared into the void, leaving behind old man Zhao with an extremely gloomy expression. However, after about half an hour, the black tortoise returned again. It was done. He returned to the lake. Not long after, dozens of people came from afar. They were all elders of the Zhao family. They said excitedly. They had retreated. The people of the Taiyi dynasty had left. To be honest, they were extremely excited. They felt as if they had survived a disaster. Because just now, countless figures descended on the Zhao family. Those people were like gods and demons, causing the void to distort. They had no power to resist at all. Because they knew that those were extremely terrifying powerhouses. If these people made a move, the Zhao mansion would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. However, they didn't expect that the people of the Taiyu dynasty would leave at such a critical moment. And it seemed that they wouldn't target them in the future. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Old man Zhao's pupils contracted abruptly, but he quickly recovered. Then, he ordered, "All right, let's all go back. Immediately appease all the clansmen and tell everyone to keep a low profile and not cause trouble." Yes. These people retreated, and the array formation lit up again. Old Master Zhao stared at the lake in front of him and asked curiously, "What method did you use?" The big turtle poked its head out. "This is my secret, you don't need to know. But now, it's time to talk about our conditions." The big turtle's eyes shone brightly. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing didn't know what happened in the Zhao family. Because they were still heading towards Qianshan City. "Do you think we can find news about the nest of 10,000 dragons this time?" Murong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know, but I have a hunch that even if we can't find any news, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be appearing soon." "Really? Do you have a hunch too?" "I had a vague premonition in my heart." Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered. This time, the two of them didn't take the official spirit boat, but their own private spirit boat and quickly flew towards Qianshan City. On the way, they encountered a wave of demonic beasts. It seemed that these demonic beasts had already spread to the Qianshan region. Fortunately, they were just ordinary demonic beasts, about 300 of them. The strongest were the 7-star demon kings. There were a total of 4 of them, but they were all killed by Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. About 3 days later, they finally arrived at Qianshan City. Qianshan City, one of the main cities of the Ninli dynasty, was much more majestic than Tianxing City. It covered an area of 70,000 miles. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. There were more cultivators inside, and the atmosphere was even more lively. Many people were excited. "Have you heard? Yan Ruyu will be here in 3 days. You're talking about the moon concealing blushing red palace, right?" "I've heard about it too. She was a peerless beauty." He didn't expect her to come to Qianshan City. It was said that young Master Qianshan had invited him. Is that so? Other than him, I don't think anyone else has the face to do so. Everyone was talking about it. Someone else said, "I heard that not only our Qianshan City, but all the young masters and young masters of the big clans in the entire Qianshan region, as well as the geniuses, are coming here. They probably all wanted to take a look at Yanryu." Not only that, it was young Master Qianshan's birthday 3 days later. Those people were also here to pay their respects. That might not necessarily be the case. Who knows, there might even be people looking for trouble. Last time, the Jasper Saber was defeated by young Master Qianshan. This time, he would definitely come. "Are you talking about that time 3 years ago?" everyone was discussing animatedly. From time to time, they would mention Yan Ruyu, young Master Qianshan, and Moonflower Palace. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing looked at each other and decided to take a look in 3 days. From the looks of it, it should be a gathering of prodigies. Perhaps they could get some information. With a goal in mind, the two of them prepared to find a place to settle down. "What a fragrant smell!" many people suddenly exclaimed. Then, they looked over. They saw a purple figure quickly leaving behind a glimpse of her beauty. Those people exclaimed, "What a beautiful figure! Could that person be Yanryu?" "That's possible." Although they only saw her back, she was too beautiful. Many people were talking about it. A few of the bolder ones decided to follow her and take a look. More than a dozen figures followed her. In front of them, Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian frowned. What's going on? Could it be that someone is chasing after them? They were suspicious. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing sped up, but the people behind them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. "Miss Yanryu, don't go. Fairy Yan, can you have a chat with us?" Shouts could be heard one after another. Hearing that, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Murong Qingqing frowned. These people must have mistaken me for Yanryu. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly. In the next moment, she waved her hand, and countless rays of light flew out and enveloped those people. Buzz buzz buzz, those rays of light turned into vines that wrapped around the dozen or so cultivators behind them and dropped them in midair. Those cultivators cried out in alarm and wanted to struggle. However, they could not struggle at all. They could only stay in midair and shout with all their might. "Fairy Yan, don't go." However, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing had already disappeared into the void. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the best manor in Xianxia City. "Lady boss, please give me a good guest room." After Lin Xian entered, he walked to the front. The lady boss was a very beautiful middle-aged woman. She was wearing a long aqua blue dress and was still very charming. She raised her head, glanced at Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, and then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, but the good guest rooms are all gone. The other rooms are also full. There's only one Dongshui courtyard left. Do you want it?" "Dongshui courtyard, a standalone courtyard?" Lin Xian asked. The lady boss nodded. "That's right, a standalone courtyard. This is the last one. If you don't want it, please leave." "I'll take this." Lin Xian nodded. Because along the way, they found that the other places were also full of people. Perhaps it was because of Yan Ruyu that the number of martial artists in Xianxia City had reached a point where it was bursting with people. 1 supreme-grade substandard divine crystal a day. The lady boss reported the price with a smile. Hearing the price, Lin Xian frowned. "Why don't you just rob people?" Although Lin Xian used divine crystals now, it did not mean that supreme-grade substandard divine crystals were cabbages. This price could be said to be sky-high. The lady boss's face darkened as she said coldly, "There's a reason why it's expensive. And this is the last one. Take it or leave it." "Alright, I'll stay for 5 days." Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and 5 supreme-grade substandard divine crystals appeared on the table. "If I need to extend it, I'll pay you again." "Okay." The lady boss immediately smiled when she saw the 5 supreme-grade substandard divine crystals. She quickly put it away and shouted, "Hurry up and bring this young master to the east waterside courtyard." "Young master, this way please." Soon, a young man in a green robe and a small hat led the way. One had to admit that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was very extravagant. The space inside was very large, and there were many pavilions and palaces, as well as the standalone courtyard. Pirates must die, the Dongshui courtyard was one of them. After entering, Lin Xian knew why it was so expensive. There was a small stream, a pond, a bamboo forest, and a grassland in front of him. There were even spirit beasts running around there. Although he lived in a bamboo house, rich spiritual energy rushed to his face. Obviously, there was a spirit gathering array underground that could gather spiritual energy from all directions. The entire Dongshui courtyard was protected by a defensive array. Judging from the appearance of this array, it could withstand the attack of a mighty figure. It was safe, quiet, and very suitable for cultivation. No wonder it cost 1 supreme-grade substandard divine crystal a day. After the waiter left, Lin Xian waved his hand and closed the door of the courtyard. Then, he raised his hand and cast another defensive array to form a second defense. Morong Qingqing stretched herself. She was tired after flying for several days. "I want to take a shower and have a rest." Lin Xian took off Morong Qingqing's veil and said with a smile, "Why don't we go together?" Lin Xian took off Morong Qingqing's veil and said with a smile, "Why don't we go together? When did you become so naughty?" Morong Qingqing blushed and pinched Lin Xian hard. Buzz, Lin Xian picked up Morong Qingqing and strode forward. As Yan Ruyu's arrival drew closer, Xianxia City became very lively. All the inns of various sizes were crowded, and Sky Treasure Pagoda was even more so. Moreover, those who could stay in Sky Treasure Pagoda were either rich or noble. He was either a powerful martial artist or a young master of a noble family. That was because one had to pay an exorbitant price to stay in Sky Treasure Pagoda for a day. At that moment, the front hall of Sky Treasure Pagoda was also very lively. The decorations were very exquisite, and every detail was perfect. It was as if one had arrived at a celestial palace. Whoosh, in the sky, a black shadow grew larger and larger, as if a huge mountain was pressing down. Everyone outside Sky Treasure Pagoda raised their heads. The people on the street were shocked. They thought that something terrifying was descending. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. A white cloud was descending, that was right. A white cloud was descending. The white cloud was very large, dozens of meters long, and very soft like cotton. There was a chair made of jade on the white cloud. It was transparent and shone with a mysterious light. Just by looking at the chair, one could tell that it was priceless. The white cloud was another great ability. Needless to say, the person who descended was not an ordinary person. A very handsome young man was sitting on the jade chair. He was dressed in a spotless white robe and held a folding fan in his hand. His chin was slightly raised, and his eyes were filled with pride. Next to him were 4 beautiful women dressed in light muslin. They stood respectfully. Some held an umbrella for him, some served him fine wine, and the other 2 massaged his shoulders and back. However, at that moment, when the white cloud landed on the ground, the 4 European women immediately put away the items in their hands. The smoke catcher umbrella flew up and floated above the young man in white. The 4 beautiful women gently lifted the jade chair. They were very fast and arrived at Sky Treasure Pagoda in the blink of an eye. Even though they were just 4 weak girls, all of them were sent flying by the impact. Among them were 2 5-star kings, and they were also sent flying without holding back. Bang! Bang! Those people fell to the side, and then they were all furious. Damn it! Do you want to die? Among them, a few kings released a terrifying aura. Humph! The young man in white snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and stared coldly at the kings. Buzz, those people trembled as if they fell into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. How dare you block young Master White Cloud, a woman yelled. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, shocking everyone. Young Master White Cloud is the sun's son, he's come too. It was rumored that young Master Baiyun had mysophobia and his feet never touched the ground. Now, it seemed like it was true. I thought he only a bigs. Who would have know that he? US talk son? S's, to TSS some teat leave hisses, who escape. That was because young Master White Cloud was a famous young master in Ninely dynasty. His father was the great general of the dynasty. He had a lot of military achievements and was very powerful. Moreover, he was deeply trusted by the emperor and could be said to be at the peak of his power. Therefore, young Master White Cloud's identity was very precious. Ordinary almighties did not dare to offend him. Lady boss, here's our room. One of the beautiful maids stepped forward and took out a token and placed it on the table. There was the word West written on it. Seeing that, the lady boss smiled. All right, the West Wing garden has been prepared for you. Cough. Just as she was about to ask the waiter to bring them to the West Wing garden, a coughing sound came from outside. As soon as the sound was heard, the hearts of everyone in the hall thumped as if they were about to explode. Damn it! Who is it? Those kings were terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Those who were timid cried. Damn it, it's just a meal. Why are there so many scary people? The lady boss squinted her eyes and did not say anything. Because at that moment, 2 more figures walked in. One of them was a man in a black robe. He was not tall and had a hunchback. At that moment, his entire body was covered by the black robe, so it was impossible to see him clearly. He was holding a black cane in his hand. Every step he took was very light and did not make any sound. However, every once in a while, he would cough twice as if he was sick. On his right was a very beautiful girl with red lips and white teeth. She looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. She supported the black-robed man and slowly walked in. Who is that? Is that the person who coughed just now? The surrounding kings looked over, but soon, they frowned. Although there was no light on that person's body, it prevented them from investigating. A few kings who wanted to investigate by force immediately screamed in pain as their eyes bled. There were even 6-star kings among them, but they could not take it at all. Humph. Didn't your parents tell you that if you peep at others, your eyes will be gouged out? The girl who was about 11 or 12 years old snorted coldly. Then, she turned her head and looked forward. Lady boss, give me a good courtyard. The girl's voice was very pleasant, but at that moment, no one was in the mood to appreciate it. That was because those two people were too strange. The black-robed man did not make a move, but he blinded the kings. The girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, was dressed even more strangely. She was wearing a colorful flowery dress that was very bright. What was even stranger was that she was wearing two pendants, but they were not gold or silver, nor were they treasures. Instead, they were two small snakes. The two small snakes kept dancing and twisting in midair. Who is that? Could it be a beast tamer? Everyone was nervous. In front, the lady boss smiled sweetly when she heard that. I'm sorry, little girl, but the rooms are already full. Not to mention a good courtyard, we don't even have an ordinary guest room. The lady boss shrugged helplessly. The girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, frowned when she heard that. No more rooms? No way, how can they stay here? As she spoke, she stretched out her fair little hand and pointed forward. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped because the little girl was pointing at young Master Baiyun. This guy actually dared to point at young Master Baiyun. Is he tired of living? It's over. They will definitely end up in a miserable state. Many people whispered. Young Master Baiyun turned his head and glanced at them. Then, he snorted with disdain in his eyes. A girl who was behind him snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to my young master? A lady at the back left snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to my young master? Is your young master very famous? The little girl curled her lips, looking very disdainful. Seeing this, all the kings were shocked, and their scalps went numb. Heavens, who is this? How can she not know young Master Baiyun? How dare she provoke him? Is she tired of living? Crack, as expected, young Master Baiyun's face darkened, and he closed the folding fan in his hand. Slap her, he said coldly. Whoosh, a maid beside him quickly flew out like a bolt of white lightning. At the same time, she raised her jade-like hand and slapped forward. This maidservant was a 5-star king realm, and a single palm strike from her could shatter a mountain, let alone a single person. For a moment, everyone was worried about the little girl. However, the little girl still stood there with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her face was full of disdain. The terrifying palm wind tore through the void, but it could not move the little girl's clothes at all. Whoosh, ah, the next moment, before the slap landed, the maid screamed in pain. She covered her fair palm and kept retreating. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was stunned. They did not see the other party make a move. Could it be that the black-robed man made a move? They looked at each other. However, the next moment, they were extremely shocked. Because the maid's fair palm was now pitch black, and there were countless black chi surrounding it. It spread from her arm to her entire body. Poison, she's poisoned. Everyone exclaimed. It was an obvious sign of poisoning. Young Master Baiyun frowned. The other 3 maids were also nervous. The poisoned maid shouted angrily, and the spiritual power in her body burst out like waves, trying to resist the poison. However, it was useless. In an instant, her entire arm was pitch black, and it began to rot, and white bones appeared. The pain caused the maid to scream miserably. Her voice was so miserable that it made one's scalp go numb. Another maid cried out, took out a sword from her storage ring, and slashed down, cutting off the blackened arm. Chi-chi, the arm fell to the ground with a sizzling sound, and all the flesh and blood were corroded, forming a black liquid. Soon, even the bones were corroded. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a powerful poison, how did the other party do it? They didn't see it. The little girl snorted coldly. A small green snake was coiling around her earlobe. A piece of trash like you wants to slap me? He was truly courting death. Everyone was shocked, speechless. Because they realized that this little girl was really too strange. However, some of the higher-ups could tell that it was the venomous snake on the little girl's ear that had attacked. This little girl was most likely a beast tamer, they guessed. However, no one spoke. They didn't want to provoke such a terrifying existence. At the front, young Master White Cloud frowned. Once he made a move, one of his maidservants would chop off an arm. This was definitely a slap to his face. Therefore, he snorted and killed her. Yes. The injured maidservant retreated and quickly swallowed a pill. The other three unsheathed their swords and worked together to attack. The 3 swords were very fast. In an instant, they had arrived in front of the little girl and were about to pierce through her. Humph. The little girl sneered disdainfully. She snorted lightly, and a majestic force rushed out of her body. Her king's domain instantly rushed out. Boom, it was a green snake. It suddenly enlarged and directly broke all 3 swords. The huge force sent the 3 maidservants flying. This scene shocked the surrounding people once again. They didn't expect that this little girl was not only good at using poison, but she was also so powerful. The king's domain was obviously very terrifying. In an instant, it sent all 3 5-star kings flying. It seemed that she was at least a 6-star king. However, an 11 or 12-year-old 6-star king. Her talent was too terrifying. Could it be that she was an old demon who had lived for hundreds of years? They guessed. On the other hand, young Master White Cloud's face was completely gloomy. Little girl, get over here and kneel down, and I can spare your life. His voice was cold and carried a biting cold-killing intent. Young Master White Cloud? In my opinion, you're just SOSO. The little girl had gained the upper hand with one move. Then, she activated her king's domain and charged forward. The king's domain formed a green snake and charged forward. Boom, this green snake was very huge. It crushed the void, but no energy leaked out. Except for the space near young Master White Cloud, the other places were not damaged. Not even a table was damaged. One could imagine how precise the other party's control of power was. She was courting death. Young Master White Cloud was furious. The other party was just a little girl. How dare she attack him? The next moment, he waved his sleeve. With a boom, the sky split open, and a huge sleeve danced in the sky. It was as if it could devour everything. Flowing cloud sleeve. This was the White Cloud family's ultimate technique. Many people exclaimed because this flowing cloud sleeve could be said to be extremely terrifying. Boom, as expected, when the flowing cloud sleeve collided with the green snake, a deafening sound was heard. Many kings fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. The green snake wailed and was sent flying. Puff. Puff, the little girl kept retreating until she was outside the door. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She wiped the blood with her small hands. Her eyes were abnormally cold. You're overestimating yourself. You dare to attack me? Young Master White Cloud sneered in disdain. The flowing cloud sleeve in the sky attacked again. It was like a sharp heavenly blade that wanted to split the little girl in half. The little girl's expression was cold. Her hands quickly formed seals. A green snake head exploded from her palm and bit forward. Crack, crack, crack. The python bit the flowing cloud sleeve in the sky and made a clanging sound. However, the flowing cloud sleeve shook and shattered the python head. The little girl spat out blood again. She was about to be enveloped by the flowing cloud sleeve. However, at this moment, the mysterious man in a black robe attacked. To be exact, he did not attack. Instead, he coughed twice. Cough. Cough, boom, in the sky, the flowing cloud sleeve exploded and turned into countless rays of light that scattered on the ground. Gulp. Gulp, the surrounding people swallowed their saliva. This black-robed man was too terrifying. He shattered young Master White Cloud's divine ability with just a sound wave. Who was this person? Young Master White Cloud's pupils shrank. His eyes shone brightly. This move of his was something that even an almighty would not dare to take lightly. However, the other party had broken it. He could not believe it. Who are you? Young Master White Cloud did not attack again. Instead, he asked coldly. My monthly votes are over 150. If I add more chapters, can I break 200? Even a powerful being would not dare to block his attack, but the other party had broken through it. He could not believe it. Who are you? Young Master White Cloud didn't attack again. Instead, he asked coldly. Cough cough. The black-robed woman coughed and said again. I'm just a villager. You won't know me even if I tell you. But I've been walking for a day and I'm tired. Young master, why don't you let me have your room? I'll pay you double for your room. Everyone was shocked to hear that. It seems like this mysterious person really wants young Master Bai Yun's residence. Young Master Bai Yun's face darkened and sneered. Old monster, you're asking for death. As he spoke, he attacked again. Flowing cloud sleet poured down and a ray of light fell like a heavenly blade. The void cracked open and the terrifying crack enveloped the black-robed woman. How terrifying. Is this the true power of the flowing cloud cultivator? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Because the power this time was twice as strong as before. It seems like young Master Bai Yun did not use his full strength previously. Humph. The black-robed woman snorted and the walking stick in her hand trembled slightly. Suddenly, a black ripple spread out like a ripple. The black ripple danced and formed a black light screen, blocking in front of her. Buzz. It blocked the terrifying flowing cloud sleeve. Boom boom boom. The two collided with each other, creating a loud explosion. The entire world was shaking. Countless runes lit up in Sky Treasure Pavilion, protecting all the buildings. The lady boss frowned and her eyes flickered. But she had no intention of stopping it. Humph. Young Master Bai Yun's face darkened when he saw that the other party could block the flowing cloud sleeve. But soon, he exploded with a bright light. The fan in his hand seemed to have turned into a mountain and pressed down. Even the surrounding powerful beings could feel the pressure from this attack. Clearly, this was an extremely terrifying attack that contained an unparalleled amount of power. Boom boom boom. The mysterious black-robed woman did not raise her head. But behind her, a spatial crack appeared. It grew bigger and bigger as if it was torn apart by a pair of big hands. Then, a ferocious behemoth poked its head out from inside. It looked like a butterfly with a horn that was covered with Dao runes. It was terrifying. It did not fully appear. Only a head appeared, but it filled up the entire space in the hall. Everyone was trembling, and the weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground, unable to resist at all. That was because the oppressive might was simply too terrifying. Soon, the horn blocked the huge folding fan in the sky. Not only that, countless black bugs appeared on the ground and flew towards young Master Bai Yun. These black bugs were very fast and covered the entire ground in an instant. It seemed to be able to devour everything. Young Master Bai Yun's face sank. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying light wave flew out and blocked the insects. At the same time, his expression became extremely ugly. Nanjiang. You're from the southern border's 5 poison sect, what? 5 poison sect. Hearing this, the surrounding people also exclaimed. The southern border was a continent that coexisted with the central continent. They were very far apart. How could someone from the southern border come here? They could not understand. Young Master Bai Yun's face turned ugly. No wonder. No wonder the other party dared to disrespect him and even attack him. It turned out that the other party was not from the Ninely dynasty at all. In fact, they were not even from the central continent. The 11 or 12-year-old girl swallowed a few pills to suppress her injuries and then walked over. She stood beside the black-robed man and snorted coldly. What? You know who we are and you still don't want to give up the room? Humph, young Master Bai Yun snorted coldly. So what if you are from the 5 poison sect? This is the Ninely dynasty of the central continent, his territory. Could it be that he was afraid of the other party? We are the 5 poison bugs. Once touched, even an almighty will definitely die. You still dare to go against us? The girl sneered. The bugs on the ground were about to erupt again. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from outside. Ba. The voice was loud and carried with it the aura of light between heaven and earth. Then, a ball of golden light shone in from the outside like the sun. The terrifying poisonous bugs on the ground quickly retreated and melted like ice and snow. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this expert? How could he be so powerful? He destroyed the poisonous bugs of the 5 poison sect in an instant. Who was that? How dare you interfere with the matters of the Five Poison sect? The girl snorted coldly and her expression was very ugly. The black-robed man did not say anything, but the terrifying aura on his body became even more serious. Young Master Bai Yun heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze was uncertain as he looked forward. He was not the only one. Everyone turned their heads to look. A monk walked in from outside the door. He wore a kasaya and held a bowl in his hand that was covered with runes. He held a string of Buddhist prayer beads in his left hand. At this moment, he was chanting and walking towards the heavenly treasure pavilion. A monk, seeing this scene, the girl frowned and even took 2 steps back subconsciously. That was because the Buddhist light on the other party's body made her feel uncomfortable. Their Five Poison sect was a poisonous creature of extreme and evil, while the other party clearly had a masculine aura. The two of them countered each other and the other party was very strong. Therefore, the girl from the Five Poison sect was very uncomfortable. However, the black-robed man did not change at all. He still stood there and did not even turn his head. Why did the people of the Five Poison sect come all the way to the central continent, after the monk entered? He asked in a deep voice. The girl snorted coldly. Humph, aren't you from the western desert as well? Why did you come to the central continent? This poor monk travels the world and considers the world as his home. Why can't I come? After saying that, the monk ignored the people of the Five Poison sect and stared at young Master Bai Yun instead. I saved your life earlier. Are you going to give me your room? What? Another person who came to snatch the place. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Young Master Bai Yun's face darkened again. He originally thought that the crisis had been resolved. However, he did not expect that another one would come. Furthermore, this person targeted him again, damn it. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? Thinking of this, he roared angrily and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. A white cloud surrounded him, and even his entire body became hazy, as if he could ride the wind and fly away at any moment. On the other side, the black-robed man kept emitting a cold aura. The monk held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand and his body shone with a golden light like a sun. The auras of the three were extremely strong. Furthermore, when they clashed with each other, they formed an invisible field that made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Those who were weak fainted immediately. The lady boss also frowned. Seeing that the three of them were about to attack again, she wanted to stop this battle. However, at this moment, the door to the backyard suddenly opened. Then, a figure walked in. Just then, the door to the backyard suddenly opened and a figure walked in. Originally, the auras of the three sides had reached a balance, but because of this figure walking over, the balance was suddenly broken. Boom, the three forces collided in the air and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky, spinning rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh, everyone turned to look at the back. They wanted to see who dared to come in at this time. Did he want to die? Lin Xian also frowned because he felt something was wrong as soon as he entered the hall. Especially the black hole in front of him, which was obviously caused by a battle. Also, many kings were lying on the ground. Could it be that there was a great battle just now? But soon, he shook his head. What did it have to do with him? So, he walked to the front and said, Lady boss, make me some exquisite dishes and send them to the East Water Courtyard. Okay, young master, please wait. The lady boss smiled. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. Just then, young Master Bai Yun said coldly, wait. Hearing that, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the other party with a doubtful look on his face. He did not know him, so he asked, You're looking for me? Yes, it's you. Kid, let me ask you, which sect are you from? Young Master Bai Yun asked coldly. Because he felt that young Master Bai Yun was a stranger. Those who could afford to live in the courtyard must be from a big family. For example, only people like him were qualified to live there. However, how could a stranger live there? So, he had to check his identity first. Lin Xian said lightly, I don't belong to any sect. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. What do you want? Don't belong to any sect? Everyone was shocked. The white-robed man squinted his eyes and sneered. Don't belong to any sect? Why do you live in the water courtyard? Kid, give it up. Young Master Bai Yun had his own plan. This western desert and southern border powerhouse wanted a place to live. He would not give it up. Why not take the kid's house and let the two powerhouses fight over it? Then, he would be able to escape easily. Everyone around understood this as well, so they looked at Lin Xian with sympathy in their eyes. This kid is too unlucky. He came at the wrong time. That's right, of all times, he had to come at this time. He reckoned that if he was targeted by the three great powerhouses, his end would be very miserable. As long as he cooperated obediently, he might even receive a large sum of money. Many people stood up from the ground. Lin Xian frowned. Give up the room? Why, you want to stay? From the looks of it, the other party was probably trying to snatch his room. However, White Cloud Prince snorted coldly. I have my own residence. Lin Xian looked at him like he was an idiot. You have a place to live, yet you want to snatch my house? Was he sick in the head? He shook his head and ignored it. Then, he ordered again, Lady Boss, hurry up. I'm hungry. Hurry up and send the food to Dongshui Courtyard. With that, Lin Xian turned around and left. Brat, you're courting death. Young Master White Cloud's expression turned extremely gloomy when he saw that young Master White Cloud dared to ignore him and even berate him. He was the son of the great general. Who would dare to be rude to him? However, there were people provoking him one after another today. First, it was the southern border powerhouse. Then, it was the western desert powerhouse. He could not afford to offend these two mysterious powerhouses. However, this kid, who had no sect and was just a rogue cultivator, dared to provoke him. That would be courting death. Buzz. The next moment, he attacked again. Flowing cloud sleeve spun and poured down from the sky like the Milky Way. The surrounding kings exclaimed, Heavens, who is this brat? How dare he provoke young Master White Cloud? Does he not know who young Master White Cloud is? I think it's possible. It's over. This brat is dead meat. Flowing cloud sleeve continued to envelop Lin Xian as he spoke. Lin Xian turned around abruptly with a trace of coldness in his eyes. This brat wanted to attack him just because of a disagreement. He even wanted to kill him. Was he that easy to kill? The next moment, a terrifying blue aura appeared on his body. Crack crack crack, the sea god's eyes spread out and condensed in the sky, freezing flowing cloud sleeve in midair. It was so cold, the surrounding kings trembled as frost formed on their bodies. They all channeled their spiritual power to resist. Lin Xian's figure appeared in front of him. I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for killing you. Lin Xian turned around and looked at young Master White Cloud with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. It was frozen. This brat actually froze flowing cloud sleeve. Who is he? He's so powerful. The crowd was in a heated discussion. They originally thought that Lin Xian would be killed, but they did not expect him to be a powerhouse. And by the looks of it, he was a young prodigy. That was interesting. What would young Master White Cloud do? Would he fight with Lin Xian or retreat again? They were actually looking forward to it. Young Master White Cloud's face darkened. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He even suspected that he did not check the almanac before going out today. Why did he encounter so many terrifying powerhouses one after another? It was embarrassing. However, it was impossible to retreat now. He was young Master White Cloud, and this was the Ninely dynasty. If he retreated now, he would probably become a joke in less than an hour. As a young prodigy and the young master of the White Cloud General's residence, his reputation was very important. Therefore, he could not retreat. However, among the three powerhouses, he realized that only Lin Xian was very young. He was from the younger generation. Although Lin Xian froze his flowing cloud sleeve, he knew that if he attacked with all his might, he could kill Lin Xian. More importantly, Lin Xian did not have any powerful background. Even if he killed Lin Xian, no one would take revenge. The four beautiful maids beside young Master White Cloud were enraged when they heard Lin Xian's threat. How dare you be so rude to our young master? Humph, Lin Xian snorted and glanced at them. The four of them were struck by lightning and were sent flying again while vomiting blood. Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he stared at young Master White Cloud. He smirked coldly. Let me guess. Why do you want to snatch my house? Looking at you, you should be the young master of a very famous family. With your identity, you should have booked a very good house here. However, there are two powerhouses who seem to have designs on your house. And you can't defeat them. So, the black hole just now was created when you guys fought. I happen to be here at this time. You think I'm a pushover, so you want to take advantage of me. Although I don't know which family's young master you are, your ability to bully the weak and fear the strong is really good. Lin Xian sneered. Unfortunately, I'm not someone you can provoke. So, disappear in front of me obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state, arrogant. So arrogant, how dare you threaten young Master White Cloud, everyone was spitting. Even the powerhouses felt their scalps go numb. They realized that the young man in front of them was very smart. Not only did he figure out the whole thing, he even dared to threaten young Master Bai Yun. Who exactly was he? Was he really an itinerant cultivator? They did not believe it. They had never seen an itinerant cultivator so arrogant. Kid, you're courting death, young Master Bai Yun was trembling with anger. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. The killing intent on his body quickly condensed and pierced through the void. However, Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he shifted his gaze away from him and looked at the two figures at the door. One was a mysterious man in a black robe with a little girl beside him. The other was a monk with Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. The aura on their bodies was very strong. One look and one could tell that they were experts. Then, Lin Xian said coldly, the two of you better not have any ideas about me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The surrounding kings were completely stunned. This brat was simply too arrogant. First, he provoked young Master Bai Yun. Now, he wanted to provoke the experts of Southern Border and Western Desert. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to declare war on everyone? The two experts were also taken aback. Then, both of them laughed. Is that so? But I still think that it's better to kill you. After all, you don't have any family behind you. Killing you won't be a burden. Monks don't want to kill, but I hope that you can cooperate and give up your East Water courtyard. Hearing this, young Master Bai Yun laughed. He wanted to see how this kid would deal with it. At the thought of this, his lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Are the two of you going to attack me? Indeed, that was the intention. The black-robed man said in a low voice again. Whoosh, the voice condensed in the air. Before it landed, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of the black-robed man. The ancient sword in his hand slashed down. Boom, the black-robed man's pupils constricted and he raised his head for the first time. He realized that Lin Xian was too fast. Before he could even react, Lin Xian had already attacked. The sword had not yet arrived, but the sharp aura had already caused all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Even the black aura on his body was cut open. Whoosh, the black-robed man quickly retreated, and countless black gas formed a black light shield in front of him. Boom, the dragon source ancient sword slashed down on the surface, emitting a sky-shaking sound. Puff, a single slash, the black shield was split in half. The sharp sword light flew out once again. The black-robed old man retreated until he was completely out of the heavenly treasure pavilion. Only then did he manage to block the sword light. The mysterious man was repelled. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This mysterious person was extremely terrifying. Previously, when he fought with young Master Bai Yun, he did not even move an inch. But now, he was scared off by a single slash from the young man before him. This was simply too shocking. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. This was because Lin Xian had repelled the black-robed man with a single slash of his sword. Following which, he swept his sword horizontally and slashed at the monk beside him. Since these two people wanted to make a move on him, he had to gain the initiative by striking first and intimidate these two powerhouses. Seeing Lin Xian attack him, the Western Desert cultivator roared in anger. His eyes shone brightly as his aura suddenly erupted. A golden Buddhist light rushed out from his body. Boom, in the next moment, it collided with the terrifying sword chi. When the two collided, countless cracks appeared in the void as if black snakes were dancing in the air. Many people retreated one after another as their hearts turned cold. Humph, the Western Desert cultivator roared and raised his palm to grab Lin Xian. Golden light flickered in his palm as if it was the palm of a Buddha. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul erupted and an even more terrifying sword chi was slashed out. Clang, another earth-shattering sound was heard. However, this time, the Western Desert cultivator's expression changed because the golden light in his hand was cut open. Not only that, there was a sword mark on his palm that was dripping with blood. It was extremely terrifying. Damn it! How was this possible? The Western Desert cultivator was extremely shocked and could not believe it. That was because he had cultivated a very terrifying physical technique called the Vajrabodhi technique. It was a powerful divine ability of the Buddhist sect. With his current cultivation and divine ability, he could fight against an upper-grade earth-rank treasure with his bare hands. But now, he was actually injured. This really shocked him. What kind of sword was that in his opponent's hand? Also, why was his opponent's sword chi so terrifying? Was he really just a young man? He did not dare to imagine. Therefore, in the next moment, he also retreated out of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Humph, seeing that both of them had retreated, Lin Xian snorted coldly and put away the ancient dragon abyss sword. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked around disdainfully. Now, who else dares to have any ideas about me? A cold voice sounded and everyone's scalps went numb. They did not even dare to raise their heads. What kind of joke was this? Two powerful cultivators had been forced back by two swords. This kind of strength was heaven-defying. Who would be so blind to provoke him at this time? That was purely courting death. What about the two of you? Lin Xian looked at the two people outside the door again. These two people's expressions were extremely unsightly. But soon after, the two of them sighed. I think young Master Bai Yun's room is easier to take. Haha, this old woman is also very interested in young Master Bai Yun's courtyard. The two of them gave up on Lin Xian and turned to stare at young Master Bai Yun. Because the young man in front of them was too strange. Although they did not use their full strength previously, from the previous exchange of blows, the other party was very terrifying. Even if they really fought, both of them would only suffer. Moreover, they were not willing to risk their lives. Young Master Bai Yun's face instantly turned black. Originally, he wanted to watch a good show and see how the three of them would fight. If the three of them were seriously injured, he did not mind giving them a final blow at the last moment. However, the current situation was completely out of his expectations. The three of them did not fight at all. Two swords and two powerful cultivators were forced back. He did not dare to believe it. Damn it, who is this kid? Now, even if you beat him to death, he would not believe that the other party was just a rogue cultivator. In his opinion, the other party's origin must be very mysterious. It was very likely that he was one of those peerless sacred grounds or an outstanding disciple of a peerless sect. Otherwise, the other party would not be so strong. When he heard that the two powerful cultivators had their eyes on him again, young Master Bai Yun was furious. Damn kid, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Young Master Bai Yun's expression was ferocious as he stared at Lin Xian. It was all because of this kid that he had been humiliated. Therefore, he could not wait to kill this kid in front of him. Feeling the other party's aura, Lin Xian frowned. Since this is the case, I'll get rid of you first. Now, his cultivation had reached the level of a 7-star king, and his combat strength was at the level of an almighty. Therefore, he did not have to worry too much about doing things. He did not mind killing anyone who dared to provoke him and wanted to kill him. Because he would not allow danger to sprout. Although this person looked like he was from a big family, he would not be lenient since he dared to release his killing intent toward him. So what if he was from a big family? He even dared to kill the geniuses of the war tribe, let alone an ordinary family. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian attacked again. Boom, the terrifying hellfire on his body turned into a black qilin, surrounded by a terrifying aura. It jumped up and charged toward young Master White Cloud. Kid, you're courting death. Young Master White Cloud was furious, and his face was extremely cold. He did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and kill him. This was intolerable, therefore, he roared in the next moment, and light burst out from his body. His body became incomparably illusory, like a white cloud that would dissipate at any time. At the same time, wisps of white fog appeared around him, as if the entire hall had sunk into the clouds. Not good, retreat. When the surrounding kings saw this, they were terrified and frantically retreated. Boom, the black hellfire Qilin charged forward, burning everything. However, young Master White Cloud's body had already disappeared. A ferocious voice sounded in the surroundings, "Kid, you want to kill me? You're still far from it. I'll let you know my true strength, now that you're in my White Cloud realm, accept your death obediently." As the voice sounded, the surrounding white clouds suddenly rolled and pressed toward the hellfire Qilin. Boom, the hellfire Qilin turned into countless hellfire and scattered on the ground. More white clouds charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, countless white clouds gathered behind Lin Xian, and young Master White Cloud's figure appeared eerily. Buzz, a green longsword appeared in his hand, and as he waved it, there was a metallic sound. Accompanying it was an intense energy that could shake the heavens. It instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. The dragon sword realm also appeared from his body and turned into an azure dragon divine shield. Clang, the terrifying longsword collided with the azure dragon divine shield, causing sparks to fly and a deafening sound to ring out. The surrounding void was torn apart. At the same time, countless runes lit up in the heavenly treasure pavilion, causing the entire pavilion to shake. The lady boss's face darkened. Young Master Baiyun also knew that he couldn't do anything here. He sneered and said, "Kid, come with me." As he spoke, the white cloud domain enveloped Lin Xian and himself, and they flew outside. The two of them finally arrived in the sky above the city. White clouds rolled above them, and two silhouettes flickered within them. Terrifying energy and vibrations could be heard from time to time. The kings of the Sky Treasure Pavilion also followed him out. They looked at the sky and discussed animatedly. The monks from the western desert and the black-robed men from the southern frontier also looked up at the sky with sparkling eyes. The two of them did not make a move. In the sky, the battle was extremely intense. The strength of the two young geniuses was extremely frightening. Especially young Master Baiyun, who let out a furious roar as his body emitted an incomparable radiance. The surrounding white cloud Ling was erratic, causing his figure to appear and disappear mysteriously. He believed that with his strength and his white jade domain, it would be very easy for him to kill the other party. Buzz, as expected, with the unpredictable speed of the white cloud domain, young Master Baiyun appeared beside Lin Xian in an instant. His right hand was hazy and illusory, and white runes shone on it. Firmament palm. This palm was extremely shocking. It was clearly just a palm, but what it emitted was endless clouds that covered the entire sky. Oh no, this firmament palm was also young Master Baiyun's ultimate skill. Now that he had used his full strength, the kid would definitely not be able to resist. Yes, young Master Baiyun was extremely frightening. Coupled with his keen domain, even the almighties of the older generation would not be his match. Below, those who were looking at the battle discussed animatedly. The eyes of the experts from the western desert and southern frontier flickered. In the clouds, Lin Xian snorted. Buzz, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword, and the biting cold sword light lit up the entire sky. Tens of thousands of swords rang in unison, and countless sword chi pierced through the white cloud domain. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The sky was filled with light, and a terrifying killing intent pierced through the void. Sensing this, all the princes below began to tremble, and their eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his ancient sword, and tens of thousands of sword chi slashed down together with the ancient sword. Boom, countless sword chi instantly split open the white cloud domain, and quickly enveloped young Master Baiyun. What? This is impossible, young Master Baiyun was in disbelief. Lin Xian actually split open his domain with a single sword. He broke through his firmament palm. Impossible, even the almighties of the older generation could not do it easily, so how could Lin Xian do it? Young Master Baiyun was in disbelief. However, the aura emitted by the sword light in the sky made his body tremble. Even his muscles were torn, and countless wounds appeared. Damn it, young Master Baiyun's face changed, and he did not dare to resist. He turned into countless white clouds and merged into the void, trying to escape the attack of the sword chi. However, he could not escape. At this moment, the sky was filled with sword chi, and countless sword lights were extremely sharp. These sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul, and it could pierce through the void and destroy the void. Therefore, even though young Master White Cloud's body movement technique was strange and unpredictable, he was still able to come and go like a ghost. But he was still injured. 73 sword wounds appeared on his body in an instant, and blood instantly dyed his body red. What? Young Master Baiyun was injured. Down below, the kings were extremely shocked when they saw the scene. They didn't dare to believe it at all. That was young Master Baiyun. It was incomparably terrifying. Furthermore, the other party's White Cloud domain, coupled with that strange movement technique, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. But what was the situation now? Young Master White Cloud had already merged into the void, but he was still injured by someone. Moreover, it was a serious injury. They couldn't believe it. Young Master White Cloud was also screaming crazily with a hideous expression on his face. Damn brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you, he roared crazily. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying. A sword chi as heavy as a mountain sent him flying. Young Master White Cloud flew out for 3,000 meters, smashing through countless voids and creating countless cracks. Only then did he stop. His injuries had become even more serious. Blood dripped down, piercing through the void, dyeing the great earth red. At this moment, not only the people of Sky Treasure Pavilion, but the entire Xianxia city was alarmed. Countless gazes raised one after another and looked forward. Then, they were almost stunned. Heavens, who was that? Someone was actually fighting. Wasn't that young Master White Cloud? What, young Master White Cloud? Are you saying that young Master White Cloud from White Cloud Mansion is here? However, how did he get injured by someone? For a moment, countless people were discussing. In the sky, young Master Baiyun's scalp went numb. He did not dare to say anything else and turned around to escape. The other party was a lunatic. Moreover, he was very powerful and was not afraid of any threat. If he stayed any longer, he would probably be killed by the other party. Therefore, he escaped. Young Master Baiyun took out elixirs from his storage ring and swallowed them to heal his injuries as he ran away like a madman. Trying to escape, Lin Xian sneered. He stood in the sky and clenched his fists. Golden Dao patterns appeared in his eyes. Buzz, a green dragon bow appeared in his hand. Buzz, an arrow flew out and drew a bright light in the sky. Then, it hit young Master Baiyun hard. Boom, there was an explosion of energy. Young Master Baiyun spat out blood. His white shirt was torn, revealing the armor underneath. Damn it, young Master Baiyun's face was extremely ugly. He had already escaped, but the other party was still not letting him go. Damn it, he swore that he would kill the other party when he escaped. In the next moment, he changed his direction and ran toward the city governor's residence. He wanted to call for help. He was the young master of General Baiyun's uniform. Therefore, he naturally knew the people in the general's residence. As long as he entered the residence, the city governor's residence would definitely save him. Buzz, however, before he could run a few steps, another shocking arrow flew from behind and hit him again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and cracks instantly appeared on his armor. Damn it, save me, I am young Master Baiyun. If you kill me, you will become the White Cloud Residence's enemy, you will go against the Ninely dynasty, you are dead, young Master Baiyun roared madly. At the same time, he wanted to alert the people from the city governor's residence. At that moment, all the martial artists in Xianxia City looked up at the sky. Someone was chasing after young Master Baiyun. Was this real? Why did it feel like a dream? However, young Master Baiyun's roar was effective. A few figures rushed out from the city governor's residence below. I am young Master Baiyun. Save me. These people immediately came in front of young Master Baiyun and protected him. One of the middle-aged men shouted coldly. Who dares to attack young Master Baiyun? Do you want to die? Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, his body was hit by an arrow. Then, his body was smashed into a bloody mist. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was this person? He was too terrifying, he even dared to kill someone from the city lord's mansion. Moreover, there was no hesitation at all, everyone was extremely shocked. The few martial artists from the city lord's mansion felt their scalps go numb. Let's go, let's go. He was a madman. Young Master White Cloud was also frantically urging him. He could tell that the other party did not care about their identities at all. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Therefore, the group of them flew down. However, they had only flown halfway when a ray of light blocked their path. The light exploded, turning into countless black holes, blocking their path. Wang! Buzz! 7 arrows quickly flew over from the sky. Lin Xian's divine strength was unparalleled. He continuously drew his bow, and every arrow contained the aura of the great dragon sword spirit. It was extremely sharp. Therefore, those martial artists could not contend at all. Boom! Boom! One king after another exploded, leaving behind only young Master White Cloud, who was bitterly holding on. Not only that, he also took out 3 white shields and a golden pagoda to protect her. However, it was useless. Amidst the energy that filled the sky, they exploded. Save me! Young Master White Cloud went crazy. He burned his spiritual energy at all costs and flew down frantically. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 figures rushed out from below. These figures had extremely powerful auras, and there were even top-notch almighties among them. That's great. Seeing this, young Master White Cloud heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that he was saved. The appearance of these people could definitely save him. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank as he realized that a sharp arrow had suddenly appeared behind him. Boom! A terrifying ray of light exploded and enveloped him. Ah, no! With a scream, the King Almighties who rushed up roared crazily. Damn it! Attack! They launched terrifying attacks, tearing apart the energy storm that filled the sky. Then, they were all stunned. Young Master White Cloud was nailed in the sky by an arrow. Avenge me! Young Master White Cloud said a few words with difficulty. His neck tilted, and he stopped breathing. This arrow had directly destroyed all of his vitality, damn it. Who is it? Who is it? These people roared crazily, and their gazes were like divine lamps that pierced through the void. Soon, they saw a figure standing in the distance, and the longbow in his hand had not disappeared. It's him. Kill him! The top-notch Almighty waved his hand, and more than 10 figures rushed over quickly. They were rushing toward Lin Xian. Everyone's eyes followed him closely. Lin Xian looked at this scene, snorted coldly, and attacked again. More than 10 arrows flew out. Boom! 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 Dozens of King Almighties exploded instantly, and none of them could escape. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the top-notch Almighty was scared out of his wits. He realized that the other party was definitely a terrifying demon king. He did not dare to fight head-on and was about to return to the city lord mansion to call for help. However, he was also pierced through by an arrow. How is this possible? I'm a top-notch Almighty. The top-notch Almighty widened his eyes in disbelief. He was a top-notch Almighty, and his strength was asking for a beating. How could the other party kill him with one arrow? Could it be that the other party was a peerless Almighty? He did not dare to imagine, but in the next moment, he lost his life. The entire Xianxia city was extremely huge, and there were countless martial artists, but at this moment, no one made a sound. That was because the previous scene had stunned them. Dozens of King Almighties, top-notch Almighties, and the extremely influential young Master Bai Yun were all killed. None of them could escape. Who is this person? He's too terrifying. Who is he? For a moment, countless people looked into the distance. However, in the next moment, their eyes blurred because the fiend-like figure standing in the sky disappeared. Whoosh! At the entrance of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, everyone was shocked, and their eyelids twitched. That was because Lin Xian had fallen to the ground. Everyone automatically spread out to make way for him, and some even trembled. The Western Desert Monk and the black-robed man from Southern Border were also silent. The muscles on their faces stiffened because what the other party had done was beyond their expectations. They could not believe it. Is he really just a young man? Only a peerless Almighty can do that. The two of them were also extremely shocked. They looked at Lin Xian in horror. Lin Xian ignored these people and strode into the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Then, he said again, "Lady boss, send the dishes to my East Water Courtyard. The monthly votes are 169. Can I hit 200 votes? Those who have votes, hurry up and vote. I want monthly votes and recommendation votes." Lin Xian ignored them and walked into the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Then, he said, "Lady boss, send the dishes to my East Water Courtyard." "All right, young master." The lady boss smiled. Her mood was not affected by what had just happened. Lin Xian left, but the entire Xianxia city was in an uproar. Especially the people from the Sky Treasure Pavilion. They fled frantically and spread the news. Because they were the main witnesses. In an instant, the entire Xianxia city knew that a peerless demon was living in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. He was so terrifying that he even dared to kill young Master Bai Yun and the people from the city governor's mansion. It could be said that no one dared to provoke him. However, ordinary kings did not dare to provoke him, but the city governor's mansion was furious. Young Master Bai Yun was killed in their territory. They could not believe it. One had to know that he was the young master of the White Cloud Mansion, the son of General Bai Yun. General Bai Yun was at the peak of his power in the Ninli dynasty. Whoever killed his son would be committing a heinous crime. No one would be able to escape from him. Oh no, something big has happened. Hurry up and capture that person. I will personally send him to the White Cloud Mansion. The city governor of Qianshan City ordered. Buzz, soon, 5 top almighties from the city governor's mansion moved out. At the same time, there were 10 elite almighties. 15 powerful figures instantly disappeared into the sky like shooting stars. Sky Treasure Pavilion, East Water Courtyard. Not long after Lin Xian returned, Morong Qingqing also woke up. Soon, a maid served exquisite dishes and spiritual wine. The two of them chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was very warm. However, halfway through the meal, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped the entire Sky Treasure Pavilion. More than 10 figures descended upon the heavenly treasure pavilion like demons and gods, causing the space below to distort due to the pressure. What happened? In an instant, all the martial artists in the Sky Treasure Pavilion trembled. Countless people in Qianshan City looked over. "Damn brat, come out. How dare you kill young Master Bai Yun? Today is the day you die." A cold voice was heard, causing everyone's scalp to tingle. "What? The experts from the city governor's mansion are here. They came so quickly. That brat is definitely dead." That's right, he dared to kill young Master Bai Yun for the sake of satisfaction, but his end would be miserable. There was no place for him in the entire Ninli dynasty. He was too young, showing off his bravado, and did not know how to make long-term calculations. Many older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. There were also people who sneered, thinking that the other party was too arrogant. A rogue cultivator dared to challenge the White Cloud Mansion. What a reckless man. In the Eastern Water Courtyard, Morong Qingqing was puzzled. What had happened? Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. "It's fine. A few people who didn't know what was good for them came looking for trouble with me, so I chopped them into pieces." "Are they from the Tai dynasty?" Morong Qingqing was a little nervous. If the army of the Tai dynasty came, Lin Xian would be in danger. Lin Xian smiled. "No, it's just the city lord's mansion." He ruffled Morong Qingqing's hair and smiled. "You eat first, I'll go out and get rid of these flies." Whoosh, in the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Each of the 15 figures was extremely powerful. They stood in the void, causing everyone to hold their breaths and tremble. The lady boss of Sky Treasure Pavilion's face darkened. Just as she was about to do something, a bolt of lightning flashed across the void and appeared in the sky. "What? It's that kid, how dare he come out? If I were him, I would have run away immediately. What an idiotic kid. Let's see how he'll die this time." "Not necessarily. That guy is a top prodigy and is extremely powerful. He might create a miracle." "What kind of miracle can he create?" "That's 5 top grand cultivators and 10 elite grand cultivators. Unless he's a peerless grand cultivator, there's no way he can survive." "Do you think a young man in his 20s can be a peerless grand cultivator? Who do you think he is?" A prince of the dynasty or a saint of a sacred ground? The monk from the western desert and the black-robed man from southern border also appeared. The two of them looked up at the void with deep eyes. Can that kid fight against them? The two of them whispered to themselves. In the sky, 15 godlike figures instantly locked onto Lin Xian. You're the murderer? The green-robed old man in the lead asked coldly. Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. Are you here to die? You're courting death. The green-robed old man roared. His eyes instantly turned into two green moons, emitting a terrifying light. Buzz, two green eyes flew out and slashed towards Lin Xian. Buzz, in the sky, a green crescent moon appeared. Like a treasure wheel, it came crashing down. The void was sliced into two in an instant. How terrifying. That was the green moon monarch of the city lord mansion. He was a top grand cultivator. That was the green moon divine eye. Legend had it that it could destroy everything. Below, in Xianxia city, all the martial artists were discussing. Countless cracks appeared in the space around Lin Xian in an instant. The terrifying energy was able to crush everything. Lin Xian frowned and snorted. The dragon sword spiritual domain turned into a green dragon and waved its tail in the sky. Then, the sky shone like thousands of sword chi. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Boom, dragon! That was a dragon, countless people exclaimed. However, the pupils of the older generation experts also shrank. No, that's not a dragon. That's his domain. Heavens, he actually used a dragon as his domain. Where did this kid come from? As soon as the dragon sword spiritual domain appeared, it looked like it was looking down on the world. He turned into a terrifying giant sword and scattered from the sky. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The green moon was cut in half. Looking at this scene, the 15 experts in the sky changed their expressions. What kind of combat power is that? Is this kid even more powerful than a top grand cultivator? Who is he? They couldn't figure it out. On the other side, Lin Xian stood in the void like a dragon god. There was a giant dragon coiled around his body. Whoosh, with a flash, Lin Xian stepped on the dragon's shadow and rushed over. Buzz, his palm reached out and grabbed downwards. Like a ferocious dragon head, it swallowed the old man in green. Damn it! Get lost! The old man in green roared. The green light in his eyes burst out and turned into a ray of divine light that slashed over. Countless rays of red light bombarded the azure dragon hand, making a clanging sound. However, it couldn't be damaged at all. This azure dragon hand contained countless sword chi. It was very hard and sharp. In an instant, it grabbed the old man in green. Boom, Lin Xian waved his arm, grabbed the old man in green, and blasted him into the void. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A black hole appeared in the void. Countless cracks spread out like a black river. The old man in green seemed to have been struck by lightning. More than half of the bones in his body were broken. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. Ah, damn kid! How dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you. The old man in green was caught and roared crazily. The other 14 people also quickly took action. They worked together to kill him. The 14 powerhouses quickly charged over. In an instant, they appeared in all directions around Lin Xian. Kill, with a furious roar, a terrifying divine ability bloomed in the sky. In an instant, the place where Lin Xian was completely submerged. Was it over? Below, all the martial artists looked at the sky in shock. Under such a powerful attack, even a pinnacle powerhouse couldn't survive, let alone a young kid. Boom, however, just as they finished speaking, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Immediately after, a sword light that was 10,000 meters long descended from the sky and slashed all the energy storms apart. Then, Lin Xian walked out. What? He came out, how was that possible? He was actually unharmed, these people were stunned. The 14 top powerhouses were actually unable to cause any harm to him. Who was he? Everyone couldn't believe it. What made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian was holding a head in his hand. Heavens, was that the head of the Green Moon Monarch, a pinnacle powerhouse, was actually killed mercilessly in the hands of the other party without any ability to fight back at all. The other party's strength had definitely surpassed that of a pinnacle powerhouse. In the surroundings, the 14 top powerhouses were also extremely shocked. Damn it, impossible. Chain attack, kill him, don't hold back, boom. Boom, in an instant, the divine abilities that filled the sky appeared again and enveloped Lin Xian. The sky was instantly blasted apart. Nothing could be left behind. In the sky, a huge light wave spread out in all directions. The martial artists in the city were directly pressed to the ground by the energy. Buzz, Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and swung it, using the chaotic sky destroyer sword. Boom. Boom, boom. Terrifying sword chi swept out and repelled the 14 powerhouses. Then, he used Sky Destroyer, Battle Song, and Demonic Madness. It enveloped the front. Poof, the bodies of the 3 elite almighties exploded. 6 elite powerhouses were severely injured. The rest were terrified and frantically retreated. Demon. He was a demon. Everyone was shocked. The other party was too powerful, so powerful that it made them despair. However, this only confirmed their suspicions. They must kill this kid. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, the 4 pinnacle almighties roared angrily. They quickly swallowed the purple pills, and the energy in their bodies suddenly erupted. The remaining elite and powerful beings joined hands to form a formation. Like the Milky Way, they rushed over. Raging waves, one of the pinnacle mighty beings had long hair fluttering in the wind as he raised the saber in his hands and slashed out. That shocking saber light was like a wave, erupting with an incomparable roar. Swallowing mountains and rivers, another top-tier being appeared behind Lin Xian. He waved his hand, and a terrifying heaven-devouring rat appeared. It could devour the entire sky. Gold Peak, to the left of Lin Xian, a pinnacle mighty figure appeared. He held a golden pagoda in his hand and quickly activated it. In an instant, 7 golden mountains appeared in the sky and came crashing down. Each of them was like an ancient demonic mountain, incomparably heavy. To the right of Lin Xian, an old man in a golden robe appeared. Golden flames burned all over his body, and the terrifying temperature caused the entire space to distort. Golden ripple, the old man waved his hand, and golden light danced, turning into a golden lotus that charged towards Lin Xian. The 4 pinnacle experts instantly appeared around Lin Xian. They used their most powerful killing moves. The surrounding elite almighties quickly formed a formation, forming a terrifying formation. In the sky, a river of stars flickered with dreamy runes. It pressed down and completely enveloped Lin Xian. This was their strongest attack. If they worked together, they could kill each other. Unfortunately, they had found the wrong opponent. The 3 killer moves of heaven crushing appeared and attacked the pinnacle mighty beings behind and to the left and right. At the same time, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The pinnacle mighty being in front of him stiffened and his eyes went blank. Boom boom boom, 4 pinnacle mighty beings were killed in an instant. Buzz. The dragon sword domain turned into a divine dragon again and roared ferociously. The dragon swung its tail and tore apart the river of stars above its head. Those elite mighty beings vomited blood and were sent flying. On Lin Xian's fingertip, the Hell Ice Lotus rapidly expanded. A terrifying energy enveloped everyone. Boom 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 boom, violent vibrations sounded, and energy surged all over the sky. When everything disappeared, there was nothing left. Only Lin Xian stood on the spot like a god fiend. They were all killed, everyone was stunned. 15 peerless experts couldn't do anything to the other party. They didn't dare to imagine. For a moment, the entire Xianxia city was silent. Lin Xian's figure flashed and returned to the east water courtyard. Next, Xianxia city fell into a great shock again. Countless people discussed crazily and made guesses. All kinds of rumors were spreading. At the same time, those powerful families were investigating the other party's identity. The city lord's mansion fell into a solemn atmosphere. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the person they were dealing with to be so terrifying. From the looks of it, he should be a peerless mighty being. Therefore, they didn't plan to interfere. They quickly sent the news to the White Cloud Mansion and let them capture him themselves. After all, a peerless mighty being was a true powerhouse who could suppress a region. Unless they sent a true peerless mighty being, it would be useless no matter how many ordinary mighty beings they sent. Therefore, the city lord's mansion didn't make a move again. After the warriors of Xianxia City discovered this change, they were even more shocked. What's going on? Has the city lord's mansion regressed? Could it be that this young man was so terrifying? They couldn't believe it. As time passed, they finally stopped talking about Lin Xian. Instead, they began to talk about something else. A woman, Yan Ruyu. Because tomorrow was the day when Yan Ruyu would arrive, and it was also young Master Qian San's birthday. At that time, powerhouses would gather, and geniuses would be as dazzling as the stars. It would definitely be a grand banquet. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the Moonflower Palace became lively. War chariots stopped at the door, and the ones pulling the chariots were all terrifying monster kings. However, at this moment, they were sitting there very docilely. Pirates must die, figures walked down from the war chariots. Some were mighty and extraordinary, some were graceful, some were young and energetic, and some were old and vigorous. In short, there were all kinds of people. However, without exception, they were all powerhouses and had incomparably noble statuses. In the sky, countless divine red streaks streaked across and then stopped. Spirit boats appeared one after another, and tens of thousands of rays of light shone down. Countless figures descended. On the other hand, immortal cranes danced. The huge immortal cranes were 1,000 meters long. When they spread their wings, they brought up clouds and mist that filled the sky as if they were riding the wind and breaking the waves. On the other side, the sky roared like dark clouds rolling over. It was an extremely black flood dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The scales all over its body flickered with a black light. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the world. A few figures walked down from the black flood dragon. 5-colored auspicious clouds, golden divine boats, all kinds of birds and beasts, powerful chariots, and spirit boats gathered at the Moonflower Palace. Countless figures walked in. This was a grand occasion. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, East Water Courtyard. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing held hands and left the courtyard. They walked towards the Moonflower Palace. Today, they were going to participate as well. At this moment, the Moonflower Castle was a boiling cauldron of voices. Heads were moving about, forming a dark mass. Fortunately, the Moonflower Palace was big enough to accommodate tens of millions of people without feeling crowded. At the entrance, the warriors of the city lord's mansion were wearing armor and maintaining order. The cultivators discussed animatedly. They were extremely excited. However, at this moment, a commotion came from behind. A young man walked over in large strides. He was bare-chested and extremely vigorous. His muscles were like dragons, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He carried a sense of arrogance. Su Hao, I didn't expect him to come too, what? Is he Su Hao, the skyscraper? He was very famous among the younger generation. Who else could it be other than him? Everyone discussed animatedly. The black-haired young man looked disdainfully and ignored everyone. He walked in with large strides. Whoosh, after Su Hao, there were exclamations of surprise. A few young men in white carried long swords on their backs. They flew in the air and looked very confident. People from the 6th prince's mansion, they actually came too. I wonder if the young prince has arrived. Everyone exclaimed and made way for them. These young men in white had smiles on their faces. They were very confident as they flew into the main hall. Buzz buzz buzz, the ground trembled slightly as if 10,000 horses were galloping. It made people's scalps tingle. Then, they turned their heads and looked behind them. 3 silhouettes walked over. They were tall and sturdy, and their faces were cold and stern. There was no expression on their faces. With every step they took, the ground trembled. One could imagine how terrifying these 3 people were. They were the 3 young masters of the Ting family. The 3 of them could be said to be peerless prodigies. How many prodigies had come this time, everyone exclaimed and felt dizzy. But soon, many people trembled and retreated frantically. This caused a vacuum to appear in the originally crowded place. Humph! When the three young masters of the Ting family saw this scene, they smiled with satisfaction. But soon, they were stunned. Because they realized that these people's reverence was not directed at them. Could it be that someone else was coming? In the next moment, the three of them stopped in their tracks and turned around to look. Two silhouettes appeared behind him. It was a very handsome young man in a red robe. Beside him was a woman in purple. She was wearing a veil, so her true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, just by her disposition, one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. The two of them walked side by side, hand in hand, like a pair of celestial children. They did not emit any terrifying auras, but the surrounding kings trembled as they looked at each other, their faces pale. Seeing this scene, the three young masters of the Ting clan frowned. Where did these two people come from? Why were they so frightening? They did not know what had happened 2 days ago, nor did they know that Lin Xian had killed 15 peerless experts. He even killed young Master White Cloud in a domineering manner. If they had known, they wouldn't have taken action. He had never seen this unfamiliar-looking kid before. He should be someone who had just started roaming the Jianghu. Which clan is he from? The eldest young master of the Ting clan narrowed his eyes, while the second young master of the Ting clan smiled evilly. Who cares which clan he's from? The woman beside him is really a beauty. I haven't seen such a beautiful woman in a long time. I must get my hands on her. Second brother, don't act rashly. Judging from the expressions of the surrounding people, he's definitely not simple. So what? The second young master of the Ting clan laughed. Is he more powerful than the three of us? Don't worry, big brother. That's right, big brother. The third young master of the Ting clan also laughed. At most, we'll investigate his identity first, then think of a way to make a move. If we can't get this beauty, second brother won't be able to sleep tonight. The three of them discussed. The second young master's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Murong Qingqing. All the people around were also looking at Murong Qingqing, because she was just too beautiful. It was even to the extent that they suspected that the other party was the legendary beauty, Yan Ruyu. However, they knew that she was not Yan Ruyu. This was because Yan Ruyu would not walk together with Lin Xian. Beautiful, she's really too beautiful. The second young master of the Ting clan clapped his hands and laughed. He walked forward and blocked Lin Xian and the second young master's path. Beauty, may I know your name? Where is your master? The second young master of the Ting clan greeted her with a smile. Murong Qingqing did not say anything, but she frowned. Lin Xian scoffed. Get lost, or I'll dig your eyes out. What? The second young master of the Ting clan narrowed his eyes when he heard that, and his face darkened. How dare the other party talk to me like that? He's courting death. Nevertheless, the surrounding people were already used to it. This was because the other party dared to kill young Master Baiyun. The second young master of the Ting clan might be powerful, but the other party probably would not take him seriously. Young fella, do you know who you're talking to? Do you want to die? The second young master of the Ting clan had a cold look in his eyes, and he emitted a terrifying killing intent. The eldest young master and the third young master stood out as well. The three of them were from the same clan, so they were bound together for good or ill. Therefore, they would fight together against the enemy. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill anyone. However, don't provoke me, or I won't mind sending the three of you on your way. Lin Xian hugged Murong Qingqing and said indifferently. You're courting death. The second young master of the Ting clan was furious. The eldest young master and the third young master's faces darkened as well, and their eyes were extremely gloomy. Just as the three of them were about to attack, a loud laugh was heard coming from the main hall in front of them. So it's the third young master of the Ting clan. Sorry for the disrespect. Third, why aren't you coming in with me? Another white-clothed young man walked out. Humph, young fella, you're lucky this time. Just you wait, I'll definitely kill you today. The second young master of the Ting clan scoffed. He waved his sleeve and turned to walk in. The eldest and third young masters also looked deeply at Lin Xian before they left. Let's go. Lin Xian held Murong Qingqing's hand, and they walked in together. The surrounding people only dared to move forward after Lin Xian left for a long time. They had no choice as they did not dare to provoke the other party. Moreover, they felt that the three young masters of the Ting clan were going to be unlucky this time because they had offended a formidable person. Do you think this young fellow will attack the three young masters of the Ting clan? It's hard to say. It depends on whether the three young masters of the Ting clan want to attack this young fella. If the three young masters really want to attack him, he'll probably end up in a miserable state. That young fellow looks like someone who has no scruples and is decisive. If they really fight, the three young masters of the Tong clan will probably end up in a miserable state. Is this young fella trying to offend everyone? Does he not want to stay in Jolie anymore? The people from White Cloud City were probably already rushing over. If he was caught, it would be difficult for that kid to die. Forget it, let's not talk about it. This is not something we can discuss. Otherwise, if the other party hears us, we won't even be alive. Let's go in quickly. Yes, I've long wanted to see who that Yen Ryu is. Now that you mention it, I'm excited too. Let's go. The group stopped talking and entered the hall in front of them. The Moonflower Palace was even more lively inside. There were powerful warriors coming and going. At this moment, there were groups of 3 and 10 people in groups. Those who knew each other gathered together to chat and drink. Even if they didn't know each other, they had heard of each other's reputation in the same dynasty. At this moment, they also smiled and greeted each other. Of course, there were also people who were hostile. After all, there were many young geniuses here, and no one was willing to submit to each other. There were even intense clashes of sparks. However, no one made a move here. The Moonflower Palace did not allow people to fight inside. If they wanted to fight, they could, but they would be kicked out. The Moonflower Palace did not belong to Xianxia City, nor did it belong to the Ninely dynasty. It was a very mysterious organization. No one knew who was standing behind them, but everyone knew that the Moonflower Palace was extremely terrifying and absolutely could not be provoked. Because there were once 5 top mighty figures who caused trouble here. In the end, the next day, the corpses of these 5 top mighty figures were hung on the city wall. These 5 mighty figures were not injured, but their eyes were wide open as if they had encountered something terrifying before they died. Ever since that incident, no one dared to cause trouble here. After Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing entered, they also looked around. They did not look for anyone, nor did they intend to exchange pleasantries with others. The two of them came only to silently inquire about the news and see if anyone was talking about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Junior sister, you're here too. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. Morong Qingqing and Ling Xian turned around and saw Zhao Zhirua walking over slowly from behind with surprise in her eyes. Senior sister, you're here too. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. Lin Xian nodded slightly and greeted them. Zhao Zhirua walked up. She looked at Lin Xian, rolled her eyes, and coldly snorted. You brat, do you know that you almost caused the extermination of my Zhao clan? What? What happened? Morong Qingqing was nervous, while Lin Xian frowned. The people of the Tai dynasty were here. You also know why you hid your identity? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Lin Xian looked apologetic. After all, she was Morong Qingqing's senior sister. He said, I hid my identity to avoid those people. It's just that I didn't expect them to come knocking on my door so soon. However, didn't I remind you that your Zhao family has nothing to do with me? Could it be that they had made a move, draw a line between them? How could he clear his name? Everyone in Stellar Sky City has seen that you're staying in our Zhao clan, but they don't know. Zhao Zhirua snorted coldly, but then she shook her head and did not make a move. For some reason, they retreated. And from the looks of it, they seem to have let our Zhao clan go. That's good. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian asked, where are they? Have they come to Xianxia City? I don't know. Even if they don't come now, they will come soon. That was because there were too many experts from the Ninely dynasty. Moreover, they were also related to the Ninely dynasty. They will probably use the Ninely dynasty's intelligence network to lock onto your location. You're quite bold, aren't you? You actually dared to swagger around here. How dare you show up at such a gathering? Don't you know that this gathering is for the top geniuses and people from great clans from all over the Ninely dynasty? If they recognize you, you won't be able to leave. Don't worry. They don't dare to provoke me now. Lin Xian shrugged. Zhao Zhirua was puzzled. Are you that confident? Morong Qingqing said with a smile. Indeed, he had just killed young Master Baiyun 2 days ago. The disciples of these families would not dare to do anything to him. What? He killed someone again? He even killed young Master Baiyun. Zhao Zhirua felt dizzy. She knew about young Master Baiyun. He was famous and could do whatever he wanted in the Ninely dynasty. As long as he did not provoke those princes and lords, no one would dare to touch him. But now, the kid in front of her had killed young Master Baiyun. What do you want to do this time? What else did you do? Zhao Zhirua's mouth twitched. She had to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, her heart would not be able to take it. Other than killing young Master Baiyun, I killed more than 10 experts from the city lord's mansion. Other than that, I didn't do anything else. You can't blame me. They were too arrogant. They wanted my life. I had to do something. What? You even killed experts from the city lord's mansion? Zhao Zhirua exclaimed, attracting the attention of the people around her. The surrounding people were terrified, while the warriors from other cities in the distance were puzzled. Who is this kid? Is he out of his mind? What nonsense is he talking about? They did not believe what Lin Xian said. But fortunately, the Moonflower Palace was very vast. So at this moment, not many people noticed Lin Xian. Because there were too many people. There were tens of millions of cultivators here. Junior sister, I think you should stay away from this guy. Zhao Zhirua's mouth twitched. Morong Qingqing smiled. Don't worry, senior sister. I know what I'm doing. You call that knowing what I'm doing? He had offended almost 2 dynasties. Zhao Zhirua was going crazy. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Brother Long. At this moment, another voice was heard. Then, Lin Xian and the other 2 turned around. Behind him, a beautiful young lady was running towards him happily. Then, she threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhirua was stunned. Junior sister, this guy is too dishonest. He actually dares to interact with other girls in front of you. You can tolerate this? Zhao Zhirua's face darkened. Morong Qingqing was much calmer. She said indifferently. Brother Xian is a peerless genius. It's normal for many girls to like him. This means that I have good taste. Alright, I really don't know what you peerless geniuses are thinking. Each and every one of you is a freak. Zhao Zhirua shook her head helplessly. In front, Lin Xian also pushed away the beauty in his arms. Then, he smiled. Little girl, why are you here? Brother Long, long time no see. In front, another tall figure walked over. Brother Xiao. Lin Xian smiled and greeted the other party. This tall figure was precisely Xiao Kuang. Previously, in Wanrun City, Lin Xian and the other party had killed a powerful demon king. And the beauty in front of him was Xiao Ling. At this moment, Xiao Ling raised her face and shook Lin Xian's arm. Brother Long, when did you come? Why didn't you come to find me? The monthly votes are 185. Can it reach 200? It's time for more chapters. At the side, everyone looked at this scene and was extremely shocked. The martial artists of Qianshan City felt their scalps go numb. The foreign martial artists were even more shocked. Who was this person? How did he know the little princess of the Xiao family? They knew the background of Xiao Ling and Xiao Kuang. They were from the Hong sect. The Hong sect was very powerful and had spread throughout the entire Qianshan City. It could be said that it was a very powerful force. Therefore, Xiao Ling had become the little princess of Qianshan City. Their status could be said to be extremely noble. Compared to young Master Qianshan of the city lord's mansion and young Master Baiyun, who had been killed, she was on par with them. It could be said that she was the dream of countless young prodigies. However, at this moment, they were a little confused. Xiao Ling was so enthusiastic about a strange young man. She even threw herself into his arms. What was the relationship between the 2 of them? Were they a couple? However, wasn't this brat already together with a peerless beauty? How could he hug her in both arms? These people were shocked. Many of them looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. After all, Xiao Ling was also on their list of pursuers. Miss Seductress. In front, Xiao Ling cheered and ran to Murong Qingqing's side. Lin Xian and Xiao Kuang walked to the side and drank and chatted. Around them, many peerless prodigies and young masters of large families walked over, trying to strike up a conversation with Xiao Ling Murong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhirua. After all, they were three peerless beauties. However, they were all blocked by the three of them. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from afar. Then, countless people cried out in surprise. The sound was so loud that Lin Xian and the others turned their heads to look. In front of them, countless people were gathering there. A crystal platform rose, and a beautiful figure walked out from it. The woman's white clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were incomparably clear, and her body exuded a celestial aura. She was indeed beautiful. Even Zhao Zhirua, Murong Qingqing, and the others were amazed. Lin Xian stared at him in shock, his pupils constricting. The wine cup in his hand suddenly shattered, and the wine spilled all over the floor. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kuang was puzzled. He asked, "Brother Long, what's wrong?" Murong Qingqing, Zhao Zhirua, and Xiao Ling were also surprised. Among them, Murong Qingqing was filled with worry, while Zhao Zhirua snorted coldly. Could it be that this guy was excited because he saw a beautiful woman? Nonsense, Brother Long wouldn't be like this. Xiao Ling snorted, and Murong Qingqing frowned. This was because she had never seen Lin Xian act so abnormally before. What's going on? Could it be that older brother Xian and this Yan Ryu know each other? Lin Xian was stunned because he did not recognize the white figure in front of him. However, he knew him and was extremely familiar with him. However, he did not understand why the other party was called Yan Ryu. This was Zhao Shui. When did it become Yan Ryu? To be honest, he was extremely shocked. He realized that Zhao Shui was a mystery. When he first met her, she was running away. After that, the two of them spent some time together before separating. When they met for the second time, Zhao Shui was incomparably cold, as if she did not recognize him. Moreover, her strength had undergone an earth-shattering change, and she had even learned the ancient divine power, the heavenly eye. This made Lin Xian even more shocked. However, the two of them spent some time together before leaving. After that, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others came to the eastern wasteland and left the Tianwu continent. Lin Xian did not know if Zhao Shui had left or not. He even thought that he would never see her again in this lifetime. However, he did not expect that she would come too. Not only that, but she also appeared here. However, this time, Zhao Shui was even more mysterious. Even her name had changed. Was she Zhao Shui, or was it just that she looked very similar? Even Lin Xian was extremely puzzled. However, he did not believe that he had misjudged her. Especially after he had the heavenly eye, it was even more impossible for him to be wrong. Perhaps she had no choice but to do so. Lin Xian thought. He had had a fortuitous encounter over the years, and so did she. Perhaps something had happened that forced Zhao Shui to change her name to Yan Ryu. However, no matter what, Lin Xian wanted to meet her and have a good chat. Kid, be careful. She may not be the Zhao Shui you know anymore. The Crimson Dragon also transmitted his voice at this time. Lin Xian frowned and asked. What do you mean? The Crimson Dragon said, I can feel a demonic aura from her body, and she has a pure bloodline power. She is definitely a terrifying demon king. She may even be an extremely precious mutated species. Kid, you have to be careful. She may have been taken over by some old monster. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes darkened, and a terrifying aura emerged from his body. However, at this time, the Crimson Dragon said, not necessarily. Maybe she is from the demon clan. No, I have to find her and ask her clearly. Lin Xian decided that he had to meet Zhao Shui. However, now was not the right time. He was going to wait until the banquet was over to meet her alone. After Yan Ryu came out, a few more figures walked out. A handsome young man in green clothes. He should be Child Qianshan. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by countless people, like the stars surrounding the moon. Those standing around him were all peerless geniuses, people with status and strength. Ordinary people could not blend in. Yan Ruyu was also invited to the side by Child Xianshan and the others to taste wine. The others could only watch from afar. Even so, they felt that this trip was worth it. That was because Yan Ruyu was simply too beautiful. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and wiped the wine on his hands. He picked up a wine cup from the table and took a deep breath. He tried hard to regain his composure, and his gaze finally returned to normal. He drank with Xiaoquang again. However, at this time, 4 beauties walked over from the crowd. The person in front, dressed in palace attire, came in front of Lin Xian with a smile and then bowed slightly. "Are you Lin Gongzi?" "I am." "Who are you?" Lin Xian looked at her. "Our master invites Lin Gongzi over." "Your master, who are you?" Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that Zhao Shui had discovered him? Lin Xian was not sure. Of course, this could be a trap. Perhaps someone wanted to deal with him and lure him away. Therefore, he had to ask clearly. The beauty in palace attire smiled and said, "We are from the Moonflower Palace. Our master is naturally the master of the Moonflower Palace." "What, the master of the Moonflower Palace?" Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Not only him, Zhao Zhirua, Xiaoquang, and the others were even more surprised. The surrounding King Realm Almighties also exclaimed in surprise. The Moonflower Illusion Palace was extremely mysterious. No one knew who was standing behind them. In the past, many powerful families wanted to investigate. However, they all returned empty-handed. But now, to think that this mysterious master would invite Lin Xian over, what was going on? Did they know each other? This mysterious master actually wanted to invite Lin Xian. What was going on? Could it be that they knew each other? Everyone was extremely shocked, and the warriors of Qianshan City also came to a realization. They had already said that Lin Xian couldn't be a rogue cultivator. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? He even knew the master of the Moonflower Palace. This was something that ordinary people couldn't do. "Who is your master?" Lin Xian also frowned and asked. He didn't know the master of the Moonflower Palace. Lin Gongzi would naturally know if he went there himself. The woman in red smiled and then said, "Why, Lin Gongzi doesn't dare?" "Humph, what's there to be afraid of?" Lin Xian put down his wine cup and said, "Brother Xiao, I'll go." "All right." Xiaoquang nodded, and then Lin Xian came to Murong Qingqing's side. "Qingqing, you play with senior sister Zhirua and the others for a while. I'll be back soon. Be careful," Murong Qingqing said with concern. Lin Xian nodded and then left with the 4 women in palace attire. Lin Xian followed behind the woman in red and walked towards the depths of the Moonflower Palace. Soon, they arrived at a formation. The group of people entered the formation and disappeared with a flash of light. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others appeared in another place. Lin Xian looked around and realized that they should still be in the Moonflower Palace. They hadn't left, so he felt a lot more at ease. Not long after, they teleported again. After a total of 3 teleportations, they arrived at a very quiet place. Other than them, there was no one else around. It seemed that this should be the core of the Moonflower Palace. In front, the 4 beauties in red stopped and bowed respectfully. Then, they said, "Lin Gongzi, please." Lin Xian nodded, pushed open the door and walked in. The 4 women in red closed the door behind him and quickly used the formation to leave this place. The inside was very big and the decorations were very exquisite. However, there was no one there. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? Didn't someone want to see him? Why is there no one here? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and released his soul power. Although this room was very large, and there were many rooms, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, he had covered the entire area. However, his frown deepened. Because he didn't sense anyone. Was there really no one? Lin Xian was stunned. He thought that there was someone else in another place, but his soul force didn't detect anyone else's aura. Lin Xian felt that something was amiss, so he turned around and left. because he suspected that this might be a trap. Just as he turned around and took 2 steps, a flirtatious voice suddenly sounded out. Lin Gongzi, why are you leaving? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian froze and his pupils constricted. He abruptly turned his head, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. He once again probed with his soul force. Someone's here? What was going on? He was extremely shocked. Because this time, he felt the aura of a human. But this was impossible. He clearly didn't sense it before. How did the other party appear? He didn't dare to believe it. One had to know that his soul force was even stronger than that of a peerless almighty. If he couldn't sense anyone, then it was definitely a human. But, what was going on? Could it be that the other party had just teleported in? After another round of observation, he realized that there was no teleportation array in the room. Who are you? Why did you ask me to come? Lin Xian asked coldly. Then he said, What, is this how you treat your guests? Since you asked me to come, why don't you come out and meet me? Why do you have to be so sneaky? Young master, you're wrong. I want to come out too. But to see you, I specially took a bath. But I'm not done yet. Young master came too quickly. Why don't you sit down and wait for a while? Or, you can come and find me directly. At this point, the sound of running water could be heard from the room. Hearing this sound, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Beauty trap? He wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing, therefore, he walked towards the sound of running water. Sure enough, the door in front of him was half open. The sound of running water could be heard from inside. There was also mist, and a figure could be vaguely seen. Young master, come and have a cup of tea. However, at this moment, a coquettish voice came from the living room again. This voice was exactly the same as before. Obviously, it was from the same person. However, Lin Xian was shocked again. What's going on? Wasn't she taking a bath inside? Why did she suddenly come to the living room? In the next moment, he waved his sleeve, and the door couldn't be opened. Mist filled the room, but there was no one inside. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he didn't activate the heavenly secret divine eyes, with his soul force, even a peerless almighty couldn't do anything to him. However, the current situation was really beyond his expectations. Therefore, in the next moment, his body swayed, and he used the demigods and semi-devils to instantly appear in the living room. There was indeed a figure in the living room. It was a woman. She was sitting there, wrapped in a bathrobe, and her hair was wet. It was obvious that she had just taken a bath. However, how was that possible? How did she come out? How could she hide from Lin Xian's perception? The woman's skin was snow white, and there was a fragrance on her body. In addition to the scene, she was infinitely seductive. However, Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to care about that. He asked coldly, Who are you? The woman raised her head. She was very beautiful, but Lin Xian realized that he didn't know her. That made him wary. The beautiful woman said with a smile as she dried her hair, Lin Gongzi, don't be so anxious when you're here. Sit down and have a cup of tea. This is 3,000-year-old oolong tea, and it contains oolong blood essence. Drinking a cup will definitely strengthen your physique. In order to entertain you, I've even brought out the best things. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at her. However, he then sat down, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Well, I'll play with her. He wanted to see what tricks she had up her sleeves. Therefore, when he thought of that, he sat down boldly, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. It's indeed good tea. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, You're right. Lin Gongzi, you're indeed bold. However, aren't you afraid that I'll poison you? Some poisons can even kill invincible kings, let alone mighty figures. Lin Gongzi, do you think you can resist me? Hearing that, Lin Xian smiled. He had secretly used the heavenly secret divine eyes to check before, and there was no problem. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body. Even if there was poison, he was confident that he could destroy it. Therefore, he smiled and said, Seeing that your movement technique is extremely strange, I think you must have an extremely mysterious background. A person like you wouldn't stoop to poisoning people, right? Besides, even if there's poison in your tea, I'll drink it. Speaking of that, Lin Xian stared at her body. The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, Lin Gongzi, you're indeed bold. The night is long, let's have fun. Speaking of that, she posed in an even more seductive manner. Lin Xian said with a smile. Sure, I can't wait any longer. As he said that, he reached out with his palm. His speed was so fast that it was as if he had passed through the void. In an instant, his palm appeared in front of the beautiful woman. His target was the bath towel on her body. Seeing this, the beautiful woman's expression froze. She did not expect him to be so decisive. But soon, she laughed coquettishly and twisted her body, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. What a strange movement technique. Lin Xian was surprised. The other party was very fast and did not seem to be any weaker than his demigods and semi-devils. Who is this person? How can he have such an exquisite movement technique? Lin Xian was surprised that the other party had dodged his attack. However, in the next moment, he sped up again. Countless palm shadows in the sky instantly enveloped the woman. However, the woman's identity was even stranger. She had dodged all of them. Otherwise, her body would have disappeared into the void in an instant and could no longer be seen. Seeing this, Lin Xian probed with his soul spirit. The result shocked him. Similar to the previous scene, he could not capture the other party's trace at all. It was as if she had really disappeared. However, how was that possible? He knew that the other party had not disappeared. She had used some kind of movement technique or secret technique to hide. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. A golden Dao pattern appeared in his eyes as he looked around. Whoosh, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he reached behind him. Ah! A cry of surprise came from behind him. A woman's figure appeared. Whoosh, the bath towel on her body had been torn off by Lin Xian. At this moment, the woman was naked. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was startled, whereas the woman started laughing. What, Lin Gongzi, do you want to do something else? As she spoke, she pounced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, the bath towel wrapped around the beautiful woman again. The beautiful woman laughed coquettishly. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she slashed at Lin Xian's neck. The dagger shone with a cold light. It was obviously a top-tier treasure weapon. The void was instantly sliced open, and a terrifying crack appeared. Lin Xian felt a biting cold-killing intent. His muscles tensed up, and countless sword qi surged out from his body, knocking the dagger away. Sword qi that filled the sky flew out from his body and swept across the sky. Qi, the woman's bathrobe was instantly torn apart. Not only that, a human skin mask fell off her face. Seeing this scene, the woman cried out in alarm. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. A human skin mask, he did not expect that the other party had actually disguised himself, furthermore, it was such an ancient method. It should be known that for peak kings like them, if they wanted to change their appearance, it was an extremely simple matter. He only needed to change his bones and muscles. However, if the other party was so strong, why did he still use such a primitive method like a human skin mask? However, what made him even more surprised was that he did not notice that the other party was in disguise. It seemed that this human skin mask was no ordinary mask. It's you, Lin Xian looked at him and exclaimed. Because he realized that he actually knew the person in front of him. Without the human skin mask, the woman revealed an exquisite face. She was also extremely beautiful. Buzz, the woman took out a robe from her storage ring and put it on, then knelt on the ground with one knee. Greetings, Master. Luo Bingshan, it's actually you, where have you been all these years? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. This woman was none other than the top assassin who had come from the Tianwu continent with him, Luo Bingshan. Back then, not long after they had arrived in the eastern wilderness, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luoli had been taken away by others. Among them, Morong Qingqing had gone to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and Shen Jingqiu had gone to the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground. Luo Bingshan had been taken away by a mysterious person. He did not expect that he would appear again. Moreover, the other party's strength had become so strong. That strange movement technique had shocked him greatly. Get up. I'm no longer your master. The restriction on you should have been removed. You don't have to do this. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a force lifted Luo Li up. Luo Bingshan said in a low voice. But in my heart, you've always been my master. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Lin Xian asked. Why are you here? How did you become the master of the Moonflower Palace? Also, what kind of movement technique is that? It's so strange that even I can't detect it. Master, listen to me slowly. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. Don't call me master. Change the way you address me. Then I'll call you Brother Xian. Actually, after I was taken away by that mysterious person that day, I joined an organization. An organization? What organization? Lin Xian was curious. Luo Bingshan said. Regarding our organization, the core secrets cannot be said. There are restrictions in my body. Once I say it, I will be killed instantly. However, I can tell you some basic information. Brother Xian, I don't know if you've heard of the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court, hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. How could he not have heard of the Heavenly Court? That was an assassin divine dynasty that was as famous as the Infernal Realm. Moreover, not long ago, he had been assassinated by the Infernal Realm's people and was almost killed. It could be said that his memory of this assassin divine dynasty was still fresh. Heavenly Court, Infernal Realm, Mortal Realm, could it be that ancient assassin divine dynasty? Lin Xian asked. That's right, it was the legendary Heavenly Court. Luo Bingshan nodded. Lin Xian was even more surprised. What, the organization you joined, could it be the Heavenly Court? He was extremely shocked. The Heavenly Court was a legendary existence that was even more terrifying than the Infernal Realm. The assassins inside were unparalleled in the world. No wonder the falling ice mountains movement technique was so exquisite that even he couldn't detect it. Thinking about it, this should be a unique ability of the Heavenly Court's assassins. It was about the same. Luo Bingshan said. However, we are not called the Heavenly Court now, but Heaven. Heaven changed its name? Lin Xian frowned. Luo Bingshan explained that the Heavenly Court had been destroyed back then, but there were still some people left behind. These people wanted to rebuild the Heavenly Court, but over the past tens of thousands of years, their opinions had differed. Pirates must die, so in the end, these people were divided into two factions. One faction became Heaven, and the other faction became the Holy Hall. Among them, Heaven inherited the previous assassination legacy of the Heavenly Court and became the top assassin organization. As for the Holy Hall, they inherited other legacies. I'm not too sure what they do. I also changed my name. Now, I'm called Luo Li. There was actually such a thing. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He had heard before that the three major assassin divine dynasties had all suffered heavy losses. However, among them, the Mortal Realm and Infernal Realm were preserved, while the Heavenly Court was destroyed and became history. He didn't expect that the Heavenly Court was also preserved. However, it split into two factions and formed two new terrifying organizations. One was the new assassin divine dynasty, Heaven. The other was the Holy Hall, which seemed very mysterious. Then why are you here? Lin Xian asked. This Moonflower Castle is a stronghold of our Heavenly Hall. I'm in charge here. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. But then, he asked again, Luo Li, how much do you know about hell? Can you tell me more about it? What's wrong, Brother Xian? Are you interested in hell? Luo Li was surprised. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Not long ago, I was assassinated by them. What? Hell had attacked. Luo Li was extremely surprised. She didn't expect Hell to assassinate Lin Xian. What surprised her even more was that Lin Xian actually managed to escape. She found it hard to believe. One had to know that Hell was an ancient dynasty of assassins, an extremely terrifying existence. Rumor had it that the palace of Hell was filled with countless heads. Many of them were saints and invincible kings. One could imagine how terrifying Hell was. However, she was surprised that Lin Xian was able to escape, I happen to know a stronghold of hell. And it's in the Ninely dynasty. From the looks of it, it should be the people of this stronghold who did it. But Brother Xian, the people of hell are extremely terrifying. Unless a large army presses down on them, they can't be destroyed. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to fight against them. I know, don't worry. Lin Xian nodded. I won't be impulsive. But I need to know where they are first. I'll settle the score with them later. Soon, Luo Li told Lin Xian the location of Hell's stronghold. After Lin Xian heard it, his eyes shone with a cold light. While Lin Xian was chatting with Luo Li, on the other side, Murong Qingqing and the others were surrounded by people. The few of them standing there were simply too dazzling. Other than Yan Ruyu's side, there was Murong Qingqing's side. Some people even compared Yan Ruyu and Murong Qingqing and found that they were on par. This made them even more shocked and surprised. Yan Ruyu was also very surprised when she discovered this situation. Yan Ruyu was fine. Her face was like autumn water, and her beautiful eyes were incomparably deep. The young geniuses around her were extremely surprised. There was actually someone who could be compared to Fairy Yan. Who was this person? He looked unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from our Ninely dynasty. Otherwise, we would have known about it long ago. These were all young masters of large clans. They were very clear about the geniuses and beauties of the Ninely dynasty. Nothing could escape their eyes. But now, they discovered that they actually didn't know each other. The three young masters of the Ting clan also turned their heads to look. Subsequently, the Ting family's second young master smiled. He walked over again. Is Brother Ting interested in that girl? Many people laughed, including the Ting family's third young master. Yes, when we were outside, second elder brother had already noticed him. If he didn't succeed, second brother wouldn't give up. However, there were also people who frowned. Wasn't that woman with that brat? Brat, which brat? Why, is he famous? Many people were puzzled. The young man said. Of course, he was famous. That brat had killed young Master Baiyun and more than 10 experts from the City Lord Mansion. Do you think it's famous or not? What? Young Master Baiyun was killed? Many young geniuses were shocked. They had just arrived from somewhere else, so they naturally didn't know what had happened. Young Master Qianshan frowned and a cold look appeared in his eyes. It's them, the experts from White Cloud City are already on their way. But as young Master Baiyun's good friend, I won't let the enemy escape. A terrifying killing intent rose from young Master Qianshan's body. Not only did the other party kill young Master Baiyun, but he also killed more than 10 experts from the City Lord Mansion. This was a provocation to them. It was a slap to their faces. As the future ruler of Qianshan City, how could young Master Qianshan allow this to happen? Therefore, in his heart, he had already sentenced Lin Xian to death. However, at this moment, a young man beside him exclaimed. Isn't that Xiaoling Er? Why is she with the people from the Hong sect? Could it be that they know each other? It's over. If she's really a friend of the Hong sect, it won't be easy to touch her. After all, the Hong sect is very terrifying. So what? Ordinary people might be afraid of her, but my big brother Qianshan isn't. A young man beside him sneered. He was also from the City Lord Mansion and was young Master Qianshan's younger brother. The young man raised his head and said proudly. My big brother is the outstanding genius of the Yinyang sect, he's the future supreme king. No matter how powerful the Hong sect is, can they be more powerful than the Yinyang sect? Young Master Qianshan smiled and said calmly. Don't worry about them. We can't fight here. After the banquet, I'll let them know the consequences of offending the City Lord Mansion. While the group of people were discussing, on the other side, Murong Qingqing was surrounded by many people. Whoosh, suddenly, the crowd dispersed and a young man walked over. It was the second young master of the Ting family. He was also followed by a few young masters from other big families. As soon as they entered, they pushed away the ordinary kings. The second young master of the Ting family's eyes lit up as he looked at Murong Qingqing and the others. When he saw Zhao Zhirua and Xiaoling Er, his eyes also lit up. Then, the smile on his face became wider. 3 stunning beauties, looks like I'm really lucky. However, in the end, he still stared at Murong Qingqing. Fairy, we meet again. The second young master of the Ting family said with a smile. Morong Qingqing looked at him and asked coldly, who are you? I don't know you. Ting Kuan, hurry up and leave. You're not welcome here. Xiao Ling also snorted coldly. It was obvious that she knew the person in front of her. Oh, isn't this little Princess Ling Er? I haven't seen her for a few days and little Princess Ling Er has become more beautiful. Ting Kuan's gaze shifted from Morong Qingqing to Xiao Ling Er. Moreover, he looked at her without the slightest scruple. Xiao Ling Er's face turned cold when she saw this scene. Xiao Kuang, who was standing at the side, shouted coldly, watch your dog eyes. Believe it or not, I'll dig them out for you, humph, try it. Ting Kuan looked at him and sneered. The Hong sect is powerful, but do you think the Ting family is afraid of you? Don't forget the status of the Ting family. If you dare to touch me, I can guarantee that you'll all die, so, hurry up and get lost. Don't you see that I'm talking to these beauties? Xiao Kuang's face darkened when he heard these arrogant words. The surrounding almighty kings felt their scalps go numb, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. This was because they knew what kind of existence the Ting family was. This was a big family, and an extremely terrifying one at that. The Ting family was not completely human, but a very special existence. They were a half-demon family. The Ting family was born from the union of the human and demon race. However, no one dared to underestimate them. This was because the Ting family's ancestor was an invincible king. An invincible king was even more terrifying than an almighty king. He was a top-notch expert. In an era where there were no saints, almost no one could fight against an invincible king. Therefore, the Ting family had a special status in the Ninely dynasty. Almost no one dared to offend them. Even young Master Qianshan, the son of the governor and the genius of the Yin-Yang sect, had to rope in the three young masters of the Ting family. Therefore, although the Hong sect was powerful, the Ting family was not afraid of them. Seeing that he had intimidated everyone, Ting Kuan once again looked at Morong Qingqing. He grabbed a cup of spirit wine from the tray of the maid beside him and handed it over. Come, fairy, let me buy you a drink. However, Morong Qingqing did not extend her hand. Instead, she looked at Ting Kuan coldly. It was an awkward scene. Ting Kuan's face darkened. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke in a low voice. Beauty, you must think carefully. Ting Kuan's followers behind him sneered. That's right. Brother Kuan is giving you face by offering you a drink. Don't you know that Brother Kuan is on the same level as the prince? It's your fortune to be chosen by Brother Kuan. Numerous voices sounded out, causing Zhao Zhirua and Xiao Ling Er's little faces to turn icy cold. Amongst them, Xiao Ling Er was even gnashing her teeth. Damn this guy. He's too despicable. I really want to beat him up. Oh, why isn't Brother Long here? If he's here, I'll teach him a lesson. Zhao Zhirua frowned. This guy is so ungrateful. How dare he threaten junior sister Qingqing? He's courting death. She snorted and was about to reveal Morong Qingqing's true identity. What was the Ting family? So what if they were on the same level as the prince? Their identities were not worth mentioning in front of Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing was the saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground and the future master of the Jade Lake. Her identity was on par with the crown prince of the imperial family. Apart from the crown prince, only the saints and saintesses of the other sacred grounds could be mentioned in the same breath. Even an ordinary prince would have a lower status in front of Morong Qingqing. Not to mention the Ting family in front of her. Therefore, she wanted to reveal Morong Qingqing's identity to scare these people. However, Morong Qingqing shook her head slightly. She did not intend to reveal her identity this time. If she came here as the Jade Lake Saint, she wouldn't have come alone. She would have brought a large number of people with her. There were two reasons why the sect had asked her to come here secretly. Firstly, it was to increase her experience. Secondly, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also hoped to secretly investigate the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, Morong Qingqing stopped him. In the next moment, a smile appeared on her face. Then, she reached out with her jade-like hand and caught the wine cup. Seeing this scene, everyone was startled, because Morong Qingqing's smile was simply too beautiful. The Ting family's second young master, Ting Kuan, was even more proud. If he could obtain such a peerless beauty, he would be incredibly lucky. However, Zhao Zhirua and Xiao Ling'er were dazed. Something was not right. Why would Morong Qingqing agree? While they were in a daze, the situation suddenly changed. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Ting Kuan's face instantly darkened. This was because after Morong Qingqing took the wine cup, she did not drink it. Instead, she waved her jade-like hand and poured all the spiritual wine on Ting Kuan's face. She wants to drink with me? She's not qualified. Poof, Ting Kuan's face was splashed with wine, and he was stunned on the spot. At this moment, not only was Ting Kuan stunned, but everyone was stunned as well. Zhao Zhirua and Xiao Ling'er were stunned. All the King Almighties and the lackeys behind them were also stunned. Then, they burst into shouts like a mountain torrent, screaming one after another. The lackeys also shouted, F***CK, Brother Kuan, are you alright? Ting Kuan's face was also gloomy. The aura on his body suddenly erupted, and like a divine rainbow, he charged towards Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing snorted coldly, and countless rays of light appeared on her body, forming a five-colored lotus flower that instantly blocked the attack. Crack, crack, crack. The void cracked open, and the terrifying energy caused many to vomit blood. On the side, Xiao Kuang activated his king's domain to protect Xiao Ling'er. Zhao Zhirua's body was also surrounded by light, and a ball of armor appeared. A battle was about to break out. Buzz, 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 countless runes lit up in the surroundings, and 8 beautiful women suddenly appeared. The one leading them was the woman in red who invited Lin Xian earlier. As soon as they appeared, they shouted, "Who dares to fight in the Moonflower Castle? Are you tired of living?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and did not dare to speak. The people in the distance also looked over. Even Yan Ryu and young Master Qianshan stopped talking. Young Master Qianshan looked into the distance and frowned. The young geniuses in the surroundings were also discussing. Damn, why are they fighting? Someone dares to fight Brother Teng. Are they tired of living? When the eldest and third young masters of the Ting family saw this scene, their figures flashed and instantly appeared in front of them. Second brother. Second brother. The two of them came in front of Ting Kuan. When they saw Ting Kuan's face covered in wine, they were both stunned. Then, their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Why? Do you want to fight? Seeing this, the woman in red's face darkened. No matter who you are, if you dare to fight here, you'll be punished by the Moonflower Castle. At this point, the woman in red's aura suddenly became fierce. Not only that, but terrifying runes flickered under her feet and condensed in the air. A terrifying killing formation spread out. Everyone's hearts trembled. Young Master Kuan, forget it. At this moment, young Master Qianshan also arrived. Not only him, but Yan Ryu also walked over. The crowd dispersed, and a group of dozens of people rushed over. These people were all young geniuses and young masters of large clans. They were very terrifying. At this moment, everyone was standing there. Of course, they were all on Ting Kuan's side. Only Xiao Ling'er and Zhao Zhirua were still standing beside Morong Qingqing. However, Morong Qingqing's expression was indifferent. So what if there's a magnificent army? She would not be afraid at all. As the saintess, her strength was unfathomable. Brother Teng, there's no need to fight here. Young Master Qianshan and the others walked over and hurriedly dissuaded him. That was because he knew very well how terrifying the Moonflower Castle was. Even he did not dare to be presumptuous there. Humph. Hearing this, Ting Kuan snorted coldly and put away his terrifying domain. Immediately, the light that filled the sky disappeared. All the King Almighties heaved a sigh of relief. The 5-colored lotus in front of Morong Qingqing also quickly rushed into her body and disappeared. When the people from the Moonflower Castle saw this scene, they said coldly. I'll say it again. No fighting is allowed here. If anyone disobeys, kill without mercy. No matter who you are, the Moonflower Castle is not afraid. After saying that, she ignored Ting Kuan and the others and looked at Morong Qingqing instead. Then, the woman in red smiled. The woman in red looked at Morong Qingqing and smiled. Fairy Morong, Lin Gongzi is chatting with my master and will be back soon. If there's anything, just call me. Alright, thank you. Morong Qingqing nodded. The woman in red left with her people. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, what's the relationship between these people and the Moonflower Palace? How could they be treated so politely by the Moonflower Palace? One had to know that the Moonflower Palace didn't even respect a terrifying family like the Ting family. One could imagine how powerful they were. However, Morong Qingqing was treated so respectfully. This shocked everyone, especially the third young master of the Ting family, who frowned slightly. Ting Kuan sneered. I underestimated you. Don't think that you can provoke me just because you have the support of the Moonflower Palace. Just you wait. When the banquet ends and you leave this palace, I'll see who can save you. When the time comes, I'll make you kneel and beg me. With that, Ting Kuan snorted and turned to leave. The eldest and third young masters of the Ting family looked at Morong Qingqing and the others with a sinister smile. Then, they left as well. Next, young Master Qianshan and the others also left. Junior sister, why didn't you tell them your identity and scare them to death? Let's see how arrogant they can be. Zhao Zhirua snorted. She naturally couldn't stand the arrogance of Ting Kuan and the others. What's the big deal? Isn't it just the invincible House of Kings? The Jade Lake Sacred Ground has produced a great emperor. They're not on the same level. However, Morong Qingqing shook her head. No, I can still fight against them without any identity. Besides, I came out this time to gain experience in the mortal world. Xiao Ling Xiao Kuang, and the others didn't know Morong Qingqing's true identity, so they said worriedly. Sister Morong, come with us later. Otherwise, I'm worried that those guys will attack you. Okay. Morong Qingqing smiled. She did not take this matter to heart. On the other side, young Master Qianshan invited Ting Kuan and the other 3 young masters of the Ting clan to the side. Damn it, I'm so angry, Ting Kuan gritted his teeth. The other party actually dared to spill wine all over his face. Since he was young, he had never suffered such a loss. This was a slap to his face. The Ting family's third young master scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that we can't fight here, they would have become my second brother's slaves long ago. Also, that kid actually dared to be so arrogant towards us when he was outside. At that time, he would deal with him as well. Of course, I want to see his beloved woman being tortured by me with my own eyes. Ting Kuan revealed a hideous smile. However, young Master Qianshan reminded them, don't let your guard down. Not long ago, that kid killed young Master Bai Yun and more than 10 peerless experts of my city lord mansion. It could be said that his strength was terrifying, and he acted without any scruples. What? There was actually such a thing. The Ting family's eldest young master and third young master were also astonished. Ting Kuan also took a deep breath, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. However, a cold smile soon appeared on his face. So what? No matter how powerful that kid is, I must kill him today. Also, I must let that B*TCH know how powerful I am. Gentlemen, if you can really get rid of them, I believe the White Cloud Mansion will be very grateful to you. Young Master Qianshan said in a deep voice. Is that so? The others sneered when they heard that. It seems like that kid is definitely going to die. How about this? Send out the 4 Jolie demons. What? You want to use them? The eldest young master was shocked when he heard Ting Kuan's words. Young Master Qianshan's eyes also lit up. Second brother, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? The third young master said. I'm doing this just in case. Ting Kuan took a deep breath. This time, I can't let them escape. Therefore, I can't allow any mistakes. Moreover, that kid is very powerful, and that B*TCH was able to block my attack just now. Come to think of it, she must be a genius too. It's not safe to let others do it, not to mention the people from the Hong sect. Therefore, no matter who the 4 Jolie demons are, they'll definitely die if we send them out. However, we need the permission of our clan leader to use them. No, we'll use our identities to forcefully control them. After this matter is settled, we'll apologize to our clan leader. Alright, I'll contact the 4 Jolie demons now. The eldest young master of the Ting family also took a deep breath. Since they had already decided on this matter, they would not go back on their words. Soon, they hurriedly contacted the clan leader. Fortunately, there were only the 3 young masters of the Ting family and young master Xianxia nearby. Otherwise, the others would definitely scream and be terrified if they heard it. This was because the 4 Jiuli demons were 4 very powerful demon kings of the Jiuli dynasty. Among them, the Great Demon and the Second Demon were peerless powerhouses. Although the 3 demons and the 4 demons were not peerless powerhouses, they were not far away. They were far more powerful than ordinary top-notch powerhouses. It could be said that the 4 of them were very terrifying when they joined forces. It would be easy for them to kill a peerless powerhouse. It could be said that they were more than enough to deal with a few young people. They would not be able to escape. Even if they were saints or princes, they would not be a match for the 4 Jiuli demons in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, how could these people be saints and princes? Therefore, they would definitely die. For a moment, these people sneered. In addition, in the secret chamber, Lin Xian still did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, he was drinking tea and chatting with Luoli. At this moment, Lin Xian asked again, "Oh right, do you know anything about the nest of 10,000 dragons?" About the nest of 10,000 dragons? Luoli was stunned when he heard this. Then, he said, "I know a little." Seeing Lin Xian's expectant gaze, Luoli hurriedly explained. According to our intelligence, the beast tide of the Jiuli dynasty this time is related to the nest of 10,000 dragons. It seems that these demons are preparing for something. It seems that it should be related to the 10,000 dragons' annihilation. Moreover, the demons' influence is very wide, and many people from the human race have dealings with them. Among them, there are half-demon clans and some human clans that have been bribed by them. It seemed that the nest of 10,000 dragons would appear soon. At that time, it was uncertain whether it would be a blessing or a curse. There were actually humans who colluded with the demons. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this matter to be so complicated. But then, he asked again, "Well, aren't there countless treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons?" Although that was the case, there was another rumor. That was the nest of 10,000 dragons, the place where the dragons were buried. Legend had it that these dragons were not dead, but asleep. If this legend was true, these dragons would awaken when the nest of 10,000 dragons opened this time. Luoli didn't say anything else, but a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. The dragon race was a legendary existence. If they were to revive, what kind of earth-shattering changes would it bring? In the end, the dragon race was also a type of demon race. In the end, would the dragon race support the humans or revive the demon race? It was still an unknown. Therefore, it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Brother Xian, didn't you have a dragon by your side?" Hearing this, the crimson dragon poked its head out of the black earth. "Little girl, why are you looking for me?" Seeing this scene, Luoli was shocked, but she quickly recovered. She looked at the crimson dragon and said in a deep voice, "You should know how terrifying the dragon race is. Although the human race is prosperous now, in ancient times, the human race was very weak. At that time, the myriad races were at their peak. The human race was only one of them. Other than that, there were many powerful races. The dragon race was one of them. If these terrifying races were to revive, it was unknown whether the human race would be able to resist them." Powerful races? What were they? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know about these ancient secrets. Luoli seemed to know a little. She said that there were too many races in the myriad ancient races. The most powerful ones, other than the dragon race, were the Tianji race, the spirit race, the light race, the Kuanping race, the Xianxia race, and so on. In short, there were a lot of them. Most of these races were demon race. Were there really so many myriad ancient races? Lin Xian was shocked. Luoli nodded. In the past, there were countless heads in our heavenly court. Among them, there were the dragon race. There were also the spirit race and the Tianji race. For example, Xianxia, Sky Ant, and so on. The heads of all kinds of strange shapes were all over the ground. Those were the heads of saints. It was said that in hell, there was a wall that was completely piled up with the heads of the terrifying myriad ancient races. Hearing this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the ancient god of killers, he was indeed terrifying. But soon, he frowned. Originally, he wanted to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons because he wanted to obtain the treasures inside. But now, it seemed that it was extremely dangerous inside. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. After all, that was the legendary treasure trove. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian prepared to leave. Because Morong Qingqing and the others were still outside. Older brother Xian, if you have any difficulties, you can come find me. If you want to kill any experts, you can also come here for a mission. Don't worry, I won't be courteous if it's useful. Lin Xian smiled and left. Looking at Lin Xian's back as he left, Luo Li said indifferently, I really want to be with you. However, there are restrictions in my body. I'm afraid I'll never be able to leave this paradise. On the other side, Lin Xian left the room. There were 4 women waiting outside. They took Lin Xian away from the core area. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the hall below. It was still bustling outside, but when Lin Xian came out, all eyes were on him. Their eyes were filled with shock, surprise, and a trace of fear. The crowd automatically made a path for him. At this moment, not only the cultivators in the city, but even the cultivators outside were terrified. What a joke. Someone who could establish a relationship with the Moonflower Palace was definitely not simple. Not everyone had such a strong background like the Ting family's young master Qianshan. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to provoke him. Of course, there were also people who sneered and gloated. This was because they knew that this kid was doomed. Lin Xian killed young master Bai Yun, and Morong Qingqing offended the young master of the Ting family. Whether it was the White Cloud Mansion or the Ting family, they were extremely terrifying. Even if this kid in front of them had the protection of the Moonflower Palace, no one would be able to save them once they left this place. Lin Xian ignored these people's gazes and strode over to Morong Qingqing and the others. Lin Xian said, sorry for the wait. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Xiao Ling'er said, Big brother Lin, why are you only here now? Seriously, I'm so angry just now. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked, who made Ling'er angry? Humph, it's not me. It's someone who has designs on big sister Miss Seductress. Xiao Ling'er was fuming with anger as she recounted the events from before. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. Someone actually dared to have designs on Morong Qingqing when he was not around and even dared to threaten them. They were courting death, a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. At the side, Zhao Zhirua reminded him, be careful. That person is the young master of the Ting family. The Ting family is the invincible house of kings. They're very terrifying. Moreover, they have many allies here. This time, you can't act rashly. If you really can't, you can ask the Moonflower Palace to escort you away. To be honest, Zhao Zhirua was really worried. Moreover, she now knew that there was an even more terrifying Taiyu dynasty behind them. Of course, she hoped that Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing could leave this place safely. Thank you for your concern, senior sister Zhirua. Lin Xian said. However, soon after, he changed the topic and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. Cultivators like us never shrink from a battle. Since the other party dares to cause trouble, I won't be polite either. Let's go, Qingqing. I'll take revenge for you. Lin Xian held Morong Qingqing's small hand. Morong Qingqing smiled faintly. Okay. She followed Lin Xian and walked forward. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ling'er was extremely excited. Great, I can finally take revenge. Previously, she was very dissatisfied with the Ting family. Xiao Kuang snorted coldly. If necessary, he would also take action. That was because he had long wanted to take action. Zhao Zhirua sighed. Forget it, there's no need to persuade him. He even dared to kill the Golden Lion King, let alone the cultivators of the Ting family. I wonder what will happen. Thinking of this, she quickened her footsteps and followed. Whoosh, seeing Lin Xian and the others walking into the distance, the surrounding King Almighties discussed animatedly. They immediately made way. However, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xian and the others. Where is this kid going? Is he thinking of leaving? I think it's possible. After all, he provoked the Ting family. He can't afford to offend them. Leaving now is the best way. What a joke, that's not an exit. It seems that he's going to look for the young master of the Ting family. I also think that's possible. With his character, he won't leave just like that. Don't forget about young Master Baiyun. Many people discussed animatedly. In the next moment, they also followed behind Lin Xian. For a moment, the crowd surged forward like a dark cloud. Naturally, the people in front also noticed this scene, so they all turned their heads. When they saw Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others, their eyelids twitched wildly. Humph. Ting Kuan, the second young master of the Ting family, naturally saw this and scoffed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he let go of the beauty in his arms and turned around to look behind him. Apart from him, the eldest young master of the Ting family, the third young master of the Ting family, young master Qian Shan, and the other young masters of the major families also came over. These people formed a powerful force. The air instantly condensed, and a terrifying invisible pressure pressed down on Lin Xian's courage. The pressure formed by these people joining forces was terrifying. Sure enough, in an instant, the expressions of all the King Almighties changed, and they retreated one after another. No one could withstand the pressure. In fact, they were worried that Lin Xian would be crushed in an instant. Lin Xian felt the pressure, but he scoffed and activated his great dragon sword soul. Buzz, a terrifying dragon's might was released, offsetting the terrifying pressure in front of him. The sound of ice and snow melting could be heard in the sky, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. Humph. Seeing this, Ting Kuan's face became even gloomier. Young Master Qian Shan also had a grave look in his eyes. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Opposite him, a beautiful woman also stared at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. She was Yan Ruyu. Lin Xian looked at Yan Ruyu, then the corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled. Long time no see. He did not directly acknowledge the other party, but used this method. This way, if the other party was really Zhao Shui, she would definitely understand what he meant. After hearing this, Yan Ruyu smiled faintly but did not say anything. Her beautiful eyes became even more profound. Everyone around was stunned. What's going on? Does this fella know Yan Ruyu too? Oh God, how is this possible? Who exactly is this? Young Master Qian Shan, the Ting family's young master, and the others also frowned. Among them, Ting Kuan even scoffed coldly. Fella, don't pretend to be mysterious. How could you know Fairy Yan? Why, are you here to die? Or are you here to beg for mercy? At this point, he sneered. It wasn't just him. The people around him were all looking at Lin Xian with sneers on their faces. Young Master Qian Shan waved his fan and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold. He wanted to see how this kid would deal with today's situation. Brat, you are very arrogant. I originally wanted to look for you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come here. Very well, tell me, how do you want to settle this? If you want to apologize, you have to kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Also, give me your woman to play with for 2 days. I can spare your life. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, everyone laughed. They wanted to see what the other party would do. Would he really hand over the woman obediently? When Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Very well, let's do as you say. Now, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. Also, ask your mother to come over. I'll play with her for 2 days, I can spare your life. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. The faces of the Ting family's 3 young masters darkened at once. Damned brat, what did you say? The Ting family's 3rd young master roared ferociously, and a piercing killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was like a demonic sword that instantly pierced through the void. The Ting family's eldest young master and 2nd young master's faces were even gloomier. They were like raging volcanoes that would erupt at any time. The others were also shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian sneered. Why, am I allowed to insult others? Can't I insult you, or are you born noble and superior? I said, obediently do as I say, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, today will be the day you die, you are courting death. Tin Kuan was also furious. No one had ever dared to insult him like this. Today, he must kill the other party. How dare you, presumptuous, how dare you speak to young Master Ting like this? Quickly slap him, kneel down and kowtow, otherwise, you are dead. The few young men behind Tin Kuan sneered. Their voices were like thunder that resounded in all directions. The others also glared angrily and emitted cold killing intent. However, without exception, no one made a move. This was because this was the Moonflower Castle, and there were rules that forbade fighting. Even an almighty would be killed if they made a move, let alone them. No one dared to break this rule. Young fella, I know you have the support of the Moonflower Castle, which is why you dare to be so unscrupulous. Tin Kuan said coldly, his eyes burning with anger. A layer of terrifying flames appeared on his body. So what? You can't stay here forever. As long as you dare to take a step out of here, I can guarantee that you will end up miserably. I will torture you for the rest of your life, and you will beg for death. This is the consequence of provoking me. The Ting family's eldest young master and third young master also snorted coldly. The killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered in disdain. Why, you only dare to threaten but don't dare to make a move. Looks like you are really useless. How dare you be so arrogant? What a joke. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. After Tin Kuan heard this, he even snorted coldly. Young fella, don't play tricks, we all know the rules here. I won't give you a chance, and I won't let the Moonflower Castle make a move either. Just wait, the banquet will end soon, and your death will come. Damn it, this guy didn't fall for it. Xiao Ling'er waved her fist angrily, and beside her, Zhao Zhirua also had a solemn expression. Lin Xian sneered. Why, do you think I said those words to make you break the rules? Do you think I dared to come here because of the Moonflower Castle? Of course. If it wasn't for the Moonflower Castle, you would be a dead man by now. Do you think you can still stand? The third young master of the Ting family shouted coldly, and the eldest young master of the Ting family also snorted coldly. The young geniuses around them also sneered. Lin Xian smiled. Looks like the incident with young Master Bai Yun didn't teach you a deep enough lesson. If that's the case, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. What? He was going to make a move. Everyone around was shocked, and young Master Qiansan also frowned. Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked very expectant. On the other hand, Xiao Ling'er, Zhao Zhirua, and the others were a little worried. Although they knew that Lin Xian had a special relationship with the people of the Moonflower Castle, they were afraid that he could not break the rules so obviously. After all, if the rules were broken, the prestige of the Moonflower Castle would be reduced by a lot in the future. The Ting family naturally understood this logic. Therefore, they sneered in disdain. Young fella, you still dare to make a move, who do you think you are? Do you think you can break the rules here just because you have a little relationship? They snorted in disdain, and they did not believe it at all. The young men behind Tin Kuan were even more arrogant. They stood out from the crowd, came in front of Lin Xian, and said arrogantly. Come, come, come. I'm standing here, try and touch me. They stood out from the crowd, came in front of Lin Xian, and said arrogantly. Come, come, come. I'm standing here, try touching me. Tin Kuan, young Master Qianshan, and the others had cold gazes. They were also looking forward to it. As long as the other party attacked, they would have an excuse. Even the people from Moonflower Palace had no choice but to come out and punish Lin Xian, because this was the rule, a rule that could not be broken. I've seen people run fast when snatching treasures. But this is the first time I've seen people in a hurry to die. Since you guys are in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With that said, Lin Xian waved his palm. Slap. Slap. Slap, the crisp sound of a slap rang out, shaking the void. The tens of millions of cultivators in the distance all heard it. In the next moment, they were shocked. They were in an uproar. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Because in front of them, 3 arrogant young men were slapped to the face and directly slapped to the ground. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had happened. And their faces were completely deformed. Their teeth were broken all over the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. What, he attacked? He really attacked. How dare he? Could it be that he wants to break the rules of Moonflower Palace? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared ahead in disbelief. One had to know that in the past, when a peerless almighty made a move here, they were mercilessly killed. Although the kid in front of them had some relationship with Moonflower Palace, in order to maintain their dignity, Moonflower Palace absolutely did not allow anyone to make a move here. In their opinion, this kid was too daring. He's dead meat. You. The three young geniuses were slapped to the ground, and they were very angry. They roared crazily and struggled. A terrifying light surged from their bodies. They wanted to attack. How could they endure being slapped in public? But in the next moment, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Why, you dare to attack? Then try it. Buzz, hearing this, the three geniuses' attack stopped in midair. The light on their bodies also dimmed. Indeed, they did not dare to attack. Although the other party had broken the rules, it did not mean that they could break the rules. They did not dare to offend Moonflower Palace. Pung pung pung, just as the three of them were hesitating, Lin Xian lifted his leg and kicked the three of them. The three of them felt as if they were struck by lightning, as if 3 mountains were pressing down on them. Countless bones in their bodies were broken, and they were sent flying. Everywhere they passed, the void shattered. Ah! 3 screams were heard as the three of them crashed into Liang Kuan and the others. Pung! The three of them were caught by countless warriors. However, they discovered that the three of them were severely injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. What? This brat was too arrogant. He actually dared to act so brazenly in the Moonflower Castle, everyone was discussing animatedly. Zhao Zhirua and the others gasped. Young Master Qianshan, Ting Kuan, and the others had gloomy looks in their eyes. However, at this moment, Ting Kuan sneered. Originally, I wanted to do it myself. But now, it seems that I don't need to do it. You've broken the rules here, so you'll definitely die. Liang Kuan looked at Lin Xian with a cold gaze that was as sharp as a blade. Too stupid. Young Master Qianshan shook his head with disdain. The young geniuses behind them sneered. The eldest and third young masters of the Ting family also sneered in disdain. Idiot, let's see how you'll die later. Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes flickered and were extremely deep. She looked at Lin Xian with an inexplicable aura in her eyes. Is that so? Do you think you can predict everything? Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian smiled. Alright, let's see if I'm the one who will be killed today or you. As he said that, he took a step forward and grabbed at the front again. His palm transformed into a terrifying golden lion that pounced forward. Fearless Lion Seal, under the effect of Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul, the war tribe's great divine ability was displayed to perfection. Light flickered in the sky, and terrifying energy surged. A golden lion descended from the sky like a golden Buddha that could suppress everything. That power made even the mighty figures tremble in fear. You're courting death. Seeing this, Ting Kuan roared angrily, and his eyes were filled with anger. His opponent actually dared to attack him. He really could not tolerate it. In the end, he did not make a move and instantly disappeared on the spot. Boom! The golden lion pounced down with its claw, tearing the void apart and creating a large black crack. However, it did not injure Ting Kuan. Nevertheless, the terrifying energy shockwave caused many martial artists behind Ting Kuan to vomit blood. Young Master Qianshan, the eldest and third young masters of the Ting family were also affected. Buzz, they quickly defended, and a bright light screen lit up in front of them, blocking the energy shockwave. What divine ability is that? It's too terrifying. Sensing the power of the golden lion, everyone's expression changed. Young Master Qianshan and the eldest young master of the Ting family also had gloomy expressions. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. In the void, Ting Kuan's figure also appeared. Brat, you've completely angered me. Later, I'll definitely torture you to death. Torture my ass. Ben Huang has long disliked you. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon also came out of the black earth. It landed beside Lin Xian, waved its dragon claws, pointed at the void above, and said ferociously. Damn it, come over here if you dare. Ben Huang will roast you and eat you. To be honest, he was really angry. The other party was only an ordinary prodigy, yet he dared to be arrogant in front of them. Had he repeatedly threatened to kill him? How could the Crimson Dragon tolerate that? Therefore, at this moment, he naturally had to counterattack. Humph. Where did this snake come from? How dare it be so presumptuous here? Ting Kuan's face was gloomy. Being threatened by a snake was like a slap to his face. Therefore, in the next moment, a terrifying pressure rose from his body. Although he could not attack, using his pressure to kill the other party should not be against the rules here. Boom, boom. Boom, the invisible pressure enveloped the Crimson Dragon. Even an ordinary mighty figure would not be able to withstand it. The Crimson Dragon sneered disdainfully. He was a dragon, and the pressure of the Dragon clan was even more terrifying than that of a peerless mighty figure. How dare the other party compete with me in terms of pressure? What an idiot. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly, and his body also emitted a terrifying dragon pressure. Boom. Boom, the other party's pressure was instantly shattered. Not only that, the terrifying dragon pressure surged directly towards Ting Kuan. Attack. Ting Kuan left his original spot and appeared in another direction. However, his complexion turned incomparably ugly. How dare you attack me? Ting Kuan gritted his teeth. Since when did a snake dare to be rude to me? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. So what if I attack you? Ben Huang will test you. Besides, you're the King snake. I'm a dragon. Do you know, dragon? Hearing this, everyone frowned. They were extremely puzzled because the pressure that the other party had emitted was too terrifying. There was indeed a trace of dragon pressure. However, they did not think that the Crimson Dragon was a real dragon. After all, no one had ever seen a real dragon. In their opinion, the Crimson Dragon might be a horned dragon with the bloodline of the dragons or some other rare species. But even so, it was still shocking enough. Ting Kuan's face was also gloomy. He sneered. A horned dragon? Fine. I'll roast you and have a taste of what a horned dragon tastes like. What? You want to eat Ben Huang? The Crimson Dragon was furious. Ben Huang will spit all over your face. As it said that, it opened its mouth and spat in front of it. The saliva that filled the sky turned into a Milky Way and swept forward. It was terrifying as it enveloped the entire sky. Puff, Ting Kuan did not have anywhere to flash this time, so he was sprayed all over his face and clothes. The saliva was extremely smelly and had a strange smell. Ting Kuan's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Below, Xiao Linger and the others laughed because the scene was too comical. Many people in the crowd could not help but laugh. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. This was because Ting Kuan's body was emitting a terrifying killing intent that pierced through the void like a god of death. Black holes appeared in the sky one after another. It was terrifying, as if the world was about to be destroyed. That aura made the scalps of tens of millions of martial artists go numb. Damned reptile, you're courting death. Ting Kuan was furious. Why? You're not convinced, you're unhappy? Go ahead and attack, see if Ben Huang won't slap you to death. The Crimson Dragon was extremely arrogant, like an old monster that had no scruples. Humph. Lin Xian also sneered. It just so happens that there are some things that I can't say, so I can let the Crimson Dragon do it. This time, the other party would probably be angered to death. Look at how skinny you are. You probably won't have much meat even if I beat you up. How about this, you can be my pet. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws. Be my human pet and serve Ben Huang well. If you serve me well, Ben Huang can teach you one or two great abilities of the dragons. Puff, hearing this, Ting Kuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Apart from him, the Ting family's eldest young master and third young master were also driven mad. The third young master was relatively young, only 18 or 19 years old. He was young and full of vigor. How could he endure such humiliation? Therefore, in the next moment, he roared, "Damn it, I'll definitely kill you." He really couldn't hold it in anymore. Wang, the energy in his body suddenly erupted like a volcano, sweeping out in all directions. The entire sky was like a piece of cloth, rustling as cracks appeared in countless places. As soon as this terrifying aura appeared, everyone's expression changed. That was because this power had actually reached the almighty realm. This was simply too shocking. It was worth noting that the Ting family's third young master was only 18 or 19 years old. Despite being so young, he could unleash the power of an almighty being. It was indeed shocking. He could be said to be a young genius. Not good, however, the expressions of Ting Kuan, young master Qian Shan, and the others changed. Although the Ting family's third young master was formidable, he might not be able to resist his opponent. They wanted to save him. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Another resplendent slap rang out between the heavens and the earth. Then, a figure was sent flying, smashing through the void. At this moment, everyone spat out mouthfuls of saliva. This was because the domineering third young master of the Ting family was sent flying, and his teeth were shattered all over the ground. His entire face was deformed. His body floated into the distance like a kite with a broken string. Lin Xian slowly put down his hand with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Shocked, extremely shocked. At this moment, the tens of millions of martial artists seemed to have been petrified. They realized that Lin Xian was really too valiant. His speed and power were so fast that they could not capture him at all. Even many of the older generation figures were extremely shocked. On the other hand, the Ting family's eldest young master and Ting Kuan roared angrily. Their bodies swayed, and they instantly appeared in the distance. They helped the third young master up. The third young master's face was deformed, and his teeth were broken. Blood dyed his clothes red. Ah! The third young master roared, and his body emitted a dazzling light. In the next moment, his deformed face returned to normal. The teeth that had fallen out also grew back. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. The third young master roared crazily like a mad beast. He had never suffered such a loss before. He was sent flying by a slap in public. If he did not take revenge, how could he live in the future? Third brother. Don't be impulsive. The Ting family's eldest young master held the third young master down. It was very disadvantageous for them to make a move in this situation. They had to endure it. Everything would be easy once they left the Moonflower Castle. Big brother, second brother, don't worry about me. I'll definitely kill him. At this moment, the Ting family's third young master had a crazed look on his face. His eyes were red, and boundless flames appeared on his body, burning fiercely. At this moment, he was like a wild dog. Brat, you forced me to do this. Today, I'll definitely kill you. The Ting family's third young master quickly formed a seal with his hands. Dense blood-red veined patterns appeared on his body, and a violent power instantly surged out. As soon as this power was released, the surrounding space instantly shattered. It could not withstand it at all. So powerful. His power had doubled. This must be the Ting family's secret technique. Everyone was shocked. This secret technique was too powerful. Sure enough, in the face of this energy shock wave, everyone turned pale and frantically retreated. In fact, there was even a vacuum in the field. In the field, only Lin Xian and the others stood calmly. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were peerless God-favored ones, so they were not afraid of the terrifying energy shock wave at all. Their bodies emitted a misty light screen that blocked all of the shock waves. Whoosh! Brat, I'll kill you. The Ting family's third young master roared furiously. He stomped his foot and broke the void as he charged over. He was as fast as lightning. He even pulled out a blood-red longsword. As soon as the sword was drawn, a sea of blood spread in the surroundings. Countless vengeful spirits appeared in the space as if they had turned into hell. The evil blood sword, this was a top-notch treasure sword. It was the Ting family's famous treasure sword. They did not expect it to be in the hands of the Ting family's third young master. Many people exclaimed. It was obvious that they had also heard of this sword's reputation. When the longsword was swung, a blood-red sword chi appeared in the sky and slashed downward. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz, upon seeing this, Lin Xian scoffed. He swayed his feet and disappeared on the spot. Whoosh, he appeared in the void above the Ting family's third young master. What? So fast? The Ting family's third young master's scalp went numb. He did not expect his opponent to be faster than before. He could not believe it. After all, now that he had used a secret technique, his strength had doubled, and his speed had doubled as well. Even so, he could not keep up with his opponent's speed. How is this possible? Ah! Soon, he screamed in agony. This was because a foot had stepped on his back. The force directly broke his entire back. Countless muscles collapsed, and his bones were broken. Blood spurted out, and a huge force hit his body. Damn it! Block it! After the Ting family's third young master was enraged, a set of fiery red armor instantly appeared on his body. At the same time, countless red flames burned on the armor and turned into fire dragons that wrapped around Lin Xian, trying to burn him. Boom, however, everything was useless. The Ting family's third young master screamed in agony. The armor on his body shattered, and the sea of fire disappeared. Under this foot, he was like an ant that could not resist at all. Boom, he landed on the ground, and there was a shocking vibration. Countless runes lit up on the ground, forming a terrifying defensive formation. Otherwise, this attack could definitely penetrate the ground and create a 10,000-meter deep abyss. Ah! The Ting family's third young master screamed crazily. The foot was still on his body, making him unable to move at all. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all impacted. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The Ting family's eldest young master and Ting Kuan roared, "Damn it, let go of my third brother." They were shocked and furious. They did not expect the other party to be so strong that he could instantly injure their third brother. The other party dared to be so heavy-handed. This was unbearable for them. You want to save him? Sure, kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times, and I'll spare his life. You're courting death. The eldest young master and Ting Kuan's faces darkened. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. You only have one chance. Since you missed it, don't blame me. As he spoke, he exerted force with his foot, and an unparalleled force surged out, instantly crushing the Ting family's third young master's body. Boom, countless blood mists filled the air and sprayed in all directions. The ground was instantly dyed red, and all the King Almighties in the surroundings were stunned. They could not believe it. What did this fella do? He actually killed the Ting family's third young master. Oh God, is he not afraid of the Ting family's revenge? Everyone went crazy. Because this scene was too shocking, they didn't dare to believe it. One had to know that fighting was not allowed in the Moonflower Palace. Lin Xian actually dared to fight here without any scruples. More importantly, he killed the Ting family's third young master. The Ting family was the invincible house of kings. It was extremely terrifying. The third young master of the Ting clan had a noble status, and almost no one dared to provoke them. In the past, a few top-notch mighty figures had set their eyes on the Ting family's third young master's treasure and wanted to secretly snatch it, but they were directly killed by the family's peerless powerhouses. Not only that, but they also directly destroyed the sects of these 3 top almighties, causing a huge commotion. At that time, this matter caused a stir in the Ninely dynasty. Everyone knew about it. Therefore, from then on, almost nobody dared to offend the Ting family. Now, someone actually killed someone from the Ting family. He even killed the Ting family's third young master. Wasn't this poking a hole in the sky? They dared not imagine how the Ting family would react once they found out about this. More importantly, the other 2 young masters of the Ting family were here. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. The Ting family's eldest young master and Ting Kuan were furious. They roared crazily. Young Master Qianshan and the others were also stunned. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to make a move. Boom, the Ting family's eldest young master roared, and his body emitted a terrifying light. His eyes pierced through the void and fixed on Lin Xian. In the next moment, a blue long saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Boom, on the other side. Multicolored light filled the sky, and Ting Kuan's black hair danced wildly like a demon god. A black long spear appeared in his hand, and he directly stabbed forward. The sky instantly shattered. The two young geniuses of the Ting family finally could not hold it in anymore. They finally made a move. Boom boom boom, the void was instantly shattered, and terrifying energy instantly engulfed Lin Xian. The tens of millions of martial artists in the surroundings retreated frantically. They did not dare to imagine that someone would dare to ignore the rules of the Moonflower Castle and make a move here. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the Moonflower Castle did not stop them this time. What were they trying to do? Could it be because of Lin Xian? These people did not know that their attention had long been attracted by the battle in front. Looking at the two terrifying attacks, the faces of Xiao Linger, Zhao Zhirua, and the others changed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered. Buzz. He directly pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed forward. Boom, in the sky, a sword light slashed out. Clang, in the next moment, the green long saber was broken in half. Not only that, but the eldest young master of the Ting family also vomited blood and retreated with a face full of shock. Buzz, the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung again and collided with the black long spear. The sound of metal colliding was like thunder, and it spread in all directions. Everyone's scalps went numb when they heard it. Ting Kuan's pupils constricted in an instant. He felt a huge force coming from the long spear. It shook his arm until it went numb, and the qi and blood in his body surged. Damn it! How can the other party be so strong? He roared and wanted to counterattack again. However, something happened that shocked him. His black long spear, a top-grade treasure weapon, was broken in half in an instant. Boom, the terrifying force blasted on his body, and he kept vomiting blood. What? Everyone was stunned. In an instant, two top-grade treasures were broken, and two young geniuses were injured. Oh God, what kind of strength is this? They could not believe it. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with their scalps going numb. Even young Master Qianshan's face became gloomy. Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a beautiful smile that was full of mystery. Damn brat, you're going too far. The eldest young master of the Ting family and Ting Kuan roared crazily. They stopped in their tracks, looking extremely disheveled. Nevertheless, they looked at each other and attacked again. This time, they took out two high-grade treasures. Not only that, but they also unleashed the power in their bodies to the extreme. Their bodies emitted a biting cold light like a sun. Boom, the eldest young master of the Ting family had a huge golden cauldron above his head. Thousands of golden auras hung down and imprisoned the entire sky. The golden cauldron was like an immemorial divine mountain that pressed down fiercely. The void shattered in an instant, and terrifying cracks spread toward Lin Xian. On the other side, Ting Kuan pulled out a long sword. The sword qi danced and formed a divine ring that shone in the air. Humph, looking at the two attacks, Lin Xian sneered in disdain. He waved the ancient sword in his hand and walked forward like a sword god. When he swung his sword, heaven and earth trembled. Everyone in the main hall was terrified. They realized that their bodies were stiff, and the blood and power in their bodies seemed to be frozen. Moreover, the dazzling sword light in the sky made their bodies hurt as if they were being split apart. Boom, boom. The ancient sword swept out and split the golden cauldron in half. The green longsword was also broken into pieces. The Ting family's eldest young master and Ting Kuan vomited blood and were sent flying again. However, this time, Lin Xian did not let them go. He swayed his body and instantly arrived in front of them like a god fiend. At the same time, he slapped with his palm. With a crack, the Ting family's eldest young master was enveloped by the palm. Ah! The Ting family's eldest young master roared crazily, and a terrifying light surged from his body. A golden armor appeared. On top of that, a pagoda rushed out from his body and firmly protected him. Boom, even so, it did not seem to be of much use. The pagoda's illusory image was smashed into pieces, and the armor on his body was also broken. Nevertheless, he took this opportunity to move his body horizontally. The terrifying palm wind swept across half of his body, causing his arm to be directly broken. Boom, the Ting family's eldest young master's body crashed into a pillar in the distance, causing the void to shake. Then, he fell to the ground and vomited blood. On the other side, Lin Xian swept out his right leg like a coiling dragon and aimed for Ting Kuan. Damn it, get lost. Ting Kuan threw away the broken sword in his hand and shouted as he punched with both fists. His terrifying fists were like mountains as they emitted a dazzling light. Boom! Next, he collided with the coiling dragon leg. With a bang, a terrifying tremor sounded in heaven and earth. Ting Kuan screamed in pain as his arms were broken and he was sent flying. In an instant, the two of them were severely injured. They trembled, and their hair was disheveled. Everyone around them was stunned. None of the tens of millions of martial artists said a word. The scene was silent. Even the young masters and peerless geniuses from the major clans gasped. Is he really just a young man? Why do I feel that the gap between us is so huge? We, the geniuses, are like ants in his hands that can be easily crushed. Even the princes and saints of the sacred grounds can't do this. What? Do you still want revenge? Lin Xian looked into the distance with a hint of disdain. The Ting family's eldest young master and Ting Kuan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were about to explode. But this time, they didn't dare to make a move. The other party was too strange. His strength far exceeded theirs, especially the sword in his hand, which was incomparably sharp. Even a top-grade treasure artifact could be split apart. They truly did not have the confidence to continue fighting with him. He was terrified. The young master of the Ting family was terrified, no one dared to believe it. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. What a piece of trash! Seeing that the two of them did not dare to fight, Lin Xian snorted in disdain. Then, he looked around. Soon, he spotted young Master Qian Shan and the others. There were about a dozen of them, all of whom were young geniuses. They were all in cahoots with the Ting family. Previously, when Lin Xian had come over, these people had mocked him and even threatened him. Now, it was time to return the favor. Lin Xian stared at the three young men. The three of you were very arrogant before. Didn't you say that you wanted me to kneel and accept my death? Now, say that again? Lin Xian looked ahead. The three young men trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. What's wrong? You don't dare to say it now? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. But do you think I'll let you go just because you don't dare to say it? Now, do as you said. Kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll let you go, otherwise, you'll end up like those good-for-nothings from the Ting family. Lin Xian's cold voice spread in all directions. Everyone's scalps went numb when they heard it. In the distance, the Ting family's eldest young master and Ting Kuan, who were struggling to stand up, vomited large mouthfuls of blood. They were so angry that they almost fainted. The three young men who were being stared at turned pale. They regretted it very much. Why did they have such a bad mouth back then? Why did they stand up for themselves? Now that they were targeted by this devil, they would probably lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. Nevertheless, it was impossible for them to kneel in public. They could not afford to lose face, and their families could not afford to lose face. Among them, one of the young men gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn brat, don't be too arrogant, you're valiant, but don't forget that we're all young masters from big families. Could it be that you think you can contend against our family? That's right." The young man next to him also roared, "If you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when the people from our families arrive, you'll be dead." Threaten me with our families? Do you think I'll be afraid? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Then, his body swayed, and he instantly appeared in front of the three young men. He raised his palm, which turned into the large hand of a green dragon, and slapped down hard. Bang! Bang, bang! The palm evolved in the sky and instantly enveloped the three young men. In an instant, a terrifying force slapped their faces and directly slapped them to the ground. Bang! A light flashed, and a terrifying airflow swept in all directions, causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat frantically. On the other hand, the three young men fell to the ground and kept twitching. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." The first young man stood up from the back, and a bright light erupted from his body. "Damn it! You've gone too far." The second young man also had a ferocious face. His eyes were bloodshot like a wild beast, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. "Everyone, join forces and kill him. I don't believe that he can fight all of us alone." The third young man roared angrily. He wanted to call for everyone to attack together and kill the powerful enemy in front of him. Alright, let's see who dares to attack. Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. Countless sword chi surrounded him, making him look like a god of death. However, there were still people who could not help but want to attack. In particular, the eldest young master of the Ting family and Ting Kuan at the back were surging secretly, ready to attack at any time. A chaotic battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, young Master Qianshan shouted coldly, "Stop! Everyone, stop!" Seeing young Master Qianshan appear, those people stopped and looked over. Young Master Qianshan said, "Everyone, please don't be impulsive. The rules of the Moonflower Castle are not so easy to break. Besides, there's no need for us to take this risk and show off for a while. Once we leave this place, everything will be different." There was a hint of reminder in his words. Therefore, after the surrounding geniuses heard this, they nodded slightly. Indeed, the devil in front of them was very terrifying. If they made a move, they might be killed. After all, the third young master of the Ting family was killed by the other party. The other party had no scruples. If they were killed, they would probably die in vain. If they left this place, they could gather the powerhouses of their clans. If it really did not work, they could also make a move without restraint. They did not believe that they could not kill the other party with all their strength. Therefore, these people did not take action. Lin Xian frowned and looked at young Master Qianshan. This guy is quite sinister. He wants to unite all the clans and attack me after the banquet. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. However, before Ting Qingshan made a move, young Master Qianshan spoke again. This time, he looked at Ting Qingshan. "Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the illusionary Flower Palace's support. Every single person here was a young master of a large family, a young genius. You can't afford to offend them, especially the three geniuses of the Ting clan. How dare you kill one of them? Do you know that you have committed a heinous crime, a heinous crime? Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. "So what? Are you going to punish me?" Lin Xian looked at young Master Qianshan. His eyes were like two divine swords that could pierce through everything. Young Master Qianshan felt a great pressure when he felt Ting Qingshan's gaze. It was as if his body was going to be penetrated. "Humph!" He snorted and a terrifying power rose in his body to resist the gaze. He could not be afraid in front of so many people, let alone lose face. Of course, he could not attack Ting Qingshan. Therefore, he said loudly in the next moment, "I must punish you, but I don't have to do it. Ting Jia's experts will take you away after you leave the illusionary Flower Palace." "Is that so? You still don't dare to attack? You are just a piece of trash. Do you think you are any different from them? Oh, right, you are a more sinister piece of trash." Lin Xian sneered and said provocatively. "Since you don't dare to attack, then get lost. Don't block my way." What? Everyone went crazy, not daring to believe their own ears. What did they see? What did they hear? The young man in front of them was scolding young Master Qianshan and asking him to get lost. Heavens, they were not dreaming, were they? For a moment, everyone went crazy. Young Master Qianshan's face darkened and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Ting Qingshan dared to scold him and ask him to get lost. This filled his heart with killing intent. If not for the rules of the Moonflower Castle, he dared to guarantee that the other party would already be a dead man. What kind of look is that? How dare you release your killing intent towards me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His figure flickered and appeared in front of them in an instant. The azure dragon palm in his hand smashed down once more. This palm strike was too fast and too sudden. Everyone was stunned. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would dare to make a move on young Master Qianshan. This was Qianshan City. Young Master Qianshan was even more shocked. There was actually someone who dared to attack him in Qianshan City. Wasn't this purely courting death? Therefore, for a moment, he was also stunned. Boom! The azure dragon hand shone like the sun and the moon. It crushed the void and enveloped young Master Qianshan. Sensing this terrifying aura, young Master Xianxia finally regained his senses. In the next moment, he retreated rapidly. At the same time, countless rays of light rushed out of his body in an attempt to resist. However, he was only resisting in a hurry, while Lin Xian was prepared. This azure dragon palm contained the power of the great dragon sword soul, which was extremely terrifying. In a hurry, young Master Xianxia could not block it at all. Therefore, in the next moment, the light curtain that he held up shattered, and the azure dragon palm slapped his face. Smack, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. Blood splattered in the air, and young Master Xianxia's body kept flying backward. Everyone was stunned. The tens of millions of martial artists' gazes followed young Master Xianxia's body into the distance. Then, with a bang, young Master Xianxia fell to the ground. Ah, damn brat! Young Master Xianxia stood up and roared crazily. His body was filled with a terrifying aura like tens of thousands of sword lights that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His cold eyes were filled with biting cold-killing intent. His eyes were red, and the temperature of the entire space instantly dropped as if they had returned to the world of ice. He was crazy, he was really crazy, he did not expect that someone would dare to attack him. Moreover, it was his face that was slapped. Was he courting death? He was young Master Xianxia, and this was Xianxia City. As long as he gave the order, countless experts would rush over. Who dared to be rude to him? In Xianxia City, he was the king. No matter how strong the enemy was, they had to lie down, but now, the young man in front of him was so arrogant. Not only did he confront him in public, but he even slapped him in the face. He could not stand it. Humph, however, Lin Xian did not seem to want to let him go. After the successful attack, his body swayed, and he appeared in front of young Master Xianxia again. The azure dragon palm in his hand slapped down mercilessly. The azure dragon palm shone with divine light like a dragon's head, and it let out a piercing roar. It shattered the entire void. Tens of millions of martial artists' blood boiled, and some of them could not help but want to kneel down. There was nothing he could do about it. This palm strike was simply too terrifying. Damn it, young Master Xianxia's pupils constricted. He did not expect that Su Mo would dare to attack him again. Moreover, Su Mo's speed was far beyond his imagination. He roared and resisted with all his strength because he could not afford to be slapped in the face again. Otherwise, he would not be able to establish himself in Xianxia City in the future. Buzz, young Master Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. It instantly enlarged in the air like a mountain, blocking in front of him to block Su Mo's attack. Boom, the azure dragon palm slapped the red bead, and a dazzling light burst out. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The King Almighties in the surroundings screamed. Many of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Their faces were pale. That attack was too terrifying. It was far beyond everyone's imagination. Crack, crack. Crack, however, to everyone's horror, the red bead in front of them was covered with countless cracks. Then, it collapsed and turned into pieces. The azure dragon hand, carrying boundless sword chi, fiercely slapped down. Smack, the palm slapped young Master Xianxia's face again, causing his face to be completely deformed. Puff, young Master Xianxia's teeth were broken, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. This time, he crashed into a pillar on the left, causing heaven and earth to shake. The terrifying void was shattered. Ah, damn brat. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, young Master Xianxia roared crazily. Endless light burst out from his body, causing his deformed face to return to normal. His teeth also grew out. At his level, as long as his soul was not destroyed or his body was seriously injured, he could recover. However, he could not tolerate being slapped in the face in front of everyone. Su Mo had not only slapped his face, but he had slapped it twice. This made him so angry that he vomited blood. He swore that he would kill Su Mo to relieve the hatred in his heart. Not only did the other party hit his face, but he did it twice. This made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He swore that he would kill the other party to relieve the hatred in his heart. Today, I will completely offend the Moonflower Palace. I will cut you down with my saber. Young Master Xianxia was really angry. He didn't hesitate to break the rules and attack. If the Moonflower Palace wanted to blame him, he would use the power of the City Lord Mansion to fight against them. If he couldn't win, he would fight to the death, but today, he had to take revenge. In the field, the ones who were still calm were Yan Ruyu and Murong Qingqing. These two stunning beauties had faint smiles on their faces. They were very calm. On the other hand, Zhao Zhirua and Xiao Linger, who were at the side, opened their beautiful eyes wide, and their cherry-like mouths were truly very big. They were really stunned. Xiao Kuang's face was also full of shock. To be honest, he usually thought that he was very arrogant and didn't put the world in his eyes. But now, he found that compared to Lin Xian, his arrogance was too gentle. At least, he didn't dare to break the rules of the Moonflower Palace, and he didn't dare to become enemies with so many young geniuses of the big clans. Among them, there were top geniuses like young Master Qianxia from the Ting family. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, was he going to become enemies with the whole Qianshan domain? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Xian made his move again. The azure dragon hand kept slapping, turning into countless palm shadows in the sky, completely enveloping young Master Qianxia. At the same time, he sneered and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, hurry up and attack. If you don't want to fight, then get out of my way." His cold voice sounded, making everyone's scalp tingle. Arrogant, he was really too arrogant. They had never seen such an arrogant person. This was defying the heavens. Ah! Young Master Qianshan roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering. At the same time, he waved his fist, forming a terrifying fist shadow. It collided with the azure dragon hand that filled the sky. In an instant, the void shattered, and countless cracks appeared. Violent energy swept in all directions. Thunder Snake Saber, on young Master Qianshan's body, terrifying lightning formed a thunder armor, or else it would form a terrifying domain around him. A snake-shaped saber appeared in the void, and he grabbed it. Crack, thunder and lightning exploded all over the sky, covering the entire sky. Boom, as the saber slashed down, 10,000 lightning bolts descended. The violent power made everyone hold their breaths. This was young Master Qianxia, who was very powerful. Even though the other party was young, he had already attained the strength of a top mighty being. It could be said that many of the older generation felt ashamed of their inferiority. Sure enough, when this saber slashed down, many martial artists were directly blasted to the ground by the shocking thunder, their bodies twitching. "Humph, you want to fight me with just you alone?" He really overestimated himself. Lin Xian coldly snorted, waving the ancient dragon source sword to attack again. The huge sword chi turned into a true dragon in the sky and slashed down. It directly tore apart the sea of thunder that filled the sky. Clang, the thunder snake saber and the ancient dragon abyss sword clashed together, emitting the sound of metal colliding. However, in an instant, the thunder snake blade began to tremble before shattering into pieces. What? How could this be? Young Master Qianshan was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. His thunder snake blade was extremely terrifying, but at this moment, it had actually shattered. How was this possible? What kind of sword was that? Damn it, he roared again, and the endless sea of thunder rolled, once again forming a terrifying thunder snake blade. However, it was useless. Lin Xian used the Wanton Sky Destroyer sword, and the terrifying sword chi ruthlessly descended. In the sky, countless sword chi descended, directly tearing apart the sea of thunder, and extinguishing all the aura. The thunder snake wild saber instantly collapsed. Poof, young Master Qianshan's king's domain was also suppressed, and countless cracks appeared. Even the thunder battle armor on his body quickly bounced off. In an instant, countless sword wounds appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. Ah, damn it! How could this be? I don't believe it. Young Master Qianshan roared crazily, his eyes filled with shock. He was a young genius. At such a young age, he already had the combat strength of a top mighty being. Other than those princes and saints, no one could suppress him. But now, he was actually beaten to the point that he could not fight back, and he was even injured. This was unacceptable to him. However, in the next moment, he roared crazily, "Damn kid, this is between you and me. I'll definitely kill you." As he spoke, the aura on his body also changed. It was no longer a sea of thunder that filled the sky, but yin and yang qi. One black and one white chi surrounded his body. One of his eyes turned black while the other turned white. It was an extremely strange sight. A terrifying and mysterious power appeared on his body. In an instant, it enveloped the entire space. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It's so strange. The people around him screamed. The Yin-Yang technique was the cultivation technique of the Yin-Yang sect. That's right. Young Master Qian Shan was not only the young master of the city lord's mansion, but he was also a prodigy of the Yin-Yang sect. The Yin-Yang sect was an unparalleled sect. It was extremely terrifying. The Yin-Yang qi that was cultivated in the sect had a mysterious connection with heaven and earth. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. It seemed that young Master Qian Shan was really angry. Otherwise, he would not have used the Yin-Yang qi. It's over. That kid is probably dead meat. No one can withstand the Yin-Yang technique. The Yin-Yang sect? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Naturally, he knew that in the middle ground, other than the 9 imperial dynasties, there were also unparalleled sections. The Yin-Yang sect was one of them. Its strength and status were equivalent to the sacred grounds of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, he knew that the Yin-Yang sect was not an ordinary unparalleled sect. It was an extremely terrifying one. That was because the Yin and Yang qi were the two origin energies of heaven and earth. One could imagine how confident and terrifying the Yin-Yang sect was if they dared to cultivate that cultivation technique. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. In fact, he was looking forward to it. That was because he had never fought anyone from the Yin-Yang sect. Let me see what's so special about the legendary Yin-Yang sect. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked again. You'll see, not only that, but you'll also kneel at my feet. I'll make you beg for death. Young Master Qian Shan roared angrily, and the Yin and Yang qi on his body became even more terrifying. At that moment, he looked extremely strange. Half of his body was extremely pale, while the other half was as black as ink. The Yin-Yang saber. With a furious roar, the black and white qi on young Master Qian Shan's body surged out and formed 2 long sabers in front of him. One of them was as white as snow, while the other was as black as ink. They were the Yin saber and the Yang saber. Kill! Young Master Qian Shan held the Yin saber in his hand and turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning as he charged forward. That was the Yin-Yang sect's grand theurgy. It was extremely terrifying. The Yin and Yang qi in the sky rolled over, and the terrifying saber light cut the entire space open. At that moment, young Master Qian Shan was like the god of death from hell. He was unstoppable. Be careful, kid. The Crimson Dragon reminded him. Lin Xian nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he sensed the sharp saber light in front of him. Then, he was surprised. The white saber should be the Yang saber, which could absorb the vitality in his body. The black saber should be the Yin saber, which could increase the death qi in his body. One could deprive vitality, and the other could increase the death qi. When used together, they could kill the enemy quickly. As expected of a peerless sect, their divine powers were indeed magical. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he swung the ancient dragon abyss sword again, and the chaotic heaven destroyer sword flew out quickly. In the sky, the chaotic sword qi and the terrifying Yin-Yang saber collided, making an earth-shattering sound. The entire space was filled with incomparable light. Stop struggling. It's useless, you can't withstand my Yin-Yang saber. Young Master Qian San sneered and charged at Su Hao like a demon. Is that so? Not necessarily. Lin Xian sneered and swung the ancient dragon abyss sword. The divine powers of the Yin-Yang sect were indeed powerful. If his opponent was a peerless mighty figure, Lin Xian would have to put in a lot of effort. However, his opponent was just an ordinary mighty figure. In that case, he could not pose a threat to him at all. As expected, when the ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, the pair of Yin-Yang sabers in front of him instantly collapsed. They turned into countless Yin-Yang qi and scattered around. What? How was that possible? Young Master Qian San was in disbelief. That was his powerful divine powers, the terrifying divine powers of the Yin-Yang sect. His opponent destroyed them with a single slash. He was going crazy. Damn it. Go to hell, Yin-Yang life and death curse. Young Master Qianshan shouted angrily and formed a seal with his hands. Buzz, the black and white aura on his body spun quickly, forming runes that flickered in the air. That was also a terrifying divine powers of the Yin-Yang sect. Once touched, all vitality would be destroyed. There was no way to escape. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz, in the face of the powerful divine powers, Lin Xian did not do anything. He continued to fight with his sword. The chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword flew out quickly. Demon Seal. Terrifying sword chi surrounded it as if it could seal everything. It collided with the life and death runes in the sky. Suddenly, the sky was filled with light. The runes danced like waves. The tens of millions of martial artists around them exclaimed. Both of them were peerless geniuses. They were using divine powers. Unfortunately, in terms of combat strength, young Master Qian San was too weak. Therefore, in an instant, the Yin-Yang life and death curse shattered. Is this the power of the Yin-Yang sect? That was all there was to it. Lin Xian sneered and stopped wasting time with the other party. Battle Song. A terrifying sword chi slashed forward. In an instant, young Master Qian San was enveloped. After young Master Qianshan was enraged, the yin and yang qi on his body vibrated rapidly, forming a yin-yang diagram to protect him. Boom! Boom! An intense collision sounded as the yin-yang diagram resisted the terrifying sword qi. But soon, countless cracks appeared on the yin-yang image before it split apart again. Young Master Qianshan spat out blood and was sent flying. Damn it, impossible! This was impossible. Qianshan didn't believe it at all. He was using the great divine abilities of the Yin-Yang sect. They were absolutely terrifying, however, he was unable to block his opponent's attack. This made him feel a sense of despair. Who was the other party? Could it be that he was really the holy son of some sect? Otherwise, it would not be so terrifying. The surrounding crowd was stunned. What? Even young Master Qianshan was defeated? Firmament? In that case, who else would be able to stop him? They dared not imagine. Lin Xian held the ancient sword and walked forward. Young Master Qianshan's eyelids twitched when he saw this. At this moment, two middle-aged men rushed out from the crowd. Kid, go to hell. These two were the elites of the city governor's mansion who were responsible for the safety of young Master Qianshan. They usually did not come out, but now that young Master Qianshan was threatened, they naturally could not help but take action. Whoosh, the middle-aged man in a yellow robe on the left waved his hand, and suddenly a sharp light flashed over. It was a flying sword. It was only the size of a palm, but it was extremely sharp. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly shatter. Nothing could stop it. It was a terrifying treasure. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body swayed and instantly disappeared on the spot. The flying sword only hit his afterimage. However, the flying sword was very intelligent. After missing its target, it drew an arc in the air and attacked Lin Xian again. It was useless. It was the spirit guiding sword. It would not stop until one of them died. Go to hell, brat. The middle-aged man in a yellow robe sneered. Fight to the death? You think too highly of yourself. Lin Xian snorted. Looking at the flying sword again, he did not dodge and directly swung his sword. Clang, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The ancient dragon abyss sword struck the flying sword. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the flying sword. Then, it collapsed and turned into countless fragments. What? How could this be? The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. Bang, in the next moment, he was sent flying by the azure dragon palm. He spat out blood and crashed into the distance. Damn it, the other middle-aged man in a red robe also roared. He held the Fengtian halberd in his hand and looked very heroic. When the attack landed, it was as if dark clouds were pressing down on the 9 heavens. The terrifying power sent chills down everyone's spines. Buzz, Lin Xian reached out his palm. Black flames burned fiercely, forming a black flame palm that directly grabbed the Fengtian halberd. Then, he shook it forcefully. Boom, the middle-aged man in a red robe was sent flying. His arms were directly broken. Horror, infinite horror, the young man in front of them was too powerful. They could not contend with him at all. In front of them, Lin Xian held the Feng Tian halberd and swung it forcefully. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Feng Tian halberd dodged and flew directly toward young Master Qiansan. No, the two middle-aged men screamed. Young Master Qiansan was also terrified. He gritted his teeth and once again condensed the yin-yang qi in his body to form a yin-yang bell that enveloped him. Clang, the yin-yang bell shattered, but it blocked the Feng Tian halberd. However, the powerful impact still landed on his body. More than half of the bones in his body were broken. His entire body was sent flying again. For a moment, the scene was incomparably silent. The eldest young master of the Ting family, the second young master, and young master Qianshan were all seriously injured, the other young geniuses. They were also affected. However, Lin Xian did not stop. He turned his head again and stared at the group of people who had gone against him previously. You, and you. Get over here and die. Those who were stared at by Lin Xian trembled. A few of them looked uglier than crying, while the others gritted their teeth and roared. Damn it, I'm from the Wang family, I'm from the 6th king's residence. If you dare to touch me, you're dead meat. Angry roars sounded one after another. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully when he heard that. He slapped them. Pfft, those young men in white spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were badly mutilated. So what if you're from the 6th king's residence? Even if the 6th king comes in person, I'll still kill him if he dares to provoke me. Everyone was about to go crazy when they heard that. Who is this person? How dare he look down on the 6th king? Is he trying to defy the heavens? End of chapter 2309. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.